Chapter 431, the second special theme hotel. Leader, after Love Apartment is over, what drama will we air next? While nodding, the staff member asked quietly. Although their leaders kept reminding them about the ratings of Love Apartment, they were not really worried. Because they had already watched the sample in advance. Several young directors of the TV station basically watched it all in one go, and they couldn't stop at all. It would be strange if the ratings of such a drama were low. But it is precisely because of this that the staff are getting more and more worried. From the current situation, it seems that only the big drama produced by Bingdu Culture can take over their previous project, and the dramas produced by other cultural companies are really not good enough. I will communicate with Mr. Shui about this. You don't have to worry, just do the work at hand. Since Mr. Shui has agreed that the costume drama can smoothly take over the Love Apartment, there must be no problem. Xing Jianhai waved his hand. The Love Apartment that was launched this time was originally divided into 4 seasons, a total of 88 episodes, and now all 4 seasons have been approved. If it really doesn't work, it can be broadcast continuously at once. Plus the 2 variety shows that will be released one after another. The 88-episode Love Apartment can last at least 2 to 3 months, which is relatively ample. I understand, leader. Hearing their leader say this, the staff breathed a sigh of relief. The same was true for other staff in the hall. Obviously, they were all silently paying attention to the developments of Bingdu Culture. After a moment, seeing that there was no problem in the hall, Xing Jianhai returned to his office. However, after thinking for a while, Xing Jianhai finally picked up the phone and dialed Shui Yutian's mobile number. Although I just told my employees that, I didn't really know what to do. After a few beeps, the phone was connected. Boss Shui, are you asleep now? Did I disturb you? Xing Jianhai said immediately. It's still early, what's wrong? Director Xing? Shui Yutian's voice came soon. Boss Shui, tomorrow is not the official broadcast of Love Apartment. I just want to ask what is the progress of our second costume drama now? After a pause, Xing Jianhai asked a little embarrassedly. Theoretically, it is reasonable for Party A to ask Party B about the project. But Bingdu Culture is not an ordinary production company. And Xing Jianhai really doesn't dare to bring all his work style from Huishur over. The actors, production staff, etc. are all in place. And the outdoor scenes have already started shooting. Now we are waiting for the ancient building shooting location. Hearing Xing Jianhai's question, Shui Yutian was not surprised and replied quickly. Ah? Waiting for the ancient building shooting location? Xing Jianhai paused. Yes. The shooting location is opposite Qixia Town. Shui Yutian said. Boss Shui, if that's the case, will it be in time? When I passed by Qixia Town today, I found that although there were fences on the opposite side, there didn't seem to be many workers working on the construction. The director is now at the stadium, and Mr. Liu is at the Economic Development Zone Museum. Xing Jianhai's face was a little more worried. Everyone who works in Bingdu Economic Development Zone knows that, as long as it involves ancient buildings, it must be Su Hang or Lu Ming who will take charge. But these 2 people are busier than each other now, and have no time at all. Boss Xing, don't worry about this. The director is actually more anxious than both of us, and has been running back and forth these days. Shui Yutian replied immediately. The director is more anxious than us? This. Xing Jianhai looked surprised. By the way, the whole Bingdu Economic Development Zone is preparing for the Provincial Universiade, and the project of the TV station is really not that important. Because this is the second special theme hotel in Bingdu Economic Development Zone after Qixia Town, isn't the Universiade opening on September 20th? There are only so many hotels in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone, so this theme hotel must be officially operated before the opening of the Universiade. Shui Yutian explained immediately. The costume martial arts drama that Bingdu Culture customized for Bingdu TV is called The World's Number 1, which mainly tells the story of Tide and Shenhou in the Ming Dynasty. Now one of the main scenes of the drama is being built. The merger of Tianxia No. 1 Manor and Hulong Mountain Manor. But when it is open to tourists, there will only be one sign, which is the world's number 1 manor. According to preliminary planning, there are estimated to be 1,000 guest rooms of all sizes in Tianxia No. 1 Manor. The overall reception capacity is only stronger than that of Qixia Town. So that's how it is. Since the director is paying special attention to it, there will be no problem. Hearing this, Xing Jianhai breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, anything else? No. Mr. Shui, then you should go to bed early. Okay. As the night deepened, just when Xing Jianhai learned that the filming location of this costume drama would be the second theme hotel in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Stadium Project Department, Zhang Hancheng was still chatting with Su Heng. There was also a midnight snack and a few cans of Bingda beer in front of them. So the current limitation on the permanent population of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is actually the insufficient number of real estate developers. Take a sip of beer. Su Heng looked at Zhang Hancheng. In the afternoon, the two of them not only determined the medals of the Universiade, Su Heng also arranged a new task for Zhang Hancheng. That is the final of the Blue Star Science and Technology Competition. In another month, the final of the Blue Star Science and Technology Competition will officially begin. Hundreds of universities from several continents across the entire Blue Star will compete in the final. The entire competition lasted nearly a month. The situation in Bingdu Economic Development Zone was such that Su Heng could not leave at all, so Zhang Hancheng had to lead the team to participate. Zhang Hancheng himself was once the head of the School of Population Relations of Yanda University, so there was no problem at all leading the team to participate. Of course, there was one final important point. Bingda College had achieved its expected goals, and the final results were actually not that important. Dingwen and Feng Jia also prepared the participating students psychologically in advance, saying that the main purpose of going out this time was to see the world, and not to have any pressure. Even if they got the last place, it was an honor. Finally, after the two of them finished talking about the details of the science and technology competition, Zhang Hancheng mentioned the population of the Economic Development Zone. Well, the real estate situation in the country is not very good this year, except for the few developers who came to our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Many real estate developers basically turned around and left when they heard about the policies of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It's not that these real estate developers look down on the market potential of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but they are in a difficult situation now, Zhang Hancheng said. So that's it. Su Heng thought for a moment, and then said, if these developers were rejected because of the real estate policies of our Economic Development Zone, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Once we lower the standards, these developers have obtained the land, but what if they fail to complete the project halfway through? The current domestic real estate situation makes it hard to trust their promises. So our Economic Development Zone is in a dilemma. If we restrict developers and the permanent population cannot be increased, our hope of becoming a provincial county-level city will be slim, but if we relax the restrictions, we may face unfinished projects. Zhang Hancheng took a sip of beer. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. After thinking for a long time, Su Heng rubbed his brows, and then looked at Zhang Hancheng. If it doesn't work, then we have to do it ourselves. Do it ourselves? You mean Bingda Culture and Tourism? Zhang Hancheng was stunned at first, and then he was happy. Yes, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has successively launched many large projects this year, and the bank's credit line has been used up. So Bingda Culture and Tourism can only do it ourselves. Su Heng nodded. He just thought of many ways to break the deadlock, and there was no other way to quickly solve the real estate problem except for Bingda Culture and Tourism to become a developer. Bingda Culture and Tourism also has many projects this year. Cash flow. Zhang Hancheng hesitated for a moment and said, Bingda Culture and Tourism is no problem. Let's first determine how many buildings are needed in Bingdu Economic Development Zone at present. Standing up, Su Heng walked to the desk in the distance and took out a current topographic map of Bingdu Economic Development Zone from the drawer. Although Bingda Culture and Tourism quietly established Bingda Technology Company Limited some time ago, and the paid-in capital was 1 billion yuan. In addition to the city wall, the projects of Tianxia Diazwing are all progressing steadily. But the account balance of Bingda Culture and Tourism has shown signs of increasing. In addition, the listing process of Bingda Farm has already begun. If the farm is listed, the funds raised by the farm will be enough to support several large projects. In addition, the land around the core area is owned by Bingda Culture and Tourism, and the land is free. The cost of developing commercial housing is much lower than that of other companies. Director, our Economic Development Zone is in need of a lot of things now. After confirming again that Bingda Culture and Tourism would personally participate, and that there was no problem with cash flow, Zhang Hancheng was delighted and hurried to the blueprint. Tell me more about this. Su Heng took a pencil and handed it to Zhang Hancheng. Director, this is what I think. First of all, our business district. Although this is defined as a high-end business district, it is impossible to build all of them into business office buildings. So at least 2 large-scale projects of 1,000 mu are needed outside the designated business district. In this way, there will be enough rental housing for employees working here. In addition, The Transportation Management Bureau, China Merchants Bank, Bingda Human Resources and Social Security Bureau and Finance Bureau in Luan Village should be completed before September. These units are still some distance away from the West City Gate, so at least a large-scale project of 300 mu is needed here. And the East Railway Station in Longcheng Village. Seemingly knowing Su Hang's strength, Zhang Hancheng was not polite at all when he drew circles on the drawings with a pencil. After drawing the east, he drew the west. After drawing the south, he drew the north. He did not notice that Su Hang's eyes were getting bigger and bigger beside the desk, and he had a hint of regret. Little did they know that Zhang Hancheng was drawing circles on the stadium side, and at the construction base of the Ice Lake Museum, Lu Ming was also drawing circles on the blueprint with a pencil. But the expressions of the two were completely different. Lu Ming at the museum felt more and more helpless, and had a headache the more he drew. Chapter 432 The Power of Love Apartment. Mr. Lu, is there any problem with the project? Please don't scare me. Lu Ming said this, which frightened Tang Junyan, the head of the Cultural Relics Bureau of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. And he couldn't help but ask in a low voice. The Bingdu Museum project is fine, it should be completed in September. Hearing this, Lu Ming rubbed his eyebrows. As long as it can be completed, it doesn't matter if it's a few days late. Tang Junyan breathed a sigh of relief. What outsiders don't know is that the excavation work in the Yaden landform has officially started in March. And it is getting more and more frightening. There is a feeling that the value of that place may be far greater than the treasures donated by some patriotic Tibetan friends. Therefore, Tang Junyan has coordinated relevant personnel to make strategic adjustments. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone Museum can be completed after the opening ceremony of the Suqing Provincial Universiade. But the excavation work there must be completed before the opening ceremony and officially open to the public. It won't be too late. Lu Ming glanced at the progress of the museum on the wall and said again. According to the drawings originally planned by Su Hang, the central line buildings such as Shaotai Gate, Tianwing Hall, Yonghe Palace, Yongyu Hall, Wanfu Pavilion have reached the second half of the construction, and the left and right roads are left. At present, there are more than 2,000 workers working in 3 shifts, so it's not a big problem. I see you keep drawing circles, and your face is full of worry. I thought. Tang Junyan couldn't help but say again. I'm not worried about the museum project, but the project that Bingda Cultural Tourism has been working on for some time. Lu Ming sighed deeply. What new projects does Bingda Culture and Tourism have? Isn't it said that all projects in Bingdu Economic Development Zone will focus on the Provincial Universiade? Tang Junyan became more and more curious. Our East Gate is slowly coming up. Xiao Su thinks that when the Provincial Universiade is held, all the tourists and performers will see the Gobi Desert after passing through the East Gate from Bingdu TV station and entering the core area, so they want to fill in some buildings there, and by the way, turn the original National Highway 215 into a standard urban trunk road. Lu Ming curled his lips. Mr. Lu, actually, what the director said is not wrong. It is indeed like this in the East. I really didn't feel it before, but I always feel something strange after the East Gate came up. After hearing the whole story, Tang Junyan suddenly realized. That's right, but do you know what that guy is going to do at the East Gate? Lu Ming's eyes widened. What? Tang Junyan asked subconsciously. Look for yourself. Glancing at Tang Junyan, Lu Ming directly threw out a thick stack of drawings from the drawer. He took the drawings with some doubts, opened them, and took a look. The next moment, Tang Junyan was stunned on the spot, and subconsciously burst out a swear word. I see. This? Damn. It was not until a long time later that Tang Junyan slowly rolled up the drawings. Mr. Lu, would you like to continue drawing? The sun rose and set, and 2 days passed in a flash. Outsiders don't know how hard Lu Ming and the engineers in Bingdu Economic Development Zone work. Especially the ordinary young people working in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. At this time, they were taking a break after get-off work. And they were talking about the new drama Love Apartment that Bingdu TV had just launched. As expected, Love Apartment caught the attention of young people as soon as it was launched. After only 4 episodes, many clips were regarded as famous scenes by many young people, and they were directly cut into short videos and posted on the platform. This made Love Apartment not only gain enough topic popularity, but also helped Bingdu TV regain the top spot in primetime ratings. Do you know, Love Apartment was filmed at Dongchengmen. A young lady who was screwing screws at Longsheng Group said. I was watching the show, and I felt that the buildings in the opening credits looked so familiar, as if I had seen them somewhere before. Next to him, a colleague slapped his forehead. Then we have to go to Dongmen to clock in after work tomorrow. I guess since the show is so popular, there will definitely be a lot of people who will come to our place to clock in. The young lady said again. We have to go. We are so close. And it would be a shame if we don't go. The colleague nodded hurriedly. Since she started working at Longsheng Group, whenever she posted a photo of herself eating at Xixia Town, her friends would be filled with envy and comments. This satisfied her vanity. This time, she finally found another similar place. So she had to go. It's settled. Just as the young lady was about to say something else, another fat young man ran over quickly, muttering, Big news! Big news! Mr. Liu, what happened? Seeing this, a group of colleagues asked hurriedly. Working in the factory, the only fun is to browse the phone and listen to gossip. Have you watched The Love Apartment on Bingdu TV? The young man called Lu Sang said breathlessly. You must watch it. Now the TV in the dormitory is basically on Bingdu TV all day long. The lady replied. Just watch it. Just now some drama fans came to Longsheng Village, after they took photos and checked in. One of them was bored and called Bingdu Culture and Tourism. Lu Sang adjusted his breathing. Why are you calling? Do you want to go inside Hu Yifei's room? Miss Lucy frowned. No. This guy asked the person in charge of Bingdu Cultural Tourism, is the Love Apartment in Longsheng Village the same as in the TV series, where as long as couples move in, the rent can be reduced by half? And water and electricity are free? Guess what? Bingdu Cultural Tourism actually responded, clearly stating that couples moving in can have their rent reduced by half. And water and electricity are free. And as long as you sign a contract for more than 5 years, you can directly apply for permanent residence registration at the Longsheng Street office of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. While Lu Sang was speaking, he kept looking at the young lady who had just spoken. Lu Sang, don't lie. As soon as the young man said this, it immediately attracted the interest of others. As a young person of the new era, he naturally knew what it meant to have the rent reduced by half, and the water and electricity free. Why would I lie to you? Now many people have gone to the Love Apartment to inquire about the relevant situation and plan to rent a house. Lu Sang said again. Then should we take a leave and go over to have a look? For a moment, Miss Screw was actually tempted. Of course, if we go too late, the house might be snatched away by those people. Lu Sang looked back at the crowded young men and women at the entrance of the electronics factory. Let's go! There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Under the propaganda of some busybodies, the news that the real-life Love Apartment allows couples to stay, and the rent is halved and the water and electricity are free soon appeared in the relevant forums, and caused quite a stir. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it even rushed to the hot search with Love Apartment. Is this a marketing campaign? It is designed to deceive people. Someone asked. Does the TV series produced by Bingdu Culture need to be deliberately marketed? According to netizens who went to the scene, it used to be a rental area, and now it has become an apartment, which was originally rented out. Someone replied quickly below. If that's the case, it's quite interesting. It makes me want to rent a house there, to see if I can meet roommates like those in the TV series. After solving the doubts, many young people became more and more excited. Who says it's not, nowadays? People who rent houses there must be young people. The more people talk about it, the more excited they become. Of course, there are also some rational people. They commented. Everyone wake up, it's just a TV series, it's not that serious, the characters in the TV series all have serious jobs. What can you do there? It's just an internet celebrity city created in the Gobi Desert. However, the rational comments were instantly drowned out by more comments. You know nothing. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not a popular city. The salary here is high, and there are many jobs available. The salary level is actually not worse than some cities in the south. That's why most people who live in the youth hostels there want to pass the civil service exam. Also, you should have heard of Bingdu College. In June, Bingdu College will also move to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Those who want to take the second attempt to apply for Bingdu College's postgraduate program will definitely scramble for such apartments. So good? After being explained by netizens, many young people were tempted again. What do you think? Besides, there are Xixia Town, Night Fairy Palace and other attractions in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It is not the Northwest you imagined. Someone explained again. Then there is another problem. I am single, and it seems that I cannot enjoy such policies. At this time, a netizen commented again. Isn't this simple? There must be many single young people in Love Apartment. When the time comes, You can find a partner to kiss on the spot, and then get it certified. And it will be over? Seeing this, many netizens directly sent an emoticon package saying, "Are you stupid?" That makes sense. I'm really tempted. Go quickly if you're tempted. If you go too late, you may not have a house. There's no shortage of singles now. Damn. Buy a ticket. Buy a ticket. In the online society, sometimes a place becomes popular for no apparent reason, or because of a snack or a matchmaker game, or even a diss in a song. Not to mention a real scene driven by a popular TV series. The second day, the third day. The number of passengers going to Bingu Economic Development Zone increased significantly, and they were mostly young people, so that the Bingu Economic Development Zone bus station was directly overcrowded. At 4 p.m., AC County, Government Office Building. Standing by the window, Sun Chung looked at the traffic on the street. His expression was extremely complicated. It was not until a long time later that he turned to look at his deputy Zhang Yuhai. "I heard that the Love Apartment in Bingu Economic Development Zone has been fully rented out," he asked. "I heard that it has been rented out, and Bingu Culture and Tourism has also issued an announcement saying that only Area A is currently rented out, and Areas B and C are still under construction." Zhang Yuhai nodded. Yesterday, he looked at the scale of the Love Apartment. Wow. You really don't know until you see it. It's shocking. The number of young people in this Love Apartment alone is equal to the entire street in Ase County. District B? District C? Bingu Economic Development Zone wants to use this wave of popularity to attract a wave of population? Really? At present, these young people are chasing after it because of the network effect. Do they really think that these people will stay in Bingu Economic Development Zone in the future? At most 2 or 3 months. They will be like other popular places, and go back and forth from where they came from. Hearing that Bingu Cultural Tourism will continue to be built, Sun Chung couldn't help but say sourly, "I think so too. This method of attracting population is really not very reliable. If you want to attract population, you have to do real projects. But then again, the popularity of the Love Apartment in Bingu Economic Development Zone has no impact on our Ase County. The young people in our county don't play this at all." Zhang Yuhai also nodded. "Yeah." Ding-ling-ling. But just when Sun Chung wanted to say something else, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Picking it up and taking a look, Sun Chung immediately answered the call. The call was from Ming Yang, the person in charge of Jilu County next door. "What's wrong, old Ming?" Sun Chung said casually. But the next moment, Ming Yang's very impatient voice came from the phone. "Old son, something bad is happening." Chapter 433 Panic Surrounding Counties. "What's wrong?" Hearing the voice on the phone, Sun Chung was startled, and asked hurriedly, "Do you know the Bingu Economic Development Zone?" Ming Yang's voice came quickly. "Old Ming, are you talking about the Love Apartment? I feel that this has no big impact on our surrounding counties. It's just that young people are following the trend." Hearing this, Sun Chung thought Ming Yang wanted to talk about the Love Apartment, and said hurriedly, "It's not the Love Apartment. This is much more cruel than the Love Apartment." The next moment, Ming Yang hurriedly denied it. "If it's not Love Apartment, what is it?" Sun Chung subconsciously glanced at Zhang Yuhai across from him. Since Bingu College made a fuss at the science and technology competition, there has been basically no major news about Bingu Economic Development Zone, except for the current Love Apartment. And Ming Yang actually said that this is even more ruthless than Love Apartment. Just now, someone reported that Bingu Economic Development Zone and Yincheng Attached Primary School, Tsinghua Attached Middle School, Xiaoguan University Attached Middle School have officially signed a cooperative school running agreement, and will officially start recruiting students in September this year. At this time, Ming Yang's voice was helpless. "What did you say? Tsinghua Affiliated High School Bingu Branch?" Swish, it would have been better if he hadn't heard it. After hearing it, Sun Chung stood up directly. If Love Apartment is considered a big news, what Ming Yang said is undoubtedly a nuclear bomb level. As the first person in charge of Ase County, he naturally knows what this means to the surrounding cities. These 3 schools are different from Bingu Cultural Tourism School. They don't have high tuition fees that ordinary people can't afford. By then, there will definitely be a large number of parents who will try their best to send their children to Bingu Economic Development Zone, which will then cause a blood-sucking effect on the surrounding areas. Ming, don't scare me. Is this news true? It's almost May now. Is it a joke to want to start school in September? And there is another doubt. Although Bingu Economic Development Zone is now a little popular, Yincheng Attached Primary School, Tsinghua Attached Middle School, and other famous schools simply don't look down on the Northwest, and even some second and third tier cities in the central region can't reach an agreement. After a moment, Sun Chung hurriedly analyzed. The news should be fine. You have experienced the speed of Bingu Economic Development Zone. It's even crazier than the infrastructure maniac. It's more than enough to build 3 schools in more than 5 months. Meng Yang sighed deeply. At the end of last year, because Bingu Economic Development Zone had just been designated as a secondary fiscal region, the data statistics could not be separated. So Suqing Province did not announce the GDP of Bingu Economic Development Zone. However, this did not prevent the leaders of surrounding cities from being curious about the GDP of Bingu Economic Development Zone. Especially this year, the various major projects in Bingu Economic Development Zone are one after another, and the number far exceeds that of Jogja City. And even Lon City has the intention of giving way. However, what makes the leaders of surrounding cities even more terrified is the speed of project construction in Bingu Economic Development Zone. It takes several months for other cities to repair the infrastructure on the road. But Bingu Economic Development Zone can build a standard urban road with 2-way 4 lanes and green belts in a few months. It can even be said that 1 year in Bingu Economic Development Zone is equivalent to 5 years in other cities. Then after hearing this, Sun Chung was silent for a while before speaking again. Even if the school can be built in Bingu Economic Development Zone, how did it come about? Bingu Economic Development Zone has connections in Yinqing, but the higher-ups are only giving guidance in the general direction, and it is impossible for them to help with everything. It was done by the 2 deputy directors on secondment. One of them is a leader of Yinqing University, and the other is a leader of Tsinghua University. Meng Yang replied. They? Sun Chung was absent-minded for a moment, and fell into complete silence. That's right. When Zhang Hancheng came to Jogja City to take up a post, all the counties and districts didn't want them, because they thought they were too high-ranking and academic leaders to serve. But now, Meng Yang's voice had a hint of emotion. Who knew they still had such resources? If they had known earlier, all the counties and districts would have rushed to get them, and it wouldn't have been the turn of Bingu Economic Development Zone at all. Sun Chung sat back in his chair. So Bingu Economic Development Zone has this fate. Meng Yang followed. What should we do now? We really need to think of a solution. Otherwise our Ase County may have to be called Ase Village in the future. Sun Chung rubbed his eyebrows subconsciously. That's right. Bingu Economic Development Zone already has Bingu Cultural Tourism International School. If these 3 top public education resources are added, there will be no surrounding cities that can compete. And once Bingu College moves here, it may be possible to set up a Bingu attached primary school, attached middle school, etc. Meng Yang said again. So now it's really time. After a moment of silence, just when Sun Chung wanted to say something else, the office phone on the table suddenly rang. After a look, Sun Chung immediately said, Lao Meng, I'll take an office call first, and we'll talk later. Hurry up and answer it. Just like that, Sun Chung immediately hung up the phone and picked up the receiver of the office phone. Hello. Lao Sun, I just received a notice, you have to come to the city tomorrow. The next moment, a man's voice came from the phone. What's wrong? Old Lu. Sun Cheng's heart skipped a beat. The person who called was the newly appointed head of the Jogja City office, and he had a good relationship with him. Usually, they would make a few jokes before calling. But today he suddenly said that he had something to do. The leaders of the relevant departments in the province want to do a survey and ask about some things. They need to come here in person. The other end of the phone said again. Ah? The province. Old Lu. No big deal. It seems to be related to the high-speed railway station project in Bingu Economic Development Zone. Oh! If there is nothing wrong in the county, I will rush over this afternoon. Sun Chung breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly. Okay, you can arrange it yourself. At the same time, just when Sun Chung received the call to go to Jogja City, Bingu Economic Development Zone, Administrative Building of the Management Committee, Zhang Hancheng and Du Jianshan were also talking about the population problem of Bingu Economic Development Zone. I didn't expect that this love apartment produced by Bingu Culture would be so popular. If we can keep all these young people who come here for the reputation in our Bingu Economic Development Zone. TSK. After taking a sip from the teacup, Zhang Hancheng said. Don't say all, if we can keep half of them, I think we've made a lot of money. Du Jianshan also sighed. During this period, they racked their brains for the permanent population problem in Bingu Economic Development Zone, which was a headache. Unexpectedly, The surprise was Binga culture. Once the 3 districts of Love Apartment are full, the normal consumption of other young people living here will drive a business district. In the future, the merchants and restaurants in Zhonghai Plaza complex will definitely not lack customers. Now it depends on the ability of various enterprises and institutions in Bingdu Economic Development Zone to retain people. Putting down the teacup, Zhang Hancheng glanced at the Bingda topographic map on the wall. If the B and C areas of the Love Apartment can be built, plus the 2 large projects of Longju Shangjing and Zhonghai Plaza, Longcheng Village can accommodate at least 50,000 permanent residents. The newly established Binga Real Estate of Binga Cultural Tourism will also develop a large project of 1,000 acres opposite Bingdu East Railway Station. By then, Longcheng Village can accommodate at least 100,000 permanent residents. If luck is a little better, Zhonghai Real Estate will continue to acquire land for development here after the completion of Zhonghai Plaza. It is not impossible for the carrying capacity here to reach 200,000. Now the enterprises in Bingdu Economic Development Zone have been growing up slowly. I heard that Bingda Farm has started the listing process. In addition to Sue's Medical, which will be officially operational by the end of the year, and the local state-owned enterprises that directors will continues to promote. There will definitely be many young people who can find jobs here. Du Jianshan said again. That's right. Binga Real Estate has been officially registered with the industrial and commercial branch. It is estimated that it can also recruit many young people. Zhang Hancheng continued. By the way, Director Zhang, I saw on the internet that the promises made by Bingda Cultural Tourism to those young people are the same as the plot of the TV series. Couples can move in. Rent is halved. And water and electricity are free. Do you think there will be any problems with free water and electricity? Although our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is backed by Bingdu and has no shortage of water, if it causes a lot of waste, it will definitely be used by some self-media to make a fuss. At this time, Du Jianshan suddenly thought of something and spoke again. No, I asked Mr. Zhong. Mr. Zhong said that Bingda Culture and Tourism will set an average water and electricity consumption. These young couples will sign relevant agreements when they check in. Once the water and electricity consumption is abnormal, not only will the rent no longer be reduced by half, but the water and electricity will not be completely waived, and they will have to pay the additional fees in accordance with relevant regulations. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hancheng immediately said that it was no problem. That's fine. Du Jianshan breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. Mr. Zhong always thinks carefully before doing anything. It is definitely not a decision made on impulse to cooperate with the TV series. Zhang Hancheng slowly leaned back in his chair. Yesterday, directors will also sign an agreement with 3 primary, middle, and high school branches, as long as the news is officially announced, and Binga Real Estate is launched. It should attract a group of permanent residents. Standing up, Du Jianshan gave each of them a cup of tea. In fact, in addition to primary, middle and high schools, the ability of universities to attract permanent residents should not be underestimated. Zhang Hancheng nodded. Universities attract permanent residents? Do you mean the scale of the school? Putting down the teacup, Du Jianshan said. There is an unwritten rule in Xia country. That is, although college students may not have officially registered as permanent residents in the local area, they are generally counted as local permanent residents. Size is one aspect, but more importantly, the university's recruitment policy in the local area, Zhang Hancheng said. Director Zhang, are you talking about the territorial care policy? Du Jianshan understood instantly. Yes. If the comprehensive strength of Bingda College can be steadily ranked in the top 50 among Xia country's universities, coupled with the territorial care policy, think about how many parents will register their children to live in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone in order to let their children study at Bingda College. Zhang Hancheng said. That's true, but our Bingdu Economic Development Zone has too low an administrative level, and cannot take care of the local area at all. We can only take care of the provincial level according to relevant regulations. In addition, the country has been vigorously supporting the poverty-stricken areas in the Northwest in recent years, and has given many projects, such as special poverty alleviation projects. If our economic development zone is listed separately, it may encounter considerable resistance. After a little thought, Du Jianshan hesitated and spoke again. In theory, this is the case, and I have mentioned this to the director. What do you think the director said? Zhang Hancheng kept it a secret. What did he say? Du Jianshan looked at Zhang Hancheng hurriedly. Chapter 434, New Strategy of Bingda Beer. The director said he would find a way to apply to the higher authorities. If the higher authorities do not agree, Bingka College will apply for independent enrollment. Once it has independent enrollment, wouldn't it be normal to give more places to Bingka Economic Development Zone? Both Yanda and Tsinghua actually did so. Most of the places were actually given to Yenching. Zhang Hanqing's face showed an expression that said you should understand. As a leader in one of the best universities in Xiagua, he knows the road of independent enrollment better than anyone else. On the surface, the registration is based on the principle of middle school recommendation as the main, personal recommendation as the supplement. However, whether it is middle school recommendation or personal recommendation, the final right of interpretation lies with the school. If the school gives more places to the local middle school, the number of places and opportunities for school recommendation will naturally increase. As a high school near Bingka College, it naturally has advantages that other schools cannot have. This will indeed increase the admission rate of local students. Du Jianshan suddenly realized. Well, but the most effective way is for our economic development zone to be designated as a county-level city as soon as possible, after the county-level city is established. Although we dare not think about the direct-controlled municipality of Xiagua, we can at least try to make a breakthrough. A separately planned city. If we can get a separately planned city, we can get a lot of policies. Zhang Hanqing said again. I dare not even think about the separately planned city for the time being. The GDP is only 1 trillion, and there is basically no hope if the permanent registered population is not more than 5 million, and these are the two most basic conditions. Du Jianshan sighed slightly. I'm just saying it casually. How Bingka Economic Development Zone will proceed depends on the director's pace. Zhang Hanqing glanced at the ornaments on the desk. Seeing this, Du Jianshan seemed to have sensed Zhang Hanqing's thoughts. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Director Zhang, will your term of office be over by the end of this year? Yes. Zhang Hanqing nodded. Then what are your plans? Have you ever thought about staying in Bingka Economic Development Zone? The director is not like the heads of other cities. As long as you tell him, there will be no problem. After a pause, Du Jianshan continued to ask. To be honest, the past 2 years in Bingka Economic Development Zone have given me a greater sense of achievement than the more than 10 years I have spent at Yenching University. So I definitely want to stay here. The director has mentioned the idea of staying in front of me many times. But Yenching University. Zhang Hanqing took a sip from the teacup and hesitated to speak. In Xiagua, if leaders like this who are on secondment want to stay in the local area, it is not voluntary. They must agree to the 3 parties and then be approved by the organization before they can be officially transferred. If one of the parties disagrees, they must return to their original unit in accordance with relevant regulations. Disagree? Du Jianshan said. There is almost no hope. Zhang Hanqing shook his head. And then he spoke again. By the way, what about you? Me? It's still early for me. Maybe the school will not want me first. Okay. Time flies. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun falls on the attic of the west gate, coupled with the ancient city wall, the longest ancient building pedestrian street in Asia, and the tourists in ancient costumes coming and going. The artistic conception is very full. For this reason, there is an endless stream of tourists watching the sunset on the west gate, and the flow of people is almost catching up with the lighting ceremony of the Guanxue Tower. Tourists are not the only ones who enjoy the sunset at this time. In the office building of Bingka Brewery, the person in charge, Lu Siming, is also standing by the window looking at the sunset. Behind him stands a middle-aged man. The man's name is Ma Yao. He is a middle-level manager promoted from Bingka Culture and Tourism. Now he is the vice president of Bingka Beer. The Bingka Brewery has also changed a lot since it was first built. In addition to the addition of 2 filling production lines, there are also 2 packaging workshops. In addition, the Qinglong North Road built some time ago passes by the gate of Bingka Brewery, making it more convenient to travel to Bingka Brewery, and it also looks like a large-scale manufacturer. How much did we ship today? After a moment, turning his head, Lu Siming said, Boss Lu, today's local shipments are 20,000 boxes, channel shipments are 10,000 boxes, and online live broadcast shipments are 6,000 boxes. Ma Yao hurriedly reported a number. Only 10,000 boxes through channels? Hearing the number, Lu Siming frowned. In order to increase the brand awareness and sales of Bingka Beer, Lu Siming has set up direct sales outlets in various cities and prefectures in Sichuan province, including Lanzhou City and adopted a business model in other provinces and cities. Now the provincial agent recruitment work has been completed. Although selling nearly 40,000 boxes of beer a day is a qualified result, Lou Siming is not very satisfied with this sales ratio. In his opinion, if Bingo Beer wants to go abroad and become a real national level brand, the channel share should be the largest. Otherwise, Bingo Beer can only be regarded as a local brand. Yeah, Ma Yao nodded. This sales volume is not less than what we expected. Didn't you call those agents? Lou Siming asked again. I've called those agents. Ma Yao replied hurriedly. What did they say? Lou Siming looked at Ma Yao. The agents said that our Ice Lake beer's brand power is too weak now, and the product structure is relatively simple and highly seasonal. If we only sell this kind of low-profit variety, we can't actually make much money. Ma Yao replied. This Lou Siming hesitated, and said after a while, I'm done with the brand power issue. I'll discuss it with the leader. Isn't the Provincial Universiade going to be held in September? I'll see if I can sponsor it and promote our Ice Lake beer. Mr. Liu, are you planning to sponsor it in the form of advertising? Or, after a little thought, Ma Yao whispered, during last year's Bingo Cultural Tourism Festival, in order to appease tourists who had nowhere to stay, Bingo Beer provided free drinking in the tent area, which had a very good effect. Many tourists bought Bingo Beer online after returning. We must walk on two legs this time. We need advertising and on-site gifts, said Lou Siming. Okay, I'll make arrangements in advance. With the leadership style, there will definitely be a lot of spectators at the opening ceremony of the Provincial Universiade this time. We need to prepare more supplies, Ma Yao said hurriedly. That's for sure. You can tell by the movement at the stadium. Lou Siming looked back at the north side of the window. Although the Ice Lake Brewery is 5 kilometers away from the stadium, the buildings there can be clearly seen now. As for the single product structure, do you have any idea? We are a beer production company, relying on the water quality of the Ice Lake, and beer is different from other alcoholic beverages. After a pause, Lou Siming continued. Boss Lou, the agents don't mean that we need to have more beer varieties, but they think that we are not like other manufacturers, with high-profit varieties. Hearing this, Ma Yao hurriedly replied. Other categories? Lou Siming's expression changed. Well, high gross profit varieties are not necessarily beer, such as mineral water of the same brand, beverages, etc. It's no problem for us to make Bingo mineral water, and we can also make those niche high gross profit beverages. Ma Yao explained again. Wait, if we do it this way. For a moment, Lou Siming fell into deep thought. The next day, the sun rose. The first village in the world. Construction site. Su Heng had just finished arranging today's project for the construction team leader, and was about to turn around to go to the stadium, when he ran into Feng Shuyu head-on. Uncle Feng. Seeing the turn, Su Heng hurriedly greeted him. He had been leaving early and returning late recently, and had met with the villagers of Bingo Village much less than last year. Xiao Su, are you going to the stadium now? Feng Shuyu asked. Yes. The project there is very tight now, and people are needed. Su Heng glanced at the construction site behind him. Since the ancient construction team has always used experienced workers, many simple things no longer require him to be there in person, and the construction team can handle them by themselves. Otherwise, it would take no less time here than at the stadium. Okay, I'll make it short. There's something, Feng Shuyu said immediately. You tell me. Your Aunt Gao's cousin has a granddaughter named Ling Feifei. She is 23 years old this year. She is very beautiful and down-to-earth. She is now a second-year graduate student at Xiaogorn University. Feng Shuyu took out his cell phone while speaking. Wait, Uncle Feng. What are you doing? Seeing this, Su Heng was stunned. Feng Shuyu looked like a good guy at all. Oh, you think too much. I'm not introducing you to a girl. Ling Feifei is very interested in ancient buildings and has a lot of talent. Can you spare some time to give her some advice? Feng Shuyu handed the phone to Su Heng while looking at him deeply. Chapter 435. Little Su is just being stubborn. Interested in ancient buildings? That's absolutely fine. Su Heng was stunned at first, and then agreed without much thought. Not to mention whether this little girl, who is very interested in ancient buildings, will work in this industry in the future, he has to help Gao Yuling for her sake. As for whether his special ancient building skills will be leaked, Su Heng is really not worried. The current Bingyu Economic Development Zone is no longer the fragile Bingyu Economic Development Zone that could only rely on characteristic ancient buildings to attract tourists. Okay, Look back at your WeChat account. She should have added you. Please make a note. My name is Ling Feifei. Feng Shuyu said again. Okay. Su Hang immediately took out his phone, took a look. It was indeed her. So he clicked agree on the friend request on the WeChat interface. Uncle Feng, but I'm busy these days. I may not have time to answer some of her questions. After putting the phone away again, Su Hang said again. That's no problem. Your Aunt Gao has already told her. Feng Shuyu glanced at the construction site behind Su Hang and added. Although the progress of infrastructure projects is important, your health is more important. Don't get too tired. You must rest well when you need to rest. Uncle Feng. Don't worry, I can handle this. Su Hang nodded heavily, looking at the entire economic development zone. Only the villagers of Bingdu village would tell him to rest if he was tired. Others were basically work-related. Nothing else. By the way, how is the preparation for the provincial universiade going? Do you want help? For example, support? After a pause, Feng Shuyu said again. Uncle Feng. This is really not necessary. This is just a provincial universiade, not a national event. Upon hearing this, Su Hang's face changed, and he waved his hands hurriedly. The last time the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival caused a commotion because of the attending guests. It was still vivid in my memory. If it happened again, even if the Bingdu Economic Development Zone could bear it, the relevant provincial departments might not be able to handle it. So, at this time, we really have to hold down Uncle Feng, who is eager to try. But I heard that the opening ceremony of this provincial universiade is on the same day as the Blue Star Olympics. If there are no decent leaders present, won't it be too invisible? Feng Shuyu frowned. Uncle Feng, it's really not necessary. We are just holding an ordinary provincial universiade this time. It can't be compared with the Blue Star Olympics. As long as we complete the tasks of the province normally, ensure the needs of the athletes, and let the athletes achieve good results, it will be a great success. Su Hang said hurriedly. That's fine. If you need any help, just arrange it directly. Seeing that Su Hang was still insisting, Feng Shuyu finally said nothing. Don't worry. I won't be polite to you. Okay. It's getting late. You should hurry up and do your thing. Yes. Just like that. A few minutes later, Su Hang got on the special car and went to the stadium. Looking at the special car that was gradually disappearing, Feng Shuyu stood there for a long time before turning around and leaving. He muttered, Xiao Su is good at everything but is stubborn. He likes to do everything by himself. He obviously invested so much material and human resources just to promote Bingdu College and Economic Development Zone through the provincial universiade. But it just happened to run into the Our Country Olympics. And he said it was okay. Forget it. If I don't help, who will? That's not all. After a while, Feng Shuyu took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Hello, old Han. The sun rises and sets, and time flies by. There are only 2 days left until the annual Labor Day in Xiagua. As Love Apartment continues to air, young people on the internet and in real life continue to give high scores to Love Apartment, which makes Love Apartment a frequent guest in entertainment headlines. The number of followers on Weibo of several leading actors who participated in Love Apartment has also increased sharply, and they are likely to become 4th and 5th tier stars in Xiagua from newly graduated students. Of course, the biggest beneficiary is Bingdu Economic Development Zone. In the past 2 days, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has entered the May Day holiday mode in advance. Looking around, the whole pedestrian street is almost occupied by young people. The most popular place on the pedestrian street is the place with the sign of the longest pedestrian street in Blue Star. Almost every young person in ancient costumes will check in and take a photo here. The chain restaurants on the pedestrian street and various specialty shops that open one after another also ushered in a peak in customer flow, as if returning to the Frontier Tourism Festival last year. In the evening, at the bonfire square, Zhong Ruofei, Luo Lin, and Yang Jiang walked out of the square gate one after another. Lao Luo, have those actors come back? Yang Jiang asked casually as they walked. Not yet. Luo Lin shook his head. Since the Love Apartment became popular, in order to cooperate with the offline Love Apartment, Bingdu Culture directly arranged for several leading actors to attend the fan meeting held at the bar downstairs of the Love Apartment, directly performing a film and television drama into reality. The effect of doing so was also directly maximized, and even directly brought the bar downstairs to the fire. Oh, when will they come back? the agency just sent a message saying that there are a few announcements that need to be arranged. Yang Jiang said again. These leading actors are all contracted artists of Bingde Culture, under the unified management of Bingde Culture's agency department, and they are not assigned special agents for the time being. Soon, they were all supposed to come back, but those fans want autographs. Raising his hand to check the time, Luo Lin said. Okay. Yang Jiang picked up his phone, typed a message and sent it out, and then said again, by the way, old Shui, when can we move into our office building? Now those fans don't know that several leading actors are working in the bonfire square, otherwise they will definitely block the pedestrian street. Hold on for another month. Shui Yutian looked up at the south of the core area. At this time, several high-rise buildings in the business district can be clearly seen. The most conspicuous one is the Bingde Culture office building. It is only because other office buildings are still under construction. While the Bingde Culture office building has already been capped and the glass curtain wall is more than half up, it looks particularly dazzling in the sun. That's not all, the interior of the office building has been decorated a long time ago, and the progress is not much slower than the exterior. In addition, Yinbin South Road has also been built to the business district, and will not stop, but will continue to extend to the new National Highway 215, bordering it. Finally, there is hope after a month. Luo Lin and Yang Jiang looked at each other subconsciously. Once upon a time, Bingde Culture only had one Qin opera troupe when it first started. Now, there are more than 200 staff members. That is, Bingde Qin opera troupe will now accept some local invitations to perform. Otherwise, the existing office would have been crowded. Now some professional equipment has been installed one after another. We will send some of them first when the time comes. Shui Yutian said again. That's fine. When we get there, we can start working directly, without any more trouble. Luo Lin nodded. Old Shui, then can our video website also be launched? At this time, Yang Jiang took over the conversation. Well, after the relevant equipment and personnel are in place, it can be officially launched. The preliminary estimate is mid-July. Shui Yutian replied. Now Bingde Culture already has 3 relatively classic dramas, and a popular variety show. Another variety show will be launched soon. The main one is already available. For the remaining content, Bingde Culture still follows the model of Bingde TV, and uses low prices to buy some extremely cheap antique content on the market. These antique contents are only for filling the website, so they are planned to be open to the public for free. And only those core films will be implemented in a membership model. As long as Bingde Culture continues to launch new dramas, those antiques will eventually be replaced step by step, and eventually become a video website that can withstand attacks. Mid-July. It would be better if it was mid-June. These 2 days are really going to break my defense. Hearing the specific time, Luo Lin sighed. Now, those who want to watch Willing Waijuan and Drawing Sword again will leave messages under Bingde Culture's official microblog from time to time, asking about the situation of the video network. Now there is another love apartment. Just hold on until July, and everyone will definitely feel much more relaxed. Believe me. Shui Yutian stopped and looked back at the two. Okay. In a flash, night fell, and at the stadium construction site, just when Su Hang was about to pack up the drawings and return to Yuan, Lu Siming appeared at the door of the office. Boss Lu, why are you here? Seeing Lu Siming carrying a briefcase, Su Hang was a little surprised. Although Lu Siming is one of the key executives in Bingde industry, they have hardly met since the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival last year. Bingde Brewery has achieved independent operation, and the relevant financial reports are also submitted to Bingde Cultural Tourism. Director, I have something to discuss with you. After entering the room and sitting down, Lu Siming stated his purpose. Now all the staff of Bingde Economic Development Zone know that Su Hang's time is precious, so they basically talk about the matter at hand, and will not make a lot of polite remarks at the beginning and then express their demands at the end. You say? Su Hang made tea for Lu Siming in a disposable paper cup. Director, although the sales volume of Bingde Brewery is increasing, it is now facing many problems, especially in terms of channel sales. Lu Siming said. Is the progress of investment promotion unsatisfactory? Su Hang's expression changed. In fact, the provincial agents of each province have already signed. The biggest problem now is that the provincial agents think that our product structure is too simple, and there are no small products with high gross profit. Lu Siming said again. Oh, so Mr. Lu wants to enrich the product structure of Bingde Brewery? Su Hang understood and then said. Yes. Lu Siming nodded hurriedly. Then do you have any ideas or plans? Su Heng asked again. Yes, Director, I think so. Do you think it's feasible? When mentioning the plan, Lu Siming immediately took out a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed it to Su Heng. Chapter 436, The worst result is to build a protective forest. Bingdu mineral water? After taking the document and taking a look, Su Heng's expression changed slightly. On the file name, it was written that the draft for soliciting opinions on increasing the production line of Bingdu mineral water was written. The water quality of our Bingdu is first class. There is no problem in making mineral water, and our Bingdu Economic Development Zone can digest a lot of products by itself, so there is no need to worry about the initial sales volume. Lu Siming said hurriedly. So you only plan to make this variety? After looking for a moment, Su Heng put down the document and said, At present, I feel that only mineral water is relatively stable. After all, our brewery is a beer brewer, and we have never been involved in the beverage field. So I want to start with this one. Lu Siming nodded. Boss Lu, I think it's better to do this. Since you have decided to enrich the product line, you can plant a few more at a time. Besides, the gross profit of mineral water is average, and there are many varieties of mineral water on the market. Those agents may not like it. After thinking about it, Su Heng expressed his opinion. Plant a few more? Lu Siming hesitated. Yeah, for example, some grape juice drinks, soda water, etc. By the way, our area is actually quite suitable for sea buckthorn drinks. Su Heng casually mentioned some beverage varieties on Earth. Sea buckthorn drinks? Sea buckthorn can also be used as a beverage? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, Lu Siming was stunned. You don't know? Su Heng was a little surprised. I don't know. I only know that there is such a thing as sea buckthorn. It seems to be a medicine, but I have never heard of a beverage. Lu Siming replied seriously. It seems that he really doesn't know. Boss Lu then. Looking at Lu Siming, Su Heng also thought carefully, not to mention, Blue Star doesn't seem to have sea buckthorn drinks, but he preconceived that such a good thing must have come out as a drink variety long ago. In this way, Ice Lake Brewery can really do a good job in this regard. The vitamin content in sea buckthorn fruit is extremely high, and it is known as the king of vitamins. In addition, the roots, stems, leaves, flowers, fruits, especially the sea buckthorn fruit, are rich in nutrients and bioactive substances, which can be widely used in many fields of the national economy such as food, medicine, light industry, aerospace, agriculture, animal husbandry, and fishery. In addition, sea buckthorn fruit can relieve cough and resolve phlegm, strengthen the stomach and digestion, promote blood circulation and dissipate blood stasis, and can even lower cholesterol, relieve angina attacks, and prevent and treat coronary atherosclerotic heart disease. Of course, the most important thing is that sea buckthorn is drought-resistant, wind-resistant, and can survive on salinized land, making it extremely suitable for Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Otherwise, the mineral water production line Bingdu beer can be put into operation first. But other types of beverages should also be developed simultaneously, especially sea buckthorn beverages. Don't be afraid of making mistakes or losses. When I was in China, there seemed to be several biological laboratories in top domestic universities researching this. Su Heng couldn't tell the truth, so he made up a reason. Is there a laboratory researching this? Hearing this, Lu Siming nodded hurriedly, as if he had unloaded a burden. In fact, he had thought about making more varieties before. But he was worried that the high R&D costs would lead to a decline in the profits of Bingdu beer, and he couldn't explain to Su Heng, so he held meetings for several days, and finally only decided on Bingdu mineral water. Well, it's just that it hasn't been researched yet, because although sea buckthorn has high value, it is very sour, and the taste is difficult to adjust. If the brewery's R&D team can solve this problem, this variety is likely to become a core variety in the future. Of course, this is just a suggestion, and later Bingdu Brewery needs to enrich its product line according to its own situation. Su Heng said again. Director, I understand. But if we want to research sea buckthorn beverages, do we have to contract some raw material production areas outside? At this time, Lu Siming looked serious, as if he had received a task. In his opinion, since his boss said so, it was not a simple suggestion, but a product direction for Bingdu Brewery. So, sea buckthorn beverage must be developed. Boss Lu, you go back and confirm with the team first, if you are sure to go in this direction. I will contact a landscaping company at that time, and try to plant an area at the west end of our plot, to see the effect. Su Heng said again. You want to try to plant an area. Director, why don't we try to plant it ourselves? After hearing this, Lu Siming was a little stunned, and then said hurriedly, there is no way. Now everyone in Bingdu Economic Development Zone knows Su Hang standards. They say they are trying to plant an area. Who knows how big it will be? What if it is too big? The brewery fails to develop a product with a particularly good taste. How can we face Su Hang then? What's wrong? Seeing this, Su Hang asked. I am mainly worried that if we fail. Lu Siming took a deep breath. For some reason, Su Hang gave him more pressure than when he faced the chairman of Wanwei Beer. It's okay if we can't come up with a solution. The worst result is that we will build a shelter forest in the northwest. Anyway, we will build a shelter forest around our Bingdu land in the future. Su Hang saw Lu Siming's idea at a glance, and said casually, okay then. We will definitely find a way to get it done. At this point, Lu Siming no longer had any worries or concerns, and nodded heavily. It's okay. Take your time. By the way, Mr. Lu, since Bingdu Beer has decided to enrich its product line, it is not appropriate to call it Bingdu Beer anymore. Tomorrow I will notify Mr. Zhong to completely separate Bingdu Beer and Bingdu Cultural Tourism, and then establish a Bingdu Beverage Group company. More detailed management and operation can be carried out. After a little thought, Su Hang said again. In fact, Bingdu Beer and Bingke have been operating independently for a long time, but they are still involved in some minor aspects. Now it is a general trend for Bingdu Beer to set up a group company and operate independently. Director, don't worry, there will definitely be no problems on our side. Hearing that Bingdu Beer was promoted by Su Hang because of its rich product line, Lu Siming was excited and hurriedly assured. Once Bingdu Beer is grouped, it will have greater autonomy and policy making will be more flexible. Of course. Even so, the financial director of Bingdu Beer will still be dispatched by Bingdu Culture and Tourism. It's okay. If you encounter any problems, please feel free to communicate. Su Hang said again. Okay. Just when Bingdu Beer was about to upgrade to Bingdu Beverage Group, in Ase County, on the deserted streets, two men were walking and talking. They were none other than Qiaolong, the deputy leader of the Ase County Political Association, and He Jisheng, the director of the East Street office of Ase County. So sudden? Is it true? He Jisheng stopped immediately after hearing the news from Qiaolong, looking stunned and full of disbelief. Yes, the news has spread at the city level. Qiaolong nodded. Why? A good leader suddenly wants to go to an idle position in the city? He Jisheng continued to ask. Just now, Qiaolong told him an explosive news, saying that Sun Chung, the first leader of Ase County, was transferred out of Ase County after a conversation, and was to serve as a deputy in the Jioga City Earthquake Bureau. How could He Jisheng not be shocked? The rumor said it was because of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Subconsciously looking around, Qiaolong whispered. No way. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is now related to Ase County. No. It should be said that it has nothing to do with Jioga City. How could it be? He Jisheng was increasingly confused. Isn't there a PPP project in Bingdu Economic Development Zone to build a high-speed railway? Qiaolong sighed. Yes. I heard that the construction speed is very fast, and many sections have already started laying tracks. He Jisheng nodded. Before this, Bingdu Economic Development Zone once called Ase County to ask if they wanted to set up a station in Ase County. At that time, the leaders felt that the county's finances were insufficient, so they rejected this matter. Later, for some reason, the news reached the province. Qiaolong lowered his voice. What do you mean? He Jisheng had already guessed something. Yeah. After hearing this, the senior leaders in Lon City felt that our county was the kind of county that could not seize the opportunity in front of it. The funds were not used where they should be used, and a lot of funds were invested in places where they should not be used. So Qiaolong said again. So that's how it is. No wonder. He Jisheng sighed and said nothing more. After a while, he asked again, has the new person in charge of our county been decided? The new person in charge has not been decided yet. I heard that Lon City is selecting. It may be transferred from other places, or selected from Jioga City. Of course, it may also be selected from Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Qiaolong's voice was lower than before. What? Selected from Bingdu Economic Development Zone? He Jisheng was stunned again. The leaders above mean that those who come from Bingdu Economic Development Zone can allow Ase County to share the development dividends of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Qiaolong nodded. But will Bingdu Economic Development Zone release people? As far as I know, many positions there have not been filled yet, and no one in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is willing to come here. What are their conditions? What are our conditions? He Jishin couldn't help but frowned. I don't know about that. It's just a rumor now. Who knows where they will be chosen in the end? Okay. This is internal information. Don't tell anyone. I know. As the night deepened, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening when Su Hang returned to Yuan after dealing with the affairs of Bingdu Brewery. Take a shower, brush your teeth. Just when Su Hang was about to take a rest, there was a knock on the door, and at the same time, there was a voice. Xiao Su, are you asleep? Upon hearing this, Su Hang immediately went to the front hall and opened the door. No, brother Zhong. The person who came was none other than Zhong Ruofei. I thought you were asleep. It's still early. After entering the room, Su Hang made a cup of tea for Zhong Ruofei before sitting on the recliner. Xiao Su, it's like this. The tourist service area in our Yadin landform scenic area has been capped. The surrounding wooden plank roads have been built. The parking lot, the charging piles have been completed, and now there is only one problem left. After taking a sip of the teacup, Zhong Ruofei spoke. Chapter 437 Bingdu Industrial Group. Brother Zhong, are you talking about how to operate the excavation site in the Yadin landform? After hearing this, Su Hang already understood what Zhong Ruofei meant. Yeah, Yardong originally belonged to Bingdu Cultural Tourism, but now this has happened. Bingdu Cultural Tourism is not good anymore. Zhong Ruofei stopped talking halfway. If the excavation site was just an ordinary ancient tomb, he would not be bothered at all. But now the more it is excavated, the more frightening it is. In the end, it is not just a question of how to develop and operate, but also that this place will require extremely professional maintenance in the future. Bingdu Culture and Tourism is absolutely unable to do this part of the work, and it cannot be done according to the regulations of Xia State. However, at present, the Cultural Relics Bureau of Bingdu Economic Development Zone does not seem to have any intention of taking over. All the infrastructure outside is done by Bingdu Culture and Tourism, which makes it impossible for him to do it. In fact, the management committee has held a meeting to preliminarily formulate a plan for this matter. Su Hang said. What did you say? Zhong Ruofei immediately became interested. The preliminary plan is that this excavation site will be jointly developed by Bingdu Culture and Tourism and Bingdu Cultural Relics Bureau, and a joint venture company will be established. At that time, Bingdu Cultural Relics Bureau will be responsible for professional maintenance and management, and Bingdu Culture and Tourism will be responsible for commercial operations, and the final profits will be distributed according to a certain proportion. Su Hang said. Can it be like this? There won't be any problem. Will it? Will it affect you? Zhong Ruofei hesitated. In Zhong Ruofei's opinion, it really doesn't matter whether this excavation site is operated by Bingdu Culture and Tourism or not. As long as there are enough tourists from all over the country, the various consumptions of these tourists in Bingdu Economic Development Zone will be enough for Bingdu Culture and Tourism to make a lot of money. This is reviewed and discussed in accordance with relevant regulations. In addition, the Yadin landform outside the excavation site still belongs to Bingdu Culture and Tourism. Letting the excavation site operate independently will have many problems. So cooperative operation is the best choice. Su Hang waved his hand, indicating that Zhong Ruofei should not worry about this matter. He knew what Zhong Ruofei was thinking. But he really didn't mean to take special care of Bingdu Culture and Tourism in this matter. That's good. The main thing is that this excavation site is really... The worry on Zhong Ruofei's face dissipated a lot. However, at this time, Zhong Ruofei was still a little fortunate, that is. Su Hang insisted on letting Bingdu Economic Development Zone set up a Cultural Relics Bureau first, otherwise this matter might have nothing to do with Bingdu Economic Development Zone. So we will do the construction as we should, and after the details are drawn up, we will set up a joint venture with Bingdu Cultural Relics Bureau. Su Hang said again. Yeah. Just like that, the two chatted about some other aspects of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, and then Su Hang spoke again. By the way, Brother Zhong, Mr. Liu of Bingdu Beer wants to enrich the product structure. I want to let Bingdu Beer set up a group company directly, so that Bingdu Beer can go further. Of course, the financial director of Bingdu Beer will still be appointed by Bingdu Culture and Tourism. That's no problem, in fact. The finance of Bingdu Beer has long been separated from Bingdu Culture and Tourism, so it won't affect it. Zhong Ruofei replied immediately. Then you will meet with Mr. Liu tomorrow. Okay. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei thought for a moment before looking at Su Hang again. Xiaoxing, Speaking of Bingda Beer, do you think our Bingda Culture and Tourism should also be managed as a group? Now even its Bingda breeding farm is about to go public. Brother Zhong, do you mean to set up a group company? Su Heng took a sip from the teacup. I'm thinking of setting up a Bingdu industrial group. At that time, we can not only manage Bingdu beverages, Bingdu architecture, Bingdu breeding, Bingda culture, Bingk, and even Su's medical, village clinic, Bingda culture and tourism school, and Bingda college. Zhong Ruofei said hurriedly, and finally added, after the establishment of the group company, Bingda Culture and Tourism will also be operated as a special culture and tourism company. In this way, Bingda Culture and Tourism can also lose weight and improve its operating efficiency. And as far as I know, big foreign financial groups such as Child, Rockefeller, etc. are all managed and operated in this way. That's right, now Bingda Cultural Tourism has registered Bingda Real Estate and Bingda Technology. Putting down the teacup, thinking for a long time, Su Heng said, then what do you think? Zhong Ruofei asked. Brother Zhong, how about this? First draft a group plan and a new organizational structure with Aunt Gao, and the equity incentives for executives of all subordinate companies should also be implemented in place. Su Heng said again. Although Zhong Ruofei, Shui Yuqian, Lu Ming, Lu Siming, Fu Yu and other senior executives have a high proportion of dividend shares. The senior executives, who are gradually promoted later, are still using the previous salary system. It may not be a problem in the short term, but after a long time, they will lose the motivation to strive. I think so. Ordinary managers can subscribe to some dividend shares at the current valuation price. In addition to subscribing to some dividend shares themselves, the vice presidents and above of each branch company will be allocated a certain proportion of dividend shares. I will report the detailed plan to you after it is confirmed. Zhong Ruofei said immediately. Obviously, Zhong Ruofei has been thinking about the establishment of Bingdu Industrial Group for a long time. And it is not a spur-of-the-moment idea. No problem. The proportion of dividend equity can be appropriately increased, so that the executives are motivated and the company can go further. Su Heng nodded, confirming Zhong Ruofei's idea. Then our new group will be called Bingdu Industry? Zhong Ruofei said again. Okay. Let's call it Bingdu Industry. The sun rises and sets, and a week passes in a flash. For Xiaogua, it is a normal May day. And for Bingdu Economic Development Zone, it is a week that is completely crowded with young people. The front door of the Love Apartment has not only become the most popular check-in spot, but even many people have locked the door with a love lock. This has also made it difficult to find a room in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Not to mention Xixia Town. Well, even the youth hostel is full. According to preliminary statistics, during the May Day holiday, the number of tourists who came to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone reached about 400,000, and the tourism income exceeded 1 billion. On May 7th, at 10 a.m., Zhang Hancheng shook his head with some regret after reading the data table. That is to say, our Bingdu Economic Development Zone has not yet been connected to the high-speed rail and train. Otherwise, both the number of tourists coming to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone and the tourism income would have at least doubled several times. We are still not comparable to those big tourist cities. The tourism revenue of those big cities is basically several hundred billion, while ours is only 1 billion. He said, that's right, but I feel that even without the railway, the traffic brought by this wave of Love Apartment has reached the reception limit of our economic development zone. Next to him, Du Jianshan took over the conversation. Mainly, Shanghai Plaza, Taikoo Li, Yida Plaza are still under construction. Otherwise, these three commercial areas can also provide many quality hotels. Zhang Hancheng nodded. Now other public services in Bingdu Economic Development Zone have been gradually caught up. But I always feel that there is a lack of hotels. When the second and third phases of Love Apartment are completed, there should be a lot of them. I heard that Bingda Culture and Tourism will rent out part of the hotel and do BNBS. Du Jianshan said again. Do BNBS? That's good. There will be no shortage of customers for BNBS in Love Apartment. That's for sure. And who knows if Bingda Culture will come up with another check-in spot. That's for sure. I guess Bingda Culture will have new moves after moving to the business district. When it comes to Bingda Culture, Zhang Hancheng's face has a hint of emotion. The focus of Bingdu Economic Development Zone has always been on business and industry. And the major contributions to GDP and tax revenue are also from various industrial companies. However, when many people mention Bingdu Economic Development Zone, The first thing they think of is Bingdu Culture and Bingdu TV station. So much so that Bingdu College has to rank behind. By the way, Director Zhang, when are you leaving for Country M? At this time, Du Jianshan glanced at the electronic calendar on the wall, and suddenly thought of something, and said, "Next Monday." Zhang Hancheng said, "When did you come back?" Du Jianshan asked. "It should be around June 15th. So late. Then Ding Ding and his team will be the same?" Hearing the time of return, Du Jianshan frowned. "I heard that there are many small events in the finals of the science and technology competition. So Ding Ding and his team will probably come back last." Zhang Hancheng replied, "What about Bingdu College's enrollment? The college entrance examination will be over when you come back on June 15th. I see that many colleges and universities have started to promote it during this period." Du Jianshan said again, "This shouldn't have any impact. The college entrance examination results are released around June 22nd every year. Now people fill in their applications after the results are released. Besides, even if Dean Ding and Dean Feng are not here, Bingdu College still has other leaders, so there will definitely be no problem. At worst, there is still the director." Zhang Hancheng waved his hand, indicating that Du Jianshan should not worry. "That's right, the director won't go out this time." Knock. 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 Just when Du Jianshan wanted to say something else, the door of the office was suddenly knocked, and at the same time, a voice came. "Director Zhang." Director Zhua?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hancheng and Du Jianshan looked at each other first, and then Zhang Hancheng came to the door. The person who came was none other than Zhui Xuezhong. "Director Du is here too." Seeing Du Jianshan, Zhui Xuezhong greeted him. "Just talked to Director Zhang about tourism income." After pulling a chair for Zhui Xuezhong, Du Jianshan said, "Since Zhui Xuezhong's arrival, the public services and construction of Bingdu Economic Development Zone have been advancing rapidly. The efficiency is much higher than before, and the state-owned assets are also making steady progress." Unconsciously, Zhui Xuezhong has been highly recognized by Zhang Hancheng and Du Jianshan. "Just now a certain department in the province called me." After sitting down, Zhang Hancheng made a cup of tea for Zhui Xuezhong. Zhui Xuezhong spoke. "A certain department called? What's the matter?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hancheng and Du Jianshan looked at Zhui Xuezhong together. Chapter 438 Bingdu Economic Development Zone can't afford to lose this person. Lon City wants to coordinate a cadre from us. Zhui Xuezhong said. "Coordinated cadre? Who?" Zhang Hancheng's face changed slightly, and asked hurriedly. In fact, Zhui Xuezhong had just received a call from a certain group department, and he had already guessed it. "Luo Yongxiu, the office director of our economic development zone." Zhui Xuezhong replied. "Where to go?" Du Jianshan asked. But it can be seen that Zhang Hancheng and Du Jianshan both breathed a sigh of relief. The neighboring Ase County served as the first person in charge. When it came to the destination, Zhui Xuezhong's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. It was said that he had visited Ase County at the beginning of the year, but he did not expect that only a few months later, Ase County also ushered in major changes. Is that a cross-level promotion? Zhang Hancheng slowly leaned back in his chair. It was said that Luo Yongxiu was the first person in charge of a town in Shaanxi province before he came here. After coming to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, due to the repeated adjustments of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, he is now a formal assistant researcher. Theoretically, the next step is to become a researcher first, then become the second person in charge of other counties, and finally be used by the organization as the first person in charge. In fact, it is not considered a cross-level. Director Luo's becoming a researcher is a foregone conclusion. And Ase County is the smallest county in Geoga City. It is not even as good as a larger town in the developed southern regions. Zhui Xuezhong shook his head. What does Director Luo think? How did the director arrange it? After a moment, Zhang Hancheng spoke again. I just called the director. The director wanted us to talk to him first and see what he thinks. Zhui Xuezhong replied. It's true. The office manager of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is more prestigious than the first person in charge of Ase County. He may not go there. Du Jianshan touched his chin. So we have to talk to him first. Okay. We'll go there right now. The director is probably still waiting for news. Zhang Hancheng raised his hand to check the time and stood up. At 11:30, conference room, after listening to what Zhui Xuezhong said, Luo Yongxi was stunned for a moment. Until a long time later he looked at the three people. 3 directors, to be honest with you. If this is what the director wants, then I will definitely go there, but if you want me to go there. Halfway through his words, Liu Yongxu stopped. He believed that the three people could understand what he meant. The director just knew about this, so let us ask you what you think. Zhang Hancheng said. Oh! Liu Yongxu's expression relaxed. Just when he was about to say that he would continue to stay in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, his expression moved. Suddenly he thought of something, and took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Director Zhang, is the upgrade of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone to a county-level city going to be approved soon? He asked. It has been reported. But the specific result is hard to say. You know, the permanent registered population of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is a flaw. Zhang Hancheng replied truthfully. If that's the case, can I go and talk to the director? After a moment of silence, Liu Yongxu looked at Zhang Hancheng. That's for sure. We will talk to you about your ideas first, and the director will definitely meet you in the end. Zui Xuezhong nodded. I understand. Then I will go to see the director this afternoon. Liu Yongxu said without hesitation. Yes. In a flash, night fell. It was unknown what Liu Yongxu talked about with Su Heng in the afternoon. Anyway, he looked confident when he left the stadium. Finally, he gave his own answer, willing to go to Ase County to serve as the first person in charge. And the matter soon spread among the staff of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Most people did not understand Liu Yongxu's choice. In their opinion, let alone the first person in charge of Ase County, even the first person in charge of the stronger Jinlu County is not as good as the office director of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Of course, many staff members are more concerned about who will be the new office director of the Economic Development Zone. Ordinary local cadres don't seem to be worthy of this position. Do you think they will be transferred from Geoga City? A staff member whispered quietly. Definitely not. Our leaders have high standards. They will definitely look down on them. The colleague next to him replied very confidently. That's not necessarily true. Didn't directors will work in Geoga City before? Isn't he still the deputy director of our Economic Development Zone now? The staff member couldn't help but retort. How can it be the same? Directors was a practical man. He has helped the Economic Development Zone deal with many things before. The colleague said again. Who could it be? Now our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is preparing for the Provincial Universiade, and the office director position cannot be vacant for a long time. The staff member asked casually again. How do I know this? I'm not a big boss. But what is certain is that since the leader has chosen to release people at this time, he must have made arrangements in advance. After thinking for a while, the colleague said again. That makes sense. So we should work. And just wait for the results. Work. Unconsciously, in the minds of the staff of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Su Heng has become a leader who is in charge of the overall situation and must have made careful considerations before making any arrangements. But in fact, Su Heng, who had just returned to Yuan, had no new candidates for the office manager. Who should I send? Li Mei? No, Li Mei is now mainly responsible for the work in Longcheng District and needs more training. After thinking for a long time, Su Heng shook his head. Just now, he reviewed the heads of some branches in Bingdu Economic Development Zone and the heads of several bureau-level units to be established, but he felt that none of them was suitable. Forget it, I'll discuss it with Director Zhang tomorrow. Muttering to himself, Su Heng began to wash up. The intensity of the past 2 days has been getting higher and higher. On average, he only sleeps 4 or 5 hours a day. Now he takes time to rest. At the same time, in Geoga City, another piece of news about Bingdu Economic Development Zone began to spread in the streets and alleys, causing quite a stir. At the gate of a community, under the lights, 5 or 6 mothers were chatting while watching their children running and playing in the distance. Have you heard about it? Bingdu Economic Development Zone has signed 3 top public schools at once, and will officially start recruiting students in September. One of the women wearing a plaid shirt and short hair said, I heard about it too. I don't know if it's true or not. When mentioning the schools and Bingdu Economic Development Zone, another mother immediately took over the conversation. It's true. My eldest sister-in-law's nephew works in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. He said that the contract has been signed long ago, and the fence has been built. The mother on the left followed up. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is really scary. I really don't know what the background of the leaders there is. They can even get such resources. The woman who spoke first couldn't help but sighed. Now we are not discussing the background of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but whether you have any ideas? The woman next to him said again. Ideas? What do you mean? The short-haired woman paused. Go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to buy a house and register for permanent residence. Who doesn't want their children to go to a better school? Besides, the development of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is amazing. When we go there, we may be able to do a part-time job while taking our children to school and earn some money, the woman said. But I heard that the housing prices in Bingdu Economic Development Zone are not low, and the existing properties have been sold out. Another mother interrupted. No, my eldest sister-in-law's nephew said that Bingdu Culture and Tourism, the largest enterprise in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, recently established a real estate company, which will develop several thousand-acre large-scale projects in succession. And it is estimated that they will be officially launched in a while. The woman said again. Do you mean there are a lot of houses this time? Hearing this, several mothers immediately became interested. In fact, when chatting, you can hear relevant news about Bingdu Economic Development Zone from time to time, such as housing prices, commercial complexes, etc. Even some locals in Joga City now go out for travel. When others ask where they are from, they will say they are from Bingdu Economic Development Zone, just to hear one sentence. Wow, your Bingdu TV station is amazing. Since there are several thousand-acre large-scale projects, there must be a lot of houses. And the housing prices should not be too high. The woman replied. If that's the case, I have to give it a try even if I have to sell everything I have. My child's current school is really hard to describe. The short-haired woman glanced at her child running wildly in the distance. Wait, I guess a lot of people have heard the news. If everyone goes to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to buy a house. Plus, it's a large-scale project covering thousands of acres. What if there are not enough places at that time? I can't afford the tuition fee of more than 200,000 yuan a year for Bingdu Cultural and Tourism School. At this time, another mother suddenly thought of something and spoke again. I don't think you need to worry about this at all. The woman curled her lips. Why? Why else? The worst school in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is more famous and powerful than the best school in Joga City. Even if the three schools don't have enough places, Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely find a way. And it's definitely not a random school. Because Bingdu Economic Development Zone can't afford to lose face. The woman said again. Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. The other mothers looked at each other and nodded. Especially the short-haired woman, whose face was full of approval. Then, let's make an appointment in a few days, and go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone first. Okay. I'll let my husband drive. It's settled. On the street, many mothers in Joga City were talking about the 3 public elementary schools in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and in a central square, some square dance aunties had just finished dancing. Auntie Wang, when will you come tomorrow? A woman in her 50s said. I may not be able to come tomorrow. The auntie in the floral skirt replied casually. Ah, why? Hearing this, the dancing companions all showed surprise. My son will be back tomorrow. When she mentioned the reason, the auntie in the floral skirt had a hint of pride on her face. Chapter 439 17 Bus Routes. Ah, your son is coming back? Is he coming back for vacation or to visit relatives? When the aunt in the floral dress said this, the others around immediately cast surprised and envious eyes. The aunt in the floral dress's son works in the business department of the system in Shenzhen, Guangdong Province. The position is not low. It is precisely for this reason that the aunt in the floral dress has a relatively high status among the group of square dance old ladies. They will praise her no matter what. His grandmother has had some health problems these days. The lady in the floral skirt said again. I thought so. Is it serious? The other old ladies suddenly realized. It's quite serious. When my son comes back, I plan to take him to the village clinic in Bingdu Economic Development Zone for a checkup. If they give the same diagnosis as our city hospital, then we won't bother with it anymore. The old lady is already 92 years old this year. There's no need to worry about diet. It's good for her to finish her last journey without any burden. The lady in the floral skirt said casually. That's right. Since the completion of the second phase of the project, many key doctors have come to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Village Clinic. The overall strength is at least among the top 10 in the 5 northwestern provinces. If this place doesn't work, there's really no need to take it to other places. The aunt next to him nodded in agreement. In Joga City, some old men and women may not know about Bingdu TV station and Bingdu Culture Media, but as long as they mention Bingdu Village Clinic, the guys will raise their thumbs higher than the other. In the eyes of this group of people, The medical level of Bingdu Village Clinic has long surpassed Yoga City People's Hospital by many streets. Now, if there is a serious illness, basically they will go to Bingdu Village Clinic first. Even so, my son still thinks that the medical conditions in our Northwest are not good enough, and he insists on taking his old lady to the top private hospital in Shenzhen, such as Sue's Medical. The aunt in the floral skirt said again. That's because he doesn't understand the strength of Bingdu Village Clinic. The aunt said again. My son and his grandmother have a very good relationship. His grandmother also brought him up when he was a child. So I thought that when he comes back tomorrow, he will go to the Bingdu Village Clinic first. The lady in the floral skirt sighed. That's fine. Yes. Then we'll contact you when you come back. Of course. The next day, the sun rose. Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Su Hang didn't know that the 3 new public schools in Bingdu Economic Development Zone had caused quite a stir in Yoga City, Wei City, and Zhang City. At this time, he had just sat down in the office, and Zhang Hancheng and Du Jianshan sat on the sofa with a stack of documents waiting to be signed. Director. If Director Luo leaves, who will be in charge of the Economic Development Zone office? Should we introduce talents from outside or from our existing units? Zhang Hancheng said after a pause. It was said that when the news that Luo Yongxi was going to Ase County to be the first person in charge spread yesterday afternoon, Zhang Hancheng and others were a little surprised but could accept it. There will be various transfers in any city, even Yanqing, and it is impossible to stay in a certain department forever. I want to try to introduce some first. If there is no suitable talent to introduce, we will select from the existing units in the Economic Development Zone, Su Hang said. He thought for a long time before going to bed last night, and felt that what Bingdu Economic Development Zone needs most now is imported talents, like Zhang Hancheng, Du Jianshan. Without them, Bingdu Economic Development Zone would not have been able to easily sign Yanqing Attached Primary School, Qinghua Attached Middle School, and even with Zhang Hancheng's introduction, Bingdu Economic Development Zone also established a relationship with Xiaogua Satellite TV. Even the director of Bingdu TV station was introduced there. It is not impossible to use local talents, but they will be relatively rigid in doing things and have a narrow vision. It is okay to maintain the status quo, but it will be much worse to expand the territory. Director. I'll arrange it in a minute. Zhang Hancheng nodded. Yes. Then will the new office director we introduce be more inclined to comprehensive management or business management? After a pause, Zhang Hancheng picked up his phone and wrote it down while looking up at Su Hang again. More inclined to business management. The weakest point of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is actually investment promotion. If you count carefully, it means that we attracted 2 key enterprises at the Northwest Investment Promotion Conference last year. And Director Du introduced the Northwest headquarters of Xiatia Construction, a central enterprise. In addition, all other companies are branches of Bingdu Culture and Tourism. If our Bingdu Economic Development Zone wants to go further, it must have a large number of businesses as the driving engine and cornerstone. After a little thought, Su Hang said, our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is indeed lacking leaders who are good at managing some commercial formats. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hancheng wrote it down again. Director Du, Director Luo may go to Ase County to take up his post in half a month. If the new office director is not in place yet, you should take the responsibility first. After taking a look at the documents on the desk, Su Hang looked at Du Jianshan. No problem here. We have already finished the work on the ecological breeding project. Now the only thing left is the infrastructure. Du Jianshan replied immediately. Do you have any other applications that need urgent approval? If not, wait until I come back tonight. The stadium has reached a critical moment in the past 2 days. We can't leave it at all. Looking at the electronic calendar on the wall, Su Hang said again. Director, I actually have one here. Zhang Hancheng immediately put down his phone, went to the desk, picked up a stack of documents, flipped through them for a while, pulled out a copy from it, and placed it in front of Su Hang. Director, please sign this. Oh! Su Hang took a look, and immediately picked up the document and started reading it. The header of the document clearly reads application for the purchase of buses and the opening of new routes by the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Bus Group. Director. This time we plan to purchase a total of 200 new electric buses and open 17 bus routes at the same time. Zhang Hancheng introduced again when Su Hang was looking through the application. 17? Hearing this, Su Hang's face showed some surprise. It is undoubted that the Bingdu Economic Development Zone needs to increase bus routes now. But it is really unexpected to open 17 routes at once. The first route is from the East Railway Station under construction to the West Railway Station. This is basically the practice of every city. Seeing Su Hang's confusion, Zhang Hancheng immediately introduced it in detail. The second route is from the East Railway Station to the Industrial Park. And the third route is from the West Railway Station to the Industrial Park. It is mainly to facilitate the workers' travel. There are more than 20,000 workers there now. And there is also a logistics park. Parallel imported cars. And the demand for public transportation is very urgent. That's right. Su Hang glanced at the new sand table map of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. At this time, the East Railway Station and the West Railway Station were already marked. If routes 2 and 3 are opened, people who come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to find jobs will no longer have to go through the trouble and can take the bus directly to the place. Route 4 is from the East Railway Station to the stadium, and Route 5 is from the West Railway Station to the stadium. At this time, Zhang Hancheng introduced again. These two bus routes must be opened as soon as possible, and more vehicles will be added when the Provincial Universiade is held. Su Hang nodded slightly. Routes 4 and 5 are destined to be popular routes in the future. In addition to going to the stadium and the real CS base, you also have to take routes 4 and 5 to go to the Yadin landform. Route 6 is from the East Railway Station to Qixia Town. Route 7 is from the West Railway Station to Qixia Town. Zhang Hancheng continued to introduce. Zhang Hancheng did not look at the information when introducing. Obviously, he had studied it for a long time and had already memorized it. What about the rest? Su Hang asked again. Route 8 is from Longcheng Village to the Business District. Route 9 is from Luan Village to the Business District. Route 10 is from Longcheng Village to Luan Village. Route 11 is from the Industrial Park along Baihu Road to the Ecological Breeding Park. Route 12 is from Luan Village to the Ecological Breeding Park. Route 13 is from Longcheng Village to the Ecological Breeding Park. Route 14 goes from the Business District to the stadium. Route 15 goes from Longcheng Village to Luan Village. It takes the northern route, which is Xuanwu Road where Bingda College and Bingda Museum are located. Route 16 takes the southern route, crossing Zhuke Tower and passing Qixia Town. Route 17 is a prepared loop around the city wall. It took about a few minutes for Zhang Hancheng to introduce all the new bus routes. With so many routes, are 200 electric buses enough? If not, add some more. After a moment, Su Hang asked again, while signing his name on the application form. Director, it's enough. One of the 17 bus routes currently has little passenger flow, so fewer buses will be put into operation. It won't be too late to increase the number of buses when more people travel later, and after the new route starts operating. The original bus route will also be adjusted, and many vehicles will be coordinated to the new route. Zhang Hancheng replied hurriedly. Of course, there is another more important reason that he didn't say. The purchase cost of 200 buses is already a large number. At least 100 million to 200 million. Even a provincial capital city like Lanzhou dare not put too many new energy public buses at a time. Bingdu Economic Development Zone has now used up the credit line of several billion yuan from 3 banks, and only has less than 5 billion yuan left. It is natural to save as much as possible. Then we will talk about it when there is a need. Su Hang handed the signed document to Zhang Hancheng. Before Zhang Hancheng spoke again, Su Hang suddenly thought of something and said again, by the way, what is the situation of the taxes in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone? It is still a taxi company under Bingda Culture and Tourism, and there are a total of 500 taxis in operation. Zhang Hancheng said again, are 500 cars enough? Su Hang leaned back in his chair, brows slightly furrowed. I'm a little nervous now. Companies like Chalice Travel have not registered their operations here. Zhang Hancheng said. Oh, did we not give them the right to operate? Su Hang immediately looked at Zhang Hancheng and Du Jianshan. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone does not have a formal Vehicle Transportation Management Bureau yet, but since the vehicles of Bingda Cultural Tourism's parallel imported car dealerships have been cleared one after another, Zhang Hancheng coordinated with the Traffic Management Bureau to set up a transportation management team. Chapter 440 At least, we need to have a formal ignition ceremony. Our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is eager for those companies to come. The main reason is that those companies have no plans to start operations here. When mentioning various taxi apps, Zhang Hancheng's face showed a hint of helplessness. Why? Su Hang was a little surprised. Now, Except for a few provincial capitals, other prefecture-level cities basically have no related taxi apps in operation, mainly because there are not many registered drivers. In these places, driving an illegal taxi can earn more than a registered driver. Zhang Hancheng said again. Many things are mutual. Some tourists from big cities will subconsciously use taxi apps to take a taxi when they arrive in the northwestern counties. But there are no drivers to accept the order, and they end up taking either a taxi or an illegal taxi. Over time, many tourists will not use taxi apps when they come to the northwestern cities, which has led to the current situation. In this case, I will discuss with Mr. Zhong tomorrow and let the taxi company add another 500 cars. After thinking for a moment, Su Heng said, if we add another 500, it will definitely be enough. Zhang Hancheng was delighted and said hurriedly, the registered permanent population of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is only a little over 30,000. Even if tourists are added, 1,000 will be more than enough. In addition, we can find a way to contact those shared bicycle operating companies to see if we can put a batch of shared bicycles and shared electric vehicles in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Su Heng looked at Du Jianshan. Okay, Director. This should be no problem. Du Jianshan nodded hurriedly. By the way, just mentioned vehicle operation. How do we handle the license plate of vehicles in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Have the license plates been confirmed? At this time, Su Heng suddenly thought of something and asked again. Now the license plates of vehicles running in Bingdu Economic Development Zone are basically from Geoga City. When the parallel imported car dealerships are officially launched, the license plate issue will be involved. Before, Bingdu Economic Development Zone was under the jurisdiction of Geoga City. There was no problem with the license plates there. Now Bingdu Economic Development Zone has been under the jurisdiction of Suqing Province and has become a second-level financial region. It is not appropriate to use the license plates from Geoga City. Director, the relevant provincial authorities have approved that any new car purchased in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone must have a license plate starting with Q, Zhang Hancheng replied. Su Q? Su Heng tapped his desk with his fingers. Yes. It is given according to the standards of prefecture-level cities. And it happens to be rank Q. After the Traffic Management Bureau is officially put into operation, the official vehicles of our management committee will also be replaced with Su Q license plates one after another. Zhang Hancheng nodded. I'm just asking. And then we will follow the relevant regulations. That's it for today. And the rest will be dealt with in the evening. After talking about this, Su Heng slowly closed the folder. It was getting late, and he had to go to the construction site of the stadium as soon as possible. Okay, Director. Seeing this, Zhang Hancheng and Du Jianshan also stood up. The weather in May is already very hot. The temperature in many places in Xiaogua has exceeded 30 degrees. And some areas have even reached 35 or 36 degrees. This is especially true in Yanqing. In the headquarters building of Xiaogua Satellite TV, many staff members are coming in and out, very busy, and are not affected by the high temperature outside. In the deputy director's office, Xing Jianping is sitting at his desk processing documents, and a middle-aged man is standing opposite the desk. Xing Tai, just now the Blue Star International Olympic Committee sent a message, saying that the torch relay ceremony of this Olympic Games will be lit from Y City next week, and the relay will officially begin. They asked us if we should send a professional team to shoot news materials. After a moment the man said, Has the relay started? Hearing this, Xing Jianhai did not look up, still processing the documents in his hand. Yeah, it can be seen that the International Olympic Committee and country are still want to promote this Olympic Games, and they are very confident. It is estimated that the lighting ceremony at the opening ceremony also took a lot of effort, otherwise it would be impossible to send special letters to the mainstream media of various countries to notify them. The middle-aged man said again, The torch of this Olympic Games will not only be passed in Y City and our country, nor in our country. Hearing this, Xing Jianping stopped the document in his hand and looked at the man. It's like this. The man nodded hurriedly. Then why do we focus on reporting? Why do we have to send a reporting team when it can be done with a text report? Is there too much money to spend? Xing Jianping asked. This the man was speechless for a moment and didn't dare to say anything else. So far, 10 satellite TV stations in the whole Xia country have obtained the broadcasting rights for the opening ceremony of this Olympic Games, and more TV stations have obtained the broadcasting rights for subsequent special competitions, so there are about 20 TV stations scattered around. This was impossible in the past. The broadcasting rights of the previous Olympic Games were all exclusively authorized, but this time, the exclusive rights were directly cancelled. If Xia Country's satellite TV does not get some exclusive content, the ratings will definitely be greatly affected. So, the man is more or less anxious. Remember, our station's broadcast of the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games in our country is a task. Nothing more. If anyone has any opinions, you can come to me. As for the satellite TV stations in other provinces and cities in China, they can report whatever they want. And it has nothing to do with our station. After a pause, Xing Jianping said again, anyone can see his attitude towards this Blue Star Olympic Games. Leader, I know, the man said hurriedly. By the way, I have to go to the second ring road for a meeting. Please help me check if there are any large-scale sports events in our country in September. After a moment of silence, Xing Jianping said again, large-scale sports events, you mean? The man was a little puzzled, and asked hurriedly. Although our station has the broadcasting rights for this Olympics, the sports channel cannot broadcast all the content of the Olympics. We have to insert some domestic sports news, even a marathon or something. Xing Jianping said, Leader, I will send it to you tomorrow morning. The man nodded. If the provincial stations in various places broadcast the entire Olympic Games, there would be no problem at all, but Xiagua Satellite TV really can't do that. After all, it represents the entire Xiagua, and it also needs to pay attention to the dynamics of the entire Xiagua. We can't ignore domestic dynamics just because of an Olympic Games. Okay, when the time comes, we will select some large-scale events and communicate with them in advance, see if they can do live broadcasts or key interviews. Xing Jianping nodded. Okay, leader, then I'll go first. The man hurriedly said. Well, after the man left, Xing Jianping opened the file again, but he muttered. You didn't ask foreign media to do this at the beginning. The sun rose and set, and 2 days passed in a flash. No major events happened in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but there were many tourists and people from the surrounding areas. Especially the people in the surrounding area, after getting off the bus. They went straight to the office of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, asking where the sales office of Bingdu Real Estate was. Some even carried a lot of cash, looking determined to get it. As a result, the station of Bingdu Economic Development Zone was once again full. But at this time, Su Heng had no time to care about the relevant matters of Bingdu Real Estate. At this time, he frowned as he looked at the stadium, which was much taller than before. Oh, how come I almost forgot the most important thing? After a little thought, Su Heng picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Hanqing's number. Beep. Beep. The call was connected soon. Director Zhang. Is this convenient? Su Heng said. It will be convenient for me. You say. Zhang Hanqing's voice came soon. Oh. I just remembered. Do we also have to hold a lighting ceremony for the Universiade? Su Heng looked back at the corner of the stadium behind him and said, It seems there is a lighting ceremony, but no preparation is needed. After a moment, Zhang Hanqing's voice came over. No preparation? What do you mean? Su Heng frowned and asked. I looked through the historical data of the Suqing Provincial Universiade the other day. Basically, a brazier was placed in the stadium for each session, and the torch was symbolically lit. We can find dozens of volunteers to do it when the time comes. Zhang Hanqing said. Is that so? Isn't it too simple? The torch hasn't been passed on to various universities in Suqing province? Su Heng's brows were getting deeper and deeper. It seems that the torch of the previous provincial university games was not passed in various universities. It seems that it was for safety reasons. After a moment, Zhang Hanqing's voice came again. For safety? Well, even if the torch is not passed in various universities, shouldn't we at least have a formal ignition ceremony? Su Heng said again. Chapter 441. The ice lake water finally reaches the core area. A formal ignition ceremony, you mean? Zhang Hanqing seemed to have understood Su Heng's idea, but he was not sure. Although our stadium is not very big, it is at least acceptable. If only a dozen volunteers set up a brazier to light the torch. It would be a bit awkward. How about this? You contact the leaders of various colleges tomorrow, and ask them to select some very representative torchbearers first. I'll let Bingdu Culture handle the rest. After a brief thought, Su Heng made arrangements directly. Director, I'll notify you later. Zhang Hanqing replied immediately. By the way, since it's the provincial universiade, the torchbearers must be representative college students, such as those who are brave enough to do what is right, break through themselves, and are not defeated by the hardships of life. student union presidents, and the like can step back appropriately. After these torchbearers are reported, we will conduct a second review. Speaking of the torchbearers, Su Heng thought for a while and reminded again. Okay. Just like that, after chatting for a few more sentences, Su Heng finally hung up the phone. Opening ceremony of the sports meeting? What kind of one should we have? Putting down the phone, after pondering for a moment, Su Heng suddenly had a classic opening ceremony lighting scene of the sports meeting on Earth flash through his mind. Wait until night, and go back to the pawn system to see if the design and operation plan of the opening ceremony lighting ceremony can be sold. If it can be sold, it should be pretty good. After taking a deep breath, Su Heng walked towards the construction site again. Time flies, and it is already 11 o'clock in the morning. The office workers in Bingdu Economic Development Zone have gradually arrived for lunch. The number of people on the pedestrian street has suddenly increased, especially those in front of the brand restaurant chains. Du Jianshan and Zhui Xuezhong also appeared on the pedestrian street. Director Du, I heard that our Bingdu water diversion project has entered the final stage. The two chatted as they walked. Next weekend, it will be debugged. Du Jianshan nodded. That's pretty fast. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone will no longer have to worry about water problems in the future. Confirmed, Zhui Xuezhong's face was full of emotion. The Bingdu Lake itself is not small, and there is a constant flow of iceberg water from the upstream, and the available freshwater volume is larger than the reservoir volume of those large cities, with a population of over 10 million. Once the water from the Bingdu Lake is supplied to the core area, the mode of Bingdu Village can be officially put on the agenda. The reason why Bingdu Culture and Tourism did not repair the moat before was to protect the size of the small lake in the entertainment complex, and was worried that once the moat was drained, the small river would not be able to normally replenish the small lake in a short period of time, causing the water level to drop, and affecting the normal water supply. More importantly, the water quality of Bingdu Lake is top-notch. The water used by the residents of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is basically the same as the bottled water in other cities. Compared with other projects in our economic development zone, it is already slow. It has been almost a year. Du Jianshan said again. The Bingdu Water Diversion Project started before the Border Tourism Festival last year. It is now May, and there are 2 more months to go. If this project is placed in other cities, it will take 4 or 5 years to complete. Here, when Zhui Xuezhong wanted to say something else, a voice suddenly sounded in front of him. Xuezhong? Why are you here? After asking, Zhui Xuezhong and Du Jianshan subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice. It didn't matter that he looked at it for a moment. The next moment, Zhui Xuezhong's face was also full of surprise. Hong Zong, why are you here? At the door of a small shop on the pedestrian street, a middle-aged man carrying a lot of fruits was standing. When he came back to his senses, the man immediately came forward and gave Zhui Xuezhong a bear hug. Both of them looked very surprised. Director Du, this is my high school classmate named Xiang Hongzhong. After they separated, seeing Du Jianshan's surprise, Zhui Xuezhong immediately introduced the man to Du Jianshan. The man in front of him was his high school classmate, because both of them had the character Zhong in their names. They were called Heir Zhong by teachers and students at school. It was also for this reason that the two of them had a very good relationship. However, one of them later went to other places to develop, and the other stayed in Jioga City. Due to work and geographical reasons, the two gradually became close friends in the circle of friends. Now, they met unexpectedly on the pedestrian street of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Many things in high school suddenly flooded into his mind. How could he not be surprised? Oh! Hello! No wonder. Du Jianshan immediately stepped forward and shook hands. Hong Zong. This is Director Du of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Management Committee. Zhui Xuezhong immediately introduced Du Jianshan to his old classmate Xiang Hongzhong. Director of the Management Committee? Hello. Hearing Du Jianshan's identity, Xiang Hongzhong was stunned at first, and then hurriedly replied, Director Zhui, why don't you guys chat? I'll go over first. After being polite for a while, Du Jianshan spoke. Since they are old classmates meeting, they must have a lot of things to talk about, and everyone will leave tactfully. Okay. I'll go to your office this afternoon. Zhui Xuezhong nodded. Yes. After a moment, when Du Jianshan left, Xiang Hongzhong looked at Zhui Xuezhong. Director? Xuezhong, you are in Bingdu Economic Development Zone now? Not in Jioga City before. I was transferred here at the beginning of the year. I am now the 3rd Deputy Director of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The one just now is the 2nd Deputy Director of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Zui Xuezhong was afraid that Du Jianshan would misunderstand. So he introduced it in more detail. It was impossible to introduce it in such detail in front of Du Jianshan just now. He just talked about a general position. No wonder. Xiang Hongzhong suddenly realized. By the way, Hongzhong, why are you in Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Not in the business department in Shenzhen. At this time, Zui Xuezhong followed up and asked. Hey, don't mention it. My grandma has some health problems. Jioga City is not doing well. So my family said to bring her to Bingdu Village Clinic to see what's going on. Xiang Hongzhong sighed. Oh, how is the old lady now? The medical level of Bingdu Village Clinic is still very good. Hearing this, Zui Xuezhong said confidently. In Zui Xuezhong's opinion, the reason why Bingdu Village Clinic did not appear in the ranking of Xiaoguo's top 100 hospitals was not because Bingdu Village Clinic was not strong, but because Bingdu Village Clinic was still registered as a village clinic so far, and could not participate in the evaluation of tertiary hospitals at all. The old lady has already completed the hospitalization procedures. I have to say that this village clinic is really scary. At the beginning, my family kept talking about the village clinic, and I thought it was a rural clinic with some unique prescriptions. As a result, I came to see the size of the village clinic and the introduction of the experts inside. Wow! This is even better than those tertiary hospitals. Xiang Hongzhong followed with emotion. Normal. The experts inside are all national masters. Zui Xuezhong subconsciously looked back at the Bingdu Village Clinic not far away. Who said it wasn't? I was thinking of taking the old lady to Sue's Medical in Shenzhen before. But now I see that it's not necessary at all. Xiang Hongzhong said again. Sue's Medical? Zui Xuezhong paused. It's the very famous private medical group in our Xia country. It has many top doctors, and some are experts recruited from abroad. Seeing Zui Xuezhong's expression, Xiang Hongzhong thought Zui Xuezhong didn't know about Sue's Medical. So he immediately introduced it in detail. I know this. Isn't the headquarters building of Sue's Medical over there? Upon hearing this, Zui Xuezhong waved his hand hurriedly and pointed in the direction of the business district. Ah, what did you say? Sue's Medical headquarters building? Isn't its headquarters in Hong Kong City? Xuezhong, is the Sue's Medical you mentioned the same as the Sue's Medical I mentioned? The one I mentioned is a listed company. This time, Xiang Hongzhong's eyes widened even more than when he first met Zui Xuezhong. Even at the end, he did not forget to confirm the details again. It's the Sue's Medical you mentioned. It used to be in Hong Kong City, but now it has moved here. Zui Xuezhong smiled. This. At that moment, Xiang Hongzhong felt as if his worldview had collapsed. It was not until a moment later that he slowly accepted the reality. Xuezhong, what happened to this place? When I left Yoga City, this was still the abandoned oil town. Look at it now. There are ancient buildings everywhere. Even the headquarters of Sue's Medical has moved here. At this moment, Xiang Hongzhong had too many questions to ask Zui Xuezhong. This is a long story. I'll buy some things and go to the health center to see the old lady first. At this time, Zui Xuezhong glanced at the things in Xiang Hongzhong's hand and spoke again. Xuezhong, this is not necessary. Xiang Hongzhong said hurriedly. It's okay, I can go over and talk to Dean Shi and the others, and ask about the old lady's situation. Zui Xuezhong walked towards a fruit shop while speaking. Okay then. Hearing this, Xiang Hongzhong finally did not refuse. A few minutes later, the two of them walked towards the Bingdu Village Clinic while carrying their things and chatting. Hongzhong, how are you doing in Shenzhen? Not so good. How is that possible? Everyone knows your ability. It's easy to do business there. It's been so many years now. There's no need for us to be modest. How should I put it? We have accumulated some resources. But you also know that we came here. We don't have any background or backing. I'm not afraid of you laughing at us. We haven't even found a researcher yet. No way. The researcher should have been a long time ago. You don't know. Although there are many opportunities there, the competition is also fierce. In addition, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It's really scary. If it continues to develop like this, it will definitely be the central city in the hinterland of the Northwest. How should I put it? We have a very legendary leader. The next day, at 10 a.m., Yanqing, Xiaoguo's satellite TV office building. Xing Jianping had just returned to the office and sat down when there was a knock on the office door. "Leader, come in," Xing Jianping said casually as he turned on his computer. Chapter 442 Suqing Province has never had such a card. "Leader, the information you asked me to check yesterday has been completed. Please take a look." The next moment, a middle-aged man pushed open the office door and said in a low voice, "Oh, are there any major sports events in each province?" Xing Jianping asked casually while taking the information. "No." The middle-aged man shook his head. "What? No, are you sure?" Xing Jianping frowned. "Maybe all provinces know that there will be the Blue Star Olympics on September 20th. And they feel that it is a thankless task to hold sports events during this period. So they either advance the original sports events or postpone them," the middle-aged man explained. "Is there no one above the provincial level?" While leaning back in his chair, Xing Jianping still found it difficult to accept this fact. "Leader, I checked carefully, and there is only one that can be considered semi-provincial." After thinking for a while, the man said, "What do you mean?" Xing Jianping immediately looked at the man. "On September 20th, Suqing Province will hold the provincial games. The scale of the provincial games and the level of the participating athletes are far less than those of the provincial games, so it can only be counted as half," the man explained. "Suqing Province?" Xing Jianping's expression changed. "Will it be held in Lan City?" "No. It seems to be in Bingdu Economic Development Zone." After thinking for a while, the man replied, "What did you say? Bingdu Economic Development Zone? The Bingdu Economic Development Zone of Bingdu TV Station?" Xing Jianhai instantly became interested. "Yes. I see. You can contact the remaining city-level competitions first, and ask the person in charge of the sports channel to come over for a meeting in the evening." After thinking for a moment, Xing Jianping immediately arranged it. "Then what about the Suqing Provincial Universiade?" the man asked in a low voice. "I'll contact that. I'm very familiar with the person in charge there, and I'm more familiar with their work style," Xing Jianping said immediately. "Okay, leader. You go and get busy first." After a moment, after the man left, Xing Jianhai quickly picked up the mobile phone on the desk and dialed a number. "Old Zhang, are you busy now?" he said. "No. What's wrong?" "I heard that you are hosting the Suqing Provincial Universiade. Can you give me a detailed introduction? What are you going to do?" The voice on the phone was a little more vigilant. "With our relationship, how can I harm you?" Xing Jianping said again. "Well, there is nothing much to say. The provincial university is still in the preparation stage. The Universiade village and the stadium, the swimming pool, and the basketball court have not been built yet. The medals, the opening ceremony, the torch relay, etc. are all in charge of our director Su." So after a while, a voice came from the phone. "Universiade village? You are preparing for the Universiade village?" Xing Jianping was stunned. "If not, where will the athletes live?" the person on the other end of the phone asked. Zhang, can you give more details? Come back to your senses," Xing Jianping hurriedly said. "More details? Xing, I really don't know the specific situation. I only know that the maximum carrying capacity of our provincial Universiade village is more than 17,000 athletes." 17,000. Xing. Is the signal on your side bad? Why is there no sound suddenly? In a flash, at 12 o'clock noon. Number 1 village in the world. Project Department. Su Heng had just walked out of the construction site and ran into Zhui Xuezhong head-on. "Director Zhui, what's wrong?" Su Heng immediately greeted him. At a glance, Su Heng knew that Zhui Xuezhong came to see him. "Director." This time, Zhui Xuezhong first glanced at the construction fence behind Su Heng. Although the fence was very high, standing here, you can still see a lot of flying eaves and lush treetops. Things here have been dealt with. We will go to the stadium at 3 p.m. Su Heng instantly understood Zhui Xuezhong's thoughts and said, "Oh, okay, Director. It's like this. The winning urban construction companies for the construction of the 3 schools have been announced, and you need to sign," Zhui Xuezhong said. "Is the place the one I mentioned before?" Su Heng asked. "In order to solve the problem of insufficient public primary school places at one time, Bingdu Economic Development Zone will set up 3 primary schools, 3 junior high schools, and 3 high schools in Longcheng Village, Lulan Village, and the east of the business district, which is next to the 2,000-acre large-scale projects in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. although it looks like 3. The name of the primary school is Yanda Affiliated Primary School Bingdu Branch. But the one in Longcheng Village will be called Longcheng Campus. In addition, the principal of the 3 campuses is the same person, who is coordinated from the affiliated primary school of Yanda University. In addition, the teaching staff that came according to the agreement is also common to the 3 campuses, sharing the same management model. A famous teacher may have his first batch of students at the Longcheng campus, and his second batch of students at the Luan campus. Even if a teacher at the Luan campus needs to take leave, a teacher at the Longcheng campus may come to take over. In short, it is equivalent to dividing a school into 3 parts for classes, and the rest is exactly the same as other primary schools. There is no difference in the degree of the 3 campuses. Just follow your instructions and coordinate with Bingda Culture and Tourism for the land. Zhui Xuezheng replied immediately. That's fine, we'll go to the office later, but one thing must be made clear to the construction companies. The construction period must be kept up. Su Hang nodded. That's fine. The construction companies said that the school's laboratory will take a little time. Like a normal teaching building, the playground construction will be very fast. Zhui Xuezheng said again. That's fine. Su Hang didn't say anything else. These 3 public schools are all outside the city wall, and they are all modern buildings. The teaching buildings are no more than 7 stories high. If the Bingda construction team is allowed to do the construction, it will take at most 2 months. By the way, Director, I have something else to do. At this time, Zhui Xuezheng suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Yesterday at noon, I met a high school classmate of mine on the pedestrian street. He is now working in the business department in Shenzhen. He seems to be quite suitable for the position of our office director. I thought, why don't you talk to him? Zhui Xuezheng said. Is he suitable for the position of office director? Su Hang immediately became interested. He studied at Zhejiang University, and after graduating from his bachelor's and master's degree, he went to Shenzhen. He has been working in the business department there for a period of time. He was in contact with a certain company in our Xia country. His experience in attracting investment is absolutely beyond reproach. He probably has a lot of investment resources now. Moreover, he has systematic business management experience in Shenzhen, which is at least several levels higher than ours in the Northwest. Zhui Xuezheng said again. So powerful? Will people be willing to come? Su Hang's interest grew stronger and stronger. Although Zhui Xuezheng said he was his classmate, Su Hang knew that Zhui Xuezheng was not bragging. Shenzhen is one of the top 4 cities in Xiagua in terms of comprehensive strength. In this respect, it is far ahead of the Northwest. Although the current Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not to be underestimated within the scope of Suqing Province, it is not even a younger brother in front of Shenzhen. I talked to him yesterday, and I feel there is still hope, Zhui Xuezheng said. What do you mean? Su Hang immediately looked at Zhui Xuezheng. First of all, it's still an old problem. He went there alone. He had nothing. So the investigators couldn't solve his problem, and there was no hope in the next few years. Another thing is that his parents and grandmother are in Jioga City. He came to our Bingdu Economic Development Zone yesterday to see a doctor for his grandmother, Zhui Xuezheng analyzed. In fact, after going to the village clinic yesterday and coming back, I suddenly had this idea. As a result, Su Hang spent the night at the stadium last night, which led to the scene in front of me. If that's the case, then we can indeed talk about it. As long as he's talented, let alone a researcher, even if he's a second-level inspector, we can find a way to solve it for him, Su Hang said. Then do you think you want to make an appointment in the next few days? Zhui Xuezheng asked. Well, when do you think he has time? I can make adjustments here, Su Hang said again. Okay. I'll call you then. Okay. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Su Hang wanted to say something else, the phone rang suddenly. Taking out his cell phone and taking a look, Su Hang did not have anything to hide, and answered the call immediately. Director, is this convenient? It turned out that the call was from Zhang Hancheng. I am planning to have dinner with Director Zhou. Do you want to come? Su Hang raised his hand to check the time and said, Director, then you guys eat. Just now, Director Xing of Xiagua Satellite TV called and said that Xiagua Sports Channel wants to broadcast our Provincial Universiade live. What do you think? Zhang Hancheng replied quickly. Sports Channel wants to broadcast our Provincial Universiade live? Su Hang paused, because Su Hang's cell phone was noisy. Zhui Xuezheng heard everything clearly and was shocked. The highest level provincial sports meeting in Sichuan province was not broadcast live on Xiaogua's sports channel. So how could a provincial sports meeting be broadcast live on Xiaogua's sports channel? Huh? Why? Ours is just an ordinary provincial sports meeting. Not worthy of Xiaogua's sports channel's live broadcast. Besides, isn't the sports channel supposed to broadcast the Blue Star Olympics? Su Hang couldn't help but wonder. Director. It's like this. At the same time, Yanqing, 3rd Ring Road. Although it was very hot at noon, the streets were still bustling with people. Very lively. At the gate of a certain community, Fan Tian had just asked the driver to park the car and was about to go home for lunch. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Fan Tian's cell phone rang suddenly. Picked it up and took a look. Fan Tian was stunned at first, and then answered the call. What's wrong, old Hong? He said. Old Fan, are you having a lunch break now? I want to ask you something. The next moment, a confident voice came from the phone. It's still early, I haven't had lunch yet, what's the matter? Fan Tian said. I remember you strongly recommended a place called Bingdu Economic Development Zone to the higher-ups before? Soon, the voice from the phone came again. Yeah, why are you asking this? Fan Tian replied immediately. Is there a Bingdu college over there? The other end of the phone hurriedly asked again. Chapter 443. Athletes with Weak Legs. There is a Bingdu college, and at the beginning of the year, it ranked 10th in the Asian region at the Blue Star Technology Competition. When mentioning Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Fan Tian's face subconsciously showed a little pride. When he first supported Bingdu Economic Development Zone, many people in Yanqing still had opinions, thinking that it was a bit ridiculous for a small town in the northwest to be directly classified as a second-level financial region because it did not receive care at the provincial level. Because there are so many places that have been wronged, and they have a larger population than the Economic Development Zone. And there are many places with high GDP. But later, Bingdu Economic Development Zone became more and more competitive. According to preliminary estimates, this year, due to the rise of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the GDP of Sichuan province will increase significantly. Now many people will give him a thumbs up. Is the dean called Dingwen? Confirmed. The voice on the phone was happy. Yes, Fan Tian replied. He is now paying close attention to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. And he will even take the initiative to send messages to Su Hang for many things. Is he just employed by Bingdu College now? The voice on the phone was getting more and more anxious. It seems that he has returned to China completely, and has registered for long-term residence in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Fan Tian couldn't help but ask again while answering. Why are you asking this? You don't know, the Blue Star Nobel Prize jury just announced the Nobel Prize candidates in various categories of the new Nobel Prize, and Dingwen is on the list of the Physics Award. The other end said excitedly. As far as I know, Dingwen was nominated twice a few years ago, but unfortunately lost both times, so it feels normal for him to be listed as a candidate again this time. Hearing this reason, Fan Tian was a little surprised but not too shocked. Old Fan, this time is different. Many foreign institutions have listed Dingwen as the top seed, and a well-known foreign website has given extremely low odds. The other end of the phone said again, extremely low odds? Fan Tian paused. There was a saying among the people that the lower the odds of Nobel Prize winners each year, the greater the probability of winning the prize, and the accuracy rate is as high as more than 80%. So far, our Xia country has not had a Nobel Prize winner in natural sciences, and Dingwen is now a formal resident of Xia country. If he can win the prize, he can directly fill the gap in this area in our country. The person in charge of a certain university has just called and said that he wants to meet Dingwen. The more he talked on the phone, the more excited he became. Old Hong, that's what you said. But it's still unknown before the award results are officially announced. As for the university leaders, forget it. Back then, Tsinghua University and Yanqing University failed to invite Dingwen back from Ma College. Do they think they can invite him now that Dingwen has returned to China? Dingwen's family is interested in the reputation of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Hearing this, Fan Tian frowned. The other party's short 2 sentences have revealed a lot of information. At present, many top universities in Xia country are proud of how many academicians of the Xia Country Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering they have, and it is even tacitly regarded as part of the strength of the university. If a university has a Nobel Prize winner in natural sciences, both the promotion of the school and the attention it receives will far exceed that of the academicians of the 2 academies. In addition, This period is the time when all universities are frantically promoting enrollment. As expected, it is not just the certain university on the phone that is anxious now. It is estimated that Yanda and Tsinghua are also secretly considering this matter. They just want to meet and chat, nothing else. There were 2 dry laughs on the phone. Tell them not to even think about it. There are not many good universities in the hinterland of the Northwest. Lantau University is almost emptied. If this continues, will the days of the Northwest still exist? GDP is only one aspect. It doesn't mean that you think everything you do is right just because the GDP has gone up. Other places don't deserve to have Nobel Prize winners. Van Tian said again. That's not all. After a moment, Van Tian added. By the way, you can ask the school leader to check the per capita GDP of Binghu Economic Development Zone on the internet first. Old Fan, how come you are almost anxious while talking? I just think this is good news, and ask you about it. The voice on the phone came again. I just felt inspired. If we want to change the situation of the East Wall, and the West being weak, the West must now have a vanguard. Van Tian said again. The Northwest is really too difficult. Just like that, the 2 chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. A big tree really attracts the wind. Now it depends on whether Xiao Su can hold on. After muttering to himself, Van Tian carried his things and entered the gate of the community. In the evening, Binghu Economic Development Zone, at the entrance of the canteen of the administrative building of the management committee, 2 staff members, who had just finished their meal, were resting and chatting. Did you notice? Why was the atmosphere a little wrong when we had dinner this evening? Many colleagues in the department looked very hurried. One of the young women looked back at the canteen and said, It should be related to the Provincial Universiade. After a little thought, the colleague said, Hasn't the Provincial Universiade been in preparation? I haven't seen it like this afternoon before. The young woman was surprised again. Rumor has it that on September 20th, Chiagua's Sports Channel will broadcast the opening ceremony of our Provincial Universiade live, and in the next few days, it will broadcast special competitions as appropriate. For this, the director personally made arrangements. The colleague whispered, What? Chiagua's Sports Channel? Didn't they say that Binghu TV would broadcast it live, and we only have one Provincial Universiade? Isn't it a bit too much for Chiagua's Sports Channel to broadcast it? The young woman was stunned, and her face was full of disbelief. Although Chiagua's Sports Channel is a second-class channel, it has many loyal viewers. It usually broadcasts international leagues, or the highest-level leagues of a certain sport. Not to mention Suqing Province, even the provincial games held by those developed provinces and cities in the south are not in the eyes of Chiagua's Sports Channel. Now it suddenly said that the Suqing Provincial Universiade would be broadcast live. How could she not be surprised? Since the news is spread like this, it must be close to the truth. Don't forget that there is also a Binghu village inside the city wall, so the opening ceremony of this Universiade is very likely to be broadcast live by Binghu TV and Chiagua's Satellite TV Sports Channel. What is the concept of these 2 channels? One has a stable average ratings and is in the forefront. The other is a professional TV station. How could the leaders not pay attention to it? The colleague said again. That's right. September 20th is also the day of the Blue Star Olympics. The action of the sports channel will definitely cause a lot of discussion. The woman suddenly realized. So we can't embarrass our Binghu Economic Development Zone. I heard that the director has raised the original standard by several levels. The colleague nodded. Well, the facts prove that our Binghu Economic Development Zone really can't be viewed according to common sense. It feels that no more than half a year, there will always be some big things that shock the whole network. After a long time, the young woman sighed. Half a year? Then you really underestimate our Binghu Economic Development Zone. It might be on the hot search again in a few days. The colleague smiled. When she got the job in Binghu Economic Development Zone 2 years ago, her classmates who worked in Chiaga City said a lot about her, feeling that she had jumped into a fire pit and would have to retake the exam sooner or later. As a result, a year and a half has passed, and her classmates who once said that about her are only envious. And every time Binghu Economic Development Zone makes a big move, Chiaga City has to make adjustments accordingly, and grassroots work is becoming more and more difficult. It's going to be on the hot search again in a few days? What's going on? Is Binghu TV going to have a new drama? The woman asked immediately. It's not Binghu TV. It's the list of candidates for the Blue Star Nobel Prize, just announced this morning, and Dean Ding of Binghu College is on the list. The colleague said. Although Binghu College is affiliated to Binghu Culture and Tourism, it is a private college. But the staff working in the system of Binghu Economic Development Zone dare not underestimate it. Because everyone knows very well This group of bigwigs of Bingdu College just don't want to enter the system, otherwise, many first-tier cities will give them a position in a minute. And it's a high-ranking one. Nobel Prize? Oh my goodness. The woman was stunned again. So, just wait patiently. Maybe it will come to you in the evening. There are no secrets in the internet age. Just when the staff of Bingdu Economic Development Zone began to receive various discussions, Lon City, Ning'an District, in front of the West Playground of Northwest Normal University, several middle-aged men were looking at a group of young men who were 1.89 meters tall. These young men were wearing uniform vests and shorts. Some of them were sweating on their foreheads. Obviously they had just finished training. Look at your current state. Are you ready for the provincial games? After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man standing in the middle said in a deep voice, "Our training results this afternoon have exceeded the usual results, and we won the championship in this event in the last provincial games." After hearing what the man said, a big athlete in the team muttered in a low voice. Perhaps because he did it on purpose, or because the scene was originally relatively quiet, the words of the big athlete were heard clearly by everyone. "Ma Tao, do you think you are good enough now? You are amazing." "Right? I'll tell you." The organizer of the Universiade sent a notice at noon today, saying that the Xiaohua TV Sports channel will broadcast the opening ceremony of the Universiade, and will most likely broadcast our competition later. The audiences across the country will be watching at that time. If the results are too bad, it will not only be your people who will lose face, but also our school's reputation. The man came to the big athlete. "What? Live broadcast on Xiaohua Sports channel? This. Damn it, what should I do?" Swish. The next moment, the scene suddenly became noisy, and many participating athletes swallowed their saliva nervously. In the minds of many participating athletes, the players who can appear on Xiaohua Sports channel are either national players or international high-level athletes, and their level is not worthy at all if the results are too bad. They will definitely be discussed and criticized online. Everyone, don't worry about how Bingdu Economic Development Zone did it, anyway. The notice of the Provincial Organizing Committee has been officially issued to all participating schools. As the man scanned the crowd, he spoke again. "And there is a rumor. Chapter 444 Promotion for Enrollment. Any more news? The live broadcast on the sports channel is already scary enough." The next moment, all the athletes looked at the man in unison. Even the big guy at the beginning didn't dare to say anything. The live broadcast on the sports channel had already crushed his pride into dust. The medals provided by the organizer this time are different from those in previous years. "It is said to be very valuable." The man said again. "Is it gold-plated?" The eyes of an athlete in the front row lit up. "Gold-plated? You look down on Bingdu Economic Development Zone too much. It is not clear what the specific style is. But an insider revealed that the value of the first-place medal is 30,000 to 40,000 yuan different from the second-place medal. You should know, how much is the prize money for professional players in some major competitions in Xia country? By the way, didn't the Olympic Committee of our country announce the gold medals of this Olympics a few days ago? You should know how much it is worth." When the scene was quiet again, the man spoke. "The difference is 30,000 to 40,000 Xia coins. Even more than the Blue Star Olympics." My God. Wow, as expected, the scene exploded again, and it was even more explosive than before. All the people standing on the playground are college students, who are much more sensitive to money than the working class, and 30 or 40,000 is already a big number for them. And the difference between the first and second place is 30 or 40,000, and in fact the value of the first place medal is much higher than this number. So now there are two ways for you, either to strive for that valuable medal and show your face on the Xiaohua Sports channel, or to embarrass yourself in front of your family members, who are watching your game in front of the TV. You choose." The man said again. "Coach, as long as we don't die from training, we will train to death." Almost instantly, all the players gave their answers. "You said so. The athletes from other universities will definitely fight hard this time. So," the man put his hand down, and the scene was instantly quiet. "Don't worry, we know this. Then everyone should practice more from this afternoon. You must remember, the potential of human beings is unlimited, although we are not as good as those national teams participating in the Olympics. As long as we fight hard, miracles will happen. To put it bluntly, sometimes not being able to enter the national team is not because of lack of strength. Do you understand?" "Understood. Coach, begin." As night fell, the scene similar to that on the playground of Northwest Normal University was not an isolated case, and it was also happening on other university campuses, especially those students majoring in sports. At this time, Su Heng, who had just returned from the stadium, did not go directly to the management committee office building. Nor did he return to Yuan. Instead, he and Zhu Xuezhong carried a lot of gifts to the Bingdu village clinic. Su Heng also knew that Dingwen had once again become a candidate for the Nobel Prize. Su Heng was not surprised. Because this was not Dingwen's first time, all he could do now was to wait for the final result. For the final of the Blue Star Science and Technology competition, Dingwen, Feng Jie, Tong Jichuan and others were basically in seclusion mode, and it was best not to be disturbed by the outside world. If they publicized it now, it would affect Dingwen. An hour later, Su Heng, Zhu Xuezhong, and Zhu Xuezhong's classmate named Xiang Hong appeared in front of the inpatient building. Director Su, you are really too polite. Looking at Su Heng, Xiang Hongzhong said somewhat flattered. Just now, people in the surrounding wards learned that the head of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Management Committee went to visit his grandmother. And then, their eyes changed. The doctors and nurses in the village clinic thought Su Heng was visiting incognito, and it was quite a commotion. Many people came at once, and the face was given to the extreme. I just visited the old lady by the way. In fact, the main purpose of coming here today is to talk to you, Su Heng said. At this point, there is no need for so many empty words and politeness. Talk to me? Xiang Hongzhong was a little surprised, and subconsciously glanced at Zhu Xuezhong next to him. Well, to be honest, our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is now in need of an office director. I think you are very suitable. Why don't you consider our Economic Development Zone? Su Heng went straight to the point. Come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Xiang Hongzhong was stunned. Before he could speak, Su Heng's next sentence sounded. It can be seen that you love your family very much. Coming to Bingdu Economic Development Zone is like going home. You can reunite with your family at any time in the future. And you don't need to ask for leave from the unit like now. This Xiang Hongzhong's face flashed a trace of hesitation. But at this time, Su Heng continued to speak. The office director of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is at the level of a researcher. If you come here, the administrative level will definitely be adjusted in accordance with the position. Ah? Xiang Hongzhong looked at Zhu Xuezhong again. Of course, the most important thing is that our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not the kind of place that does not think about making progress. And there are not so many rules and regulations. There is a broader space for talents to be displayed in the future. And the Shenzhen Stock Exchange is already very mature. You should know how many opportunities there are. Su Heng said. Hongzhong, I think you should really think about what our director said. Although Shenzhen is developed, our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is also getting better and better. Moreover, what our Bingdu Economic Development Zone has may not be available in Shenzhen. Let's not talk about the distant future. Our Bingdu College is very good now. Let's look at Shenzhen. As for medical care, you have experienced it yourself. On the side, Zhu Xuezhong also said. Director Su, I will. After thinking for a long time, Xiang Hongzhong looked at Su Heng hesitantly. It's okay. You can think about it carefully in the next few days. If you have made up your mind, just contact directors Wood directly, Su Heng said. In fact, he didn't come here today to convince Xiang Hongzhong immediately. At least, he should give him enough time to think about it. Okay. Xiang Hongzhong nodded immediately. The tide rises and falls. Every sunset means that the opening ceremony of the Suqing Provincial Universiade is one day closer. On May 12, after Zhu Xuezhong invited him many times for analysis, he even came forward to find Xiang Hongzhong's mother. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xiang Hongzhong finally appeared in the office of the Management Committee of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After a deep discussion with Su Heng, he finally decided to join Bingdu Economic Development Zone and become the office director of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. At the same time, he would assist Zhu Xuezhong in continuing to establish the Bingdu Economic Development Zone State-Owned Assets, Supervision, and Administration Commission and undertake part of the investment promotion tasks. On May 15th, Zhang Hancheng took Dingwen, Feng Jie and others to Country M to participate in the finals of the Science and Technology competition. It was also on this day that all the details of the new campus of Bingdu College were completely completed, except for the overall relocation. On May 20th, the Finance Bureau, Human Resources and Social Security Bureau, and Transportation Management Bureau of Bingdu Economic Development Zone officially entered the internal decoration stage. It is initially estimated that it will be officially put into operation in 2 months. In addition, the office buildings of Construction Bank in Longcheng Village, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in the Business District, and China Merchants Bank in Luan Village have also been officially capped and entered the interior decoration stage. It was also on this day that the sales office of Bingde Cultural Tourism was officially completed and began to sell houses to the public. On May 23rd, after more than 20 days, under the planning of Zhong Ruofei, Bingde Group was officially registered at the Bingde Economic Development Zone Industrial and Commercial Bureau in Bonfire Square. At the same time, the various industries under the original Bingde Cultural Tourism were also carefully divided, and a new organizational structure was made. Zhong Ruofei was appointed by Su Hang as the president of Bingde Group and chairman of Bingde Culture and Tourism. Shui Yutian and Lu Ming also became vice presidents of Bingde Group. The only change from before was that Gao Yuling also became a senior personnel consultant of Bingde Group and was allocated corresponding dividend equity. In addition, Su Hang asked Bingde Group to set up a Bingde Village Pension Fund. All villagers in Bingde Village over 55 years old can receive a pension of 30,000 yuan every month, and it will be gradually increased in the future. June 1st is the annual Children's Day in Xia Country. Just as children's songs were played all over the country to celebrate Children's Day, something big happened in Bingde Economic Development Zone. Bingde Culture moved. After almost a year of high-intensity construction, the 120-meter-high Bingde Culture office building was officially put into use. And because of the Love Apartment and Wuling Waijuan, many fans came that afternoon and appeared in the small square in front of the office building. Together with Bingde Culture's own employees, the popularity of the business district has skyrocketed, and it is no longer an area for workers only. Even some vendors, with a keen sense of business, have started selling support items in front of the small square. From a distance, it has begun to take on a prosperous look. June 7th, Xiaogua's annual college entrance examination time, and also the first time for Bingde Cultural Tourism School senior high school students to take the college entrance examination through domestic channels. Like other places, Bingde Cultural Tourism School also implemented noise-free management around it. June 8th, Xiaogua's college entrance examination officially ended, and all parts of the country also ushered in the summer vacation mode. At this time, there were only 3 months left before the Suqing Provincial Universiade. Shaosu. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Zhong Ruofei appeared at the Bingde Stadium. What's wrong, brother Zhong? Seeing the turn, Su Hang immediately put down the drawings in his hand. After several months of crazy rush work, the stadium project has changed a lot. After the installation of some extremely complex steel structures bought from the pond system, the construction of the stadium has entered the final stage. From a distance, the stadium looks like a huge beast lying on the Gobi Desert in the northwest, with great momentum. Just now, Li Yu, the office director of Bingde College, called me. Zhong Ruofei said. What did you say? Su Hang's expression changed. Ding Wen and Feng Jia were not there. Another vice president, Song Chan, had been buried in the industrial zone all day and had never come out. The only person in charge of Bingde College was the office director. He said that the college entrance examination application will start soon. Many colleges and universities are carrying out various publicity. He asked Bingde College whether it should also rely on existing resources to carry out publicity. Zhong Ruofei replied. Chapter 445 Thoughts on the Bingde Group Headquarters Building. This year's Bingde College enrollment. Su Hang's expression changed. It's a pity that the Suqing Provincial Universiade will be on September 20th. The new students will have registered by then. Otherwise, there would be no need to deliberately promote it. Zhong Ruofei's face was full of regret. But what Director Li said is also right. The few days after the college entrance examination are very critical. Dean Ding and his team want to recruit a group of high-quality students this time. It really won't work without publicity. After a little thought, Su Hang said, How do we promote it? Zhong Ruofei asked subconsciously. Well, go find Brother Shui in the evening and ask him to make a promotional video for our new campus. Then I'll notify Bingde TV and ask them to broadcast it during the commercial time of the variety show on Saturday night. Su Hang replied. Between the variety show? Zhong Ruofei was delighted when he heard it. Although everyone in Bingde Economic Development Zone was busy preparing for the Provincial University Games, Bingde TV did not get involved for the time being. Just last Friday, the variety show Extreme Challenge produced by Bingde Culture was officially broadcast at 8 p.m. on Saturday night. As expected, as soon as the variety show was launched, It instantly caught the audience's attention because of the characteristics of several regular guests and some unconventional directors, and attracted countless fans. The ratings of Bingdu TV had originally been stable in the first echelon of Shiagawa satellite TV. But due to the emergence of Go Fighting, the ratings of Saturday's prime time were raised to a higher level. Now, if the promotional video of Bingdu College is inserted in such a popular variety show, the effect can be imagined. Yes, by the way, when making the promotional video, you can add some of the points that parents care about most, such as undergraduate employment, master's degree and doctoral degree programs, etc. After a pause, Su-hang added, "That's for sure." Jong Ruofei nodded immediately. "That's fine. By the way, there's one more thing, it's about the business district." After confirming the recruitment promotion of Bingdu College, Jong Ruofei suddenly thought of something and spoke again. "What's wrong with the business district?" After hearing this, Su-hang's expression became serious. Although he switched back and forth between the stadium and Tianxia Dizwon all day, he was actually paying attention to other things in the Economic Development Zone and Bingdu Group. He even asked about the first car with a Sukyu license plate sold by the parallel imported car dealership under Bingdu Group. Didn't Bingdu Culture officially move there? Jong Ruofei sighed. During this period, the office building of Bingdu Culture and Tourism has also been capped and has entered the interior decoration stage. However, since Bingdu Culture and Tourism is taller than the office building of Bingdu Culture, it is considered fast to move in before October. Is it because of the inconvenience of transportation? Su-hang couldn't help asking. Now the transportation there is very convenient, mainly for the employees' daily life. Jong Ruofei explained immediately. 10 days ago, the 17 new bus routes established in Bingdu Economic Development Zone have officially started operation. In addition, Yinbin South Road is almost adjacent to National Highway 215. Now it is very convenient to drive or take the bus to the business district. Is it because there is no way to solve the problem of lunch? Su-hang suddenly realized. Yes. Lao Shui told me that the video website under Bingdu Culture will be officially launched in a while. So we have recently recruited a group of employees. Now the total number of employees of Bingdu Culture has reached more than 500 people. Working is convenient now, but lunch and other consumption have become a problem. Now I have to come to the pedestrian street every day at noon, which is very inconvenient. Jong Ruofei replied. When will the Taikuli project be ready? After thinking for a moment, Su-hang spoke again. I have consulted the person in charge there. Although their project also works in 3 shifts, the progress is not as fast as expected. In addition, the problem of entering the commercial area is that it is said that the official operation will not be until next year. Jong Ruofei sighed again. Originally, he thought that Taikuli would be put into operation before September 20th, so that it could share the passenger flow pressure of the provincial university games. As a result, the operation time was much later than he thought. So late? Su-hang frowned. Yeah. But then again, even if Taikuli is officially put into operation, the business district will need a lot of small restaurants along the street shops. And the staff of the business district cannot go to Taikuli every day. Jong Ruofei replied. That's right. Then should we set up a night market there? After a moment, Jong Ruofei expressed his thoughts. There is no need for a night market. I think we can speed up the development of the outer ground floor shops of the 2,000-acre large-scale projects of Bingdu Real Estate. As long as all the ground floor shops of the 1,000-acre large-scale projects are put into operation, it should be enough. After thinking for a while, Su-hang shook his head. One of the 2,000-acre large-scale projects is located in the east of the business district, and the other is located in the west of the business district. The volume of the ground floor shops alone is larger than that of many county shops. That's fine too. I'll notify the person in charge of Bingdu Real Estate later. Jong Ruofei said immediately. Okay, but when the project is accelerated, the quality standards must not be compromised. This is the first batch of real estate projects developed by Bingdu Real Estate. If there are problems with the first batch, don't even think about developing more real estate projects later. Su-hang said again. I have already held a meeting with Bingdu Real Estate about this, and the contractor of several of our projects is Xiaotie Construction. Jong Ruofei said immediately. The current Xiaotie Construction Northwest headquarters has been firmly tied to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. There is really no need to worry about the quality of the project. If there is a problem with the quality, not to mention the person in charge of the Northwest headquarters will be held responsible. Du Jianshan will make a phone call, and the general manager of Xiaotie Construction may be scolded. It would be best if there are no problems. Xiao Su, when will our Bingda Group headquarters building be completed? At this time, Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Heng and said, since the establishment of Bingda Group, each subsidiary of the group has been operating with the group as the hub. And Bingda Culture and Tourism's own scale is still expanding. The office building that is about to be built can be used by Bingda Culture and Tourism, but if even the staff of Bingda Group are accommodated, the space will be extremely tight, and it will probably be no different from the current Bonfire Square. Don't worry about this. Since it is the headquarters building of the group, it has to be designed well. At least it should be highly recognizable instead of a simple glass curtain wall office building. Su Heng replied. In fact, as early as when Zhong Ruofei proposed this idea, Su Heng's mind flashed many large landmark buildings on Earth, and he even thought about directly moving the small waste of Guangzhou City or the big autumn pants of Su City on Earth. This is in line with the temperament of Bingda Group. The business district of Bingdu Economic Development Zone now really needs a landmark modern building to dominate the scene. But each of those buildings is not simple. Whether it is suitable for Bingdu Economic Development Zone or whether it can be built in Bingdu Economic Development Zone needs further demonstration, so it can only be postponed. It is not too late to make a decision after the provincial universiade. Or should I find your friend? Hearing this, Zhong Ruofei's face instantly showed a hint of expectation. Just because Su Heng's friend has never let people down, every shot must be a king bomb. I think modern architecture is the same. Yes. Su Heng nodded. That's great. If there is a plan, I'll come to you. Okay. At the same time, at the entrance of the management committee office building, Zui Xuezhong took a large bag of luggage from Xiang Hengzhong. Just a few days ago, Xiang Hengzhong officially completed the formalities of the Shenzhen Municipal Commerce Department. Today is his first day to report to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. By the way, when will my wife and children come? As they walked, Zui Xuezhong asked. Let's talk about it after I settle down completely in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It's not convenient for them to come now. By the way, Xuezhong, are you living in an apartment now or? Xiang Hengzhong followed. This is how I live my life and I don't plan to go anywhere else. So I bought a house across the street. I'm renovating it these days. I'll live there when I'm done. Zui Xuezhong pointed to the community across the street. Oh, are there any houses across the street? I don't plan to go out again after I come back this time. Xiang Hengzhong asked hurriedly. It seems that the property has been cleared. But Bingda Real Estate has developed a new property next to the Finance Bureau, which is also full of villas and small high-rise buildings. You can take a look when the time comes. It is not far from the management committee. Zui Xuezhong pointed to the distance. Then I will ask in 2 days. Xiang Hengzhong said. Bingda Real Estate has only been open for sale for a few days. There must be houses. Okay. Just like that. The two walked and talked, and soon came to the front of the apartment building. At this time, Xiang Hengzhong suddenly stopped. Xuezhong, I want to ask you something. After a moment, he turned his head and looked at Zui Xuezhong. What's wrong? The driver who picked me up today told me that our director's standards are very high. Is that true? Xiang Hengzhong looked at Zui Xuezhong. Well, how should I put it? You can see the Bingdu Village Clinic. Until now, the director still thinks it is just a village clinic, and not the top 3 that other places would brag about. Do you think his standards are high? And this provincial universiade? Forget it. You will know in September. Speaking of Su Heng, Zui Xuezhong spread his hands. Okay. Xiang Hengzhong took a deep breath. What's wrong? Actually, it's nothing. At the beginning, everyone was not used to it. Now everyone has gotten used to it. Besides, if there is no movement every once in a while, it feels like something is missing. Zui Xuezhong took the lead in entering the building with his bag. Oh! Xiang Hengzhong did not explain anything to Zui Xuezhong, and hurriedly followed him. As for what he was thinking at this moment, perhaps only he knew it. The tide rises and falls, and a few days passed in a flash. Lan City, Ning'an District. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the commercial street opposite the school was bustling with people, and it was very lively, because it was surrounded by a university town. The commercial street was full of youth. At this time, 2 men were walking on the pedestrian street and chatting. Old Wang, what do you think the big leader meant? The man on the edge sighed and said so. The man was none other than Li Yu, the office director of Bingda College. What happened to the big leader? His companion was puzzled. The man next to him was named Gao Chong, and he is now the deputy director of the office of Bingdu College. On the 9th, they said that they would conduct recruitment publicity, so that we don't have to worry about it anymore. As a result, it's already the 10th today, and the college entrance examination results will be released soon. There is still no movement in Bingdu village, let alone other things. An agricultural university has attracted enough attention with detractors in the school. The discussion on the internet is all about that, Liu said helplessly. Chapter 446, Stumping the Consultant. Since the senior leader said that it will definitely be arranged, are you waiting for the schedule of Bingdu TV? I guess the senior leader will definitely choose Bingdu TV to advertise our college. You know how popular Bingdu TV is now. After a moment of hesitation, Gao Chong said. Since Tsinghua College was taken over by Bingdu Culture and Tourism, Su Heng has been a godlike existence in the eyes of the original teachers of Bingdu College. At present, many teachers have already bought houses in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and even chat in the group every day about when to move to the new campus. Let's not talk about the publicity platform first. I'm mainly worried that I won't have enough time. Many parents have started to consult about filling out college entrance examination applications these days. Liu brushed her hair back. Actually, I don't think you need to worry. Big ding-ling-ling. But just when Gao Chong was about to say something, Liu's cell phone rang suddenly. Taking out his cell phone and taking a look, Liu frowned slightly, and then picked up the phone. What's wrong, Teacher Li? Director, where are you now? The phone in our admissions office has been ringing off the hook. The next moment, a very anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. The phone of the admissions office has been flooded with calls? What's going on? Liu's expression tightened, and he asked hurriedly. Just 10 minutes ago, Bingdu TV inserted a video about our Bingdu College's recruitment promotion. Now everyone is calling to inquire about this year's recruitment policy. The person on the phone said again. Ah, Bingdu TV is advertising? Liu was stunned for a moment. It really fits the old saying. Just now they were talking about recruitment promotion. But the phone of the admissions office was flooded with calls. It's really too mysterious. Well, in addition to some parents of college entrance examination candidates, there are many people who question us. The other end of the phone said again. Question? Why? Liu asked in confusion. They said that our Bingdu College was engaging in false propaganda. It is clearly a 5A scenic spot. But they insisted that it was our campus, and said that we should bear the consequences of false propaganda, because false propaganda can delay the life of candidates. The voice on the other end of the phone became more and more anxious. Ah, wait a moment, Director Gao, and I will be back soon. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Liu immediately looked at Gao Chong. Let's go to the admissions office. What's wrong? Just now, Bingdu TV broadcast a video of recruitment promotion, and now our admissions office's phone has been bombarded with calls. Ah. At the same time, just as Liu and Gao Chong received the call, the internet was completely in turmoil, and various comments appeared on forums, Bingdu Media, and even Bingdu Cultural Tourism public account, and other places where messages can be left. The most common phrase netizens say is please don't use a 5A level scenic spot as a campus for promotion. There is no way. When they saw the new campus of Bingdu College in the promotional video, they thought Bingdu TV was promoting a newly developed 5A scenic spot. Just because the Longevity Mountain, the small lake, the 3 ancient buildings, and the ancient trees in the video all prove to netizens that it is a super scenic spot. It can even be said that most of the paid attractions in China cannot compare to this place. The result was that it was actually said that this was the new campus of Bingdu College. How could netizens accept this? Various doubts followed. In the minds of some netizens, such a place is simply impossible to appear in the Gobi Desert of the Northwest. Some tourists, who had been to Bingdu Village Yuan explained in the comment area below. There really is such a place in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. But unfortunately, such remarks were quickly drowned out by various unbeliefs. However, compared with netizens' attention to the new campus of Bingdu New Economic Development Zone, many parents of college entrance examination students focused on the employment column behind the recruitment video. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, the Tsinghua College entrance examination forum was almost flooded with related posts. I can't say anything else. But if you study media, you can basically apply to Bingdu College with your eyes closed. The main character in Extreme Challenge is the dean of the second-level media college under Bingdu College. In addition, Bingdu Economic Development Zone also has a platform, like Bingdu TV Station. There is no need to worry about employment in the future. A parent commented. I think other majors are also fine. And the school has added many master's and doctoral programs this year. The first few classes will definitely give priority to our students. Everyone knows how difficult it is to take the postgraduate entrance examination now. There are even more opportunities for employment. It feels good whether you take the civil service exam or find a job in the future. Another parent followed up. However, just as the parents were discussing the employment issues of the college, a parent quietly raised something that everyone subconsciously ignored in the comment area. Then the question is, how many points are suitable for applying for Bingka College this year? Last year, Bingka College recruited students according to the score line of the third-tier universities in Suching province. This year, it is impossible no matter how you think about it. The comment area suddenly became much quieter. After a while, a parent commented, "Why don't we go to Zhang Feng's live broadcast room and ask? He knows more and is broadcasting live now. That makes sense. Let's see what he says." Soon, the parent's proposal was recognized by many people, and they took out their mobile phones and opened a short video platform. Zhang Feng is a very famous internet celebrity in Xiagua. He mainly provides parents with advice on college entrance examinations, postgraduate entrance examinations, etc. And with a research team behind him, he has indeed helped many students and parents. However, a few minutes later, after these parents entered the live broadcast room, they found that Zhang Feng, who is usually very confident in the live broadcast room, was already in a state of collapse. "Parents, please don't ask me anymore. I really can't give you any advice. First of all, Bingka College's previous admission scores have no reference value. Remember, there is no reference value at all. Secondly, no one knows how many candidates will apply for Bingka College this year. Our team has just called and said that the scene in the promotional video broadcast by Bingka TV is not a 5A level scenic spot, but the new campus of Bingka College. Moreover, the admissions office of Bingka College also explained on the phone that the new campus of Bingka College will be open to parents of students and alumni. Just think about it. How many candidates and parents' ideas can be changed just for this new campus? I admit, this is the first time I have encountered a career setback in so many years." On the live screen, Zhang Feng was helpless, apparently. Before the netizens on the forum came in, some parents had already asked about related matters. "Then can you introduce the majors of Bingka College and the employment situation?" After hearing this, there was a commotion in the live room, and an audience member continued to ask, "I still can't give you any advice on this, but there is one thing. Bingka College's good result of 10th place in Asia in the Blue Star Technology competition is definitely not luck. Just think about the level of those who can crush many 985 universities in China, and Bingka College still uses the old students from the past." Zhang Feng sighed. "Then can you estimate the admission score of Bingka College this year?" A parent asked again. "It depends on Bingka College's enrollment plan in various provinces." Zhang Feng held his forehead, until a moment later he said again, "I won't give you any suggestions here, I'm just telling you my thoughts. Parents and candidates of majors such as media and Blue Star Science and Technology competition should forget about it. There is definitely no chance after the top 500 in the province. Of course, this is just my preliminary estimate. If there is any news from Bingka College in the near future, the score will be adjusted accordingly." There is no chance after the top 500 in the province. Wow, there was another uproar in the live broadcast room. Yes, you heard it right, I'm talking about the top 500 in the province. As the night deepened, compared with the bustling pedestrian street of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, ASE County, 100 kilometers away, was much quieter. At this time, the new leader Luo Yongxu was chatting with several main leaders of Ase County in the office, and Zhang Yuhai, the former deputy of Sun Chung, was among them. It can be said that the people who can sit here are basically the current core of Ase County. I don't know if you have watched the enrollment video of Bingdu College. I came from Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and I can tell you responsibly that it is the new campus of Bingdu College. In addition to the existing faculty of Bingdu College will definitely have a place in the top universities in Xia country in the future, which is definitely a great thing for our Ase County. After a moment, Luo Yongxu looked at everyone. "Leader, what's the problem with Bingdu College's good hardware? The school is a place for learning, and now it's almost like a 5A scenic spot. How can students have the mind to study? They are basically in love, and I don't think this is a good thing for our Ase County." However, just after Luo Yongxu said that, the deputy Zhang Yihai took over the conversation with a bit of sourness. "Oh, Why do you think it's not good for our Ase County? Liu Yongxu took a deep look at Zhang Yihai. No matter how strong Bingde College is, it belongs to Bingde Economic Development Zone. Our Ase County belongs to Jioga City. Could it be that Bingde College will give priority to our Ase County? Zhang Yihai said. Oh, then can't we find a way to get closer to Bingde Economic Development Zone? Liu Yongxu slowly leaned back on the chair. Get closer. As soon as Liu Yongxu said this, the scene became quiet instantly. And the expressions on everyone's faces became more and more complicated. Because no one knew what Liu Yongxu meant by this. Before this time, the words Bingde Economic Development Zone were Sun Cheng's Achilles heel, and he didn't dare to mention it too much, even in some units in Jioga City. Ding dong, the next moment, just when Zhang Yihai wanted to say something else, everyone's mobile phone suddenly rang with a text message push sound at the same time. Some of them subconsciously picked up their phones and took a look. Chapter 447 The Second University. What's going on? When two of them saw the content of the push message on their mobile phones, they looked at each other subconsciously, and their faces were shocked. What's wrong? Liu Yongxu looked at the two of them. Leader, the push message said that the list of the new Nobel Prize in Physics has been released, and Ding Wen from Bingde College has become the first native professor in my country to win the Nobel Prize in Natural Sciences. One of them hurriedly replied. Did Ding win the prize? Did a professor from Bingde College win the Nobel Prize? It would have been better if they hadn't heard it. Once they heard it, Liu Yongxu and Zhang Yihai picked up their phones at the same time. And their reactions were different. Liu Yongxu was more delighted than shocked, while Zhang Yihai was the complete opposite. 2 minutes later, when everyone saw that the headlines of major portals on the internet were completely dominated by the entry Chinese physicist Professor Ding Wen won the new Nobel Prize, the office was plunged into a strange atmosphere. Most of them had sad faces. Bingde College was already popular enough because of its recruitment advertisements. Now that it has a dean who won the Nobel Prize, Bingde College will probably gradually become a first-class university in Xia country. If Bingde College also issues a territorial care policy, said a middle-aged man. Another territorial preferential policy? There will be one next year. I heard from a relative that Bingde College has applied to the relevant departments for a lot of self-enrollment quotas, and a large part of them have been given to Bingde Economic Development Zone itself. Another man next to him immediately took over the conversation. So biased? The man who spoke first was surprised. It's all to attract permanent residents. Think about it. As long as you are a permanent resident of Bingde Economic Development Zone, you have one more chance to study in a school like Bingde College than others. Do you think those parents are willing? That is, there is only one Bingde College in Bingde Economic Development Zone now. If there is another public university like Bingde College, I guess no city within a radius of 500 miles can escape the fate of bloodsucking. A person in charge behind the man said. Leader, I think our top priority now is to quickly introduce some policies and find ways to retain the permanent population. If that doesn't work, we can apply for another vocational school quota from the city. This should be able to retain a part of the population. At this time, Zhang Yihai looked at Liu Yongxu. Apply for a vocational school? Why can't we change our thinking and find a way to let the residents of our county enjoy the benefits of the economic development zone? Liu Yongxu frowned and looked at Zhang Yihai. Leader, you may have just come from Bingde Economic Development Zone, and you still think from there? We are now Ase County, which is under the jurisdiction of Jioga City. Jioga City is the real mother. Zhang Yihai sighed, and did not quite agree with Liu Yongxu's statement. But Ase County is only 100 kilometers away from Bingde Economic Development Zone, and more than 300 kilometers, or nearly 400 kilometers away from Jioga City. If the benefits from Jioga City were to radiate to our county, the current population of the county would not be only more than 10,000, and it would not even be as good as Longcheng Village in Ase County. Liu Yongxu said again. Leader, this is normal. The places in Su Province are not close to Hai City, and Hai City is not willing to help. In the end, we still have to listen to Jioga City. And to put it bluntly, our plan will not be accepted as long as it is reported to the city. Zhang Yihai followed. How do you know if you don't try? Liu Yongxu raised his hand and glanced at the time. He no longer wanted to continue chatting with Zhang Yihai. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go to bed early. We have things to do tomorrow. Okay, you should go to bed early too. Hearing this, everyone stood up. Yes. A few minutes later, Liu Yongxu was the only one left in the huge office. After leaning back in his chair and frowning for a long time, Liu Yongxu finally picked up his phone and dialed a number. Leader, when I came here, didn't you say that some positions and personnel could be adjusted appropriately? I have someone here who needs to be adjusted. He said so. At the same time, the internet had completely exploded, and the news of Ding Wen winning the Nobel Prize could be seen everywhere. The comments under the headline news exceeded 100,000 in just half an hour, and it was still growing. This is a scientist who was born and raised in our country. Yes, although he was in the Ma College for a while, it doesn't affect anything. Bingdu College is really amazing. The first in the country. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. Just now, Zhang Feng's live broadcast room exploded again. Many people were asking Zhang Feng what he thought about this matter. At the same time, they kept asking what kind of resume was needed to apply for Professor Ding Wen's doctoral student. This is really the first time I have seen a university that can make Zhang Feng shut up. By the way, this year's Qing, Yin, Zhejiang Province, Shanghai Jiaotong University, and other universities will really have a lot of pressure. Of course, the influence of Nobel Prize winners is much greater than that of academicians of the two academies. This should be the first time in our country that non-985 universities have crushed the top 985 universities. Who said it wasn't? It's like this on the hot search, and the college entrance examination bar is even more lively. Many parents had seen the campus of Bingdu Economic Development Zone before, and felt that no matter how good the campus was, and the employment situation was good, it was in the heart of the Northwest after all, and the transportation was not that convenient. The high-speed rail station and the train station had not been built yet, etc. The more they thought about it, the more they hesitated. However, when this news came out, all the bad things about Bingdu College were forgotten. The parent of a child who estimated 640 points out of 750 on the test paper immediately decided to let his child apply for the physics major of Bingdu College. His idea was very simple. His child was already very good. If he studied at Bingdu College, he would have many advantages over other universities when applying for Ding Wen's doctoral degree. When he goes back to society, if he says that he is a doctoral student at a 985 university, not many people will pay attention to him. After all, there are a lot of such people. But if he says that he is a student of a Nobel Prize winner, the effect will definitely be very different. So, some people started to check Bingdu College's enrollment plan overnight. On the other side, Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Yiyuan, Xiao Songlong Pavilion, a group of villagers were also talking about Ding Wen. Surprisingly, Su Hang was there too. Xiao Su. Professor Ding has won the Nobel Prize now. But the relevant department's director didn't call you. I guess it won't be long before Yinchen will call you. After a moment, Feng Qiu said again, the relevant departments in the province have called several times. By the way, Uncle Feng, why did Yinchen call me? Su Hang frowned. When Su Hang received the push message, he was also very excited. Because Bingdu College was different from those companies that were attracted by investment. Investment companies may be prosperous for 10 years and then go downhill. But Bingdu College will become more and more mature as time goes by. As long as Bingdu College is there is no need to worry about Bingdu Economic Development Zone declining like those resource-based cities without foundation. It can be said that Bingdu Economic Development Zone now has a real ballast. Hee. First of all, Professor Ding will definitely be selected as an academician of the Xiaoguo Academy of Sciences. And secondly, there will definitely be many universities that want to poach Professor Ding. Feng Qiu replied. Don't worry about that. Su Hang smiled. In fact, what others don't know is that just a dozen minutes ago, Ding Wen, who was participating in the competition in Country M, sent him a message. The message was very simple. All administrative matters of Ding Wen would be handed over to Su Hang. He just wanted to be a dean of Bingdu College quietly. In this way, it would be impossible for colleges and universities in developed areas in the south to poach Ding Wen. Now Bingdu College is really stable. If Lao Tong and Teacher 2 can make further efforts in their projects, perhaps our Bingdu College can really attract foreign students with its own strength. After hearing this, Feng Qiu immediately understood what Su Hang meant, and his face was full of joy. That's right. Gao Yuling followed. In Xiao country, the ranking of universities has its own set of standards, but it is not recognized internationally. The most recognized list internationally is how many Nobel Prize winners a university can produce. This is also the first factor that international students consider when choosing to study abroad. It is precisely for this reason that it is difficult for Xiao country's universities to gain real international recognition. The international students attracted are basically those who pay salaries to study, rather than actually letting foreign students spend money to study in Xia country. Therefore, scholars and experts like Gao Yuling and Feng Shui really dream of seeing Xiaogua have such a school that can truly hold its own in the international arena. Uncle Tong and his friends may not be able to stay at Binggu College any longer. When talking about Tong Jichuan and the other two, Su Hang's face showed a hint of helplessness. What's wrong? Feng Shui was startled and full of surprise. The medical school that Binggu College applied for was not approved. It was said that if a third-tier college wants to open a medical major, it must rely on an existing medical university in China. The university that Xingji College used to be affiliated with was not a medical university, nor did it have a medical major. Including this time participating in the Blue Star Science and Technology competition, we all went to the biomedical category. Su Hang explained. I remember that. Xia country seems to have this rule, because it involves some human bodies for experiments, so. Gao Yuling next to him thought about it, and said immediately. What should we do now? Lao Tong's project has reached a critical moment, and future generations may need a lot of graduate students. After a pause, Feng Shui asked again with some concern. If it doesn't work, Binggu Economic Development Zone can only apply to establish a formal medical school. Su Hang replied. Establish a medical university? A public university affiliated to Binggu Economic Development Zone? Feng Shui and Gao Yuling looked at Su Hang at the same time. Well, I think the current size of our Binggu Village clinic is barely acceptable. In addition, Longcheng Village and Luan Village have built 2 more community health service stations. Now we really need some long-term professional talents. Always hiring people from outside at high prices is not a long-term solution. The most important thing is that it is easier to bring people out by ourselves. Su Hang expressed his thoughts. Chapter 448 Alumni Who Can't Be Helped. This is a really good idea. Where do you plan to build it? Gao Yuling's eyes became brighter and brighter. They now know Su Hang's style very well. If he wants to build a medical university, it will definitely not be the size of an ordinary medical school. It may increase the number of permanent residents in Bingdu Economic Development Zone by tens of thousands. We need to wait for Uncle Tong and the others to come back to discuss this. It mainly involves some other issues. Su Hang said again. As for medical talents, there is no shortage of them in Bingdu Economic Development Zone now. There will be more resources after the Shusher Medical Headquarters building moves in. But if Bingdu Economic Development Zone undertakes to build a medical school, it must be a public school. At that time, all teachers in the school will have to take on the civil service system. And once they are put into the civil service system, the income of many backbone doctors in Bingdu Village Health Center, such as Tao Yong, the first ophthalmologist, will definitely be greatly reduced. So we must think of a compromise plan, and let these frontline experts and backbones also take on some graduate students. Otherwise, it is basically impossible for Bingdu Medical University to grow quickly into Bingdu College. Okay. You guys discuss it first. If you need any help later, tell me. I know a lot of people in education-related departments in Yanqing. Gao Yuling replied after a little thought. And Gao, don't worry. I will definitely tell you if there are any problems. Su Hang said immediately. In this way, after the few people talked about other things in Bingdu College for a while, Feng Shui mentioned another thing. By the way, Xiao Su, how are the preparations for the Universiade going? It's going smoothly at the moment. There shouldn't be any problems with the stadium. There are just some problems with the East City Gate. Su Hang replied. East Gate? When I met Lao Lu the day before yesterday, didn't Lao Lu say that the East Gate would be completed in July, and the walls on both sides of the gate also extend outward by 500 meters each? Feng Shui was a little surprised. It's not the East Gate, it's the large desert inside the East Gate. Originally, we wanted to simply build a group of ancient buildings inside the gate, but now it's too late. Su Hang rubbed his eyebrows. I saw Lao Lu frowning all day long some time ago. Is it because of this? Feng Shui suddenly realized. Yes, it's mainly because Uncle Lu is also rushing to the Economic Development Zone Museum. Otherwise, there will be no problem as long as he is given enough time. Su Hang said. So what should we do now? Don't just take advantage of Uncle Lu. Try to train more talents who can share your pressure. By the way, did you talk to the person on WeChat who pushed it to you last time? I think she can be trained well. Feng Shui said. Now we can only think of ways to green the 2 sides of the road first, and then slowly plan after the Universiade is over. As for that, you said Ling Feifei has been added. But she hasn't posted any questions about ancient architecture during this period. Just a simple greeting. Su Heng said. Just add it. She originally had a lot of questions. But I told her that you were very busy during this period, and asked her not to bother you first. Gao Yuling subconsciously glanced at Feng Shuyu before speaking. Oh, it's not that serious. Actually, now the most difficult part of several major projects has passed. If she has any questions, she can ask. Just like Uncle Feng said just now, ancient architecture attaches great importance to talent and interest, and it is not too related to her current major. Su Heng waved his hand and said, Okay, then I'll tell her about it, Gao Yuling said hurriedly. Xiao Su. The other thing is the opening ceremony of the Provincial Universiade. I originally planned to contact several heavyweight leaders for the opening ceremony. But as usual, they have already received invitations from the International Olympic Committee, and country are in advance, and need to attend the opening ceremony of the Blue Star Olympics. At this time, Feng Shuyu said with some regret, Uncle Feng, you really don't have to worry about the opening ceremony. We are just a simple provincial universiade. And looking at the actions of the Blue Star International Olympic Committee, the publicity of this Olympics will be much greater than in previous years. I heard that many heads of state have been invited to attend the opening ceremony of country are. Seeing this, Su Heng immediately told Feng Shuyu not to worry. The main reason is that I am a little unwilling. In addition to Bingdu TV, even Xiaogua Sports Channel will broadcast the opening ceremony simultaneously. In addition, the scale of the stadium built in our economic development zone seems to be quite large. If there are too few guests and spectators. Midway through speaking, Feng Shuyu stopped. Uncle Feng, it's really okay. Ding Ding said that he has arranged for the office to send invitations to alumni of the past. In addition, there should be no shortage of spectators for tourists. As for the leaders attending, at the provincial level of the Universiade, a few people from the relevant departments of Lanzhou City will be enough. Su Heng said immediately. It's really okay? After hearing what Su Heng said, Feng Shuyu's regret was reduced a little. It's really okay, at worst. The villagers of Bingdu village can sit on it themselves. Okay. Little did they know that when Su Heng and Feng Shuyu were talking about the guests and audiences at the opening ceremony of the Provincial University Games, Lan City, Education Department Government Affairs Building, the first person in charge's office, Lu Wenjian's face was full of excitement, and the secretary across the desk was even more so. Leader, I really didn't expect that there would be a Nobel Prize winner in our Suqing province's directly affiliated colleges and universities. After a moment, the secretary spoke again excitedly. Once upon a time, the relevant departments of Suqing province made great efforts to make a provincial university produce an academician of the two academies. But in the end, there were not many candidates. Although Lansha University had an academician, it was a university directly under the education department of Xia State. Now Suqing province has become the only one in the country. How can they not be excited? The last time Suqing province was far ahead of the country was 8,000 years ago. The surprise given by Bingdu College is really too big. Lu Wenjian nodded heavily. Leader, what should we do now? I just called Bingdu College. And the phone there is always busy. After a pause, the secretary said again, I have called Director Su. Director Su, Bingdu College is about to start the relocation of the new campus, and the Provincial Universiade is not long away. In addition, Ding Ding is currently participating in a competition abroad. He will not accept various special topics and lectures for the time being. Lu Wenjian tapped the desk with his fingers. Okay, the secretary said again. But we have to wait. But we have to support Bingdu College this time. After a moment, Lu Wenjian said, Leader, what do you mean? The secretary asked after a moment of hesitation. Our provincial universiade this year is hosted by Bingdu Economic Development Zone, which is equivalent to the home court of Bingdu College. But this provincial universiade happened to coincide with the Blue Star Olympics. In addition, in order to balance the publicity demands of various colleges and universities, we also asked Bingdu Economic Development Zone to add a lot of extra programs. If the universiade is not popular at that time, it will be very. Lu Wenjian leaned back in his chair. Do you mean that we should invite some leaders? The secretary has been with Lu Wenjian for several years, and he immediately understood the thoughts of his own leader. In addition to the leaders, the audience also needs to help think of a solution. Lu Wenjian nodded. Since last year's Cultural Tourism Festival, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has become a nightmare for many leaders in Lan City. This time, As long as they say hello, they will definitely support Bingyu Economic Development Zone. If a few big guys come over there suddenly, the problem will rise to another level. Audience. Leader, you don't say it. When it comes to audience, Bingyu College is really a bit problematic. The secretary paused, then said, what? When Lu Wenjian heard that something was going on, he immediately straightened up. I also heard from a relative in my hometown some time ago that many alumni of Bingyu College in my hometown have received invitations from Bingyu College, asking them to visit the new campus of Bingyu College and watch the opening ceremony of the Provincial Universiade on September 20th. And at the end, they said they would reimburse their travel expenses. The secretary explained. And then? Lu Wenjian asked. As a result, these alumni did not buy it, and basically returned the invitation letters. The secretary sighed. In fact, when he saw the promotional video of the new campus of Bingyu College on TV, he had an urge to go inside. If it were him, he would definitely go there with pleasure. It was just because Bingyu College said in the enrollment brochure that the campus would only be open to students, faculty and staff, parents of students, and registered alumni. If these alumni did not go to Bingyu Economic Development Zone this time, it would mean giving up registration, and there would be no chance to enter the new campus in the future. Why would they return to Bingyu College when they have even reimbursed their travel expenses? Lu Wenjian was increasingly puzzled. Maybe it's because they don't have enough vision. A large number of alumni felt that Bingyu College was not a good thing to ask them to return, and they might even ask them to donate something to the school during the alumni reunion, and free things are often the most expensive. Another group felt that they graduated from Singji College, and their teachers had all resigned. The current Bingyu College has nothing to do with them. If you insist on treating yourself as an alumnus, you will be laughed at by others. The secretary curled his lips. What kind of thinking is this? Lu Wenjian frowned. More than half of the former alumni of Bingyu College are working at the grassroots level. Only a few have gone out. Most of them don't respond. The rest must think it's meaningless to go. The secretary said again. Okay. Let's not worry about this first. Tomorrow, you can contact the preparatory group of the Provincial Universiade and ask how the audience of the opening ceremony is arranged. Can anyone who goes can enter or? Hearing this, Lu Wenjian no longer wanted to talk about the old alumni of Bingyu College, just because he felt it was not worth wasting time on people of this level. Okay, leader, the secretary said immediately. The next day, the sun rose. Bingyu Economic Development Zone Management Committee Building, Office of the 3rd Deputy Director, Zui Xuezhong frowned instantly after listening to the staff's report. Not investing in our Bingyu Economic Development Zone? What's the reason? Is it one company that doesn't invest or none of the ones you contacted invest? As he put down the documents in his hand, Zui Xuezhong asked immediately. Chapter 449. If you don't want it, then let's sell it. All of them will not be put into use. The secretary whispered. Why? Zui Xuezhong's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. As early as half a month ago, in order to completely solve the public transportation problem in Bingyu Economic Development Zone, the management committee planned to add a batch of shared bicycles in addition to adding 17 bus routes and increasing the number of taxis. I thought shared bicycles should be the easiest one, but who would have thought that the secretary would tell him that no one was willing to put them into use? So, how could he not be surprised? Those shared bicycle operators said that they would not consider county-level areas, and some prefecture-level cities in the northwest region were not considered either. The reason given was that bicycles in the northwestern counties were too easy to be lost, and a large number of them were even ridden to villagers' homes. They had no way to manage them. Our Bingyu Economic Development Zone does not have a formal county-level organization yet. The secretary's voice was more helpless. Although the operating managers of those shared bicycles said some extreme things, some of them were indeed real problems. For a while, it was common to see bicycles with locks removed in remote areas. Then Zui Xuezhong hesitated, not knowing what to say. Bingyu Economic Development Zone is actually very different from ordinary counties and districts in the northwest region. First of all, the population composition is very different. The registered long-term residents are actually of high quality, especially those who buy houses in Bingyu Economic Development Zone for their children to go to school. They don't need the money for a shared bicycle. So, I'll discuss this with the director. We must find a way to solve this problem. It's already mid-June, and it's only 3 months away from the Provincial Universiade. After thinking for a moment, Zui Xuezhong said, Okay. The secretary nodded hurriedly. By the way, How is the preparation for the official establishment ceremony of Bingu Economic Development Zone State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission going? After a pause, Zhu Xuezhong asked again. Although Bingu Economic Development Zone State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission had previously established a corresponding working group, it had never had a dedicated workplace. Now that Bingu Culture has moved to the business district as a whole, there are many vacant spaces in the east row of office buildings in Bonfire Square. Zhu Xuezhong then rented all of these spaces in the name of the Economic Development Zone. Just because of chatting with Su Hang that day, I learned about the department construction plan of Bingu Economic Development Zone from the second half of this year to next year. After the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau, Traffic Management Bureau, and Finance Bureau of Bingu Economic Development Zone move to the exclusive office area, the Housing Management Bureau will be established, and the tax branch will be upgraded to the Economic Development Zone State Taxation Bureau, and the Industrial and Commercial branch will be upgraded to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. In addition, the Market Supervision and Administration Bureau and the Health and Health Commission of Bingu Economic Development Zone will be established. If these 5 bureaus are built, together with the previously upgraded Public Security Bureau and Fire Brigade, Bingu Economic Development Zone will have 10 formal bureau-level units. Seeing that it would not be the turn of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the Economic Development Zone for a while, this scene came into being. According to Su Hang's arrangement, after the Bingu Economic Development Zone State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission is officially established, Bingu Public Transport Group, Bingu Water Group and Bingu Gas Company will all be under the jurisdiction of the Economic Development Zone State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission from now on. If the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission wants to establish new local state-owned enterprises or invest in other enterprises, it will need to use its own operating profits or cash balances. If it is well managed, the strength of the Bingu Economic Development Zone State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission will also be strengthened step by step, just like the Shenzhen State-Owned Assets, which can be called the first state-owned assets in Xiaogua. If it is not well managed, the enterprises under the state-owned assets will not only go bankrupt and reorganize, but the corresponding staff establishment of the state-owned assets will also be cancelled. At present, the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the Economic Development Zone has recruited 15 full-time contract workers under the arrangement of Zhu Xuezhong. As long as these 15 contract workers can perform their duties conscientiously, there will be no problem in getting a formal position in the second year. It's almost ready. It depends on when the leader has time, the secretary said hurriedly. I'll discuss the time with the director. Okay. Half an hour later, when Zhu Xuezhong packed up and was about to go find Su Hang, Du Jianshan had already arrived in front of Su Hang at the Bingu Stadium. Director, the layout of ecological breeding has been completed. This year, a total of 10,000 mu of alfalfa has been planted. Looking back at the progress of Bingu Stadium, Du Jianshan could not hide his emotion. Although the main stadium has not been officially completed, he can be sure that this is the most imposing stadium he has ever seen. Even the stadiums in Yincheng and Haishur cannot compare. That's not all. Daeuncheng to the south of the stadium has made great progress. The athletes' apartments and the small high-rise glass curtain wall hotel have entered the interior decoration stage. At first glance from a distance, the scale of Dayun village is not inferior to that of Longcheng village. It was at this moment that Du Jianshan finally understood the meaning of barely enough by his director. How are the dormitories for the farm staff? When will the farm be relocated? Su Hang nodded and asked again. It is expected that all 1,000 dormitories for the farm staff will meet the relocation standards in July. The new farm has been built, but due to the problem of staff dormitories, it can only be relocated after the employees have moved there first. In addition, the listing application of Bingu Farm has also entered the review queue. However, since there are more than 600 listed companies waiting for review on the main board, it is estimated that it will be our turn next year, Du Jianshan said hurriedly. As long as we move everything there before August, we can take our time to go public. Speaking of going public, Su Hang sighed slightly. His idea before was to try to get Bingu Farm listed in the shortest possible time, so as to increase some chips for the Bingu Economic Development Zone to upgrade to Bingu County level city. Facts have proved that he still thought the problem was too simple. In addition to its own strength, the company needs unpredictable time to go public. If we really wait for 2 years, Bingdu Economic Development Zone may have reached the relevant standards, and there is no need to take this opportunity. August will definitely be no problem. During this period, I will go to the 10,000-acre alfalfa garden every day. The growth of alfalfa is no different from that of the simulated planting in our laboratory. By then, it should be able to provide a lot of fodder for the farm. After 3 to 5 years, alfalfa can continuously improve the soil, and it is possible to grow some food crops there. When it comes to ecological farming, Du Jianshan's eyes really light up, because this is his real profession, and what he has studied all his life. Director Du, if the northern area of the Economic Development Zone can really grow crops in a few years, your name will definitely appear in the local chronicles of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Hearing this, Su Hang said very seriously, the Gobi Desert is flat. If it really becomes fertile soil one day, the Xia state will probably re-examine the value of this place. It is even more meaningful for Bingdu Economic Development Zone, which is equivalent to having their own rice bowl. They don't have to buy all the rice from outside like they do now. Director, you are too kind. This is nothing. Du Jianshan denied it, but couldn't hide his happiness. As a scientific researcher with real aspirations, what he cares most about is not how much money he makes in this life, but whether his name will appear in textbooks or be recorded in history. Although the local chronicle is small, it is also included in the History Museum. Director Du, this is not a deliberate flattery. It is really worth it. Su Hang said again. Director Du, there is no need to be polite between us. You just need to continue to move forward according to your plan. Bingdu Group and Bingdu Farm will definitely support it with all their strength. By the way, how is the environment of the farm staff dormitory? If it is too difficult, the subsidy can be increased. Just when Du Jianshan wanted to say something else, Su Hang immediately changed the subject. Director, the staff dormitory environment is fine. The landscaping company you contacted is really strong. The large area of poplar trees to the west of the staff dormitory has survived, and there are many old poplar trees. The 500-meter-wide green belt between the dormitory and the farm has also survived, and the large pond in the middle has begun to store water. Hearing this, Du Jianshan said hurriedly, the pond has begun to store water? Su Hang asked again. Yes. Then throw some small fish in it. The employees there are far away from the core area, and there are no entertainment activities. You can let them go fishing when the time comes. Su Hang thought for a while and said, small fish? Director, I'll take care of this. When Du Jianshan heard this, he felt a chill on his back and said quickly, just a moment ago, Du Jianshan thought of the small fish in the entertainment complex. The entertainment complex is now almost occupied by those fishermen. Sometimes you have to queue for 2 or 3 days for a fishing spot. And he plans to integrate the ecological breeding pond here with a breeding farm in the future. If there are some small fish, it will be a big deal. Okay then. Just like that, Su Hang and Du Jianshan talked about some other things. After more than half an hour, Du Jianshan left the stadium. However, Du Jianshan had just left, and Su Hang had not left the project department when Zhui Xuezhong arrived. Director, it's like this. Zhui Xuezhong knew that Su Hang's time was precious, and then he explained his purpose. Those shared bicycle companies don't want to come? After hearing this, Su Hang frowned. Well, since they don't want to come, there's no need to force them. Bingdu Economic Development Zone can just build one on its own. It's just a shared bicycle, and it's not high-tech. Su Hang said immediately. Our own? Zhui Xuezhong hesitated. A shared bicycle doesn't cost much, and the cost of mass customization may even be lower than the deposit. As for management, it is simpler. We don't need to find someone to develop an app. We can set up several distribution points in Bingdu Economic Development Zone and assign a staff member to each distribution point. If tourists or people want to use the bicycle, they can register with their ID cards. They need to check the bicycle before using it. And the same applies to returning the bicycle. This can also prevent the bicycle from being damaged or lost. Su Hang expressed his thoughts. This can solve a lot of problems. And the cost is not high. Zhui Xuezhong's eyes brightened after a brief thought. It was not until a moment later that he spoke again. Director, what about the rent? Rent? Anyway, the cost is not high. $1 per trip. As long as it can maintain the normal maintenance of the bicycle and the wages of related staff. Su Hang had almost no hesitation. Now the shared bicycles in many cities are getting more and more expensive. And one trip costs 2 or 3 yuan. Bingdu Economic Development Zone charges $1 per day, which is equivalent to giving welfare. Okay, I'll arrange it tonight. Swish Yuezheng nodded. Well, when purchasing bicycles, the quality standard should be slightly higher, since it is to provide convenience to the public and tourists. We must focus on the key points, and not do face-saving projects. Su Hang immediately reminded. Director. I think so too. Swish Yuezheng nodded in agreement. And he admired his young boss even more in his heart. First, you come up with a specific plan. See how much money it costs. Make a budget report. And I will sign it directly. Su Hang said again. Okay, Director. The next thing is to set up the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the Economic Development Zone. The preparations are almost done now. What do you think? Swish Yuezheng said. When? I think next Monday. Okay. I'll go there then. Okay. A day passed in a flash. In the evening, Bingdu Economic Development Zone was crowded with tourists. Since Bingdu School's enrollment promotion and Dingwen's meeting, the gate of the new campus has become a new check-in place. Very lively. At this time, in the business district, Bingdu Culture Office Building, Shui Yutian's face darkened instantly after hearing what Zhong Ruofei said. All returned? After a moment, he asked. Almost. Only a few who didn't reply probably threw the invitation into the trash can. Zhong Ruofei sighed. This time, Bingdu College specially asked someone to design an invitation to increase the sense of ceremony. Now that they have received such feedback, it is impossible to say that they don't care at all. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei said again. This morning, the Bingdu College office called and said that the staff of the Provincial Education Department told him that if we need audiences for the opening ceremony, they can help coordinate. Help coordinate? Forget it. Since these people don't appreciate it, we will follow our own pace. It's as if we are begging them to be the audience. I will prepare in the next 2 days. Let's do some publicity and start selling tickets. Shui Yutian knocked heavily on the desk with his fingers. Anyone can see that he is in a bad mood at this moment. Whether it is those old alumni or the Provincial Education Department who kindly wants to help. It is essentially artificial that there will be no audience at the opening ceremony of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Selling tickets? Zhong Ruofei paused. Yes. Although many large-scale sports events have the tradition of selling tickets at the opening ceremony, we are hosting the Suqing Provincial Universiade this time, which is for self-entertainment. It can't be compared with those large-scale events at all. After a moment, Zhong Ruofei expressed his concerns. What's wrong with the Provincial Universiade? Do you know how many celebrities Xiao Su asked me to invite this time? Just for these celebrities. We are not overselling tickets at all, and we can sell them at a good price. It's just that Xiao Su said that this is the Provincial Universiade, the protagonists are the college students who come to participate, and we can't steal their limelight, so I haven't announced it to the public. Shui Yutian curled his lips. How many did you invite? Zhong Ruofei paused and asked subconsciously. Chapter 450 College Entrance Examination Results of the First Batch of Students. Last year, the celebrities invited during the Cultural and Tourism Festival were invited with Li Wei's reputation, and this year, the celebrities invited were invited with Bingdu TV and Bingdu Culture's reputation. Shui Yutian did not say the specific number of celebrities invited. It's not that he was playing dumb, but this time, in addition to the big-name celebrities, Huang Jiong, the dean of Bingdu College Media, also invited many veteran artists, plus there were also uninvited 4th and 5th-tier celebrities, and now he has not counted the exact number. Anyway, as long as Bingdu Culture called, almost no one disagreed. And even many celebrity agents directly adjusted other programs and cruise schedules to reserve half a month for the provincial opening ceremony. If we use the face of these two units, doesn't it mean that most of the entertainment industry in Xiaogui will come? Zhong Ruofei was stunned. Although he is not in the entertainment industry, he knows very well what position Bingdu TV and Bingdu Culture have in Xiaogui's entertainment. Now sometimes when I go out to discuss things, I can clearly feel that Bingdu Culture and Bingdu TV are more famous than Bingdu Group. That's about right. Shui Yutian nodded. How will we receive these stars? Do we need to reserve rooms in Guanxue Tower in advance? After a pause, Zhong Ruofei asked again. No need. Now our Bingdu village is no longer the Bingdu village of last year. All the stars participating in the performance will be arranged in the newly built quality hotel in Dayun village. Shui Yutian replied with certainty. That's right. I'm used to it. I almost forgot about Dayun Village. Zhong Ruofei understood immediately. The biggest problem now is how to set the ticket price for the opening ceremony. After a while, Shui Yutian mentioned the issue of the audience for the opening ceremony again. Well, let's go find Xiao Su first and see what he means. After all, collecting tickets for the opening ceremony of the Universiade is not a trivial matter. And you know the scale of the stadium that Xiao Su built. After thinking for a while, Zhong Ruofei said, well, let's go there tomorrow morning. Shui Yutian nodded. Okay. The next day, the sun rose at the entrance of the Tianxia Diazwang project department. Just as Su Hang was about to go in, he ran into Shui Yutian and Zhong Ruofei, who had been waiting for a long time. Then the two of them talked about the alumni of Bingda College returning the invitation letters, and the idea of charging admission for the opening ceremony. Have all the alumni returned the invitation letters? After hearing this, Su Hang frowned slightly. Well, I guess many of the remaining ones that were not returned were thrown into the trash can. Zhong Ruofei nodded. But if? Su Hang's face flashed a little hesitation. I have asked the Bingda College office to call those who have not returned the invitation letters to confirm again. If they really want to come, Bingda College will register them. Seemingly seeing Su Hang's worry, Zhong Ruofei immediately said again, oh, if that's the case, it's not impossible to implement a ticketing system. On the contrary, a ticketing system is more conducive to on-site management. But there is a prerequisite that enough places are reserved for each university. After a moment of contemplation, Su Hang spoke. All the programs for the opening ceremony of the Universiade were given to Bingda Culture. Originally, Bingda Economic Development Zone was thinking of giving Bingda Culture a direct project subsidy. If the opening ceremony is to implement a ticketing system, the special subsidy may be cancelled. But the ticket revenue can enter the public account of Bingda Culture. We plan to reserve 200 tickets for each university. This time, because all universities will participate in the performance, and the relevant athletes will also participate in the opening ceremony, 200 tickets should be about the same. After hearing this, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian looked at each other. Zhong Ruofei said, about the same. There are more than 40 universities in the province. Each school has 2 tickets, which is more than 8,000. And our stadium can only seat more than 90,000 people in total. After a calculation, Su Hang replied, what about the ticket standard? After confirming that there was no problem with reserving tickets, Shui Yutian hurriedly asked again, you guys decide the ticket price. Anyway, just make sure the venue is not too empty. Otherwise the live broadcast will not look good. Su Hang said, then I'll arrange it. Shui Yutian responded immediately, and then added, Xiao Su, when will the stadium be completed? About another month and a half. Don't worry. There will definitely be time for rehearsals. Just a glance. Su Hang knew what Shui Yutian wanted to ask. Then let me know 5 days before completion. And I'll ask the heads of various colleges and universities to arrange their performance teams to come for a rehearsal with makeup. Shui Yutian said hurriedly. No problem, but before that, we have to ask Bingda College to prepare the dormitories first. The performers and staff can't live in the Universiade village. Su Hang followed up with instructions. New bedding has been delivered to the dormitories in advance. That's fine. Just like that, they briefly talked about some other things. A few minutes later, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian went to the bonfire square, and Su Hang entered the construction site. Old Shui, how much tickets do you plan to order? As they walked, Zhong Ruofei asked casually. Let's follow the standards of a first-tier celebrity concert. Shui Yutian seemed to have thought about it, and replied immediately. Ah, according to the standards of a concert? Zhong Ruofei paused slightly. According to the process of the opening ceremony of the Universiade given by Xiao Su, it will officially open at 8 p.m., but in fact, from 4 p.m., various celebrities will take the stage in the stadium to perform and warm up the audience. From 4 to 8. It's a full 4 hours. Those top celebrity concerts usually last only 2 or 3 hours. And how many celebrities do we have? If the tickets are sold according to the standards of top celebrity concerts, the audience will not suffer any loss at all. Shui Yutian explained immediately. That's fine if that's the case. By the way, since we've decided to sell tickets for the opening ceremony, do we need to advertise? Xiao Su said that there shouldn't be too few people at the opening ceremony, in case the tickets don't sell enough. After thinking for a while, Zhong Ruofei said, well, I'll ask the staff to contact those stars first, and let them post it in their fan clubs, to see how everyone reacts. If the reaction is average, we'll find a way to promote it. Shui Yutian expressed his thoughts. Although the Binga Culture office building has been completed, Binga Culture still has a lot of places to spend money, and they will definitely save as much as they can. Okay, communicate in time. At this point, Zhong Ruofei no longer had any questions. Sure. Where are you going now? I'm going to Binga Taxi Company. The number of taxis in operation will increase from 300 to 1,000. Because the new taxis are all licensed by our Binga Economic Development Zone and are all imported from parallel import dealers, so the formalities have not been completed yet. By the way, what about you? I'm going to the office. The exterior scenes of that costume drama have been filmed. The only thing missing is the scenes of the #1 village in the world. The sooner we finish filming, the sooner we can make room for the #1 village in the world. Don't wait until the tourists start checking in. And the scenes haven't been filmed yet. Shui Yutian looked back in the direction of Tianxia #1 village. Unconsciously, the construction of Tianxia #1 village is nearing completion, and many scenes can be filmed. If it is not for living, but for filming, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is completed. Okay, I'll go first. Yeah. In the evening, the sun sets. Although Lan City is located in the northwest, the Yellow River runs through the city, and the river beach at sunset is also very artistic, especially around 7 p.m. Many citizens chose to drink tea and cool off by the river, which was very pleasant. However, at this time, an incredible voice came from an office in the government building of the education department. The economic development zone doesn't need our help. Behind the desk, Lu Wenjian's face was full of surprise. Yeah. The secretary nodded. Didn't they say that the alumni of Binga College don't accept invitations? Lu Wenjian frowned and asked again. The answer given by Binga Culture, the organizer of the opening ceremony, is that the audience policy of the opening ceremony has changed from an invitation system to a ticket system. In addition to some reserved tickets, the rest will be sold, the secretary said. And the voice became smaller and smaller. You can't even send out invitations, but you're still selling tickets? This. What on earth is Bingu Economic Development Zone thinking? Lu Wenjian's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. I don't know about that, but that's what they replied anyway, the secretary said again. But? After a long silence, Lu Wenjian slowly leaned back in his chair. The organizer this time is Bingu Economic Development Zone. Theoretically, as long as the Economic Development Zone agrees, even they can't interfere. Leader, our provincial university originally overlapped with the Blue Star Olympics. Now that the ticket system is implemented, there will definitely not be many spectators. And the opening ceremony is broadcast live by Bingu TV and Xiaogua Sports Channel. The secretary sighed. I know. That's why I have a headache. I was thinking of inviting the key person in charge of the province. If no one is at the opening ceremony. Lu Wenjian kept rubbing his eyebrows. Leader, I think we need to consider this matter. Don't let it become a hot topic again, the secretary said hurriedly. Some things are hard to say, but he knows what his leader is worried about. I know. 1 minute. 2 minutes. It was not until a long time that Lu Wenjian straightened up. Forget it. For the sake of safety, we will not invite the key person in charge during this period. When the time comes, the leaders of various universities, and we can go. For the opening ceremony of a provincial university games, this kind of configuration is normal, he said. Leader, then I won't prepare a speech anymore? The secretary paused and said hurriedly. No, we have tried our best. It is the Bingu Economic Development Zone that temporarily adjusted the policy. As for Bingu College, we just need to continue to support it. Lu Wenjian nodded. I understand, leader. By the way, you said that Bingu Economic Development Zone may apply to build Bingu Medical University? After a pause, Lu Wenjian said again. Well, it was said by the person in charge of Bingu College, but it seems that it has not been finalized yet, the secretary said hurriedly. Then I know. When the Bingu Economic Development Zone Education Bureau submits the application, please send it to me as soon as possible. Remember, it must have the official seal of the Education Bureau, otherwise it cannot be approved, Lu Wenjian said. Okay, I will notify them when the time comes. The secretary immediately took out the mobile phone notepad and wrote it down. Another thing is to contact Bingu College. After the participating team of Bingu College returns to China, let them wait in Ning'an district for a day. The provincial leaders want to have a talk with Professor Ding. At this time, Lu Wenjian reminded again. Don't worry. I will notify everyone. Yes. The sun rises and sets. And a week passes in a flash. Gyoga City. A cultural square. Several teenagers around 18 or 19 are listening to the phone together. Since the phone is on speakerphone, the voice on the phone can be heard clearly by everyone around. Chinese. 107. Mathematics as the voices sounded. The faces of the teenagers became more and more nervous. Until the phone finally said total score 512. The scene became excited instantly. One of the boys even jumped up on the spot. However, the boys did not hang up the phone at this time, but continued to listen carefully. The candidate ranked 14,336th in Suching Province in this college entrance examination. The first batch of science undergraduate admission score is 458 points, and the second batch undergraduate score is 372. It was not until this sentence was said that the scene became excited again. Li Zi, you are nearly 60 points above the first batch. You should be able to apply for a similar 211. The others all looked at the boy in the middle. Suching Province still uses the Liberal Arts and Science Division for college entrance examination recruitment. And today is the day for candidates in Suching Province to check their scores and get their results. It's only about 50 points above the first tier line. I don't dare to apply for 211 at all. At most I can apply for a first tier university in the province. And even if I apply for a first tier university in the province, I don't dare to choose a major. The others were excited. But the boy in the middle looked a little disappointed. It's really good. Your score is estimated to be at least around 100th in our school. Hearing this, the others envied again. Their scores have just been checked. They are basically hovering between the second tier and first tier lines. One of them almost didn't make it to the second tier line. The top 100 of our school is nothing. It's worth mentioning if it's the top 100 of those schools in Lanzhou. The boy said again. Li Zi, we are not at the same level as them, especially the Northwest Normal University affiliated high school. It is estimated that this year's top scorer in liberal arts and science is not, or should I say, the top 10 in liberal arts and science. More than half of them are from them. A person next to the boy said. However, as soon as the boy finished speaking, another boy immediately refuted. It was true in previous years, but it is not certain this year. I heard that Launcher No. 1 Middle School has also been strengthened. Maybe this year's top scorer will be from Launcher No. 1 Middle School. Launcher No. 1 Middle School is still not good enough. Normal University affiliated middle school is the best. You really can't underestimate Launcher No. 1 Middle School. Young people are like this. They will argue about a topic that has nothing to do with them. Stop arguing. Now that the results are out, the top 100 in the province are probably out. You can check it out and find out. At this time, the boy who scored 512 said, yes, you can check it out and find out. I also want to see where the first place in liberal arts and science in Gyoga City can rank in the province. Immediately, someone took out his mobile phone. 1 minute, 2 minutes, swish. After some operations, the list of the top 100 liberal arts and science in Suching Province appeared on the mobile phone screen. Let me see if it's the high school affiliated to the West China Normal University in Lanzhou. Immediately, several people came over together. Chapter 451. Let's test the waters with a high price first. Wait, this. It would have been better if they hadn't looked at it. When they looked at it, several teenagers were stunned at the same time, with incredible expressions on their faces. Not for anything else, just because this year's top scorer in science in Suching Province was not a student from the affiliated high school of West China Normal University, as the teenagers thought, nor was he a student from the No. 1 Middle School in Lanzhou, as his companions thought, but a very unfamiliar name, Bingda Cultural and Tourism School. Wuyunfei Bingda Cultural and Tourism School is wrong? That's not all, until several people confirmed again that they had not missed any details before staring at each other, silently swallowing their saliva. After a long time, the boy finally said, isn't Bingda Cultural and Tourism School an IB school? How come the domestic class is so good? I remember that when I saw the promotion of Bingda Cultural and Tourism School last year, it seemed that it only recruited 2 domestic senior high school classes. And the students recruited there didn't seem to be very outstanding. The boy really couldn't understand it. In theory, it is difficult to improve the grades of senior high school students directly recruited. Many students had uneven foundations before, and it is very unlikely to become outstanding within a year. And the top students in various schools would not transfer in the last crucial year. As a result, the provincial champion this year is from this school. It's so unbelievable. What's more terrible is that many IB schools in China are basically strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Domestic channels are not worth mentioning at all. There is really no such school as Binga Cultural Tourism School. It's a pity that there are no students who transferred there. Otherwise, we can ask them, how did they do it? The other teenagers sighed with some complexity. I don't know why. Every year when we hear that the provincial champion comes from Mon City, we think it's normal, and there's nothing wrong with it. But when we hear that the provincial champion is next door, we feel a little jealous, as if we have lost something that originally belonged to us. That's it. At this time, not only a group of college entrance examination students who were checking their scores were confused, but many parents were even more confused. What? The results of the first senior high school students of Binga Cultural Tourism School this year have exploded? On a street in Mon City, a middle-aged woman who was dressed very fashionably and wore gold earrings had her eyes widened as she listened. In addition to the provincial champion being from Binga Cultural Tourism School, 30 of the top 1,000 in the province in science are from Binga Cultural Tourism School. The score improvement there is really great. The companion next to him curled his lips. The overall score is not as good as that of the affiliated high school of West China Normal University. The middle-aged woman breathed a sigh of relief, because her child is now studying at the affiliated high school of West China Normal University, and this is also the proudest thing for her family. But you have to know that Binga Cultural Tourism School only recruited 2 classes last year. How many students were there in the class? The companion glanced at the woman. Only 2 in total. The middle-aged woman was stunned. I just heard Xiaoyan say that her family will go to Bingu Economic Development Zone tomorrow. At this time, the companion said again, why go to the Economic Development Zone? The middle-aged woman stared again. Isn't her son going to high school in the second half of the semester? I guess she wants her child to go to school in Bingu Economic Development Zone. The companion replied. Just them? Stop it. Binga Cultural Tourism School is the only IB school in our Suqing province. The tuition fee is at least 200,000 yuan per year. And there are only so many places in that school. She is not a relative of the director of the management committee of Bingu Economic Development Zone. Now seeing that there is a top scholar there, they rush over there. It's just following the trend. The middle-aged woman questioned immediately. No, how can they afford to go to Bingu Cultural and Tourism School? It seems that I heard that Bingu Economic Development Zone has built several branches of famous public schools this year. I guess they are going there. It seems that there is also the affiliated high school of Renmin University of China in Xiaogua. The companion waved his hand. Affiliated high school of Renmin University of China. Instantly, the middle-aged woman stopped talking. It was not until a moment later that she could say, it seems that there are restrictions on studying in public schools. There are restrictions. So the couple plans to buy a house in Bingu Economic Development Zone to register for permanent residence, and then let the elderly in the family go there first. They also said that if there are good job opportunities in Bingu Economic Development Zone, the couple may also go there. The companion said again. That's right. Yes, after all, in addition to improving your college entrance exam scores, you may also be able to apply for independent enrollment at Bingu College in the future. Bingu College is now the only university in Xia country with a Nobel Prize winner. Okay. Poor parents. In Xia country, most parents are unwilling to admit that their children are mediocre. Instead, they will blame their children's mediocrity on other aspects, such as the school is not good, the teacher is not good enough. Last year, Binga Cultural Tourism School was only a rumor, and many people did not recognize it. But this year's college entrance examination results undoubtedly confirmed the strength of Binga Cultural Tourism School. At 8 o'clock in the evening, as various schools began to issue college entrance examination reports, scenes similar to those on Lansher Street were constantly being staged in various prefecture-level cities in Suqing province. Some parents even used their social connections directly, wanting to call the head of the education department in Bingu Economic Development Zone to see if they could arrange for them to get in. But those who took this path were completely blocked after saying just one sentence. Just because of their big connections in their eyes, they only replied with one sentence. Bingu Economic Development Zone is not other places. They don't even give face to the province. So if you want your children to go to school there is only one way. That is to buy a house honestly, register for permanent residence, and leave the rest to Bingu Economic Development Zone. Bingu Economic Development Zone will arrange the rest properly, and will never let school-aged children go without school, and will not just set up an ordinary school to deal with it. What's more terrible is that this view is spreading more and more. Not only has it been recognized by many people, but it has also made many parents unable to sleep all night, and they have been struggling with various thoughts all night. The next day, the sun rose. Although the results of the first senior high school students of Bingda Cultural and Tourism School set off a sensation in all prefecture-level cities in Suqing Province, it did not cause much discussion in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. This is because in the eyes of many people in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, it is normal for Bingda Cultural and Tourism School to achieve such results. If the results are average, it will be a problem. On the third floor of the management committee, Zui Xuezhong had just finished processing the documents in his hand, and the secretary hurriedly walked in. Director Zui, what's wrong? Zui Xuezhong did not look up but continued to process the documents. On the header of the document, it was written Bingdu Economic Development Zone Citizen Shared Bicycle Distribution Point Plan. Just now, Mr. Zhong from Bingda Group called. The secretary said hurriedly. Mr. Zhong, what's the matter? Upon hearing this, Zui Xuezhong immediately put down the documents in his hand. Mr. Zhong asked if our housing management office could temporarily send some staff to Bingda Real Estate to work on-site during this period of time. The relevant subsidies will be paid by Bingda Real Estate. The secretary said again. Is it because of the college entrance examination results of Bingda Cultural and Tourism School? Zui Xuezhong seemed to be thinking about something. Yes, Mr. Zhong said that since about 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon, Bingda Real Estate's phone was directly bombarded with calls. It is estimated that there will be a wave of house purchases in the next 2 days. Now the staff of CCB, CMB, and ICBC have already gone to China Merchants Real Estate. The secretary said with some emotion. Although he is not married yet, he has already discussed with his partner, who is far away in Lan City last night, that he will find a way to buy a house in Bingdu Economic Development Zone before the end of this year, and settle down completely. In the future, the child will study here. Before that, they were actually still hesitating that after the two got married, the child would be better in Lan City, because Lan City is a third-tier city after all, and the child can have a better development. This is a good thing. We must give it our full support. Remember that Bingda Real Estate has developed 4 large-scale projects covering 1,000 mu this time. If all the houses in these 4 large-scale projects can be sold, it will at least bring about 100,000 permanent residents to our economic development zone. Or even more. If we add the permanent residents before, the total population of our economic development zone is expected to exceed 200,000. After a little thought, Zui Xuezhong immediately made arrangements. What is the most lacking thing in Bingdu Economic Development Zone now? It is not funds or resources, but permanent residents. Now that we finally see the hope of a substantial increase in population, we naturally need to provide relevant services. Then you see, the secretary whispered. Well, I'll call the housing authority later. By the way, you can notify the person in charge of the housing authority and ask them to submit another talent introduction plan. The management committee will allocate more quotas for them this year. Zui Xuezhong said again. Okay, Director Zui. The secretary replied immediately. Also, please contact Section Chief Zhang. Bingda Real Estate has 2,000-acre projects in the business district. Although the school there is under construction, there is no community health service station. Once these residents, who come for their children's education, move in, there will definitely be a lot of related needs. Zui Xuezhong subconsciously rubbed his eyebrows. He originally thought that it would be easier after the infrastructure of Lulan and Longcheng village was built. But the facts prove that working in Bingdu Economic Development Zone would not be free at all. There is no busiest, only busier. I'll go over and notify you later. Go! Before he knew it, at 12 noon, at the gate of Yuan, Zhong Ruofei, who was planning to go back to rest, ran into Shui Yutian. Old Shui, how is the ticket for the opening ceremony of the university going? Standing still, Zhong Ruofei immediately asked with concern. I've made a detailed plan. Can you see if it's feasible? Looking at the corridor in the distance, Shui Yutian took the lead and walked over while taking out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Zhong Ruofei. Since he and Su Heng decided to implement the ticketing system for the opening ceremony of the universiade, the two of them discussed the details immediately. The rest of the prices have basically been decided, only the specific ticket price has not been changed. Let me see. Just like that, the two of them sat on the corridor after a while. However, when Zhong Ruofei saw the contents of the document clearly, a little hesitation flashed across his face. Old Shui, isn't this price too high? The standard set in the document is that the ticket price for the front ticket with the best view in the stadium is $48.88, and the ticket price for the farthest place at the top is $19.99. This price is higher than the concert ticket price of many superstars. I am thinking of trying to use high-priced tickets first, and then adjusting it. After all, we can't sell all the tickets, but we can't sell too few either. Speaking of ticket prices, Shui Yutian couldn't help but sigh. If it were in other places, it would definitely be better to find a way to sell all the tickets. But Shui Yutian found a big problem when conducting a comprehensive assessment. That is the current reception capacity of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Although the current Bingdu Economic Development Zone is no longer the economic development zone of last year, the reception capacity has improved a lot. But if Bingdu Culture sells out all the tickets, it means that the economic development zone will receive more than 80,000 out-of-town spectators at once. Unlike the invitation letters sent to Bingdu College alumni, some alumni did not dare to guarantee that they would be able to appear at the stadium even if they were sure to come, but these spectators who bought tickets are different. After all, they have spent money, unless there is something big, otherwise they will definitely come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to watch the opening ceremony. In addition, September is the start of the school year. Judging from the commotion of Bingdu Culture and Tourism School and Bingdu College, there will definitely be many out-of-town parents who will come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to look at houses in September this year. Most importantly, Shui Yutian also went to see the progress of several other commercial complexes in the Economic Development Zone. Except for Zhonghai Plaza, which still has a little hope, Yida City, Taikuli, etc. are unlikely to open before September 20th. Finally, Shui Yutian and Luo Lin made a preliminary estimate that, even if Tianxia No. 1 Village is put into use by then, the current reception limit of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is actually only about 40,000 people. So, the opening ceremony tickets have become the most entangled part. If you want to maximize the benefits, you can't let Bingdu Economic Development Zone fall into the situation of last year. The only way is to test the waters with a high price. Are you worried about the reception capacity? After a little thought, Zhong Ruofei understood Shui Yutian's idea. Yes, I heard from Uncle Lu that the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Museum is about to be built. In addition, you should also know the situation inside the Yaden landform. As long as Xiaosu wants to open it to the public, it should be possible in August at the latest. If it is announced to the public, you should know how many tourists it can attract. We were very passive during the Cultural Tourism Festival last year. If we are passive again this year, Shui Yutian sighed. That's true. Zhong Ruofei rubbed his brows. It was not until a moment later that he said, what are the specific arrangements now? How many tickets do you plan to release? Here's what I thought. Let's talk to a ticketing company tomorrow. Let's release 3,000 tickets first to see how they react. We can adjust the discount at any time. I think the total number of tickets will be around 30,000 in the end. Shui Yutian said his plan. It's a pity that the Universiade Village can only accommodate athletes. By the way, what did Xiaosu say? After thinking for a while, Zhong Ruofei asked again. In his opinion, the number of spectators at the opening ceremony is still very important. When we discussed it at the beginning, we calculated it based on the full capacity. Xiaosu told us to make our own arrangements and make adjustments. He never thought that all the tickets would be sold out and said that as long as there were 30,000 or 40,000 people at the opening ceremony, it would be a success. The stadium was originally built for the future use of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, not just for this provincial universiade. Shui Yutian replied immediately. 30,000 or 40,000. Then your estimate is about right. Each of the more than 40 colleges and universities in the province still has 200 tickets left. Zhong Ruofei calculated for a while and nodded. What do you think? Shui Yutian asked. Let's test the waters first. Chapter 452 Deliberately Making Trouble? Ding ling ling. It was a coincidence. Just when Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian were about to talk about other things about Bingdu Group, Shui Yutian's cell phone suddenly rang. Picked it up and took a look. Shui Yutian did not hesitate to answer the phone immediately. What's wrong, Li Wei? The call was from his wife Song Li Wei. Now their child has been handed over to Song Li Wei's parents. Song Li Wei has started working again. Yutian, are you in the business district now? The next moment, Song Li Wei's voice came from the phone. When women's were first moved to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the business was still a little bit difficult. But since the rise of Bingdu TV and Bingdu Culture, women's wear has unknowingly surpassed its peak in Haishur. At present, There is even a saying circulating among many top celebrities in China, such as, if you want to cooperate with Bingda culture, you must first go to Guanjia Tower to buy 2 numbered bags, and then try every means to appear on the cover of women's wear. And then, you can enter the site of Bingda culture. This also makes the stars, who used to have a good relationship with Song Liwei, even closer now. They receive many calls every day to maintain the relationship. I'm at the gate of Yuan with Lao Zhong now. What's wrong? Shui Yutian replied. Oh, what about the tickets for the opening ceremony of the Provincial Universiade? Have the prices been set? A few of my friends want some front row tickets. Song Liwei's voice came soon. Your friends? Shui Yutian was a little surprised. Just a few female stars. Aren't they going to perform at the opening ceremony this time? I want to pamper my fan club. Song Liwei replied. That's no problem. The front row tickets with the best view are $48.88, and the back row tickets are $19.99. Shui Yutian immediately reported the numbers. For those first-line stars, this little money is really nothing. How do I choose the seat number? Which website do I book the tickets from, or is there an internal ticket purchase channel? I may need quite a few here. Someone just wanted to pay a deposit. After a pause, Song Liwei's voice sounded again. I haven't contacted the ticket company yet. Shui Yutian subconsciously glanced at Zhong Ruofei opposite. According to the plan, Bingda Culture will contact the largest ticketing website in Xiaoda tomorrow to register for pre-sale. It will take until early July to complete the relevant procedures. How do I reserve the tickets? Song Liwei hesitated. Well, you can just go to the office building and choose anyone. We plan to sell only 3,000 tickets in the initial stage to test the waters. The stadium is so big, and there are so many seats. How many tickets can your friend buy? Hearing this, Shui Yutian replied immediately. Since Bingda Culture may also undertake concert operations and other related businesses in the future. After the construction of the stadium began, Bingda Culture obtained the internal seat map of the stadium from Su Heng and asked the staff to find a technology company to design an internal electronic applet, and even had renderings of various directions. For example, the audience's site area after the stage is set up in the central venue, etc. Of course, the most important function is the internal ticket reservation option. Due to certain human relationships and related needs, some tickets must be reserved first before the remaining seat information is synchronized to the ticketing website. Choose at random? Upon hearing this, Song Liwei confirmed again. Yes. Shui Yutian nodded. Then I know. By the way, when will you leave for Lan City tomorrow? After talking about business, Song Liwei asked again. Recently, Shui Yutian has visited various colleges and universities in Lanzhou every 1 or 2 weeks to check the choreography of the opening ceremony dance and communicate with them so that the opening ceremony rehearsal can be held normally. We will leave at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, Shui Yutian said. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone has opened a bus route from Bingdu Economic Development Zone to Lanzhou to facilitate the public's choice, it is a bit delayed because the single trip operation time is too long. At present, the relevant person in charge of Bingdu Economic Development Zone will basically choose the original route when traveling. First go to Jyoga Airport, and then take a plane there. Then I understand. I'll go to the company building first. If I come back late at night, you can go to bed first. Song Liwei followed with another sentence. Okay. Just like that, after a few simple words, Shui Yutian hung up the phone. Old Shui, besides the tickets for the opening ceremony, what about the tickets for the competition? After thinking for a while, Shui Yutian asked again. Tickets for the competition. How about treating them as free tickets? Now that all the famous athletes in various events on Blue Star have basically gone to country R, who would buy tickets specifically to watch the games of the Suqing Provincial Universiade? Without much thought, Zhong Ruofei directly expressed his thoughts. Then let's go ahead. We'll try to sell 3,000 tickets first, and then add more tickets for the games later. Some of the games are broadcast live on Xiaoda TV Sports Channel, so some people should be willing to go. Shui Yutian nodded, and then decided on this matter. Then Shui Yutian seemed to think of something, and asked again. One more thing. How do you choose souvenirs for the audience at the opening ceremony? Generally speaking, as long as it is a large-scale event with a ticket price of more than 2,000, a souvenir is basically prepared under each seat. It doesn't have to be too expensive, but it should show an attitude. Didn't Binga Beverage Group add 2 new mineral water production lines and a seed buckthorn beverage production line last week? The souvenirs can include a bottle of mineral water, a bottle of seed buckthorn beverage, a short-sleeved shirt sponsored by Tonai Clothing, and a small bottle of glucose. After a little thought, Zhong Ruofei spoke. Is Binggu Beverage Group's new production line in operation? Shui Yutian's face showed a little more surprise. Although his biggest title now is the vice president of Binggu Group, he actually spends most of his time dealing with matters related to Binggu culture. The affairs of the group are basically handled by Zhong Ruofei and a group of newly promoted director-level executives. It's on. After the test product came out, the evaluation given by the venue was extremely high. But the specific sales volume still needs to be put on the market to see the effect. This time, Binggu TV and Xiaogua Sports Channel will also advertise Binggu Mineral Water and Sea Buckthorn beverages before the opening ceremony. Zhong Ruofei nodded. That's fine. Once the advertisement is put on, the agents in various places will also have confidence. Shui Yutian followed. Well, although the beverage group is affiliated to Binggu Group, the advertising fee this time has not been discounted at all. The only regret now is that Binggu Beverage Group lacks a spokesperson. Zhong Ruofei said again. Ah, lack of spokespersons? Why didn't you say so earlier? Binggu culture doesn't lack celebrities. Shui Yutian's face suddenly showed some surprise. I asked Mr. Liu before. Mr. Liu said that there are too many celebrities who have their reputations ruined. Once problems arise, it will affect the brand power. But now, even if a professional agency is found to do a background check, it cannot guarantee that the celebrity will not have his reputation ruined. When it comes to endorsements, Zhong Ruofei's face showed some bitter smile. Although he felt that Liu Siming was a little too cautious. This was also an issue that had to be taken seriously. Once a celebrity is on the negative headlines, there is no need for netizens to lead the rhythm. Your competitors can use online public opinion to hit you hard. What should we do? There must be a spokesperson, otherwise the brand influence will not be too strong. Shui Yutian frowned. Even a vice president of the beverage group proposed the idea of using a virtual character as a spokesperson, which is still under discussion. President Liu finally said that if it really doesn't work, we can find a spokesperson from a celebrity. Zhong Ruofei said. Virtual? What kind of character does the beverage group mean to use? Shui Yutian thought thoughtfully. That's about it. Because virtual characters don't have to worry about collapse, and now artificial intelligence technology has started to take off. If virtual characters are used well, the endorsement and publicity effect may not be worse than that of real stars. Zhong Ruofei nodded. This idea is really worth discussing, but if you want to use virtual characters as endorsements, they must be very popular virtual IPs, and the copyright fees may not be lower than those of real people. Shui Yutian put the documents back into the file bag. Then Binggu Culture can actually try to create one on its own. Anyway, Binggu Culture has plenty of space now, and in the future, it will definitely output diversified content, and will not be limited to live-action TV series. Standing up, Zhong Ruofei said casually. Not to mention that Binggu Culture has not decided on the next project after the ancient costume project is completed. Making an animation is not a bad idea. The speaker is unintentional, the listener is intentional. The more he thinks about it, the more serious Shui Yutian's expression becomes. Haha, I'm just talking casually, but you can go find Xiao Su. He has many friends in this field, and may have relevant resources. And you have to communicate with Mr. Liu first, see what he thinks. Raising his hand to check the time, Zhong Ruofei said. That's right, then I'll go find Xiao Su tonight, and it will be next Tuesday when I come back. Shui Yutian immediately glanced in the direction of Su Hang's single-family building. Liu Siming is Song Liui's uncle, and he often comes to Yuan for dinner. Communicating with him is basically a matter of minutes. That's fine, Xiao Su hasn't been as busy as before recently. Yeah. At the same time, Yanqing, 3rd Ring Road, in an office in a single-family building, a man in his 50s frowned after reading the document in his hand, and threw the document directly on the desk after a moment. What does country R mean? They actually arranged for our athletes to stay in a hotel instead of the Olympic Village, the man said after a while. Leader. The Olympic Committee responded that the Blue Star Olympic Village this year adheres to the concept of environmental protection. Many facilities in the Olympic Village are not suitable for high-intensity events. Arranging athletes for some of our events in the hotel is also for us. Across the desk, a staff member in his 30s whispered, Put it on! Bang! It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. Once he heard it, the man almost cursed, but swallowed it back. Then why are athletes from country M, country Y, and even athletes from some small countries all arranged in the Olympic Village? But some athletes from our Xia country are arranged in designated hotels. And they are hotels mixed with tourists. How do you explain this? I think they are deliberately making trouble. Chapter 453 Spokesperson of Ice Lake Mineral Water. Boss then. Seeing his boss getting angry, the man didn't dare to say anything. You continue to communicate with our country Olympic Committee tomorrow. Our athletes must all live in the Olympic Village. If we can't live in the Olympic Village, how will the domestic media see us? Our country Olympic Committee is almost jumping on their faces. The 50-year-old man patted the desk with his hand. Okay, boss. The middle-aged man nodded hurriedly. Reply as soon as you get any results. The more he talked, the 50-year-old man's face became darker. To be more precise, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Well, go. Waving his hand, waiting for the man to leave, the 50-year-old man pondered for a moment, and then picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. Leader, there is a situation that needs to be reported to you. In a flash, night fell, and the ordinary people of Xia country did not know what happened in Yanqing. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the pedestrian street of Bingdu village was still crowded with people. In addition to some tourists in ancient costumes, some staff working in Bingdu Economic Development Zone were also shopping. Looking from the sky, it felt like an ancient city that never sleeps. At this time, Su Heng had just returned to his own small building. At this time, Shui Yutian had already been waiting at the door. Into the house, make 2 cups of tea. After Su Heng heard what Shui Yutian said, his face suddenly showed some surprise. Brother Shui, do you mean that Bingdu Culture wants to make an animated film? It is mainly to create a virtual IP spokesperson for Bingdu Beverage Group. It is not that Lao Zhong said that you have many friends in this field. Talent and animated films are the shortest time and have the greatest influence. Shui Yutian then recounted in detail the communication between him and Lu Siming in the afternoon. Mr. Lu's worry is actually reasonable. Ice Lake Beer actually doesn't have a spokesperson now. Once a spokesperson is confirmed, he will definitely endorse multiple products at the same time. After hearing this, Su Heng picked up the teacup and took a sip. The current celebrity scandal is really uncontrollable. Who knows what problems will arise? Shui Yutian sighed. In fact, it's not just those big-name stars. Even the artists under Ice Lake Culture can't be guaranteed, because you can't monitor their private lives all the time. Even some remarks may cause a car accident at any time, and the brand is actually the one who is hurt the most in the whole process. Does Mr. Lu have any specific requirements? I wonder if I can talk to my friend based on the requirements here? After thinking for a moment, Su Heng said, it seems that there are really a few good animations in his impression, but it is hard to say whether they can be used as IP spokespersons. I talked to Mr. Lu in detail in the afternoon. In fact, it is too difficult for us to directly create a native IP image. And it is not suitable for endorsement, because the audience must be wide if we want to create an advertising image. So we thought about it. It is best to start with a character that is familiar to the people of Xiagua. Shui Yutian replied hurriedly. People are familiar with it? You mean myths and legends? Su Heng thought for a moment. Almost, in fact. It's okay to have something related to the 4 great classics in China. People are also familiar with them. Shui Yutian nodded. The images of the animated films related to the 4 great classics should be more full. After thinking for a while, Su Heng suddenly thought of an animated film with good box office and good reputation. It would be interesting if this animated IP character could be used as the promotional image of Bingdu drinks. But having an idea is one thing. The next moment Su Heng spoke in a different way. Brother Shui, is this okay? I'll talk to my friends about our demands first, see if they have any ideas or something. If they do, I'll call you as soon as possible. No problem. Hearing this, Shui Yutian was delighted and said hurriedly. He knew Su Heng's work style very well, as long as he didn't refuse in person. It was basically a sure thing. By the way, Brother Shui, your crew can arrange to film the project of the world's #1 in the next few days. After talking about the spokesperson, Su Heng said again, is this finished? Shui Yutian paused. Now there are only the interior decoration of the guest rooms and some tail works left, which will definitely not affect the filming. Su Heng put down the teacup. Because it involves the reception of tourists during the opening ceremony, Su Heng actually put as much energy into Tianxia #1 Manor as he did into the stadium. The standard of Tianxia #1 Manor is actually higher than that of Qixia Town, which is between Guanxue Tower and Qixia Town. There are also several large-scale antique buildings with 3 outside and 5 inside. Preliminary estimates show that Tianxia #1 Manor can receive more than 3,000 tourists every night under extreme conditions, according to the average accommodation standard of 600 yuan per person. The room fee income per day in the extreme state is 1.8 million yuan, which is definitely one of the most powerful departments under Binga Culture and Tourism. Okay. I will arrange for the crew to enter tomorrow. Only the scenes in the world's #1 village are left. Shui Yutian immediately picked up his mobile phone and sent a message directly. Then find a way to finish the filming as soon as possible and let Binga Culture and Tourism take over as soon as possible. The scenes in the world's #1 village have been rehearsed several times in advance. It will be very fast. I estimate that it will not take more than half a month. After a little thought, Shui Yutian reported a time. Okay, if Binga Culture has any more needs, you can communicate with us at any time. After all, the video website under Binga Culture will be officially launched soon, and it needs a lot of content. Su Heng said again. After the launch of the #1 project in the world, it should be able to last until the end of the Universiade. Then we will see what to do next. Shui Yutian replied immediately. That's fine too. Everyone is really tired during this period. We must have a good rest after the provincial Universiade. Su Heng nodded. The intensity of this year is really high. Just wait until the Universiade is over, there should be nothing to do then. Yeah. They chatted until almost 12 o'clock. And then Shui Yutian left Su Heng's single-family house. After washing up, Su Heng, who was lying on the bed, immediately called up the pawn system. For no other reason, he just wanted to see how much pawn value the animated film he thought it would require. If the current pawn value was not enough, he would have to think of other ways. Swish! The next moment, after the mall panel of the pawn system appeared according to Su Heng's idea, Su Heng breathed a sigh of relief. However, after a while, Su Heng frowned again. Although the required pawn value is frighteningly high, it is still affordable at present. The only headache is how to transfer this kind of animation film involving technology to Binga Culture after it is bought. After a long time, Su Heng finally failed to come up with a good method. He could only send thoughts to the system again. System, if you buy an animation movie, how will the system deliver the animation movie to you? Friendly reminder host: the tide rises and falls, and a week passes in a flash. It is already July before you know it. There are only 2 months left before the Blue Star Olympics. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lawn City, the education department, the person in charge's office, Lu Wenjian was chatting with a middle-aged man. The man's name is Gao Digang, and he is a deputy in the education department of Suqing province. Leader, the first batch of admission scores have just come out, Gao Digang said with a little emotion on his face. What is Binga College's score? Lu Wenjian asked immediately. Since the college entrance examination, almost all the focus has been on Binga College, Binga Cultural and Tourism School, at this time. He is not the only one who is curious. It is estimated that the admissions offices of those old and famous schools in Xia country are also waiting for the admission score of Binga College. All the previous publicity is a prelude. Only the admission score is the place where each famous school can truly declare sovereignty. You can make a bold guess. Gao Digang did not answer directly but kept it a secret. It should be. Knock. Knock. But just when Lu Wenjian was about to talk about his thoughts, there was a knock on the office door. Seeing this, Lu Wenjian nodded to the deputy and then said, Come in. Leader, there was a message just now. The next moment, the office door was pushed open. The secretary walked in and adjusted his state and greeted the deputy leader, took a deep breath and then whispered. Chapter 454. Still the same feeling. What's wrong? Lu Wenjian and Gao Digang looked at the secretary at the same time. The results of the Blue Star University Science and Technology Competition Finals have just been announced. The secretary said hurriedly. What's going on? Lu Wenjian subconsciously straightened up. Before this, he would not pay attention to the situation of the Blue Star Science and Technology Competition at all, just because the previous competitions had nothing to do with Suqing province. But this year is different. This year's Science and Technology Competition champion is still Harvard University, the runner-up is Ma College, the third place is Jian University, our Xia country's Tsinghua University ranks 22 ND, which is a lot better than last year. The secretary replied. What about Binga College? Lu Wenjian asked immediately. Although the dean of Binga College won the Nobel Prize in Physics this year, Lu Wenjian never dared to think that Binga College could win the championship of the Science and Technology Competition. Because Binga College's foundation was too poor, and it had no way to compete with the top international universities. Binga College ranked 31st in the finals. Still the third in the country. Other universities in our Xia country are basically outside the top 50. The secretary said. Third in the country? That's enough. It's really enough. Lu Wenjian couldn't help but look at Gao Digang. During the Asian preliminary round, many people felt that Bingda College's third place was largely due to luck, especially the domestic 985s that ranked lower were not very convinced. And the current final results undoubtedly broke all the previous statements. It shows that Bingda College's strength in the majors it participated in has really reached the level of top domestic universities. 2 consecutive third places can make many people shut up. Gao Digang nodded to his secretary to indicate that he could leave, and then spoke. By the way, you just said what is the admission score of Bingda College this year? Lu Wenjian asked again immediately. In our province, the admission score for science is 600 points, and the admission score for liberal arts is 580. Basically, they are 160 to 170 points higher than the first-year score, which is similar to the average 985 colleges in China. Gao Digang reported the number. Only 600? It's a pity that the final results of the Blue Star Science and Technology competition came out late, otherwise the admission score would be higher. When he heard the admission score, Lu Wenjian's face showed some regret. When Bingda College was on various hot searches a few days ago, he thought that this year's admission score was at least the standard of the top 985 universities. But it turned out to be only the middle 985 universities. Actually, it's good enough. The admission score of the physics major has reached 640, which is basically the same level as Tsinghua University and Yanda University. Gao Digang said hurriedly. If that's the case, then it's okay. In the future, our Suqing province will no longer be dominated by Lansha University, but 2 major universities will coexist. Hearing this, Lu Wenjian nodded in relief. As long as Bingda College can maintain its current momentum and recruit several high-quality undergraduates, it is almost certain that its comprehensive strength will surpass that of Lanzhou University. It's just that the operation of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is a bit incomprehensible. I'm really worried that Bingdu Economic Development Zone will lay such a good foundation in the future. When mentioning the future of Bingda College, Gao Digang's face was a little more worried. Why do you say that? Lu Wenjian asked with some confusion. Didn't Xiaohua Sports Channel broadcast this session of the Provincial Universiade live? It can be said that this is the best opportunity to promote Bingda College to the outside world. As a result, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has been doing all kinds of tricks. After failing to invite alumni, they actually turned the opening ceremony into a ticket sales mode. Gao Digang said. I knew this a long time ago. I originally planned to invite key leaders from the province to attend, but I didn't dare to do it in the end. Lu Wenjian nodded slightly. In fact, it doesn't matter if it is a ticket sales mode, but the ticket price is very high. A certain ticketing website shows that the highest ticket price is 48.88, and the lowest ticket price is 19.99. Gao Digang couldn't help but complain. Ah, so high, will anyone buy it? Lu Wenjian's eyes widened, full of disbelief. What do you think? At the beginning, a total of 3,000 tickets were released, but no one was interested. Finally, there was an event to give away tickets for the game, and the result was still the same. When I came here in the afternoon, I searched and they were already off the shelves. Gao Digang curled his lips. Lu Wenjian was stunned. According to the current situation, there will not be many spectators at the opening ceremony. What's more puzzling is that Jyoga Vocational and Technical College thinks that they are closer to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and they want to ask the organizing committee for more opening ceremony quotas. As a result, the reply from the Economic Development Zone is that each university has 200 opening ceremony quotas, and they will not give more than 1. Finally, the person in charge of Jyoga Vocational and Technical College was so angry that he called me directly. Gao Digang looked at Lu Wenjian. Then how did you reply? Lu Wenjian slowly leaned back in his chair. What else can I say? You know the background of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. We are insignificant and dare not persuade them. If you want to persuade them, you will have to do it yourself. Gao Digang smiled bitterly. Me? What's the difference between you and me? If I could persuade them, I would have called Bingdu Economic Development Zone a long time ago. Lu Wenjian gave him a look of what are you thinking? So I'm a little worried about the future of Bingdu College. After a pause, Gao Digang spoke again. Anyway, Bingdu College can still hold on for now. Let Bingdu Economic Development Zone handle this Universiade. If it doesn't work after the Universiade, I'll still have to give suggestions. After a long time, Lu Wenjian spoke again. This is the only way. After Gao Digang sighed for a long time, the atmosphere in the office fell into a deathly silence. July is the hottest time of the year. Perhaps because Bingdu Economic Development Zone has been greened, the temperature in the core area is not as high as in the Gobi Desert. Standing under the shade of the trees and feeling a breeze, it is more comfortable than staying in the south. At 11:30 in the afternoon, in the business district, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian were standing in the shade of the trees in front of the Bingda Cultural Tourism Office building and chatting. At this time, the Bingda Cultural Tourism Office building has also reached the second half of the construction. The outer glass curtain wall has begun to be installed, and the interior decoration has also begun to proceed simultaneously. From a distance, the Bingda Tourism Office building and the Bingda Culture Office building have supported half of the business district. Old Zhong, what should we do now? My wife did something stupid. Looking back, Shui Yutian couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows, his face full of helplessness and distress. What's wrong with Li Wei? Is it the woman pretending to be there? If it's the matter over there, let's find a way to solve it together. Zhong Ruofei frowned. It's not the woman pretending to be there. It's Li Wei who sold out the tickets for the opening ceremony of the Provincial Universiade. At this time, Shui Yutian's face was nothing but helplessness. What? What did you say? The tickets for the opening ceremony are sold out. Are they the 3,000 tickets you plan to release on the ticketing website? Then this is not a big deal but a good thing. It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. After hearing it, Zhong Ruofei was a little surprised. It's not 3,000 tickets, it's 80,000 tickets. Li Wei sold all the seats that could be sold. Shui Yutian looked at Zhong Ruofei with a guilty look. All 80,000 tickets sold. The next moment, Zhong Ruofei's mouth opened into an O shape. Shui Yutian scratched his head. How did she do it? This is more than 80,000 tickets. Many big stars have to go through channels to promote their concerts in advance to sell so many tickets. After a long time, Zhong Ruofei slowly came back to his senses. When I asked her yesterday, she said that she did buy dozens of tickets for her friends at the beginning. But later, her friends seemed to have misunderstood, and began to advertise the opening ceremony of the Universiade in their own fan support groups. Later, when those fans heard that most of the stars in the entertainment industry were going to perform, they began to ask for tickets. You also know that there are quite a few people in the fan clubs of Li Wei's friends. In addition to several large groups, there are also many small groups. Shui Yutian explained in a low voice. My God, so many people actually don't know about this. 80,000 tickets were digested internally? Zhong Ruofei had no idea about the power of the fan club before. Until this moment, it was completely concrete. Almost. This is actually my fault. When Li Wei asked me, I thought it was just her friend who wanted to get some tickets, so I didn't say anything about the number of people, and let her choose whatever she wanted. The next day, I went to Lon City. When I came back, Li Wei had already removed all the tickets from the ticketing website and sold them through internal channels. Shui Yutian spoke again, with a worried look on his face. The next moment, before Zhong Ruofei could speak, Shui Yutian added in a low voice. Old Zhong, what should we do now? It was originally planned that only 30,000 tickets could be sold for the opening ceremony. Now all of them have been sold out at once. What should we do if we can't accommodate so many visitors? Well, tickets sold through internal channels cannot be refunded. For a moment, Zhong Ruofei was also in trouble. If I had known that when Li Wei called me, I would have reminded her more. Now, Shui Yutian turned his head and glanced at the Taikuli construction site across Yanbin South Road. Although the Taikuli project also operates in 3 shifts, judging from the progress there, it will be difficult to complete it before the end of this year, let alone open to the public on September 20th. You can't be blamed for this. Who would have thought that Li Wei would sell out more than 80,000 tickets in one go? Zhong Ruofei rubbed his brows. I don't know why. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the Border Cultural Tourism Festival last year. It was still the same recipe and the same taste. Even the reason for worrying was exactly the same. Other places are afraid that tourists will not come. But it is really different here in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. With a little effort, the reception capacity will explode. These fans who bought tickets through internal channels are more enthusiastic. They will definitely come to us in advance. In addition to the school season and other tourists, the reception capacity during the opening ceremony period is at least around 120,000. And this does not dare to count the locals nearby. The more he estimated, the more guilty Shui Yutian felt. Chapter 455 High-Speed Railway Station Opening. We really can't accommodate 120,000 tourists. After a moment of silence, Zhong Ruofei thought about all the places that can be used to receive tourists in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. No matter how crowded it is impossible to receive 120,000 foreign tourists in one day. Do we have to set up tents again this year? At this time, Shui Yutian didn't dare to look at Zhong Ruofei. Well, let's go find Xiaosu later and see what Xiaosu says. Ah? Hearing that he had to find Su Hang, Shui Yutian became more and more unnatural. Just this morning, Su Hang called him and said that his friend had an idea for an animated film. He had a lot of storyboards and art designs. As long as they were organized and connected, then they could be made into a film using modern technology. At that time, they only needed to find good voice actors. The name of this animated film is Neza. The Devil Child comes to the world. The character of Neza in it can be used as the virtual image spokesperson for C. Buckthorn Beverages. And the image of the third Prince of Long can be used as the image spokesperson for Bingdu Mineral Water. They discussed this matter for nearly an hour. What's wrong? Seeing Shui Yutian's expression, Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but be a little surprised. I talked to Xiaosu about other things in the morning. At that time, the company staff hadn't told me that the tickets were sold out. Will Xiaosu think I'm... Shui Yutian stopped talking halfway. What's the matter? You think too much. I'll go down and drive. Zhong Ruofei said immediately. Okay. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is no longer the same economic development zone as before. Even if Zhong Ruofei drove to the stadium, it was more than 40 minutes later. All 80,000 tickets sold? After hearing what the two said, Su Hang was also completely stunned. Yeah, Shui Yutian whispered back. Sister Li Wei is too. After a moment, Su Hang did not blame anyone, but subconsciously gave a thumbs up. More than 80,000 tickets. The most expensive one is 48.88. The cheapest one is 19.99 on average. Each ticket is about 3,000. More than 80,000 tickets is more than 240 million. This is no longer a matter of promoting Bingdu College or not. Bingdu culture can make a lot of money from it. The most important thing is that these 80,000 tickets were sold through internal channels. There was no movement outside. It was simply too strong. Xiaosu, what should we do now? You know our reception capacity. This time it's all my and Li Wei's fault. Otherwise, Shui Yutian hurriedly said. Brother Shui, it's okay. As long as the problem is solved, and in a sense, this is not a bad thing. After giving Shui Yutian a reassuring expression, Su Hang spoke again. Brother Zhong, how about this? Don't announce any news about the Yadin landform and the excavation site in the core area for the time being. Wait until the Universiade is over. Not open to the public for the time being? Zhong Ruofei looked back at the direction of the Yadin landform scenic area. Now the tourist service center. Ticket window. Scenic area gate. Parking lot. Ticket entrance. Walking path. Etc. of Yadin landform have been repaired. And even the security guards have come to work in advance. That is, the relevant staff are not in place. Otherwise, from the outside, the configuration is no different from some natural scenic spots in Xiagua. We have to think of a way to deal with these 80,000 people. If the development zone is announced to the public, the economic development zone will definitely explode that day. Su Hang sighed. In Xia country, when counting the number of tourists, the number of tourists entering and leaving is taken into account. But in fact, there is a lot of water in the number, because some people who go home are also counted. 80,000 people may not sound like a lot, but if there are really 80,000 tourists pouring in, not to mention a county, even a county-level city with a population of 450,000 may not be able to accommodate them. That's fine. I'll make arrangements here. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Another thing is to notify all the companies under the Bingdu Group. And don't hold large-scale activities in the 2 or 3 days before and after the opening of the Provincial Universiade. Everything will be decided after the Provincial Universiade is over. Especially for Bingdu culture. Please don't hold any fan meetings or anything like that. After a pause, Su Hang said again. Okay. Shui Yutian responded hastily. But even so, the existing hotels in our economic development zone can't accommodate so many tourists. Do we have to build a tent area like last year's Border Cultural Tourism Festival? At this time, Zhong Ruofei spoke again. Well, first count the maximum carrying capacity of all hotels in our economic development zone and see how much is missing. If it doesn't work, we can find a way to call in some RVs from outside. Hang looked around before speaking. I still remember that when we built the tent area last year, Binga Culture and Tourism held many activities for tourists in the tent area, including free beer and free concerts, and finally vowed to owe tourists a hotel. In the end, many hotels were built, but the same situation appeared again. So this year, we will try not to build a tent area if we can. No problem. I will collect the data tonight, and at the same time, we will urge the progress of our project. Let's see if Zhonghai Plaza and Yida Plaza can help share the pressure. Zhong Ruofei responded immediately. By the way, even the BNBS in the Love apartment are included in the statistics. This part can also accommodate a lot of people. Also, are there still a lot of empty staff dormitories at the breeding farm? This part can also be used. At this time, Hang reminded again. This time, I will count all the places that can only accommodate people, big or small. You know what? If the staff dormitories of the breeding farm are well arranged, they can really accommodate a lot of people. I just don't know if some tourists are willing to go there. Zhong Ruofei nodded heavily. Whether you like it or not, let's get ready first. Yes. Just like that. After the three of them talked about some other things, Hang said again, by the way, Director Zhang, Uncle Tong and the others will be back the day after tomorrow. Let's welcome them in. Is the competition over there over? Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian looked at each other subconsciously. It's over. Binga College got the 31st place, which is pretty good. We still have a chance to go further in the future. Hang said. That's great. We must celebrate it. Zhong Ruofei said immediately. Of course, they have worked really hard this time. When Dean Ding and his team come back, Binga College will officially start moving. Yeah. Night fell. Unlike the Northwest, Yinchuan can still feel the oncoming heat wave when walking on the street after nightfall. As a result, all the beer houses in Yinchuan, big and small, are full of guests. But at this time, a unit in the second ring road has not yet finished get off work. Leader, what should we do now? Our country won't give any guarantee, saying that the accommodation plan given now is only a preliminary draft, and it will be adjusted later according to the actual situation. Our Xia country's athletes still have a chance to live in the Olympic Village. In a certain office, a staff member in his 30s said with a lower and lower voice. There is a chance? Just saying it doesn't mean not saying it. Behind the desk, the face of the 50-year-old man became more and more gloomy. But now, the staff member hesitated to speak. During this period, they have been communicating with them almost every day. But they just won't give any definite answers, and keep making excuses. They really don't know how to continue communicating until they encounter such arguments. With this level, they are still claiming that this Olympic Games must be the best in history? I really don't see it at all. The 50-year-old man glanced back at the computer screen with disdain. At this time, the computer screen showed news related to the opening ceremony of the 40th Blue Star Olympic Games. The headline of the news was even more eye-catching, and it clearly said, "This Olympic Village will break the ceiling of previous Olympic villages and reach a new height." Leader. Then, well, you should notify the domestic team leaders first, and let them keep in touch with the Olympic Committee at any time. After a long silence, the 50-year-old man finally spoke. Leader, I will notify them right away. The staff breathed a sigh of relief. Well, if there is anything else, we must report it and communicate it as soon as possible. Okay. As time passed, the day of the Suqing Provincial Universiade was getting closer and closer, and it was early August before we knew it. Whether it is domestic media or the internet, more and more pages have been given to the 40th Blue Star Olympic Games. Some media have even predicted the results of some top domestic athletes. Just because in a few days, the Xia country delegation will go to our country to stay in the Olympic Village. This also means that the 40th Blue Star Olympic Games has officially kicked off. It seems that overnight, the focus of the entire Blue Star has been placed on our country. Compared with the Suqing Provincial Universiade, there is not much public attention. No. To be precise, not many people know about this. But the fact that no one is paying attention does not mean that there is no movement in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Hang just arrived at the stadium. Looking around, the stadium is very different from before. The huge bird's nest has been completed and appeared in the planned area. And the blue box swimming pool and basketball hall are the same. Nearly 1,000 workers are repairing internal roads and greening and other related matters. The progress of the Universiade village next to the stadium is even more frightening. The greening has been done a lot, and even the security inspection system has been fully installed. At present, a large number of cleaners are cleaning. In addition to the Qinglong Road that had been built a long time ago, and the Yaden Landform scenic area not far away across the street. This area actually gave people a strong sense of contrast, making the stadium more imposing. And it was definitely the first in Xiaogua. Engineer Li replaced the turf inside. Here, just when Su Heng was about to say something to the project manager next to him, his cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, Su Heng immediately answered the phone. What's wrong? Director Du. Director. Xiaotia Construction just called and said that the high-speed railway station and the conventional railway station have entered the final acceptance stage. We can contact the grid connection. The next moment, Du Jianshan's excited voice came from the phone. Chapter 456: The possibility of annexing Ase County. Can the high-speed railway station and the ordinary passenger station be connected to the grid? For a moment, Su Heng didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. At the beginning of the year, he had promised Liu Xiaotong, general manager of the Northwest branch of Xiaotia Construction Engineering, a large sum of money. At that time, he just wanted to mention the construction progress in disguise. He didn't dare to think that the double war could be officially put into operation before September 20th. As long as it can be put into operation next year, it will be super fast. As a result, the facts have proved that. There must be brave men under heavy rewards, and they are super brave men. Once the double-track railway is officially put into operation, the development of Bingdu Economic Development Zone will usher in a new stage. No! To be precise, it has officially entered the era of upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon. Not to mention anything else. In the past, as long as it snowed in winter, the road was impassable, and Bingdu Economic Development Zone was completely cut off from the outside world. Now this situation will never return. More importantly, in the past, whether it was tourists or business people who came to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to negotiate business, they had to take a plane to Jioga City first to come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After the high-speed rail is opened, if you choose to travel by high-speed rail, you will be able to go directly to Bingdu West Railway Station. Whether it is convenience or efficiency, the cost is incomparable. Director. Then you see. After a moment, Du Jianshan's voice came again. Okay. I'll contact Uncle Yang later. Uncle Yang said that we can contact him when the grid is connected. Su Heng came back to his senses and said immediately. Since the construction of the railway in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Yang Yun has been in contact with Su Heng a lot. Even when they chatted at Zaya Kanglang Pavilion in Yiyuan, Yang Yun would ask a few questions. As the previous head of the railway department of Xiaogua, he must be more familiar with this aspect than him. And things will be much easier to handle. If Uncle Yang had contacted us, our Bingdu Economic Development Zone might have been able to launch a few more first-time routes. Hearing this, Du Jianshan was delighted again. Everyone in Bingdu Economic Development Zone knew who Yang Yun was. If the communication was made at the level of Suqing Province, Bingdu Economic Development Zone would at most become a passing station. And the EMUs would definitely come from Xi'an Province or Lan City. But it would be different if Yang Yun came into play. I can't guarantee that Bingdu Economic Development Zone can launch multiple routes. But I can definitely guarantee 2 first-time routes. One from Bingdu Economic Development Zone to Haishur Station, and the other from Bingdu Economic Development Zone to Yanqing West Station. And there may be more first routes for track-laying freight stations. I hope so, as long as it can be incorporated into the national railway network. It has exceeded our expectations. Su Heng replied. That's for sure. By the way, since the double regulation has passed the acceptance, we should also fulfill our previous promise. You can make an appointment with Mr. Liu tomorrow afternoon. We will not reduce his bonus by a penny. After a pause, Su Heng said again. Okay, the financial account of our economic development zone is no longer as dry as last year. There will be no problem in paying the bonus. After a little thought, Du Jianshan replied. As the scale of registered enterprises in Bingdu Economic Development Zone grows, and there are more and more small-scale enterprises, the fiscal revenue of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is also rising. In addition, the Economic Development Zone is a second-level fiscal area, and various taxes do not need to be paid to the provincial level, which makes the fiscal revenue of Bingdu Economic Development Zone from January to July reach 2 billion. Jioga City, which has a permanent population of nearly 3 million, has a fiscal revenue of only 3 billion. If we only calculate per capita, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has far surpassed all cities in Suqing Province. And it is not the worst even in the developed provinces in the south. After the high-speed railway is put into operation, if there is a surplus in the operation, the debts need to be repaid in time. The daily interest on a loan of 40 billion is not a small number. Su Heng said again. Director, don't worry. Directors Hua and I have already started to control the debt scale of our economic development zone. Later, we will implement a model of repaying debts while starting new projects. Du Jianshan replied immediately. That's fine. I'll call Uncle Yang right away. Okay. At the same time, in Lan City, in the government building, in an office, a man in his 60s, with a lot of white hair on his temples, was looking at the report in his hand, and his face was full of surprise. The high-speed railway in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Has the ordinary passenger car passed the acceptance? Yes. On the opposite side, another man in his 50s said with emotion. This project is also very fast. It seems that Suqing Province has never had such a fast railway project. It will take less than a year at most. The man with gray hair on his temples slowly put down the report. No way. Bingdu Economic Development Zone has money and people. Our other cities can't compare. But this is also a good thing for our Suqing Province. As long as Bingdu Economic Development Zone maintains its current momentum, our province does not have to worry about this year's GDP growth rate. Even in the next few years, we don't have to worry, said the 50-year-old man. There is definitely no problem with this year's GDP growth rate, but the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is facing many problems now. The county-level city plan we submitted has been suppressed. It is said that it will be discussed at the end of the year. Hearing this, the man with gray hair at the temple sighed slightly, and slowly leaned back in his chair. Ah, it will be discussed at the end of the year. The 50-year-old man's face showed a trace of disappointment. Although it sounds like there is no rejection from the higher-ups, and even a meeting is required, in fact, it has been sentenced to death, because the opportunity was not passed when the meeting was held. This is just an excuse. After a moment, the 50-year-old man spoke again. Why? The education and economic indicators of Bingdu Economic Development Zone have far exceeded the standards of county-level cities in Xiaogua. Which county-level city in China has a university like Bingdu College? Now there are high-speed railways and ordinary stations. Still permanent population. It is said above that the previous situation was special. But since the year before last, permanent population has become a red line indicator. Counties and districts with a permanent population of less than 500,000 are basically not considered. The man with graying temples tapped the desk with his fingers. The 50-year-old man was speechless for a moment. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone is well known in Suqing Province, almost everyone knows that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has a big flaw, which is the permanent registered population. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone has attracted a lot of permanent residents due to its unique educational resources, it is limited by the progress of commercial housing construction in the Economic Development Zone. The registered permanent population of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is only more than 40,000. And it may reach about 50,000 by the end of the year. It will not exceed 200,000 next year at most. The man with graying temples sighed again. It won't exceed 200,000 next year. Doesn't that mean that Bingdu Economic Development Zone won't be able to upgrade to a county-level city in the next few years? Will this hinder the development of Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Our province has finally produced such a model. It would be a pity if it stops halfway. The more he talked, the more the 50-year-old man frowned. Now when they go out to attend meetings at their level, they basically mention Bingdu Economic Development Zone when making reports, and Bingdu TV Station and Bingdu College have the highest number of appearances. Especially after Ding, when won the first Nobel Prize in Natural Sciences, they have received many related calls. Now they have begun to study how to support Bingdu College in terms of policies and natural fund projects. So now we are trying to find a way to see if Ase County can be incorporated into Bingdu Economic Development Zone as a whole. It would be better if we can increase the permanent population of Bingdu Economic Development Zone a little bit. The man with gray hair on his temples glanced at the report on his desk before speaking. Ase County will be incorporated as a whole. The man in his 50s paused. Well, although Ase County is a county, theoretically it is on the same level as the current Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but Ase County has a permanent population of only more than 10,000 and is very close to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If it is incorporated into Bingu Economic Development Zone, it can still be led by Bingu Economic Development Zone. Otherwise, this high-speed rail station is a living example. If Aceh County is affiliated with Bingu Economic Development Zone, both the high-speed rail station and the conventional rail will definitely have a part of Aceh County. The man with gray hair on his temples nodded slightly. But will Geoga City agree? Although Aceh County has few people and is very poor, it has a large area, and there are many freshwater lakes in its jurisdiction. The Bingu Lake and Bingu Economic Development Zone was originally moved from Aceh County. After a little thought, the 50-year-old man spoke. We are still doing research. Geoga City will definitely not agree easily. We will need to have a good chat with the person in charge of Bingu Economic Development Zone at that time. See if Bingu Economic Development Zone intends to take over Aceh County. If so, we must take some resources to negotiate with Geoga City. The man with gray hair at the temple said again. At their level, many things are basically solved through coordination, especially between prefecture-level cities. Sometimes, the reallocation of administrative areas will be discussed for 1 or 2 years. No one wants to suffer a loss, and there are many things involved. This time, a county is to be separated, and the difficulty can be imagined. This is really difficult. The 50-year-old man touched his chin. Let's take it one step at a time. By the way, leader, our provincial universiade will be held in Bingu Economic Development Zone on September 20th. Do you think we should make arrangements? It can also be regarded as supporting Bingu College. And I heard that Bingu Economic Development Zone has used its connections to get in touch with Siagwa Sports Channel. The sports channel will broadcast the opening ceremony of our provincial universiade live. This is the first time since the provincial universiade was held. At this time, the 50-year-old man spoke again. I had this plan before, but I received a notice the day before yesterday that I had to go to Yincheng for an important meeting before the National Day, and I didn't have enough time. The man with gray hair at the temple shook his head. Then, let Lu Hall go. Attending events is actually a small matter, as long as we implement the practical policy support of Bingu Economic Development Zone. It will be better than anything else. Okay. Then I know. Time flies, and it's evening in the blink of an eye. At this time, the staff of Bingu Economic Development Zone are not talking about celebrity gossip, nor the new costume drama, the world's #1 that Bingu TV is about to launch, nor the animated film Neza, The Devil Child Comes to the World that Bingu Culture is currently gathering top masters to produce. They are only talking about one thing now, that is, the Bingu Economic Development Zone high-speed railway station. Chapter 457. You are laughing again. Are you sure that the high-speed railway station and the railway station will be open in early September? Bonfire Square, office on the 2nd floor, in an office near the corridor, a young woman's eyes widened. There was a sign hanging on the door of the office, which clearly read, Bingu Economic Development Zone Housing Management Office. Sure, I heard that for this matter today. The senior leaders went to Yuan several times. You know who lives in a Yuan? The young man opposite first looked around vigilantly before lowering his voice and whispering, Oh my God. That's great. Confirmed, the young woman's face was full of excitement. She was originally from Shandong province. After graduating from university, her family insisted that she take the civil service exam, but it was too difficult to do so in her own province. Later, she heard that Bingu Economic Development Zone had more civil service positions, and there was also a chance to start work early and get paid. That's why she came all the way to Bingu Economic Development Zone. Now she rents a house in Love Apartment, and her life is pretty good. The only problem is going home during the holidays, every time she thinks about going to Geoga City, 500 kilometers away, and then transferring to Lon City to take a train directly to Shandong province. She will give up the idea of going home. Now, all the difficulties in the past will disappear completely. Nothing is impossible in our economic development zone. I heard that after the news spread, the sales offices of Yida Plaza and Bingu Real Estate were almost crowded, and the project manager of Zhonghai Plaza also appeared near the East Station. The young man said again, Today's news is of great significance to Bingu Economic Development Zone. At this time, it is not only the staff who are in trouble to go home who are happy. Those who have bought houses in several real estate projects in the Economic Development Zone and registered as permanent residents are even happier. Zhonghai Real Estate. Are they going to start a new project there? The young woman subconsciously glanced at the document in her hand. Yes. I heard that the project in Longcheng Village will be delivered soon. Many people who wanted their children to go to school in our economic development zone were more or less worried about the transportation problem. Now that the transportation is in place, do you think they will not rush to buy it? Shanghai real estate will naturally not let go of this wave of high-quality customers. The young man nodded. No wonder. But then again, this policy of our Bingu Economic Development Zone is really good. It can avoid unfinished projects. Otherwise, Shanghai real estate would have already started to enclose land near Bingu East Station. They are much more informed than us. The young woman suddenly realized. That's right. I heard that Longsheng Group and Tonai Clothing are also rushing to build their second property. It is estimated that it will be delivered in March next year. By then, it is estimated that these two companies will also develop around the West Railway Station and the East Railway Station. The colleague nodded in agreement. That's for sure. The high-speed railway station and railway station that have been opened will not have trouble selling in any city. The woman followed. Now it depends on how many lines our economic development zone can open. I heard from the staff of Xiatia Construction that although the high-speed railway station in our Bingu Economic Development Zone is not as good as Shishir in Shanxi Province, it is not much less than the tracks of Lanchi West Railway Station. Then wait for September 1st. You must experience it first even if you have to take a leave. Yes, I am excited to think about buying tickets directly. At the same time, Yiyuan, Zaya Kanglangting, the villagers of Bingu village were also chatting about the high-speed railway station. Surprisingly, there were a lot of people in Zaya Kanglang Pavilion today. Except Sherlinian, Song Qing, Zheng Ruofei, Shui Yutian, the rest of the villagers in Bingu village were basically all there. Even Su Hang sat beside the pavilion chair with a teacup in his hand. Brother Yang, if the Bingu Economic Development Zone compiles the local chronicles in the future, your name must be listed in the first chapter. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Yang Yuan. Since he learned that in order to balance the number of tourists, the Bingu Museum would not be open to the public before September 20, Lu Ming seemed to have changed into a different person, talking and laughing, and he was so relaxed. The greening project on both sides of the national highway from Dongchengmen to Qixia town has been completed. Next, we just have to wait for the opening of the provincial universiade. These are all small matters. It's mainly because of Xiaosu's strength. This is also the first time I've seen such a fast railway project. Yang Yun smiled and waved his hand. But everyone can see that Yang Yun is enjoying this state at this time. Even the breath of speaking is much more confident than before. Because at this moment, he finally has the confidence to live in Yiyuan all year round. Otherwise, he always feels that he owes something to Bingu village. Old Yang, when will the timetable be adjusted? Feng Shuyu next to him took over the conversation. They said they will coordinate as soon as possible. I guess it will be soon. Anyway, I have told them that our Bingu Economic Development Zone should not have too few first routes. Yang Yun replied. Old Lu is right. Xiaosu, when will the Bingu Economic Development Zone Cultural Bureau be established? Hurry up and find someone to compile the Bingu local chronicles. Upon hearing this, Feng Shuyu immediately turned his head and looked at Su Hang. Well, uncles, don't worry. I will take care of the local chronicles. Suddenly being called, Su Hang smiled. He knew everyone was joking, because Bingu Economic Development Zone has not even completed the establishment of those important big picture yet, let alone units like the Cultural Bureau and the Archives Bureau. It would be considered fast if it could be established in the next year or the year after. Since Xiaosu has expressed his opinion, there must be no problem. Feng Shuyu followed up. After a pause, Feng Shuyu glanced at the setting sun hanging in the sky, and casually said, By the way, Xiaosu, how is the relocation of Bingu College going? It's the beginning of August now. The new batch of students will report at the end of August. It's almost moved. The teachers of the school did not have a holiday this summer vacation, and they are all at the college these days. Su Hang said. In fact, the relocation of Bingu College sounds like a big project. But in fact it is not even 1,000th of the difficulty of the stadium project. After arranging some dormitories for old students and teacher apartments, the relocation project is more than half completed. What remains are some materials and experimental equipment. As for the old campus, it will have to be kept for a while to see whether it will continue to recruit students as an undergraduate branch or be transferred to other universities in Lanzhou. West China Normal University has always been interested in that place. That's fine. And didn't you say before that the Economic Development Zone was going to establish Bingu Medical University? How is the discussion with the old boss going? Feng Shuyu continued to ask. What? Bingu Economic Development Zone is going to establish a medical university. It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, before Su Hang could speak, Lu Ming beside him instantly became nervous. Yeah, you didn't get the medical major from Binga College, and you were busy at that time, so you definitely didn't know. Feng Shuyu immediately explained to Lu Ming. Then, where is the medical university going to be built? Longcheng Village or Luan Village? To be honest, I think it's better to build it outside the inner city. Confirmed, Lu Ming immediately turned his head and looked at Su Hang. The bright smile on his face, at the beginning, has completely disappeared. Ah, build outside the city? I was thinking that the inner city is now too empty, and planned to build it inside the city wall. Su Hang paused, and said immediately, Build inside the inner city? Old Feng, Brother Yang, why don't you guys chat? I ate something cold this afternoon, and suddenly felt uncomfortable in my stomach. I'll go back to my room first. The next moment, Lu Ming suddenly covered his stomach, and after a simple greeting to everyone, he hurriedly left Xiao Songlong Pavilion. Is Lao Lu okay? Seeing this, Yang Yin said with some concern. No. It's probably because it's hot today, and he ate ice cream. It's not a big deal. Xiao Su, you just said that you want to build Binga Medical University in the inner city. Is there a specific location? Feng Shuyu waved his hand, indicating that Yang Yin didn't need to worry, and continued to ask. The initial plan is to build it directly opposite Binga College. Su Hang looked at Lu Ming's departing back helplessly before saying, Directly opposite Binga College? Behind the ancient theater in Bonfire Square? A place suddenly appeared in Feng Shuyu's mind. Well, by then, the two universities will be next to each other, with only Xuanwu Road in between. After the completion of Binga Medical University, the area between Xuanwu Road and the pedestrian street can also be filled. It is also not far from our village clinic. Su Hang spoke again. Okay. I think it's okay too. For a while, everyone talked about the planning of the second university in the economic development zone again. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the afterglow of the sunset fell on the vast Gobi Desert, which seemed particularly empty. At this time, a convoy of about 20 buses was moving along National Highway 215. There was a sign on the driver's platform of the first car, which clearly read Lanzhou Jiaotong University. Students, we will arrive at Bingu Economic Development Zone around 8 o'clock. Be sure to abide by the rules when you arrive. This is not Lanzhou. Don't embarrass our school here. A man sitting in the front raised his hand to check the time, then stood up and spoke to the people in the back row. The man was none other than Gu Ping, the vice president of Lanzhou Jiaotong University. This time he brought his students here to participate in the rehearsal of the opening ceremony of the Provincial University Games. Leader, don't worry. I have already reminded you in advance. Seeing this, a middle-aged man hurriedly said, Well, there is another point that I want to emphasize again, because the opening ceremony of the Provincial University Games this time is broadcast live by Xiagua Satellite TV Sports Channel and Bingda TV Station, according to the live broadcast requirements. We cannot secretly upload the video during the rehearsal, let alone upload the relevant video to the internet. If anyone violates the requirements, not only will the credits they have earned be lost, but they may also have to deduct a lot of credits from their records. Gu Ping nodded and reminded again. No! Hearing that credits would be deducted, the car suddenly became noisy, and almost all the students promised in unison. For today's college students, deducting credits is almost like losing their lives. By the way, Teacher Zhang, when we arrive at Bingdu Economic Development Zone, should we look for the person in charge of Bingda culture? After explaining the precautions, Gu Ping turned his head and looked at the man who had just spoken. Leader, the staff of Bingdu Economic Development Zone are waiting for us at the gate of Bingda College. According to the plan, we will be taken to the student dormitory of Bingda College for accommodation first, and then we will go to the canteen of Bingda College for dinner. Finally, the leader of our school will go to collect the meal cards for our students during this period. The man hurriedly reported the next arrangements. Chapter 458. Everyone is silent. Okay, you can inform the team leader in the group. Be sure not to run around after getting off the bus, because there are other performance teams from other universities besides us. Gu Ping raised his hand to check the time. Okay, leader. The man immediately took out his mobile phone and started typing a message. At this time, Gu Ping cleared his throat again, looking at the students behind the bus. Everyone, please calm down after settling down and eating at school tonight. Don't go out to hang out. Tomorrow, you will have a morning of free time, and you will gather at the stadium in the afternoon to get familiar with the venue," he said. Guping's idea was very simple. Although the main purpose of coming here this time was to rehearse the opening ceremony program, he had to satisfy the curiosity of these young people before that. Otherwise, some of them would definitely go out to have fun without following the rules. As long as they were satisfied, the rest of the things would be much easier. However, as soon as Guping finished speaking, the car suddenly became noisy and full of complaints. "Ah, teacher, it's only half a day. How can half a day be enough? Teacher, half a day is not enough at all." The students in the car were basically sophomores and juniors. If they go to other cities in Suching province to rehearse dance, they will definitely feel superior. The feeling of going from the provincial capital to the local area has been engraved in their subconscious. But coming to Bingdu Economic Development Zone not only does not give them any sense of superiority, but they even feel like outsiders who are going to see the world. Just because other prefecture-level cities have, Lan City definitely has, and Bingdu Economic Development Zone has. Lan City does not have, and the standards are even far higher than Lan City. Some students have even made plans to come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to take the civil service exam and find a job after graduation. Half a day is not enough. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is a newly built development zone. There is actually nothing to see. Seeing this, Guping immediately said, "Teacher, there are a lot to see." The students immediately retorted, "A lot?" Guping motioned the students to be quiet first, then counted on his fingers. "Let me calculate for you. Get up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to have breakfast, and walk around the new campus of Bingdu College from 7:30 to 8 o'clock. Teacher, how can only half an hour be enough? It will take at least 2 or 3 hours to walk around the campus." After hearing this, the student in the front row immediately said, 2 or 3 hours. Don't make a fuss." Guping immediately looked at the student. "Teacher, really, you haven't seen the promotional video of the new campus of Bingdu College. 2 or 3 hours is fast." The student said immediately, "Really 2 or 3 hours? I think it takes half an hour." Seeing that the students were quite excited, Guping immediately looked at the teacher in charge. "Leader, the students are right. It will take at least 2 or 3 hours." The teacher nodded with a wry smile, and his words were full of envy. Once upon a time, as a provincial-level national second-tier college, they would not look at the original Singhi College at all. In their eyes, both the students and teachers were inferior. Even in the eyes of some teachers, Singhi College is not even an undergraduate college, and is actually at the same level as the provincial vocational colleges. But in less than a year, the whole situation has taken a big turn. Now it is not a question of whether they can look down on Bingdu College, but they no longer have the qualifications to have an equal dialogue with Bingdu College. Bingdu College has become an existence that is out of their reach. Especially those teachers who resigned because Bingdu College was going to move to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. They are almost regretting it. But there is no way. Bingdu College is not open to everyone now. A few days ago, a doctoral student who graduated from Lantau University submitted a resume to Bingdu College, but he didn't even make it to the second round of interviews. If this doctoral graduate from Lantau University goes to Lantau Jiaotong University or other provincial second-tier universities, in addition to being able to receive a 400,000 yuan subsidy through the talent introduction route, the school will also promise to give him a teaching position and be promoted to associate professor after 1 year. In this way, how can you not be envious? What's more terrible is that just 2 days ago, the team leader received a video of the students and their dormitories and the cafeteria environment in advance. At that time, I had only one thought after watching it: that undergraduates at Bingdu College are treated better than postgraduates at their school. Another point is that international students at Bingdu College have to take the exam based on their strength, and there is no difference in treatment. Some international students' dormitories even have 6-person rooms. Domestic undergraduates basically have 4-person rooms. Teachers' apartments are the same. Bingdu College's teachers' apartments can be said to be real apartments, not the old buildings from the 1980s and 1990s. Okay, even if we reserve 2 hours for you to get familiar with the environment until 10 o'clock in the morning, the remaining time is enough. After a hesitation, Guping said, "Teacher, we still want to go to Bingdu TV station." At this time, a female college student said, "What's so good about a TV station?" Guping glanced out the window subconsciously. At this time, the vast Gobi Desert was still flashing outside the car window. It seemed that there was still some distance from Bingdu Economic Development Zone. "Teacher, there are many things to watch. And I heard that the Love Apartment is opposite Bingu TV station. What if I run into a few more stars? The students born after 2000 are very different from those in the 1970s and 1980s. They don't have much off of their superiors. Sometimes, their conversations are more like chatting between friends. Okay. Then, is half an hour enough for you? After hesitating for a while, Guping finally spoke. Half an hour is not enough. We heard that the TV station also has the East City Gate, so we should also take a look at it. It will take at least an hour. The students immediately said. College students are no longer as naive as high school students. Many students have made strategies based on the videos shot by some internet celebrities on short videos before they set out. Okay. Even if I give you more than an hour, what else can you visit after you finish watching? The other places are newly built and have no interest at all. Guping sighed slightly and spoke again. However, as soon as Guping finished speaking, a college student took over the conversation. Teacher, what about Xixia town? Willing Waijuan was filmed there. And we have to go there anyway. What about Xixia town? Guping subconsciously looked at the teacher in charge. At Guping's age and status, he no longer pays much attention to TV dramas. So he really doesn't know what Xixia town is like. He also heard his daughter mention Love Apartment by chance. Leader, Xixia town is now a famous attraction in Bingu Economic Development Zone. Young people like that ancient costume martial arts drama very much. It will probably take at least an hour. The teacher smiled bitterly. Oh, then give me another hour. After thinking for a long time, Guping said, Teacher, we also want to go to the longest pedestrian street in Asia. At this time, a student said again, the first in Asia? This is certified by Blue Star UNESCO. It takes at least 1 hour to walk from the east end to the west end. Another hour or so. Guping's voice became lower and lower, and he muttered to himself subconsciously. Teacher, in addition to the pedestrian street, we also want to go to the entertainment complex in Bingu village. I heard that there is a water monster in the lake. Water monster? It's that kind of big fish. Many people are fishing for it. It's been on the news. Is Bingu Economic Development Zone so good now? Guping's expression has almost become a popular emoticon on the internet. You will know tomorrow. Anyway, I heard that the teachers and students of Bingu College couldn't resist when they first arrived. They were like country bumpkins entering the city. They walked and marveled all the way. Some students even got lost on campus. The team leader smiled bitterly. Well, if you say so. Our team leader must manage discipline well, and never let students sneak out. I'm not afraid of getting lost, but I'm mainly afraid of being embarrassed. If the news gets out, it will have a bad impact. The media here is not like that in Lon City. The influence is terrifying. After a little thought, Guping said very seriously, Don't worry. There will be no problem. At the same time, when the convoy of Lantau Jiaotong University slowly approached Bingu East Station, in the business district, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian were sitting in front of the tea table chatting about something. Have you arranged the team for the rehearsal? Zhong Ruofei asked after taking a sip of the teacup. Special staff have been sent over. Shui Yutian nodded. When will the rehearsal start? What's the situation at the stadium? Zhong Ruofei said again. We will start the formal rehearsal the day after tomorrow. Let the students of those schools have a day of free time tomorrow. The stadium has actually been completed. Now there are only details such as lighting equipment and ignition ceremony left. This will not affect the rehearsal of the opening ceremony. Shui Yutian turned his head and glanced at the ice lake topographic map on the wall. These days, they have also started to update the real-life sand table of the ice lake, and the stadium has been changed. That's fine, but the rehearsal must be kept confidential, after all. It is the Xiaoguo Sports Channel that will broadcast it live. If we leave a good impression this time, we may have the opportunity to cooperate next time. Zhong Ruofei put down the teacup and said, This is the industry rule. We must do our best. No TV station wants to broadcast an opening ceremony that has been leaked. Shui Yutian replied immediately. By the way, why doesn't the Suqing provincial TV station broadcast the provincial universiade? At this time, Zhong Ruofei asked again with some curiosity. I don't know. I remember Xiaosu told the provincial TV station at the beginning that it might be because the provincial TV station looked down on the provincial universiade. A few days ago, I saw that the provincial TV station's broadcast plan seemed to be broadcasting the opening ceremony of the Blue Star Olympics. Speaking of the Suqing provincial TV station, Shui Yutian showed an intriguing expression. I can't say I dislike Suqing Provincial TV station, but I definitely don't like it. Okay. After a while, Zheng Ruofei looked at Shui Yutian. By the way, old Shui, when will that costume drama be released? Don't make too much noise, or we will overload our reception capacity. Although the college students who come to participate in the rehearsal have food and accommodation, they will spend money on the pedestrian street to some extent, shopping and eating. That costume drama will be released on August 20th. Upon hearing this, Shui Yutian immediately reported the release date of the world's #1. August 20th, will it be? Zheng Ruofei paused. A hint of worry flashed across his face. No! August 20th is still a full month away from the opening ceremony, and the popularity will have long passed by then. Moreover, Xianxia and ancient idol dramas are very popular in the market now, and the ratings of this drama may not be as steep as the previous ones. Shui Yutian replied confidently. Chapter 459 Space Capsule Homestay in the Gobi Desert. That's fine. Seeing Shui Yutian was very confident, Zheng Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. Since Su Heng asked them to count the maximum number of visitors in the Economic Development Zone, Bingdu Group has secretly started various preparations. It's just because the reception gap in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is larger than expected. Even if other tourists are not counted, the 80,000 people who bought tickets for the opening ceremony alone are likely to find no place for ordinary tourists to stay. After several rounds of meetings and consultations with the Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Bingdu Group implemented 2 plans. One is to prevent a sudden surge in tourists from all aspects, and try to leave resources for the 80,000 visitors. Even since yesterday, Guanxue Tower, Youth Hostel, Bingdu Hotel, Yuelin, etc. have begun to contact those ticket buyers in advance, asking them if they want to book a room. The purpose of doing this is to let them lock in some rooms first. If they call them and don't make a reservation, they can't complain everywhere, saying that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has no service. The second is that Bingdu Group has already reserved 5,000 space capsules. These space capsules are not very expensive. The slightly more expensive ones are more than 10,000 yuan, and the cheaper ones can be purchased for 4,000 or 5,000 yuan. They are of moderate size and easy to transport. At that time, they will all be moved to the Gobi Desert north of the Universiade village for placement, and then managed by Bingdu Culture and Tourism to build space capsule homestays where you can see the endless starry sky at night. Moreover, these 5,000 space capsule homestays will not be open to the public in advance after they are placed. They will only be open for reservation around September 18th. As long as these 2 plans are implemented, it can ensure that 80,000 spectators can watch the opening ceremony smoothly without having to live in temporary tents. Don't worry. The situation you think will never happen, Shui Yutian assured again. Okay. I'll go to Bingdu Cultural Tourism later, and let the person in charge there connect with the management of Tianxia Dai's wing. After the TV series is officially launched, it will start trial operation to the public, Zheng Ruofei said. Okay. The next day, the sun rose. Because of the Lanzhou College students who came to the townhouse, Xuanwu Road was obviously much more lively than before. In addition, the greening on both sides of the road had been done long ago, and it already had the feeling of Xuefu Street when looking around. However, there are only Bingdu College and the Bingdu Museum under construction on the north side of Xuanwu Road. The Bingdu Medical University opposite Bingdu College is still in the preliminary planning stage, and the specific design drawings have not yet been released. This means that Xuanwu Road is far from being comparable to the pedestrian street. As for Zhuke Road on the south side of the pedestrian street, it is still bare, except for the greening on both sides of the road. There is nothing else. If you want to make these 2 streets as prosperous as the pedestrian street, it will probably take a lot of effort. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Heng and Zhang Hancheng appeared opposite Bingdu College. Director Zhang, what do you think of this place? Su Heng pointed to the large green space in front of him and said, the location of this place is amazing. When the time comes, leave a north-south alley next to it, so that students from both Bingdu College and Bingdu Medical School can go to the pedestrian street. The more he looked at the terrain, the happier Zhang Hancheng was. At first, he thought Su Heng would build Bingdu Medical School in Longcheng Village or Luan Village, but he didn't expect it to be Xuanwu Road in the inner city. In this way, the inner city has 2 major population engines, and there is no need to worry about the development of both sides of Xuanwu Road. As long as the location is fine, I will ask my friend to design it for us after the provincial universiade is over. Ding ling ling. It was a coincidence that, just when Su Hang wanted to say something, his cell phone rang suddenly. He took it out and took a look. Su Hang's expression moved, and then he answered the phone. Hello. Director Su? Is this Suqing province? The next moment, a full-bodied voice came from the phone. Leader, hello, I am Su Xinshan. After hearing the other party introduce himself, Su Hang immediately replied. Director Su, it's like this. We had a meeting yesterday, and I want to ask for your opinion first. The voice on the phone came quickly. You say? I believe Director Su is very clear about the current development shortcomings of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, that is, the permanent population. But relying on natural growth is too slow, so if Bingdu Economic Development Zone has a chance to merge with Ase County, I wonder if you are willing? Although Ase County has a poor economy, it still has more than 10,000 permanent residents. The province also specially proposed this plan to support the better development of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After a pause, the full-bodied voice sounded again. Merge Ase County? Su Hang was stunned for a moment. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly said, Leader, we will definitely have no problem here. Thank you for your support for our economic development zone. Accidents are accidents. There is no need to hesitate about such things. Who would complain that their territory is too small? The economy and other things are actually small problems. However, as soon as Su Hang finished speaking, the voice on the other end of the phone rang out in time. Don't be too happy. The division of administrative regions involves too many issues. Even if your Bingdu Economic Development Zone is willing, it is still unclear what the situation is in Geoga City. As expected, if it can be coordinated in the end, your Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely give Geoga City some compensation. You can't let them give up the land. Compensation? To put it bluntly, our province is just acting as a middleman this time. Whether it can be coordinated in the end depends on both of you. Do you understand? The other end of the phone was not very clear, but Su Hang understood the meaning of the words instantly, and then said, Leader, what is Geoga City's opinion? What requirements or compensation do they need? We haven't sought Geoga City's opinion on this matter yet. We just asked your intention first. If there is no problem on your side, we will go to the person in charge of Geoga City. The phone said quickly. Oh, I see. That's it for now. I'll have the staff contact you if there's any news later. Okay. Just like that. After a few simple polite words, Su Hang hung up the phone and looked at Zhang Hancheng. Just now the provincial leader called to support our economic development zone and asked if our economic development zone wants Ase County. We want Ase County? Director, this is a must. If Ase County comes, the administrative area under our economic development zone will be 1 village, 2 streets, and 1 county. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hancheng's reaction was exactly the same as when Su Hang first heard it. We are still soliciting opinions. Who knows what will happen? And from what the leader said, we are not getting it for free. We will probably have to pay something. Su Hang put his phone back into his pocket. That's for sure. Forget it. Let's go over there and take a look at the boundaries of the medical university. After finishing the rest, you can talk to Binga Group. I still have to go to the stadium. Okay. Director. On the other side, in the office building of the Economic Development Zone Management Committee, Zhui Xuezhong looked at the secretary across the desk after reading the documents in his hand. Have the bicycles been purchased? They will arrive one after another tomorrow afternoon. A total of 20,000 shared bicycles. The secretary said hurriedly. Are they all ordinary bicycles? Zhui Xuezhong asked after flipping through the document. No. There are 15,000 ordinary bicycles and 5,000 electric bicycles. The secretary reported the numbers. Okay. Have the rest of the staff been recruited? While signing, Zhui Xuezhong asked casually. They have been recruited. This time we have set up a total of 10 drop-off and return points, and have hired 20 staff members and 2 repairmen as contract workers. The secretary nodded. Are there any at the West Railway Station and the East Railway Station? These 2 stations will officially start operating in early September. Once they start operating, there will be a lot of demand here. After signing, Zhui Xuezhong handed the document to the secretary. Yes, and they are the 2 largest distribution points. Since these 2 places are relatively far away, most of the electric shared bicycles are here. The secretary said hurriedly. That's fine. If there is anything else, please feel free to communicate. This time, we must provide all the services for the provincial universiade. Swish Yuesheng nodded. Okay. Director. Time flies. And it's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In Geoga City. In the government building. The first person in charge, Song Shusheng, is frowning and sitting behind his desk. There are 2 men of similar age sitting on the sofa opposite. Leader. Is the province too partial? Why should we assign Ase County to Bingu Economic Development Zone? What does it have to do with us that Bingu Economic Development Zone is stuck in the application for county-level city due to the problem of permanent population? After a moment, one of the men spoke with anger. Chapter 460, the shape of the group headquarters. That's right. The Bingu Economic Development Zone has been sucking the blood of the surrounding cities and counties, and now it's asking us to cut our flesh. As soon as the man finished speaking, another man next to him hurriedly took over the conversation. Also, the high-speed railway station and track-laying railway station in the Bingu Economic Development Zone seem to be open soon. This is definitely an unprecedented challenge for our Geoga City. What's more terrible is that I heard that there seem to be several first departure lines in the Bingu Economic Development Zone. At that time, even the people of our Geoga City may go to the Bingu Economic Development Zone to take the bus. That is, the Bingu Economic Development Zone does not have an airport yet. If most people want to take a plane, they have to come to our Geoga City. If Bingu Economic Development Zone builds an airport in the future, build an airport? Now you can't even manage a county-level city. And you still want to build an airport? Dream on. I'm just talking. In fact, no one can stop Bingu Economic Development Zone from upgrading to a prefecture-level city. Just rely on your own abilities. Don't always think of us. Perhaps because Bingu Economic Development Zone has already challenged the status of Geoga City. In a short time, the 2 of them seemed to have participated in a complaint meeting, and there was no intention of stopping all kinds of complaints until the 2 of them finished their complaints. Song Shusheng slowly raised his head and looked at the 2 of them. What are you so anxious about? Leader. This is not a question of whether it is urgent or not. But the province is too partial. Although the call is to ask for our opinions. Who can't see that? The higher-ups just want us to transfer Ase County to it. The man who spoke first immediately said again. So what is your opinion? Song Shusheng slowly leaned back in his chair. Leader. Even if Ase County is poor, has a small population, and is close to Bingu Economic Development Zone, Ase County cannot be transferred to Bingu Economic Development Zone. The 2 looked at each other and replied in unison. Okay. Tomorrow you call the relevant person in charge in Lon City and tell them that Geoga City needs time to think about it carefully. Neither refuse nor agree, and will not put forward any conditions. It is even more impossible to contact people in Bingu Economic Development Zone. Song Shusheng said. You mean I understand? After a little thought, the man suddenly realized, and his previous resentment instantly dissipated by more than half. As long as this is done, Ase County will never be lost. Song Shusheng said again. Just like that, the 3 chatted about Ase County for a while before returning the topic to Geoga City. Leader, our finances may have some minor problems this year, and the overall environment is not very good. The new bonds have not been issued, and some previous bonds will expire at the end of the year. When the situation of his family was mentioned, the man on the edge had a little more worry on his face. Is there no institution subscribing? Song Shusheng frowned. Now the first target of those big institutions is national bonds, and local bonds like ours are not attractive, and the state-owned enterprises in Geoga City are not in a good operating condition, and it is impossible to expect them to subscribe to our local bonds. The man said again. Have all the credit lines of various banks been used up? After a long silence, Song Shusheng said again in a deep voice. It has been used up a long time ago. In fact, I have been paying back the interest in the past few years. The man added in a low voice. This. Song Shusheng rubbed his eyebrows. Everyone knows the situation facing Geoga City in this economic situation. The various unfinished infrastructure projects may be a small matter. At that time, we may have to tighten our belts to reduce staff. This time, it was not until a long time later that Song Shusheng said again. We should work hard recently. There are still a few months before the end of the year. We should be able to come up with a solution. We can communicate at any time. Okay. At 8 o'clock in the evening, at a famous check-in spot in the center of Lantau City, many people were doing the Yellow River Cantata, and the cool breeze was a special enjoyment. At this time, in the office building of Lon City, a man in his 50s looked worse and worse after reading the documents in his hand. It was not until a moment later that he looked at the staff opposite the desk. What's the situation? We have been waiting for almost half a year. And now you tell me that the second phase of the Lan City Metro Line 2 project has not been approved? The more he talked, the more irritable the 50-year-old man became. The man's name is Yu Jiyang. He is the head of the northwest region of a certain infrastructure company in Xiaogua. And he is also the construction manager of the first phase of the Lan City Metro Line 1 and Line 2 projects. After the completion of the first phase of the Lanzhou Metro Line 2, they have been waiting for the second phase to start. As a result, after waiting for half a year, the shield machine was almost rusted, and finally did not wait for the start time, but waited for the news that the second phase of the project had not been approved. Anyone would probably be depressed. Mr. Yu, I just checked, this time many cities' subway lines have not been approved, the staff said helplessly. Why? The population along the second phase of Lanzhou Line 2 is also sufficient, and relevant applications have been made when the first phase of the project was launched. Yu Jiyang still couldn't accept this fact. The reason why Lanzhou was rejected was not because of the line population indicators, but because of its own finances. The staff sighed. Finance when these two words were mentioned. Yu Jiyang immediately became like a deflated ball, and his expression instantly became sluggish. It was not until a long time later that he spoke again. So there is no hope in the short term? It's hard to say. I heard that after the second phase of Line 2 was rejected, the city began to plan the number 3 and number 7 light rail lines. Although these two lines are light rail projects, there is a long section of the line that is underground. So there is still hope. The staff hurriedly added. Are there any documents? Yu Jiyang immediately looked at the staff. It seems that a draft opinion has been issued, but there is no official document yet. The staff replied. Draft opinion? Doesn't that mean we have to wait another half a year? Yu Jiyang didn't care that this was an office, and immediately took out a cigarette from the cigarette box. The light rail project is almost different from the subway. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be approved by the higher authorities. The staff said again. 2 light rail projects. Let's wait a little longer. I hope it won't take too long. Otherwise, our equipment will have many problems if it is not used for a long time. After a long sigh, Yu Jiyang put the cigarette he had just taken a puff of into the ashtray and said so. It should be fine. People's joys and sorrows are not the same, and neither are places. Just when Jiuge City and Lan City began to have headaches due to the economic downturn, Bingdu Economic Development Zone did not feel the so-called economic winter at all. And with more than 10,000 opening ceremony rehearsal actors moving into Bingdu College, and Bingdu College's own students and performance teams, Xuanwu Road in Bingdu Economic Development Zone also began to bustle. Of course, the more important thing is the 15th day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar. The business district of Bingdu Economic Development Zone was full of colorful flags, and the salutes went off for half an hour. All this was because the Bingdu Cultural Tourism Headquarters office building was officially completed. The interior decoration had nothing to do with the construction company. It was initially estimated that before September 10th, the staff of Bingdu Cultural Tourism would be able to move to the new office building and start work, completely ending the history of being small, crowded, and crowded. How many employees does Bingdu Cultural Tourism have now? Looking back at the more than 100-meter high glass curtain wall quality office building, Su Heng said. Originally, Su Heng had been watching the opening ceremony at the stadium for some time. Things like Bingdu Medical University had not been further promoted for the time being, and only a rough construction site had been determined. But today was a major event for Bingdu Culture and Tourism, so he rushed over. As for the matter of Ase County being assigned to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Su Heng didn't pay much attention to it, because Su Heng knew very well that such things were very time-consuming, and it was not something that could be done in 3 or 2 months. There are more than 3,300 employees. Zhong Ruofei next to him immediately reported a number. So many? Su Heng paused, somewhat surprised. Although Bingdu College, Bingdu Cultural Tourism School and Bingdu Real Estate have been spun off, Bingdu Cultural Tourism itself is also expanding, just like the Tianxia Daizhuang that will soon be open to the public. From the manager to the waiters, chefs, security guards, there are more than 200 people. This does not even include some of the industries that are about to be spun off, such as the parallel imported car dealership and several gas stations and charging stations under it. If all these are counted, there will be more. Zhong Ruofei explained. Does Bingdu Taxi Company also plan to divest? After a brief thought, Su-hang said again. Bingda Taxi Company does not plan to divest at present. In the future, in addition to taxis, some operating tourist buses will be added. If there is any need in the cultural tourism sector, it can be coordinated. Zhong Ruofei shook his head. What about the drivers? Su-hang nodded. Except for the tourist bus drivers, taxi drivers are not actually considered employees of Bingda Cultural Tourism. They just accept the management of the company while renting our car dealership. After paying the operating and management rent every month, they operate on their own. Those who are capable should work harder, Zhong Ruofei said. The taxi model of Bingda Culture and Tourism is exactly the same as the operating model of other cities in Xiagua. And there is no innovation. Oh! Su-hang immediately understood. If taxi drivers were all employees of the culture and tourism industry, they would probably not make more than 3,000 yuan. Xiao Su. Now Bingda Culture and Tourism also has its own dedicated office building. And other group companies also have their own headquarters. I wonder when our Bingda Group headquarters building will be completed. At this time, Zhong Ruofei rubbed his hands and looked at Su-hang a little embarrassedly. His meaning was very clear, and he almost wrote on his face. Can we build the headquarters building of Bingda Group? Headquarters building? Brother Zhong, don't you mention that my friend helped me figure out one a while ago? Do you think it's okay? When mentioning the headquarters building of Bingda Group, Su-hang paused, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket, tapped the screen a few times, and handed it to Zhong Ruofei. Well, take a look. I think it should be enough. If you think it's not enough, I'll ask my friend to design a new one for us. Your friend helped? Let me take a look. Zhong Ruofei was delighted, and then took the phone. However, it would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. Once he looked at it, Zhong Ruofei was stunned for a moment. His eyes fixed on Su-hang's mobile phone screen without moving a bit. This. Chapter 461 3-Year Project. Is it okay, Brother Zhong? After a moment, Su-hang asked. It's more than okay, it's simply too awesome. Such a headquarters building would be one of the best in Xia country, even in the entire Blue Star, and it feels very suitable for our Bingda Group. As long as the headquarters building is built in the business district, the business district will most likely become a tourist attraction. When the time comes, we can build a few sightseeing elevators, and the income will definitely not be less. It will even become a landmark during the construction process. Zhong Ruofei's eyes were still fixed on the screen of his mobile phone while he replied, not willing to leave it for a moment. Then there is no need to ask my friend to redesign it. Hearing Zhong Ruofei's answer, Su-hang breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, when he showed Zhong Ruofei the design of the Bingda Group headquarters building just now, he was not worried that the design plan from the pawn system was too stingy, but that it was a little too much. It was only because the design from the system this time was the famous Burj Khalifa on Earth, also known as the Dubai Tower. The reason why we chose the Dubai Tower this time is to solve the problem once and for all, and build a headquarters building that can be used for decades. Otherwise, building a small one may be enough for the time being. But after a few years, we have to rebuild the headquarters building and move to another place, which is very troublesome and affects work efficiency. This is simply too much about the project budget and construction time. After taking a deep breath, Zhong Ruofei reluctantly returned the phone to Su-hang. That's no problem. When it came to the budget and construction time, Su-hang immediately waved his hand. The Dubai Tower on Earth is 828 meters high, with 162 floors, and a construction cost of $1.5 billion. If the construction costs of the large shopping mall, lake and shorter towers are included, the total cost is about $2 billion. In order to build the Dubai Tower, a total of about 4,000 workers and 100 cranes were used. 330,000 cubic meters of concrete, 62,000 tons of reinforced steel bars, 142,000 square meters of glass, and 56 elevators were used. The highest speed of the elevator is 17.4 meters per second. There is also a double-decker sightseeing elevator, which can carry up to 42 people at a time. The original Dubai Tower was built in 2004 and was officially completed in 2010, which took a total of 6 years. The Dubai Tower to be built this time is actually a little smaller than the one on Earth. The total height is not more than 800 meters, but only more than 600 meters. In addition, the current projects in Bingda Economic Development Zone often use 3,000 to 4,000 workers. If the Bingda Group headquarters building is built, the number of workers and equipment will definitely double. As for funding, There is no problem. Binge Group is now described as making a fortune every day, which is a disdain for Binge Group. Apart from other things, Binge Culture and Tourism can support the construction of the group's headquarters building just by transferring the land, not to mention the increasingly powerful branches under it. In his spare time, Su Hang once estimated that, as long as the cash flow continues to be supplied, the Binge Group's headquarters building can be built in 3 years at most. During this period, the staff of Binge Group can use the office building of Binge Culture and Tourism, and it will be no problem to support it. That's great. When do we start bidding? Zhong Ruofei asked again immediately. You can arrange it as you see fit. By the way, you can go find Mr. Liu from Xiaotia Construction first. Xiaotia Construction has special grade construction qualifications, so there should be no problem with urban construction of such a building. Also, we can ask their staff to explore first, to see if our place is suitable. After all, it is a 600-meter high building. After a little thought, Su Hang said, since Bingdu Economic Development Zone transferred tens of millions of high personal bonuses to Liu Shoutong's account, Xiaotia Construction Northwest Branch has almost become the exclusive construction company of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and many of them even help out for free. Moreover, Liu Shoutong promised that the Northwest headquarters building of Xiaotia Construction Engineering would be completed before the end of the year, adding popularity to Bingdu Business District. This kind of building must be evaluated by a professional team, otherwise it would not be built at all. Zhong Ruofei said hurriedly. Okay, if there is nothing else, I will go to the stadium first. Recently, there are row houses and internal equipment installations. It's a bit messy. I have to keep an eye on it. Raising his hand to check the time, Su Hang said, there is nothing to do here. I will arrange it. Okay. Time passed quickly, and it was 12 o'clock noon in a blink of an eye. At the gate of Tianxia Dai's wing, Shui Yutian and Xing Jianhai, the head of Bingdu TV station, walked out of the magnificent gate. Boss Shui, this drama really doesn't need to be promoted in advance? Looking back at the person behind him, Xing Jianping said with some regret. On August 20th, Number 1 Under Heaven will officially take over from Love Apartment and be broadcast on satellite TV. Originally, Xing Jianping wanted to promote it well, try to put Bingdu TV's ratings at the top again, and at the same time advertise Number 1 Under Heaven. As a result, the notice received was that it would be broadcast on satellite TV normally, and even without a notice. Yeah. Shui Yutian nodded very confidently. There's no way. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is facing a little problem now, and it will be a big hit if we're not careful. The big boss means that everything is based on the opening ceremony of the Suqing Provincial Universiade. Although Shui Yutian still called Su Hangxiao Su in private, but in the eyes of outsiders, he called him Big Boss. Then I understand. This time it will be a cold show. Glancing at the direction of the pedestrian street, Xing Jianping suddenly realized, and then nodded. Director Xing, this drama is a martial arts drama, which is a cold theme in the current market situation, so even if it is promoted, it will probably be difficult to achieve the results of the previous ones. After the cold show, the leaders will definitely find a way to make up for Bingdu TV. By then, Bingdu TV will not have to worry about the ratings in the future. Seemingly sensing that Xing Jianping was a little disappointed, Shui Yutian immediately comforted him. Will the big boss compensate our station? Hearing this, Xing Jianhai immediately became interested. Although Bingdu TV has now been firmly listed as the first-tier TV station in Xiagua, but in fact, the programs that attract ratings are all from Bingdu Culture. This is a must. That's great. To be honest, Bingdu TV has recently received a notice from the higher authorities saying that the themes of TV dramas after the new year should be mainly history, the war of resistance, and positive energy of urban families, and that the types of fairy tales and martial arts should be appropriately restricted. Xing Jianhai subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. There is such a request. Shui Yutian paused. This kind of document may not have much impact on Bingdu Group, but it has a great impact on Bingdu Culture. Yes. Xing Jianhai nodded. History. Anti-Japanese war. By the way, are there any restrictions on movies? Bingdu Culture is currently producing an animation. According to preliminary estimates, it will be released in theaters around May Day next year. Subconsciously, Shui Yutian thought of Neza, the devil child comes into the world. During this period, the project team has been officially established. An animation production center has been specially reserved in the Bingdu Culture office building. Now all the staff inside are serving this project. There seems to be no restrictions on animated films, but patriotic themes will definitely be given priority for approval, and there are rumors that the Xiaodhua propaganda department will take action in this regard next year. Binga Culture is now the memorandum company of the Xiaodhua propaganda department, and maybe we will receive relevant notifications at that time. Hearing that Binga Culture was making animated films, Xing Jianhai was a little surprised but soon returned to normal. As long as there are no restrictions on animated films, it's fine. The propaganda department will wait until they receive notification. Shui Yutian breathed a sigh of relief. There's definitely no rush for this. Then I'll notify the station staff later. They're still waiting for news, Xing Jianhai said. Okay, I'll go to the senior leaders for the topics you want after the provincial university games. Thank you, Mr. Shui. You're welcome. A week is just a blink of an eye for workers. It was 7:30 p.m. on August 20th. Unlike the tension of the previous new dramas, the station staff were very relaxed this time. Even the staff of the data department were holding cups of water in the hall and chatting with other staff members, and they didn't pay attention to the real-time ratings. Brother Wang, you said it would be great if all future projects were like this. Looking back at the entrance of the data department, a chubby young man wearing glasses said with emotion, "What are you thinking? This time it just happened to coincide with the provincial universiade, so there is no requirement for the ratings, and I didn't even think of using this drama to promote the #1 village in the world, or you can try it." At the desk, another man in a plaid shirt smiled. "Why don't you ask for the ratings when it comes to the provincial universiade?" Hearing this, the young man with glasses asked curiously. "Because the reception capacity of our Bingu Economic Development Zone is not sufficient at present. Things like hotels have to be reserved for the universiade." The man looked around subconsciously, and then whispered. They all stayed. But I heard that the old alumni invited by Bingu College did not give face, and later the opening ceremony changed to a ticketing system. In the end, only a few tickets were sold, and they were directly removed from the ticketing website, and there was no movement afterwards. The young man with glasses muttered in confusion. "The tickets haven't been sold. Shaoli, you are still too young. You don't understand the style of the leaders of Bingu Economic Development Zone at all." Glancing at the young man with glasses, the man in the plaid shirt couldn't help laughing. "Is there any explanation for this?" The young man with glasses was even more puzzled. "You can go to the office building of the Management Committee of Bingu Economic Development Zone and ask a cleaning lady. Since the Economic Development Zone dared to notify us, it must have already arranged the audience for the opening ceremony. Although I haven't been to Bingu Stadium and don't know the size of the stadium, but I estimate that there will be quite a lot of audiences. I can't guarantee 50,000 or 60,000. There will definitely be 30,000 or 40,000. The man in the shirt said very confidently. "Oh, then we really have no requirements for the drama that will be online tonight?" The young man in the glasses asked again, not quite understanding. "That's not the case. I heard the director say that as long as it can maintain the top 5 ratings, it will be fine." The man in the shirt subconsciously looked in the direction of the data department. Chapter 462. Don't panic. It should be no problem to be in the top 5 in the ratings, although this drama is a martial arts drama. But, hearing the expected results above, the young man with glasses casually picked up the water cup and took a sip. "So take advantage of this relaxation to have a good rest. You won't be so free next time. You will have to go to the provincial universiade one after another to help." The man in the shirt started typing on the keyboard while speaking. "Brother Wang, then you go ahead. I'll go back to my workstation." The young man with glasses nodded. After saying that, the young man walked towards the data department of Bingu TV Station. The data department of Bingu TV Station was not far from the office hall. The young man with glasses pushed open the door of the data department in a moment. However, before a moment, an unbelievable voice came from the data department. "Fuck! What happened?" The strange cry inside instantly attracted the attention of all the staff in the office hall. Everyone looked at the door, and some even stood up. Time passed by minute by minute. At 9:30 in the evening, Yinbin Building, a private room, Xing Jianhai was drinking wine and chatting with 2 middle-aged men, looking very relaxed and comfortable. As Bingu TV's ratings stabilized during prime time, the TV station began to look for other cultural companies to produce filler programs. The 2 men were the heads of a domestic cultural company that was good at making children's science and education programs. Now, Yanbinlu has basically become a special place for Bingu official business banquets. Both downstream customers and upstream buyers would choose Yanbinlu for meals, which made Yanbinlu almost full every day, except for the reserved boxes for Bingu villagers. The rest were hard to find, and basically needed to be booked 3 or 4 days in advance. "Xingtai, then our project is settled?" After a moment, one of the men raised his glass. As I said, quality is king. There is no such thing as rough and shoddy work in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Xing Jianhai also raised his glass. Don't worry about that. Hearing this, the man hurriedly assured. Ding-ling-ling. But just when the man wanted to say something else, Xing Jianhai's cell phone suddenly rang. Xingtai, then you answer the phone first. Seeing this, the man spoke very tactfully. Excuse me. Xing Jianhai picked up the phone and took a look at it. Then answered the call. Director Zhao, you say? The next moment, a very clear voice came from the phone. Director, something is wrong. What's wrong? Our number one under heaven that was launched tonight still ranked first in ratings without any promotion, and it was a cliff-leading one. Soon, the voice on the other end of the phone sounded again. What did you say? It's a cliff-leading one in ratings. Swish. Xing Jianhai was actually a little confused after drinking with the two men just now, but when he heard this, he was instantly sober. How could this happen? It shouldn't be. At this moment, Xing Jianhai had too many questions. We don't know the details. The staff looked at the forum. Many netizens said that they haven't seen such a pure martial arts drama for a long time. They like it very much. I must follow it to the end this time. In addition, I don't know who posted a post online, saying that the number one village in the world in the drama is just opposite the Qixia town. It will be officially booked tomorrow. I guess this wave of traffic will not be small. The other end explained in a low voice. Oh my god, Xing Jianhai took a deep breath. And then said, well, I'll go over later. Okay, boss. After hanging up the phone, Xing Jianhai immediately looked at the two of them and made an apologetic gesture. You too. I'm really sorry. Something happened at the station. I'll leave you tonight. The rest will be determined in the station's meeting room tomorrow. Xingtai, you go first. The two hurriedly said. Just like that. 2 minutes later, Xing Jianhai left the box in a hurry with his things, leaving only the two people looking at each other. What's going on? I heard that the ratings of the new TV series on Bingdu TV have taken a cliff-like lead. After a moment, one of them looked puzzled. I heard that too. Another nodded. Isn't that a good thing? Other TV stations can't even ask for it. But why does Bingdu TV seem to be particularly afraid? The man who spoke first became more and more confused. Just say. The starry sky is deep, and the sky is full of stars. At 11 o'clock in the evening, many people in Xia country have finished washing and are ready to go to bed, while some are already lying in bed and browsing their phones. The Bingdu Culture office building in the business district was still brightly lit. In the president's office, Shui Yutian and Zhong Ruofei were sitting in front of the tea table chatting, and there was a report in the corner of the tea table. So the 600-meter-high Bingdu Group headquarters building is out of the question? Glancing at the document, Shui Yutian said with some regret. No way, conditions are limited, but then again, 400 meters can be used. Zhong Ruofei nodded. A week ago, he went to Xiaotie Construction with the design drawings of the Bingdu Group headquarters building given by Su Hang. When the design drawings were taken out, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Then Lu Xiaodong, general manager of Xiaotie Construction Northwest headquarters, said he wanted to take the challenge. However, despite the excitement, a few days later, professional staff conducted surveys and measurements, but came to a disappointing conclusion. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not suitable for building skyscrapers over 600 meters. After some discussion and verification, it was said that if the design drawings can be scaled to about 400 meters, there will be no problem at all. So there was the scene before us. I just said that it seems that there is no super tall building of 400 meters in the northwest at present. If our headquarters building can be built, it will be the first super tall building in the northwest. Shui Yutian picked up the teacup and took a sip. Well, the capitals of our Suqing province and Xian province are only about 200 meters high. We finally had a plan for a super high building of more than 500 meters, but it was abandoned due to funding issues. Zhong Ruofei followed. So you plan to hand over this project to Xiaotie Construction? Shui Yutian asked again. Only companies with special qualifications, like Xiaotie Construction, can take on this kind of building. Zhong Ruofei nodded slightly. When will the construction start? How long will it take to be completed? Putting down the teacup, Shui Yutian stood up and came to the sand table of the Economic Development Zone next to the desk. The location of the Bingdu Group headquarters building is to the east of the Su's Medical Office building and to the west of the Bingdu Cultural Tourism Office building. At first glance, the other buildings are like guards guarding the core of the Bingdu Group. We will start construction after the Provincial University Games. The construction period is expected to be 2.5 years. The total investment is about 8 billion yuan, including the interior decoration. It should be about 10 billion yuan. Zhong Ruofei reported some parameters of the project. 10 billion for a single building. It is indeed not a small amount. Shui Yutian couldn't help but sigh. The budget is so high. But in reality, our Binga Group's expenditure is not that high at all. Except for the hard materials. The construction workers have spent all kinds of money in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone for nearly 3 years. The money spent in this place is earned back in other places. Zhong Ruofei smiled slightly. That's true. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Shui Yutian was about to say something else, the mobile phone on the tea table suddenly vibrated. Pick it up and take a look. Shui Yutian answered the call immediately. What's wrong? Director Xing. Mr. Shui, the ratings for tonight's prime time are out. The world's #1 has taken the first place again, and it's still a cliff-like lead. Xing Jianhai said weakly. Ah, it's a cliff-like first place again. Shui Yutian was stunned for a moment. Mr. Shui, I can really guarantee that there will be no publicity or advertising for this project. Xing Jianhai explained hurriedly. It shouldn't be. We don't use big-name actors in this drama. Except for a few leading actors, who are signed outside, many supporting roles are from our Bingda theater. Shui Yutian subconsciously glanced at Zhong Ruofei next to him. It may be because the current audience has become aesthetically fatigued with ancient fantasy dramas. And it has been a long time since we have seen a serious martial arts drama, which has led to the current situation. Xing Jianhai immediately gave his analysis. It is not impossible. Mr. Shui, what should we do now? The senior leaders have always been worried about the problem of whistleblowers, and have emphasized it. As a result, we are now. After a moment, Xing Jianhai said worriedly. In fact, such a ratings result is a good thing for both Bingdu TV and Bingdu culture. The only hurdle at the moment is that they don't know how to explain it to Su Hang, the top leader. Director Xing, don't panic. Today is only August 20th. Even if the ratings peaked for a few days, and then the popularity dropped, it shouldn't have much impact. After thinking for a moment, Shui Yutian said, Boss Shui, I always feel that this time the commotion is a bit big. After a hesitation, Xing Jianhai's voice came over. It should be fine. The station just needs to broadcast it as planned. Okay then. Just like that, the two chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. Director Xing just called and said that the ratings of that costume drama have reached the top again. I am a little worried that this drama will attract whistleblowers and then affect the Provincial Universiade. Putting down the phone, Shui Yutian said, Top? Is this a big impact? Upon hearing this, Zhong Ruofei's face became serious. It should be no problem. The #1 village in the world is just a scene in the TV series. In fact, most of the scenes of this drama are outside. Shui Yutian touched his chin and said, That's fine. Sometimes people are like this. The more they think something is okay, the more problems they will have in the end. On the first day of the broadcast of the world's #1, Shui Yutian did not think there was anything wrong. Everything was as usual, and he even started to prepare for the torch relay of the Universiade. According to the plan of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the torch of the Provincial Universiade will start on September 10th by collecting fire, by focusing the sun on the banks of the Yellow River in Lanzhou, and then start to pass between various colleges and universities. The last baton before the opening ceremony will be passed at Bingda College and arrive at Bingda Stadium before the lighting ceremony. However, in the next few days, Shui Yutian's smile gradually faded. It was because Tianxia #1 Manor was full of guests, since it was officially open to the public. The ratings of Tianxia #1 also remained at the top of the prime time. This was not to mention that more and more tourists were taking pictures in front of Tianxia #1 Manor. Many people dressed up as Shangwan Haitang and other leading actors in the drama. When someone asked them what was good to shoot here, it was just a hotel for filming, they only answered one sentence. I am paying tribute to the last martial arts hero. Maybe there will be no real martial arts hero from now on. For a while, not only did the videos of Tianxia #1 Manor become popular locally, but even Qixia town began to be overcrowded. Even the locals in the surrounding area began to join in the fun. On August 27, all the hotels in Bingdu Economic Development Zone that were open to the public were fully booked for the first time, because that day was the day when the new 4,000 freshmen of Bingda College reported. Not only Qixia town, Tianxia Daizhuang was full of people, but also a large number of visitors appeared at the entrance of Bingda College. Shui Yutian thought that this was only temporary, and that the situation would ease after the freshmen reported and the parents who sent their children home. However, the reality was that the number of tourists in Bingdu Economic Development Zone did not decrease, but continued to increase. Especially the #1 manor in the world, many individual photographers even started a business of helping people style ancient costumes in the #1 manor in the world. And the related costume videos were liked by more and more people online. The entry of paying tribute to the real martial arts was pushed to the top of the entertainment page. And many entertainment critics also discussed martial arts and immortals at length. Seeing that the situation seemed to be out of control, Shui Yutian could only go to Zhong Ruofei. After some discussion, the #1 manor in the world implemented a flow control policy only open to people who have booked rooms, and will not be open to other tourists until after September 20th without affecting the guests staying in the hotel. But the more this happened, the more popular Tianxia #1 village became. There were even cases of accommodation scalpers. On September 1st, Bingdu West Railway Station and Bingdu East Railway Station were officially opened and incorporated into the railway network of Xiagua. The internet was already full of disputes about martial arts and immortals. Now that the high-speed rail and railway station have been opened, the anchors who rely on traffic for their livelihoods can no longer sit still. They all took a bus to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Some anchors even started live broadcasts on the way. For a while, from the easternmost East Station to the westernmost West Railway Station in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, travelers looking for hotels and accommodation could be seen everywhere. On this day, the Olympic Village built by Country R for the 40th Blue Star Olympic Games was officially opened. And the Olympic delegation of Country Xia, with more than 1,000 people, took a special plane to the capital of Country R, Jingdong City. On the Bingdu Economic Development Zone side, Zhang Hanchum also sent notices to the sports committees of various universities in Suqing Province one after another, indicating that the Universiade village of this Universiade has been officially opened to the public. If the sports teams of various universities have needs, they can go to the Universiade village in Bingdu Economic Development Zone at any time to handle the settlement procedures. Time goes on, it is already evening. Bingdu Economic Development Zone Management Committee Office Building, Director's Office. Su Hang's brows gradually frowned after listening to what Shui Yutian and Zhong Ruofei said. Our tourists have no signs of leaving, but are constantly pouring into the economic development zone? He asked. Yes, just now. The person in charge of Bingdu Culture and Tourism called and said all rooms are full. But there are still many tourists who don't have rooms. Even youth hostels are hard to find. Zhong Ruofei looked at Shui Yutian with some resentment, before saying, Chapter 463. They call this place the Health Care Center. Xiao Su, I am mainly responsible for this. I underestimated the traffic of the world's #1. I really didn't expect this drama to cause such a big stir. Before Zhong Ruofei finished speaking, Shui Yutian spoke with a guilty look on his face. Because of the world's #1 in recent times, Bingdu culture can be said to have been praised to a new height by netizens again, and various praises have continued. Even the organizers of a certain domestic film and television award have called one after another, saying that this drama will definitely have a place in the martial arts category award next year. Both parties thought that Bingdu culture would be happy because of the ratings and word of mouth. But in fact, they had no idea how much Bingdu culture had been suffering these 2 days. The interview program of the main actors of #1 Under Heaven originally planned to be recorded on Bingdu TV was extended to after September 20th. For fear that fans would hear the news and bring greater reception pressure to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It's not Lao Shua's fault. The sudden popularity of #1 Under Heaven was just an accident. And now our economic development zone is crowded not only because of #1 Under Heaven. At this time, Zhong Ruofei immediately said again, Brother Zhong, do you mean the school is opening? Su Hang first gave Shui Yutian a look that said it's nothing before he asked. As far as I know, many parents who sent their children to Bingdu College did not go back after the school started, but stayed. Of course, the most important thing is the opening of Yanda Primary School, Renmin University High School, and the new enrollment of Bingdu Cultural and Tourism School. Since the college entrance examination results of Bingdu Cultural and Tourism School exploded this year, although we have already fully enrolled this year. There are 2 domestic classes and 2 IB classes each year. But every day there are still many parents of students who come to the school to inquire whether we have any places for transfer classes. Zhong Ruofei explained. According to the plan, the 3 newly opened public schools will officially start in September. And this is indeed the case. under the on-site supervision of Zhuizhuezhong. The 3 primary schools in Luan, Longcheng and the business district were all completed on time. And the teachers were all in place, meeting the conditions for opening. That's not all. The health service centers in Longcheng and Luan streets have also been completed. The only regret is that the medical staff of the 2 street health service centers have not yet been formed. And recruitment will not be officially opened until after September 20th. Oh, that's right. Su Hang nodded. After a while, Su Hang asked again, Brother Zhong, what is the current progress of Zhonghai Plaza and Yida City? The residential projects of Zhonghai Plaza have been completed and delivered. In the past 2 days, many people who bought houses have started to decorate. Yida City is similar, but the commercial projects are a little slower. Although the roof has been capped, the interior decoration and investment promotion have just begun. It is expected to be officially operational before the end of this year. Zhong Ruofei sighed. Facts have proven that Bingde Group's projects are more than 2 or 3 times more reliable than those of these big companies. If these 2 projects were given to Bingde Construction, they would have been in operation long ago. Okay. Su Hang slowly leaned back in his chair. But our Bingde Real Estate's 2 super large-scale projects in the business district are moving very fast. The first phase is almost ready for delivery. And the ground floor shops on the periphery are moving even faster. We have received many calls inquiring about shops in the past 2 days. Seeing this, Zhong Ruofei added another sentence. In fact, Bingde Real Estate originally wanted to build a commercial complex similar to a smaller version of Zhonghai Plaza near the 2,000-acre large-scale projects. But Su Hang said that the 2,000-acre large-scale projects were separated from the business district by Yanban South Road. And the famous Taikuli project was also next to it. So they gave up. The ground floor shops in the business district should be taken care of quickly. Isn't Bingde Cultural Tourism going to start moving in the next few days? In addition, the school will start soon. Without those ground floor breakfast shops, small restaurants really can't do. Su Hang nodded. Well, I will personally supervise this matter, and it will definitely be done. The main thing is what should we do in the next few days? If this situation continues until September 20th, Zhong Ruofei promised immediately. Hasn't Bingde Cultural Tourism contacted the audience who bought the opening ceremony tickets before? After a little thought, Su Hang asked. We have already contacted them. And many audiences have also booked rooms. What we are most afraid of now is that many people will come to join in the fun at once. Although they have not booked rooms, they have already arrived in our economic development zone. We can't just watch them live on the streets. On the side, Shui Yutian replied hurriedly. Tickets for the opening ceremony were basically sold through the fan groups of the Star Support Clubs. When they heard about booking rooms, the fan groups responded very quickly. And these fans are not picky. Some even said that there was no need to stay in a single room or a standard room, and that 3 or 5 people could squeeze in without any problem. Even so, all the hotels in Bingde Economic Development Zone were booked on September 20th, and the 5,000-seat space capsules prepared in advance by Bingde Culture and Tourism were also sold out. This barely solved the accommodation problem for the audience, who booked the opening ceremony tickets. 1 minute. 2 minutes. After a moment of contemplation, Su Hang looked at Zhong Ruofei. Brother Zhong, how many dormitories are available at Bingde Farm? There are still 800 vacant. Zhong Ruofei immediately reported the number. Well, I will contact the farm manager later and ask the farm to clean up these 800 dormitories if there is really no place to stay. We can take these tourists there. Su Hang arranged. How do we charge for that? One of our courtyards has 5 rooms, 3 of which can accommodate people. Zhong Ruofei's expression changed, and then he said again. The staff courtyard of Yang Breeding Farm is designed according to the standard of 3 people per courtyard, including 3 houses with private bathrooms, a kitchen, and a laundry room. It will be designed according to the standard of ordinary guest rooms in Bingde Hotel. I remember that the environment of the staff dormitory courtyard is very good, not inferior to this place at all. By the way, the staff at the breeding farm may not have much experience, so we will transfer some waiters from Bingde Cultural Tourism first. After a little thought, Su Hang expressed his opinion. Okay, I'll arrange it later. After getting the confirmed plan, Zhong Ruofei raised his hand to check the time and stood up immediately. Brother Zhong, you go to coordinate first. Brother Shui and I will discuss the opening ceremony of the Provincial Universiade. Many details need to be polished. In addition, Director Zhang has sent a notice to all universities in our province. I estimate that there will be delegations entering the Universiade village tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Su Hang subconsciously took a deep breath. When the first team arrived at the Universiade village, the provincial Universiade of Suqing province had actually begun. Yes. Zhong Ruofei nodded and left the office immediately. Brother Shui, when will the stars who will be performing arrive? Looking at the documents on the desk, Su Hang spoke this time. Around September 15th, after they arrive, they will participate in 2 dress rehearsals, and then there will be the official performance on September 20th. Shui Yutian said. Okay, I won't take care of the reception of the stars. The quality hotel in Dayun village is all in place. Su Hang looked at Shui Yutian. What about the leaders who will be attending our provincial universiade this time? Do I need them? At this time, Shui Yutian suddenly thought of something and asked again. No need for this. Su Hang shook his head. No need? Shui Yutian was puzzled. No leaders will come to attend the provincial universiade this time, only the head of the provincial education department, Lu Ting, and the presidents of several universities in Lanzhou, and the head of our economic development zone. Su Hang explained. I thought. Shui Yutian suddenly realized and was a little surprised. To be honest, this is really not in line with Su Hang's style of doing things. And this time, Xiaogua TV's sports channel is broadcasting live. Apart from anything else, there must be several relevant persons in charge from the province. In the end, only one Lu Ting came. I seem to have heard that the relevant persons in charge of the province will go to Yanqing for a meeting around September 15th. This meeting is quite important. Besides, this is also a practice left over from previous provincial universiade, which prefecture-level city will host the provincial universiade basically. The main leadership team of this prefecture-level city will attend. Of course, I suspect that the provincial leadership team also had this consideration in not attending, not wanting to favor one over the other, lest the cities and prefectures that hosted the provincial universiade in the past said. Su Hang said again. Oh, no wonder. But it's good that there is only one Lu Hall, and we basically don't need to receive much. The rest are all our own people. Understanding the reason, Shui Yutian actually breathed a sigh of relief. There are advantages to the leaders coming, and there are also advantages to not coming. Bingdu Economic Development Zone can save a lot of things in terms of reception. The people who will be attending the event this time are me, Director Zhang, Director Du, Director Zhua, as well as Mr. Ding, Mr. Feng, Uncle Tong, and Uncle Shen from Bingdu College. If you count the others, there will be no more than 20 people in the leadership seats. Su Hang simply counted the number of people for Shui Yutian. He didn't need to show up at the Cultural and Tourism Festival last year. But even if he didn't go up to give the opening speech this time, he would definitely have to sit in the leadership seat. Uncle Tong and Uncle Shen are going too? After hearing the specific list, Shui Yutian was still a little confused. Yes, the public Bingdu Medical University will be built around Uncle Tong, Aunt Tu, and Uncle Shen, especially Uncle Tong and Uncle Shen. So let them get familiar with the circle of universities in Suqing province first. Su Hang nodded slightly. I said. Anyway, the leaders and celebrities are not the key this time. The most important thing is the big show at the opening ceremony and the final ignition ceremony. By the way, the torchbearer who ignites the torch at the end and the ignition method. Hearing this, Shui Yutian hesitated. Since the lighting plan for the universiade was determined, he had no idea about the rest of the matter. Su Hang and Ding Wen were in communication and coordination. The only thing we know now is that the last torchbearer is from Bingdu College. This should be no problem. We have been preparing hard for this period of time. We will go through the process when we record the last rehearsal with makeup. Su Hang said again. Then I will prepare as well. It is still very important to record in advance. Yes, it will be easier to deal with any emergencies. And this is also required by Xiaogua's sports channel. Speaking of the sports channel, when will their live broadcast team come? September 18th. After they come, they will all live in the Universiade village. In short, the Universiade village is now very empty. All project teams related to the Universiade village will be arranged in the Universiade village first, so as not to compete with other tourists for space. Okay. The next day, the sun rose, and Zhong Ruofei appeared at the gate of Bingdu Farm early. Mr. Zhong, I'm just looking for you for something. However, before Zhong Ruofei entered the door, the person in charge of the farm, Li Wanlong, saw Zhong Ruofei as if he had seen a savior, and walked over quickly. After shaking hands, he spoke before Zhong Ruofei could explain his intention. What's wrong? Zhong Ruofei paused and asked immediately. Mr. Zhong, can you ask the staff of Binga Cultural Tourism to explain to the tourists that ours is an employee dormitory, not a healthcare center. It is not open to the public. At this time, Li Wanlong seemed to have found a savior, and immediately complained. Healthcare center? What's going on? Zhong Ruofei became more and more confused as he listened. Boss Zhong, it's like this. There have been many tourists from other places coming to our economic development zone recently. They probably heard at the Binga barbecue restaurant that we raise a lot of camels, reindeer, alpacas, etc., so they took the bus here. After they came here, they saw the poplar forest to the west of the staff dormitory, and the small pond in the woods to the east. They liked it very much. In addition, our staff dormitory looks like some homestays, so they regarded our staff dormitory as the healthcare center of Bingu Economic Development Zone. No matter how we persuaded them, they didn't believe it. There are even many tourists who posted videos of the poplar forest to the west on the internet, saying that they should come here to see the poplar forest during the National Day. Li Wanlong sighed and explained helplessly. Can it be like this? The shelter belt has become a check-in spot? Zhong Ruofei looked stunned. It's mainly because Director Du of the Economic Development Zone got the poplars from somewhere. Not to mention the age. The overall look is a little bit like what tourists say. In addition, the winding river passes through the poplar forest, which is more interesting than some of the popular poplar forests on the internet. Li Wanlong muttered softly. Mr. Zhong, if this continues, the production order of the farm will be affected. This, Director Li, the reason why I came here today is really related to the staff dormitory. After hesitating for a while, looking at Li Wanlong who kept complaining, Zhong Ruofei said a little embarrassedly, Are you saying that there is a way to dissuade those tourists from visiting here? Li Wanlong was delighted and asked hurriedly. Ahem. How should I put it? There is a problem with the reception in the economic development zone now. We may need to use the idle staff dormitories in the breeding farm to receive some tourists. Zhong Ruofei looked at Li Wanlong a little embarrassedly. Ah? You said to let the staff dormitories receive tourists? Li Wanlong's face was instantly filled with anticipation. And then he showed an expression like Mr. Zhong. Are you serious? This, Boss Zhong, if this hole is opened, it will definitely not be closed later. But there is no way now. For a moment, Li Wanlong's expression became more and more confused. At noon, 11 o'clock, the sun was shining brightly. Although it was early September, it had officially entered autumn, but the weather in Yanqing was not much cooler, and the temperature still reached more than 30 degrees. In the second ring road, a single-family office building, the words Xiaogua Sports Department were hung outside the door. At this time, a man in his 30s came to the door of his leader's office with an anxious face and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Come in. The next moment, a confident voice sounded in the office. Pushing the door open, the man adjusted his breathing and hurriedly said, Leader, something bad. Just now there was news from our country. Chapter 464 Treatment of the National Team. What's wrong? Hearing this, the 50-year-old man behind the desk immediately looked up. Leader, our team leader called and said that part of our delegation was still arranged to stay in a public hotel. The 30-year-old man did not dare to look at his leader when he spoke. Still arranged to stay in a public hotel? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. After hearing it, the 50-year-old man stood up directly. His face was as gloomy as it could be. The Olympic Committee didn't say that when the delegation left, and we have negotiated with them many times about this matter. Just now, Director Su has called the Olympic Committee, and they said that the Olympic Village had already reserved rooms for us, but because our delegation has not arrived in the Olympic Village, they had to give part of the dormitories in the Olympic Village to athletes from other countries. The 30-year-old man whispered again. Bullshit! At this time, the 50-year-old man lost his composure and cursed directly. Who would believe that our country didn't do it on purpose? Let me ask you, which delegation among the 5 permanent members of the United Nations on Blue Star is arranged separately? This? The 30-year-old man was speechless for a moment, and didn't dare to speak again. Just because there was no way to refute what his leader said, although our country had just held a special press conference, it said that the popularity of this Olympic Games by the entire Blue Star far exceeded their expectations, and the number of participating athletes also far exceeded their estimates. So this situation occurred, and now the second alternative plan is adopted. The head of the Our Country Olympic Committee, Sheng Zai-shu, even patted his head and assured the media that, Even if not all athletes live in the Olympic Village, the Our Country Olympic Committee will do its best to ensure that athletes living in the operating hotels will not be affected in any way. But if you look carefully at the list of countries arranged in the hotel, except for Xia country, one of the 5 permanent members of Blue Star, the rest are small countries in the corners, and some of them even have no more than 10 athletes and coaches. Well, I'll communicate with them later. After a long cold face, the 50-year-old man slammed his fist on the desk. Not to mention what happened in Yanqing. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the exit passage of Binggu West Railway Station, a teen wearing uniform short-sleeved shirt slowly walked out of the station. There were about 400 people in the team, and the words NWNU were written on the front and back of their short-sleeved shirts. It turned out that the first team to participate in the Provincial Universiade had arrived at Binggu Economic Development Zone. The NWNU team originally planned to charter a car, but later heard that the Binggu Economic Development Zone EMU was officially opened. So the team leader temporarily changed the plan and directly purchased the first train from Lansha to Binggu Economic Development Zone. This train only takes 5 hours from Lansha West to Binggu Economic Development Zone West Station, and it does not pass through Geoga City, which makes the connection between Binggu Economic Development Zone and Suqing Province's grand event much closer. Of course, this kind of direct access to the provincial capital is only available in Binggu Economic Development Zone. And Yangyun has also secured a number of first routes. Is this Binggu Economic Development Zone? It looks very desolate. Standing at the exit, looking around, a middle-aged woman at the front of the team side. The woman's name is Zhou Ran, and she is the leader of the West China Normal University team. As for the other school leaders who came to attend the opening ceremony, they will return in a few days. After all, it is a newly built place in the Gobi Desert. Next to him, another man in his 50s followed suit. The man's name is Zhang Ping, and he is the head coach of the West Normal University team. In fact, it was not only Zhou Ran and Zhang Ping who had such thoughts at this time, but also the athletes who walked out of the passage one after another. There was no way. Although the West Railway Station of Binggu Economic Development Zone has been officially open to traffic, and there are still many passengers coming and going, the west of the West Railway Station is still a vast Gobi Desert, and the Yida City project opposite has not been fully delivered. And the new project of Binggu Real Estate in the east is also under intensive construction. Not to mention that these two projects have not been completed yet. Even if Binggu West Railway Station is completed, it will still feel lonely and desolate. For the time being, there is no way to compare it with Lansha West Railway Station, which is located in the downtown area. New construction is new construction. At least the surrounding greening should be improved. Now this is really. Just when Zhou Ran was about to complain again, 2 young men with volunteer work badges around their necks came over and asked, "Hello, are you a delegation participating in this Universiade? We are the West China Normal University team. My name is Zhou Ran, and I am the leader of the team." Zhou Ran took a look at the badges hanging around their necks and said immediately, they had received relevant notices before departure, saying that after arriving at Binggu Economic Development Zone, there would be special staff to guide them to check in. In fact, when they just walked out of the passage, they were looking around to see if there were any relevant volunteers. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. We are volunteers for this provincial Universiade. You can just call me Xiao Wang. We will need you to gather your team members later, and we will arrange for us to check in." The leading young man smiled slightly. "Oh, are we going to the hotel near Binggu College? We have a total of 432 people from West China Normal University this time, so we probably have to book the entire hotel." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran waved to a staff member behind him, and then turned around and said, "Teacher Zhou, our team will not stay in the hotel near Binggu College. We will go directly to Universiade Village. The Universiade Village has already arranged rooms according to the list submitted by our school. As long as the relevant team members go there and swipe their ID cards to get the room cards, they will be fine." After checking into the Universiade Village, the staff and volunteers in the Universiade Village will give the delegation a detailed introduction to the specific situation in the Universiade Village, as well as some rules and regulations that need to be followed. The staff smiled again. "We won't go to the hotel." "Wait, are you saying that there is really a Universiade Village in Binggu Economic Development Zone?" Hearing this, not only Zhou Ran was stunned for a moment. His face was full of confusion. Even Zhang Ping next to him was the same. Although they had received a notice early that the delegation would move into the Universiade Village, They thought that the Universiade village in the document was nothing more than the hotels around Bingdu College. But the Bingdu Economic Development Zone cleared the area and let these hotels specifically receive the delegations from various universities. Because the previous provincial Universiade had been done this way, and some of them even didn't care about the accommodation of the teams. The teams all found their own places to stay, and then took the invoices back to their respective schools for reimbursement. So, when they saw the Universiade village on the documents, they didn't take it seriously. But now, they were suddenly told that there was really a Universiade village in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. How could they not be surprised? According to the conditions of Suqing Province, even the previous provincial games didn't have the ability to set up a provincial games village, let alone the provincial Universiade of a lower level. Isn't it written in the notice? Our Universiade village is right next to the stadium. The staff member paused and explained immediately. No. The Universiade village I'm talking about is the kind that is specially used to receive athletes, not a specially designated hotel. Although the staff member explained again, Zhou Ran still couldn't believe it. Yes, we are going to the Universiade village that is specially used to receive athletes for this provincial Universiade. There are top-of-the-line professional training facilities inside. It was built by Bingdu Economic Development Zone specifically for this Suqing Provincial Universiade. In addition, the Universiade village is also equipped with a professional medical rescue team this time. The medical staff are all experts drawn from the Bingdu Village Clinic. I believe you should have heard of the medical level of our Bingdu Village Clinic. The staff member scratched his head subconsciously. He really didn't know whether there was something wrong with his expression or the leader's understanding. Really. Looking at the serious and confused volunteers, Zhou Ran and Zhang Ping looked at each other in astonishment, and they could both see what the other was feeling. What was even more unexpected was that the two people who were originally very relaxed now had a little more unnatural look on their faces. Especially after hearing that there were top-notch training facilities and professional medical rescue teams inside, they inexplicably had a feeling of unworthy. He even glanced at the athletes behind him. Teacher Zhou, our welcoming team will be here soon, please look. At this time, the staff looked behind him and spoke again. Okay, thank you for your trouble. I will arrange for the team members to get on the bus right away. After coming back to his senses, Zhou Ren hurriedly said politely. Okay, when we get on the bus, I will give you a detailed introduction to some specific conditions of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After the Universiade, you can arrange a tour with the athletes. By the way, we have prepared special mineral water for this Universiade in our car. This water is customized by the Economic Development Zone according to the standards of international competitions, so there is no need to worry about the influence of stimulants. The staff made a gesture of invitation and smiled again. That's troublesome. Originally, Zhou Ran and Zhang Ping felt a little embarrassed because Bingdu Economic Development Zone really built a Universiade village, but now they blushed for no reason when they heard this. It's nothing, just because the performance of all athletes at the level of the Suqing Province Universiade is not worthy of using things like Xing Mao Ji. As a result, the staff kept reminding me. How could I not feel complicated? The volunteers were very efficient. After a while, the motorcade carrying more than 400 athletes slowly drove towards the stadium. Teacher Zhou, this is Luan Village in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Our west gate is in front. When the vehicle arrived at Longcheng Village along the National Highway, the volunteer smiled and introduced it to the team members in the bus. Wow! It's so spectacular. After hearing the introduction of the volunteers, the athletes in the car looked out the window one after another and almost exclaimed in unison. Many team members took out their mobile phones and took pictures immediately. The desolation they had felt at the West Railway Station in the Economic Development Zone had long been forgotten. At this time, Zhou Ran and Zhang Ping were feeling more and more complicated. Their complicated expressions were not because of the contrast between Longcheng Village and the West Railway Station, but because of the various professional services after getting on the bus, medical kits, first aid kits, onboard medical care, etc. To put it bluntly, national team members may not receive such treatment when they go out to participate in competitions. Chapter 465 What Can He Do to Me? Although Dayun Village is at the northernmost part of the Economic Development Zone, it is 40 kilometers away from Yiyuan. But because the overstandard Qinglong North Road has long been built to the Yadan landform, and there are few traffic lights on the way, the convoy slowly stopped at the entrance of Dayun Village half an hour later. At this time, there was no noise in the car, and it became dead silent. Just because all the team members saw the huge thing outside through the window. What you see is that the opening ceremony of the main stadium of this provincial games and some track events will be held here. The blue building behind the main stadium is the swimming pool. The water events of this provincial games are all held in the swimming pool. At the same time, Xiaodhua TV Sports Channel will also broadcast some more important events throughout the whole process. The volunteer reminded everyone that they could get off the bus and introduced again. So the main venue of this game is here. Why is my leg a little bit? After a long time, I don't know which team member in the car muttered in a low voice. Looking around, the feeling of unworthy appeared on everyone's face. And one athlete swallowed his saliva subconsciously. It was because the shock brought by the three giants in front of them far exceeded the configuration of the shuttle bus. In my impression, the current national stadium does not seem to be as domineering as the one in front of me. They are going to play here now. It is not really a problem that wild boars cannot eat fine bran. But the aura of the stadium has suppressed them from afar. Even these athletes have a feeling in their hearts at this moment that only national team or international level athletes are worthy of the peak showdown here. However, this unmatched situation did not end, but just began. After getting off the bus, when the volunteers led Zhou Ran, Zhang Ping and others into the Universiade village, the delegation directly performed cautious to the extreme. When they arrived at the exclusive residential area of NWNU under the guidance of volunteers, looking at the lush grass, gurgling water, numerous flower beds, and fountains in the residential area, as well as the huge name, logo and flag of NWNU hanging above the door. Even Zhou Ran and Zhang Ping, who were used to big scenes, were stunned on the spot. After leaving the residential area, the volunteers took the delegation to the convenience service center and restaurant. The restaurants in Dayun Village and Bingdu Economic Development Zone are divided into main restaurants and flavor restaurants, and provide 24-hour service to meet the needs of students of different nationalities and religious beliefs. That's not all. The service area is even equipped with a barber shop, internet cafe, laundry room, supermarket, etc. What Zhou Ran, Zhang Ping and others did not expect was that Dayun Village and Bingdu Economic Development Zone actually set up a nearly 1,000 square meters entertainment area. There are 4 air pool tables, 2 shuffleboard tables, 6 billiard tables, 6 table football game tables. In addition, the Ice Lake Economic Development Zone Organizing Committee has added esports and real-life CS projects. So there is a 200 square meter top-level esports room next to the entertainment area, and an indoor shooting practice hall opposite. In addition, there is a club on the east side of the entertainment room, which has 31 tables for athletes to rest, where you can drink coffee, cola, and other beverages, and the club also has a large stage, drums, guitars, speakers, rotating spotlights, and everything else. That's not all. Next to the club, there is a small cinema that has been connected to the National Cinema Network. You can sit here and watch the latest movies for free during the break. Although West China Normal University is the second-ranked university in Lanzhou, a large part of the students come from various cities in Sichuan province. When have you ever seen such a scene? If it were normal times, you would have picked up your phone to take pictures when you saw such a place, but this time, no athlete took out their phone at the end. Not even the team leader Zhou Ran. Especially when some athletes passed by the esports area. They just gulped at the top equipment inside, but didn't think about going in to play a few games. It's not that they don't want to. The equipment here is almost all top of the line. Much better than those in internet cafes, and they are all free. The main reason is that they are worried that if they play too much, they will be looked down upon by the staff inside, and they will be thought of as some country bumpkin who has never seen the world, and come to the Universiade village just to play games, etc. So, when the NNU team got familiar with the functions and environment of the Universiade village and returned to their own exclusive residential area, the atmosphere was strange and terrifying. Everyone's face was almost full of 2 words. Pressure. One athlete even went straight to Zhou Ran. "Teacher, why don't I change places? My grades really don't deserve to compete in this place," he said. Time flies. In the evening, Su Heng appeared in the office of the Management Committee of the Economic Development Zone. "Director, the first participating team has already settled in the Universiade village. It is the West China Normal University team," Zhang Hancheng said as he placed the document in front of Su Heng. "How is the feedback? Is there anything you are not satisfied with?" Su Heng asked casually as he opened the document and picked up a pen to sign. When the volunteers went to ask this afternoon, they did not get any useful information. "I plan to go there again later and talk to the team leader," Zhang Hancheng shook his head. Okay, I estimate that more than 40 university teams from Suqing province will be able to move in within a week at the latest. We must provide relevant services. Swish. Swish. Su Heng signed his name at the end of the document and handed it to Zhang Hancheng. The heading of the document clearly reads, Application for reception of the live broadcast team of the sports channel of Xiaogua TV. It will definitely not embarrass our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After taking the document, Zhang Hancheng nodded immediately. By the way, didn't the live broadcast team of the sports channel say that they would come after the 15th? Why do they suddenly want reporters to come tomorrow? At this time, Su Heng asked again. This afternoon. Zhang Hancheng called him to tell him about this matter. The document he just signed was related to this. Xiaogua TV's Lao Xing called and said that since the 40th Blue Star Olympics is coming soon, there are basically no sports events above the provincial level in various provinces and cities, so he wanted to interview and collect some sports materials. Zhang Hancheng explained hurriedly. Okay, there are indeed no major competitions these 2 days. Then the interview team will be arranged to the place prepared for the sports channel before. Su Heng nodded. Yes. Anyway, feel free to communicate if there is anything in the next 2 days. I understand. By the way, Director, aren't there a lot of tourists in our economic development zone right now? Do you want to negotiate with Ase County? Director Luo. No, Mr. Luo called me this afternoon. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Hancheng said again, Don't worry. Let's see the reception capacity of Bingdu Farm. If it still doesn't work, I'll call Director Luo again. After thinking for a while, Su Heng said, That's fine, but if Ase County helps this time, Director Luo will probably be under a lot of pressure. Anyway, since the province wants to coordinate the transfer of Ase County to our economic development zone, the atmosphere in Jiuge City has been very wrong. Zhang Hancheng's face has a little more worry. So I said don't rush. Su Heng slowly leaned back in his chair. I understand, Director. Night fell in a blink of an eye. Just when the Bingdu Economic Development Zone officially entered the reception mode, the news that the Olympic Committee did not arrange all the Xia delegations to the Olympic Village was also completely spread on the internet. For a while, a forum on the foreign internet was flooded with comments. There were many netizens from other countries who watched the fun, and some even mocked and ridiculed it deliberately, and the most upset were the netizens from Xia. Faced with all kinds of comments that made them so angry, they wanted to refute but didn't know how to start, because the Xia delegation was indeed the only big country that was arranged separately, and more importantly, in the end, the Xia delegation had to accept such an arrangement for the sake of the overall situation. After the news spread, there was an uproar on the internet. Sports-related forums were basically talking about this matter, and even some WeChat groups were forwarding related information. In short, the meaning was that the Xia country's Olympic delegation felt that it was targeted by this trick before it even started the competition, but Xia country had no way to deal with it, and it was the kind of frustration that could not be more frustrated. For this reason, many people almost hit their wives with anger. In the end, they could only write in the comment area, There is no way in their home court. Now I just hope that our athletes can compete well, and strive to completely eliminate this trick that is not presentable on the court, and let them see that tricks can't win people. Unknowingly, Yanqing time, 11:30 p.m., our country, a top business hotel in the city center, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie was chatting with a blond man with his legs crossed. The middle-aged man was none other than Sheng Zai Shuxia, the head of the Olympic Committee of Country R. The blond and blue-eyed man opposite was Matt, the head of the Blue Star Olympic Committee. Mr. Sheng Zai. Last night, the Xia country was communicating with our Olympic Committee, trying to coordinate the hotel matters. After a moment, Matt put down his coffee cup in a gentlemanly manner and spoke. Mr. Matt, don't worry about this. Hearing this, a hint of pride flashed across Sheng Zai Shuxia's face. But Xiaogua seems to have a tough attitude. And now this matter has caused quite a stir on the internet. Matt hesitated for a moment and looked at Sheng Zaishu. Tough attitude? What can Xiaogua do to me? Since you have come to our country, you have to accept our arrangements. What if we satisfy those small countries living in the hotel in Xiaogua? And most of Xiaogua's athletes are still arranged in the Olympic Village. I don't know why they are being so pretentious. Sheng Zaishu raised his mouth and waved his hand with a firm face. Chapter 466 Mysterious Netizen. So we don't need to worry about this? Seeing this, Matt asked tentatively. Don't worry about it at all. This is the Blue Star Olympics. We need to be strong if we need to be strong. If Xiaogua is not satisfied with our arrangement, They can directly choose to withdraw from the competition, but do they dare? Sheng Zai raised his eyebrows under the tree and looked at Matt. Okay. Seeing this, Matt said nothing more. Although the name of the International Olympic Committee sounds great, this kind of organization is very dependent on the host city, because the host city is willing to spend money. They will have a market and presence, no matter which session it is. They will basically rely on the host country. Mr. Matt, please put down. Just when Sheng Zaisha wanted to say something else, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and looked at it. Sheng Zaisha frowned slightly. He immediately explained to Matt, and then stood up and walked to the side to answer the phone. What's wrong? Minister Sheng Zaishu. Something happened in the Olympic Village. The next moment, a female voice came from the phone. Huh? Hearing this, Sheng Zaisha's face darkened. Just now, athletes from many countries posted some false statements on the internet, saying that the conditions in our Olympic Village are very poor, and that our beds are cardboard beds. Now it has caused a lot of discussion on the internet. The female voice on the other side said anxiously, You say our Olympic Village is poor? We are the most hardworking Olympic committee in recent decades. And the Olympic Village is also the most technologically advanced Olympic village. As for the cardboard beds, that's because we focus on environmental protection. The theme of this Olympics is green and environmental protection. Hearing this, Sheng Zai's voice under the tree suddenly became louder. The task given to him this time is to make the E-City Olympics the most influential Olympics on Blue Star, so as to attract tourists from all over the world. And the public opinion and the reputation of Blue Star netizens are what they value most. Now that such public opinion has suddenly emerged, Sheng Zai Shuxia is naturally unhappy. In his opinion, the current Olympic Village is the best thing that our country has brought out. But those media don't understand. They think we can't provide good conditions for athletes, which affects their competitive state. The other party whispered. This is all some media deliberately leading the rhythm to attract attention. What does the competitive state of athletes have to do with the Olympic Village? Sheng Zai Shuxia narrowed his eyes and said, Mr. Minister, what should we do now? The media in many countries have already forwarded the relevant reports. Let's do this. Tomorrow our Olympic Committee will hold a press conference, specifically explaining the environmental protection concept of this Olympic Village, so that the media will not be able to lead the rhythm. After a little thought, Sheng Zai Shuxia arranged it. Okay. Just like that, after hanging up the phone, Sheng Zai Shuxia adjusted his expression to a smile and came to Matt again. Mr. Matt, some foreign media have begun to praise the environmental protection concept of our Olympic Village. He said so. Oh, that's great. Matt paused. Yeah. By the way, are all the related work for the opening ceremony of the Olympics ready? In the past 2 days, the live broadcasting reporters from various countries have appeared in Dongsher one after another, and have received the live broadcasting license from the International Olympic Committee. At this time, looking back at the window, Matt said again, all the work for the opening ceremony has been arranged. I can guarantee that this is definitely the best and most shocking opening ceremony in history. Sheng Zai hurriedly said under the tree. I believe you, because the International Olympic Committee also said so at the press conference. After getting the answer, Matt nodded with satisfaction. Definitely no problem. The night was dark. Although it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning, the office building of the Bingu Economic Development Zone Management Committee was still brightly lit. Su Heng had just closed the door of his office, and when he turned around, he ran into Zhu Xuezhong. Director? Are you off work? After saying hello, Su Heng asked. Yeah. Zhu Xuezhong nodded. You've worked hard during this period. After the provincial universiade, you can relax. Su Heng sighed slightly. In fact, I feel very fulfilled. When I contacted Director Zhang just now, he was still in the Universiade village. Zhu Xuezhong smiled. Is he not back yet? No. Is there a lot of problems in the Universiade village? I asked him to go there to do research. Su Heng hesitated for a moment and said, I just asked. Director Zhang said that there is no problem with the Universiade village. It's just that the athletes didn't let go. Zhu Xuezhong replied hurriedly. Oh. As long as there is no problem. Director. Our Universiade village is fine. But the Olympic village of our country has a lot of problems. And our Xia country delegation has been affected by some small actions. As the two walked forward, Zhu Xuezhong said again. What? The Xia country delegation was affected by some small actions? Su Heng narrowed his eyes slightly and stopped immediately. He has been coordinating all the affairs of the Universiade for the past 2 days. and has no time to pay attention to the news on the internet. Zhui Xuezhong then explained the matter in detail. Even some details that ordinary netizens don't know. So they are deliberately targeting our Xia country? After hearing this, Su Hang's voice sank slightly. It should be. I guess the mentality of the athletes in our delegation must have been affected. And this incident has also made our people very angry. Zhui Xuezhong nodded. Then the matter has not been resolved yet? After a moment of silence, Su Hang said again. No. I guess it can't be resolved. The higher-ups must have coordinated many times. Now we can only accept this arrangement. Zhui Xuezhong sighed helplessly. Oh! Su Hang replied without saying anything else. Until the two of them were about to reach the elevator, Su Hang looked at Zhui Xuezhong again. Director Zhui, let's have a meeting tomorrow morning. Let's arrange some details of the Provincial Universiade. By the way, let the heads of Bingdu TV Station and the Media Integration Center come here tomorrow. Okay, Director. Hearing this, Zhui Xuezhong responded hurriedly. Time flies, and it is already the evening of the next day. Perhaps because the Xia country delegation failed to stay in the Olympic Village, which caused controversy, or because the Olympic Games are already a hot topic. For a while, the news on major portals was basically related to the Dongsha Olympic Games. Some people scolded, some netizens boycotted, and many netizens said that a certain domestic athlete won several gold medals this time. The most talked about topic was this Olympic Village, especially on foreign websites. Various comments and complaints were almost overwhelming. On a sports forum, there were comments such as, the cardboard bed is too small for heavy and tall athletes, many equipments are impure our language settings and foreign athletes cannot understand them, the ceilings of toilets and bathrooms are too low and look like small boxes, the prices in the Olympic Village are high, and it is difficult to wash clothes, etc. However, foreign netizens gave negative comments, and many of them were smearing. Hasn't it been explained at the Olympic Village media conference that just ended? Environmental protection comes first. Only such an Olympic Games is meaningful. A netizen from our country commented. That's right. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that some media are deliberately leading the trend, which Olympic Village is flawless, and I'm not bragging. Even if our Olympic Village this time promotes the concept of environmental protection, it is still the best Olympic Village in recent years. Soon, another our country netizen followed up with a comment. However, just when many our country netizens wanted to counterattack by building a building in the forum, a netizen with an ID from Xia country commented and disrupted the formation of the whitewashing. The best Olympic Village? This condition is not even comparable to the conditions of the Universiade Village in a province in the west of Xia country. I really don't know where you get the nerve to say such a thing. Xia country's provincial Universiade Village? Seeing this, not only those our country netizens couldn't sit still, even netizens from other countries suddenly became interested. Isn't it just that the Xia country delegation was not all arranged to the Olympic Village this time? And now you come to say such derogatory words. Don't you think it's ridiculous? What level is the provincial Universiade? There is also an Universiade Village? After coming back to his senses, the our country netizen, who was the first to defend the ground, immediately counterattacked. That's right. This Xia country netizen is just venting here deliberately because he is dissatisfied. I know a little about the western part of Xia country. There are no economically developed cities there, let alone the provincial Universiade. Even if it is a provincial Universiade, it is impossible to build a provincial Universiade village. Another our country netizen also commented. Originally, the two netizens from our country thought that they could continue to build a building soon after they touched the key point of the netizen from Xia country. Unexpectedly, the netizen from Xia country did not say any more nonsense. Frog in the well, then look at what this is. I believe everyone can tell at a glance whether these pictures have been processed. If you still don't believe it, you can come to our Bingdu Economic Development Zone in Suqing Province, Xia country for a field investigation. After the netizen from Xia country commented, he also posted a lot of pictures in the post. After the extremely clear and high-definition pictures were displayed in the comment area, the huge forum fell into silence for a short time. The netizens from country R, who seemed very arrogant just now, did not comment anymore. It was because the pictures were all the specific conditions in the Universiade Village in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, including the accommodation environment for students and athletes, entertainment venues, training rooms, etc. The details were super detailed. Some of the pictures even happened to be able to make a direct comparison with the problems exposed in the Universiade Village in country R. Comparing the two, one is in the sky, the other is underground. The two are simply incomparable. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Until a few minutes later, a netizen from Country D commented. This netizen from Country Xia, are these pictures of yours really a provincial universiade village? And what is that huge thing in the corner of the picture? Of course, the one you are talking about is a stadium. It is the main stadium for the provincial universiade this time, called the Bird's Nest. The distinctive building behind is the swimming competition venue for this provincial universiade, and the other is the basketball competition venue. The netizen from Country Xia quickly followed up with a comment. It is not difficult to see that his words reveal a sense of pride. The Bird's Nest is very vivid. And I feel that this Bird's Nest is more majestic than the Olympic Sports Center of our country. The other two venues are also more beautiful than those announced by our country. It is really hard to imagine that this is prepared for a provincial universiade. By the way, are you a staff member inside? The next moment, seeing the comments, this country netizen sent a lot of exclamation marks. So I said that the Olympic Village of our country is very ordinary. And it is not even comparable to our provincial universiade. Is there a problem? In addition, I declare again that I am not a staff member inside. And I just happened to see the camera of a reporter friend. The Xia Country netizen commented again. For a moment, he actually felt like he could carry the whole game. No problem at all, and these pictures of yours really pique my interest. I really want to know what this provincial universiade is like, because it looks more like an Olympic village. The one in our country is more suitable for hosting the provincial universiade. Really amazing. At this moment, I suddenly understood why the Xia Country delegation reacted so strongly. It turns out that the standards are different. Yes, it's better to participate in the provincial universiade than the Olympics. After a while, more and more netizens from various countries expressed their amazement in the comment area. If you want to pay attention, you can watch our Xiagua TV sports channel or wait for official information. I guess there will be a live broadcast. Coincidentally, the opening ceremony of our Xiagua Suqing Provincial Universiade is on the same day as the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games hosted by our country. At this time, the Xiagua netizen replied again. Same day? That's even more interesting. I'm thinking that the hardware conditions of this universiade are so good. Will the opening ceremony be more interesting? I feel the same. This is the first time I've seen a provincial universiade of this level. I must watch it when the time comes. We can compare them then. If this is more interesting, let's see how our country responds. That makes sense. Unconsciously, the topic of the foreign forum changed because of the appearance of this Xia Country netizen, and several key words of Xia Country's Suqing Province Bingdu Economic Development Zone were pushed to the top of the page. But what some foreign netizens don't know is that some Xia Country netizens were even more confused than them after seeing those pictures and comments. They really didn't know that Bingdu Economic Development Zone was still hosting the Suqing Province Universiade. However, after a brief moment of confusion, he immediately started various searches on the internet and the official website of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, video accounts, etc. And at the same time, he began to constantly browse comments and posts on the internet. It was nothing, just because he was extremely frustrated and ridiculed by many foreign netizens before. And now he finally found an opportunity to vent. How could he miss it? Even every netizen would at the netizens from our country, and the account of the International Olympic Committee when commenting. Although the external network seems to be a niche, its influence is not small at all. At 8 o'clock in the evening, domestic forums and some browser hot words began to be slowly occupied by words such as Bingdu Economic Development Zone and Suqing Provincial Universiade. Especially some sports forums. With the digging of netizens, more and more details of this Suqing Provincial Universiade were exposed. Some information began to circulate online, and some appeared in WeChat groups. Lawn City, TV station office building, a certain office, the person in charge, Hao Junhai, put away the documents on the desk, stretched his back, raised his hand to check the time. Just when Hao Junhai got up and was about to leave work, the door of the office was knocked urgently, and at the same time, there was a voice. Leader, come in. Seeing this, Hao Junhai frowned and sat back. Leader, a lot of news has just been exposed on the internet. I'm afraid our live broadcast will. The next moment, the door of the office was pushed open, and a young man came in and said anxiously. The young man was Hao Junhai's secretary. Are you talking about the Xiagua delegation? That doesn't matter. It won't affect the live broadcast of the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games. Hao Junhai frowned and said after hearing this. Leader, it's not the Xiagua delegation but our provincial universiade. The secretary took a deep breath. At this time, there was nothing but worry on his face. Chapter 467 The Provincial TV Station Regrets. What happened to the Provincial Universiade? Hearing these words, Hao Juhai was startled. Boss, originally, the hot topic on the internet has always been the Olympic Village prepared by Country R. As a result, at around 7 o'clock, Bingdu Economic Development Zone and the Provincial Universiade suddenly became popular. Now it has reached the 10th hot search, and the topic is still increasing. It is estimated that it will reach the top 3 hot searches in a short time. Seeing that Hao Juhai didn't know anything, the secretary hurriedly explained. What's going on? How can a provincial universiade grab the popularity of the Olympics? After hearing this, Hao Juhai became more and more confused and his eyes were no longer as calm as before. At the beginning of the year, the provincial TV station approached Bingdu Culture for a project. Bingdu Culture gave the live broadcast rights of the provincial universiade, but the provincial TV station did not want it. They thought that the provincial universiade and the Olympics were on the same time. Bingdu Culture was just throwing garbage. So in the end, they spent a lot of money to buy the broadcast rights of the opening ceremony of the Dongshi Olympics and some unpopular events. Later, there was news that Xiaogua TV's sports channel would broadcast the opening ceremony of the Universiade live. But the provincial TV station didn't care. In their view, the reason why Bingdu Economic Development Zone was able to obtain the sports channel was entirely because of the relationship between Bingdu TV's director and Xiaogua TV. A few months later, when I thought that Bingdu Economic Development Zone would entertain itself under the suppression of the Olympics. How could I not be surprised when such a reversal suddenly occurred? I took a quick look at the comments section, and it seemed that our country said that their Olympic village was the best in recent years. As a result, some netizens on the foreign internet revealed the Universiade village prepared by Bingdu Economic Development Zone for our provincial Universiade. You know Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the financial situation there should be the best in our Suqing province, and the work style is relatively high profile. After a comparison, the standard of the Universiade village in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is far higher than that of the Olympic village in our country. Even the newly built stadium in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is better than the main Olympic stadium in our country. So, more and more details about the Universiade are dug up. Both domestic and foreign netizens have begun to pay attention to this provincial Universiade, and left a message saying that they are looking forward to the opening ceremony of this provincial Universiade. Speaking of this, the secretary swallowed with some difficulty. Is Bingdu Economic Development Zone willing to spend money? After finding out the truth, Hao Juhai didn't know what to say for a moment. I looked at the leaked pictures on the internet. The standard of the Universiade village built by Bingdu Economic Development Zone is indeed high, and I heard that after those college athletes moved into the Universiade village, except for the training ground, they didn't dare to go anywhere else. And what's more coincidental is that the Dong City Olympic Organizing Committee just made a little move against our Xia country delegation. The people are full of anger. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone has suddenly provided an opportunity. The people will definitely push it up and step on it. The secretary whispered again. Are these the only details? Hao Juhai remained silent for a long time. And then, he spoke again. In addition to the Universiade village, some netizens broke the news that the medals provided by Bingdu Economic Development Zone to these athletes are also far higher than the Olympic gold medals of our country. It seems that some kind of gold inlaid jade method is used, and the value of one piece is equivalent to several our country gold medals. Speaking of this, the secretary looked at Hao Juhai cautiously, until confirming that Hao Juhai's expression did not change much. He continued to whisper, although these can make many patriotic netizens excited, it is the opening ceremony performance guests that really pushed Bingdu Economic Development Zone to the hot search. The Universiade opening ceremony also invited performance guests. Isn't it said that many programs were added by the presidents of various universities, who volunteered to find the education department and Bingdu Economic Development Zone to coordinate? Hearing this, Hao Juhai's face changed again, and he hurriedly looked at the secretary. Bingdu Economic Development Zone responded under the official video account that the programs of various universities are the main programs at the opening ceremony. There will be nearly 4 hours of guest performances before the opening ceremony. 4 hours. Swish! Hao Juhai could no longer hold back, and stood up directly. So Bingdu Economic Development Zone has spent a lot of money to invite many celebrities from the entertainment industry this time. According to informed netizens, most of the entertainment industry has come, but because of the face of Bingdu TV and Bingdu Culture, basically no money was spent. So netizens are now asking about tickets for the opening ceremony of the Provincial Universiade. With the blessing of these stars, even if the level of the programs at the opening ceremony is average, the ratings of Bingu TV and the sports channel will not be low. The secretary's voice became smaller and smaller. Half of the entertainment industry. Did Bingu Economic Development Zone have such an arrangement long ago? After standing for half a minute, Hao Juhai spoke again. It should be. Then why didn't Bingu Economic Development Zone make it clear before? If it had been made clear, we wouldn't have to spend money to buy the broadcasting rights for the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Pa, Hao Juhai slapped the desk. The secretary hesitated, but the words on his lips were not spoken. It was not until a long time later that the secretary looked at Hao Juhai cautiously. Leader, what should we do now? The attention to Bingu Economic Development Zone has skyrocketed, adding to the small actions of our country. I guess the Xia country may start to pay attention to this provincial universiade. And we, as a provincial TV station, don't have live broadcast. Xiagua level? Hao Juhai pinched his brows, slowly sat back in his chair, distracted for a while. As the secretary said, ratings and the like have become trivial now, but this has become the most urgent problem to be solved. I still remember that the provincial TV station did not broadcast live during the Border Cultural Tourism Festival last year, and finally the relevant leaders coordinated with the Bingu Economic Development Zone to give the provincial TV station a green channel. This time, the Bingu Economic Development Zone gave the provincial TV station the authority early, but the provincial TV station refused. Now it is impossible to imagine it like last year. Even if the provincial leaders are willing, Bingu Economic Development Zone will probably not agree. Go and see if there are any other movements first. I'll think about it. After a long time, Hao Juhai waved his hand. But everyone can see that Hao Juhai's face is full of regret. If he is given another chance to start over, he will definitely not reject Bingu Economic Development Zone as he did before. Okay, leader. Little did they know that when the provincial station was completely dumbfounded, the person in charge of the office building of the Education Department of Suqing Province, Lu Wenjian, was also staring at his assistant, and his thoughts were confused. Just because several leaders have called just now, that's not all. Even the Education Department at the Xia state level called, said that they must fully assist in hosting this provincial universiade. No wonder Bingu Economic Development Zone temporarily changed the opening ceremony to a ticket sales mode. It turned out that there were more than 4 hours of celebrity performances before the opening ceremony. If I had known this earlier, I should have invited the superiors earlier. After a moment, Lu Wenjian patted his forehead and said so. Who said it wasn't? We thought the tickets on the ticketing website were unavailable because they couldn't be sold. But someone just broke the news online that the tickets for the opening ceremony of the Economic Development Zone had already been sold by some celebrity fan clubs. Now some netizens want to buy tickets at high prices, but it's impossible. We can only worry. In addition, I heard that the old alumni of Bingu College have regretted it, and some even called the Bingu College Alumni Association, expressing their willingness to accept the invitation to return to campus. Across the desk, the assistant said with a wry smile, facts have proved that their thinking is still in the old mode, and they have not kept up with the actions of Bingu Economic Development Zone at all. Otherwise, when Bingu Economic Development Zone chose to sell tickets, they should have thought of the actions of Bingu Economic Development Zone. And think carefully about it. Bingu Economic Development Zone has 2 top entertainment media resources, Bingu TV and Bingu Culture. How could it not be used? Now we can only say that wild boars are not used to eating fine bran, and they have to adapt well in the future. They are dreaming. The current Bingu College is no longer the Bingu College half a year ago. Lu Wenjian glared. That's right. The Bingu College Alumni Association ignored these people, and said that it would only recognize alumni after the Bingu College officially changed its name. The assistant said again, whether they are alumni or not is secondary. The main thing is what should we do next? Netizens are now eagerly waiting for the opening ceremony of the provincial universiade. The Bingu Economic Development Zone has already drafted a list of leaders who will attend the opening ceremony with us. And the website of the Bingu Economic Development Zone Management Committee has already made text news. Adding it temporarily would seem very deliberate, and netizens would inevitably discuss it. But if I don't add it, I can't control such a situation. Lu Wenjian rubbed his brows again. Now, besides us, I think our provincial TV station is also having a headache. The assistant followed. Well, I'll call the leader later to see what the leader means. After thinking for a moment, Lu Wenjian said so. This is the only way for now. Alas, the night was deep, and the streets of Yenshan were still crowded with people. And there was no concept of rest at all. In the second ring road, in an office building, in a small meeting room on the second floor, several men in their 60s were sitting on an old-fashioned sofa and chatting. Surprisingly, Su Hang's elder brother Fan Tian was also sitting at the edge. I guess our country didn't expect that a provincial universiade would come out halfway. A man in the middle smiled after looking at a few people. It can be seen that the man was in a good mood at this time. Yes. The head of the sports department in front was still saying that our country didn't do things properly. Now the most headache is probably our country and the International Olympic Committee. No matter how the opening ceremony of the provincial universiade goes, country has actually already lost. A man next to him immediately took over the conversation. And I have a feeling that Bingdu Economic Development Zone should have done this intentionally. We didn't publicize it much before. But our delegation was tricked, and all the details were exposed. The man in the middle said again, "It should be like this." Director Su of Bingdu Economic Development Zone has never been vague about this. If it weren't for him, Bingdu Economic Development Zone would not have been able to reach this point in such a short time. Seeing this, Fan Tian at the edge followed up. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is great, but then again, there is still a lot of room for improvement in the support from Suching. Just now, the person in charge there was coordinating the National Investment Promotion Conference. Obviously, he had no plan to attend the provincial universiade before. And I heard from the secretary that the provincial TV station there didn't seem to plan to broadcast its own provincial universiade live. This is really a bit unreasonable. At this time, the second man who spoke first glanced at Fan Tian, then tapped the wooden armrest of the sofa with his fingers, and said so. Chapter 468 Upgrading to a County-Level City. If this is the first time, it would be fine. In fact, it has happened several times. Of course, some leaders at the provincial level still support Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Not long ago, they submitted the relevant application for upgrading Bingdu Economic Development Zone to a county-level city. Hearing the man say this, Fan Tian followed up again. Upgrading to a county-level city? Has the document been approved? The man sitting in the middle looked moved, and immediately looked at Fan Tian. Not yet. Fan Tian shook his head. Why, I remember that a university there produced a Nobel Prize winner in physics this year. The man asked back. Leader, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has actually far exceeded the county-level city standards in other aspects. Except for the permanent population, and at the beginning of this year, the meeting emphasized that this is a hard indicator. So, Fan Tian explained. So that's how it is. The man nodded slightly. In fact, the biggest problem now is how to stabilize the development momentum of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Our Northwest now needs benchmarks and central cities, especially the hinterland of the Northwest. But everyone has seen the situation and attitude of Suching now. To put it bluntly, basically, it will only move when Bingdu Economic Development Zone makes some moves. If there is no movement, it will not move. The man who first proposed Suching Province spoke again. I believe everyone has seen the general environment this year. Suching Province has encountered more problems and needs more surprises. I thought I would give Suching Province another chance. Of course, the last chance. If it continues like this, then... Hearing this, the man in the middle seemed to see what he meant, and said after a little thought, "Okay." The man who spoke nodded and said nothing more. But at this moment, Fan Tian at the edge hesitated for a moment, and then tentatively said, "Leader, since we are going to give Suching Province the last chance, then can we give special approval to the application for the change of Bingdu Economic Development Zone to a county-level city? Otherwise, Bingdu Economic Development Zone may be more or less lacking in motivation. In fact, it is only a matter of time for the permanent population to reach the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. How many permanent residents are registered in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone now?" After thinking for a moment, the man in the middle looked at Fan Tian. "It should be around 100,000 now." Fan Tian immediately reported the number. It can be seen that Fan Tian is familiar with many data of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. This can only be achieved by paying attention to it all the time. 100,000. By the way, how are the counties around the Bingdu Economic Development Zone developing? The man asked again. The development of the surrounding counties is very average. There is one county that is not even able to lead the way. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone raised funds to build a high-speed railway. This county did not seize the opportunity. Fan Tian replied immediately. "Oh, in this case, let's negotiate with Suching Province to see if this county can be directly assigned to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. In this way, The Bingdu Economic Development Zone will have a population and can drive the development of this county. The establishment of a county-level city will not be too abrupt at that time. After thinking for several minutes, the man in the middle spoke again. Leader, I will implement it in the next few days. Seeing this, Van Tion was delighted and responded quickly. Although this person said it was a negotiation, it was actually no different from a notification. Suching Province naturally understood this truth. That is to say, Bingdu Economic Development Zone can officially obtain the county-level city's license plate as long as Ase County is officially incorporated. Well, in addition to this matter, everyone's focus should still be on the going overseas action in December, especially to explain the relevant policies to several key cities. The man in the middle nodded and looked at the others. Don't worry about that. Van Tion nodded immediately. It turned out that just a month ago, Xiagua studied a going overseas action to attract strong foreign-funded enterprises to boost domestic economic vitality. The action will attract investment from the advantageous cities in each province and city. There is no limit on the destination country and industry. The action will start in October and end at the end of December, in order to mobilize the enthusiasm of various provinces and cities. The cities with the largest amount of investment during the period will receive strong support from Xiagua, in addition to large financial grants. Many projects that cannot be approved due to conditions will also be approved through special channels. A briefing meeting on the going out to sea will be held in Yinshan around September 20th. As the amount of fiscal appropriation this time is relatively large, many first and second tier cities in the south have begun to prepare in advance, and plan to share this cup of meat soup. It's getting late, so let's stop here today. After giving this instruction, looking at the time, the man in the middle spoke again. Okay, leader. At the same time, in the office building of the Management Committee of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Su Hang didn't know the decision made by Yanqing. At this time, he was having a small meeting with Zhang Hancheng, Du Jianshan, Zui Xuezhong, Xiang Hongzhong and others. The biggest influence of Universiade Village on the hot search today is naturally Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Director, just now, Lanzhou Bureau called and said that all the tickets from tomorrow to September 20th have been sold out. After a pause, Xiang Hongzhong, director of the Economic Development Zone office, said with some concern. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone has opened several first lines, it is still under the jurisdiction of Lanzhou Bureau, one of the railway bureaus of Xiagua. After the network connection, both the staff of West Railway Station and Bingdu East Station are selected by Lanzhou Bureau. Have the high-speed rail tickets been sold out? Su Hang leaned back on his chair with his hands folded. Both the high-speed rail tickets and the conventional rail tickets have been sold out. There are no standing tickets left, and that's not even counting the people who drive to our economic development zone. If we count them, there will definitely be a traffic jam at that time. Xiang Hongzhong smiled bitterly. He had never thought that the high-speed rail station and track laying invested by Bingdu Economic Development Zone could make a profit. It should be a solid livelihood project, but now it seems that it is highly likely that Bingdu Economic Development Zone will recover its costs and make a profit. At that time, the finances of Bingdu Economic Development Zone will have another continuous additional income. Director, what should we do now? We have already reached the limit of receiving those spectators who bought tickets for the opening ceremony. If so many tourists come in now. At this time, Zhang Hancheng also said with a worried look on his face. Although the Border Cultural Tourism Festival was also very popular last year, it was not like this time. This was the first time he experienced the power of the entire network traffic. Although the official account and video account of the Economic Development Zone has stated more than once that the tickets for the opening ceremony of the Provincial Universiade have been sold out, it still can't persuade those netizens. Some people want to visit the Universiade Village. Some want to do live broadcasts. And some want to see celebrities. Some netizens even said that even if they stand outside the stadium, they will increase the popularity of this Suching Provincial Universiade in order to surpass the popularity of this Olympic Games. Now the only people who can laugh in the Economic Development Zone are probably the merchants on the pedestrian street and in several villages. With this wave of customers coming, there will definitely be a lot of consumption, which is at least several times more powerful than that of May Day and National Day. Of course, despite the worries, none of the management of Bingdu Economic Development Zone has backed down. Because this is the choice of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, otherwise, there would be no mysterious netizen who would release the high-definition picture of Dayun Village on the internet at a critical moment. How is the coordination of the staff dormitory of Bingdu Farm going? Thinking for a moment, Su Heng looked at Du Jianshan. We have communicated with the farm, and the remaining 800 staff dormitories have all been converted into standard rooms, or above. It can accommodate at least 5,000 tourists. Du Jianshan hurriedly said. 5,000 tourists? It's still not enough. Can we add more in the space capsule area? Su Heng tapped the desk with his fingers. When I contacted Mr. Zhong this afternoon, he said that they were already coordinating. But due to time constraints, the space capsule area can only add 3,000 more spaces. Du Jianshan immediately reported the number. That means we can temporarily accommodate about 6,000 people? Su Heng asked. Almost. Oh. Just like that. The atmosphere in the office fell into silence again. Until 2 minutes later, Zhui Xuezheng whispered. Director, if it really doesn't work, can we set up a tent area this time? I took a look, and the weather around September 20th is fine. Many tourists know what our situation is this time, so they should understand. Last year, the tent area was set up in July, and the opening ceremony this time was on September 20th. In fact, the weather in the Gobi Desert is already very cold at night. Let's do this later. After thinking for a while, Su Heng rubbed his eyebrows and looked at Zhui Xuezheng. Ding-ling-ling. It was a coincidence that, when Su Heng was halfway through his words, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and took a look. Su Heng's face immediately showed surprise. The caller was none other than Luo Yongxiu, the current head of Ase County. Well, I'll take the call first, and everyone can think about it carefully. After that, Su Heng walked aside and answered the phone. At the same time, our country, Dong City, an office building in the core area. Bang! A crisp sound of a fist hitting the table came from one of the offices. That's not all. An angry and depressed voice came from the office immediately afterwards. What is the origin of this Bingdu Economic Development Zone in Suqing Province? Xiao Country? They invested so much to host a provincial universiade. Is the economy very developed? Chapter 469 No More Share. Minister Sheng Zai. I checked. Suqing Province is a very remote province in the west of Xiao Country. The economy is among the worst in Xiao Country. This Bingdu Economic Development Zone is located at the western end of Suqing Province. In the office, a man with a middle-parted hairstyle lowered his head and whispered to Sheng Zai Shuxia. At this moment, Sheng Zai Shuxia no longer had the arrogance he had when he boasted to Matt, the head of the International Olympic Committee. He was only furious. What made Sheng Zai Shuxia even more angry was that he thought he had made Xiao Country lose face by taking advantage of the Universiade Village incident, but the commotion caused by Xiao Country almost overturned the foundation of this Olympic Games. Since the picture comparison was spread on the internet, even the netizens in country are become silent. And there is no way to promote this Olympics. If the situation cannot be controlled in the future, this Dongshi Olympics will really become a joke that everyone talks about. Since it is so remote, why would the investment in a provincial universiade be so huge? It's okay that the Olympic Village is built with such modern technology. But even the gold medals are worth a lot. Where does this place get so much money? Sheng Zai hit the desk several times under the tree. He really couldn't understand the gold medal issue. The gold medals given to ordinary universiade were real. What would the top international athletes who came to the Olympics think? You said that as an Olympic athlete, he was not as valuable as the champion of ordinary college students? Mr. Minister, I checked. Although this Bingdu Economic Development Zone is very remote and has a very small permanent population, even less than an ordinary county in Xiao Country, there are several strong companies in this place. And the debt ratio of this place is not very high. So in addition to some corporate sponsorship, the local management committee also borrowed a lot of debts from the bank. The man hurriedly told everything he had found out. Borrowing money? Face-saving project? Damn it. Why not do it earlier or later? Why do it at this critical moment? Sheng Zaisha's eyes were narrowed into slits. It can be heard that Sheng Zaisha knew Xiaogua quite well before, and knew the term face project. Maybe the person in charge of this place was too obsessed with his own performance. Other places in Xiaogua knew that the Blue Star Olympics would be held on September 20th, so sports activities at the municipal and provincial levels basically chose to postpone. The man continued to analyze. Asshole, what should we do now? Since this guy is so ambitious, the opening ceremony must have cost a lot of money. What if the lighting ceremony? For a moment, Sheng Zai was so angry that he didn't know what to say. At this time, his mood can only be described in 3 words: angry, speechless, and worried. Mr. Minister, although the Universiade Village medals And stadium of this provincial university did cost a lot of money. There is no need to worry about the opening ceremony. Seeing this, the man hurriedly said again, "No need to worry about the opening ceremony. What do you mean?" Sheng Zai immediately looked at the man under the tree. "I sent a specialist to investigate. The reason why the opening ceremony of the university caused such a big stir in Xiagua is that they invited many top-tier celebrities from Xiagua's entertainment industry. Except for these celebrities, the performances of the opening ceremony were put together by some college students. So there is no quality at all, and this economic development zone has a criminal record before. It is best at piling up celebrities and deliberately pulling them down. Now the topic of comparing the provincial university and the Olympic Games on the foreign internet is probably also created by them. As long as netizens start to compare, they have actually got what they want. As for the quality of the opening ceremony of the university, they don't care." After the man finished speaking, he paused and added, "So, if we lower our status and explain now, we will be fooled. The best way is not to respond or explain. Once the opening ceremony begins, the real situation will naturally be revealed. If the International Olympic Committee cannot bear the pressure of public opinion and insists on us responding, then just respond with one sentence. 'See you at the opening ceremony.' Are you sure?" Sheng Zai pondered for a moment under the tree and was still a little suspicious. "Mr. Minister, I am very sure. I heard that after this wave of news spread, all the tickets for the provincial university have been sold out, and they are all high-priced tickets. This alone can earn more than 200 million xia currency. It is even higher than the tickets sold for the Olympics," the man hurriedly assured. "Then, Mr. Minister, I think you should believe in the quality of our opening ceremony program." "That's right," the chief director this time as he paused. And just when Sheng Zai was about to say something under the tree, Sheng Zai's cell phone rang suddenly. Picking it up and taking a look, Sheng Zai Shuxia frowned. "It's Matt from the International Olympic Committee. I guess he's here to talk about the Xi'an National Games." "Sure." He frowned and nodded. And Sheng Zai Shuxia answered the phone. The next moment, he bent down unconsciously, and his tone changed to a different feeling. "Mr. Matt? Hello." The moon sets and the sun rises, and it's 10 o'clock the next morning. As expected, the pedestrian street in Bingdu Economic Development Zone is already crowded, and the bus lines to the stadium are even more crowded. At this time, in the square in front of Bingdu West Railway Station, Zhang Hancheng and Zhui Xuezhong looked at the exit passage where a large number of tourists would pour out from time to time, and couldn't help but look at each other. There are still 12 days before the provincial university, and it will be like this. Wait until the day of the provincial university. Zhang Hancheng subconsciously looked back at the shared bicycle storage in the distance while speaking. Now it has been empty there for a long time. As long as the dispatch car comes, the bicycles will be snatched up by tourists as soon as they are parked. In the words of tourists, riding a shared bicycle on this section of the national highway is much more exciting than taking a taxi. Even if it is 2 yuan per hour, it is worth it. As a last resort, the management committee temporarily transferred some staff from other units under other economic development zones to help, which was barely enough. This kind of online popularity is really terrifying. No wonder many local cultural and tourism departments are trying to find ways to make their own places popular. Just now, Mr. Zhong called and said that the taxi company under Bingda Group has arranged the shifts, and each has arranged more than 200 taxis on duty for the West Railway Station and the East Railway Station. There are so many passengers that they can't pick up all the passengers. Zhui Xuezhong also sighed. It feels like many netizens don't need any reason to come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone at this time. It doesn't matter whether you can see the stars or buy the opening ceremony tickets. Even the popularity of the world's #1 village has been suppressed. Anyway, seeing that everyone is coming, it's right for them to come too. The first thing they do after getting off the bus is to post a circle of friends with a picture and text. Let's see what the provincial university village, which is even more awesome than the Olympic village, looks like. And so on. Last year's Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival was mainly about the high-speed rail in our economic development zone. The ordinary railway has not yet been opened. If it had been opened last year, it would probably be like this last year, Zhang Hancheng said. It turns out that although the cost of building a high-speed railway is high, the benefits it brings to the local area are also huge. Our economic development zone should make a lot of money this time. That is, Our economic development zone does not have an airport. If there is an airport, it may be even better. Zhuo Xuezhong glanced at the East City Gate. When I came here in the morning, there were already queues in all the shops on the pedestrian street, especially the Bingde Cultural and Creative Shop, the embroidery shop, and some follow-up shops. The queues seemed to be about 100 to 200 meters long. As for those chain restaurants, it's not necessary. I ate hot pot for breakfast, looking around the Bingde Economic Development Zone, which originally had only 100,000 permanent residents, now feels like a third or fourth-tier city with 1 million people. The relevant person in charge of the Finance Bureau of the Bingde Economic Development Zone has made a prediction that the total income of the Bingde Economic Development Zone is at least 700 million or 800 million. A lot of money. It should be said that it is a huge profit. When I just came here today, I heard that many brands have contacted Bingde Culture, wanting to advertise at the opening ceremony. This wave is another extremely terrifying number. Moreover, Bingde TV has received many business calls. Some big brands are planning to spend tens of millions to get advertisements before the opening ceremony. It is estimated that Bingde TV will contribute a lot of fiscal revenue to the economic development zone this year. Zhang Hancheng followed up. Now the whole Bingde Economic Development Zone can be described in one sentence as pain and happiness. When I was in Geoga City, I always felt that it was too difficult to get fiscal revenue. But when I came to our place, I found out what fiscal revenue is. To put it bluntly, the fiscal revenue of our economic development zone in the past half month is estimated to be equivalent to that of Geoga City for several months. Zhuo Xuezhong couldn't help but sigh. This is just the beginning. I have a feeling it won't be long before our economic development zone, under the leadership of Xiao Su, will be able to pay off all loans and achieve positive fiscal revenue. By then, we should be the first in Suqing province. Zhang Hancheng looked at the distance with great confidence. I hope this day will come sooner. By the way, did Secretary Liu of Ase County call the director last night? At this time, Zhang Hancheng suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Well, Ase County has begun to count the number of hotels, and has mobilized all the buses in the county, starting from September 18th. They will also undertake some of the tourist reception tasks. At that time, tourists can stay in Ase County, and they will be transported to and from the area by special buses. Zhuo Xuezhong nodded. That's great. No matter what tourists think, we are prepared. Zhang Hancheng breathed a sigh of relief. With the addition of the space capsule and tent area, it should be enough to receive tourists. Zhuo Xuezhong said again. Just last night, the leadership of Bingde Economic Development Zone decided to add a tent area after discussion. However, this tent area will not be announced to the public for the time being, and it will only be used as a backup. It will be used to receive tourists on the opening day if there is no other way. Once the tourists leave, the tent area will be removed immediately. If it's not enough, there's nothing we can do. We've almost used all the methods we can think of. Alas. At the same time, Geoga City, government building, the first person in charge, Song Shusheng, leaned back in his chair with a frown on his face. Anyone could see that he was not very happy at the moment. The passenger flow at the airport has not increased but decreased. After a moment, Song Shusheng looked at a middle-aged man opposite him. The middle-aged man's surname is Huang, and he is now the office manager of Geoga City. The man surnamed Huang was a little afraid to look at Song Shusheng's eyes, and said in a low voice. Chapter 470 The Universiade opens. It shouldn't be like this. Every time there's a commotion in Bingde Economic Development Zone, our airport will definitely see a peak in passenger flow, not to mention that this time the commotion in Bingde Economic Development Zone is even bigger. How can the passenger flow decrease? Song Shusheng frowned more and more. When I saw the online news the day before yesterday, Geoga City was ready as usual. The bus drivers at the bus station and some black car drivers were almost happy to death. As a result, the expected popularity did not appear. This made Geoga City uncomfortable all of a sudden, especially the airport, which even had an overcapacity situation. It is mainly because the high-speed trains and ordinary trains in Bingde Economic Development Zone have been opened, and tourists basically choose to go all the way by high-speed train. A hint of complexity flashed in the eyes of the man surnamed Huang. Before this, everyone thought that there was no airport in Bingde Economic Development Zone, and even if the train was opened, it would not have much impact. Now it seems that many people chose Geoga City Airport because they were forced to choose. And he had another thing that he didn't dare to say directly. That is, The surge in passenger flow at Gyeongga Airport in the past 1 or 2 years was not because Gyeongga City was so attractive. The destination of those passengers was not Gyeongga City, but Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Such a big impact? For the first time, he saw the tangle on Song Shushing's face. In the past 2 days, there was no one in charge of various cities in Suching Province who didn't envy Bingdu Economic Development Zone. And even many cultural and tourism leaders had planned to set off to the Economic Development Zone for publicity. In this case, Gyeongga City, as the closest neighbor of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, would be lying if it said it was not uncomfortable. This is because Bingdu Economic Development Zone has not built an airport. If it is built, the man surnamed Huang hesitated and continued to add, I feel that in the future, except for Ase County, which may have some overflow passenger flow from Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the other counties and districts in Gyeongga City basically have no such possibility. You mean that Bingdu Economic Development Zone may build an airport between them and Ase County in the future? If so, Ase County can indeed share some traffic. Song Shusheng understood the man's thoughts in seconds. I feel that way. So as long as we hold Ase County, the economy there should be able to. The man nodded. Ding-ling-ling. Coincidentally, just when the man was halfway through his words, the phone on Song Shusheng's desk suddenly rang. Seeing this, Song Shusheng immediately picked up the landline. Hello. I'm Song Shusheng from Gyeongga City. I'm from Suching Province. The next moment, a full-bodied voice came from the phone. Hello, leader. Hearing this, Song Shusheng's expression straightened up, and he said hurriedly. The man surnamed Huang on the other side of the desk straightened up subconsciously after hearing these words. It's like this. Now I'm notifying you in Gyeongga City. After research by relevant leaders, it has been decided to assign Ase County as a whole to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The relevant working group will be established next Monday. Soon, the full-throated voice on the phone came again. Ah, leader. Ase County will be assigned to. Due to the loud external sound of the landline, the next moment, not only Song Shusheng was stunned, but also the man surnamed Huang was dazed. Leader, didn't you say before that Gyeongga City still needs to think about it carefully? Why suddenly? Song Shusheng said hurriedly after coming back to his senses. Just before, Gyeongga City gave the provincial government a reply and no longer took the provincial government's proposal to heart. Even in the eyes of many Gyeongga City leaders, the matter of Ase County being transferred to Bingdu Economic Development Zone was over. As a result, a relevant working group is suddenly established now. How can we not be surprised? Before was before. Now is to notify you. Unfortunately, Song Shusheng did not wait for the specific reason and only waited for a voice that could not be denied. Leader. Song Shusheng was stunned again. If you had agreed to negotiate with Bingdu Economic Development Zone earlier, you should have been able to get some equivalent resources from Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but you just didn't give a definite answer. Now it's good. It can be heard that there seems to be a lot of emotions on the other end of the phone. Then, the notice I received here is that the administrative division must be completed before the end of September, which means that all procedures must be completed after the provincial universiade. Leader, then Bingdu Economic Development Zone is still A. After a long silence, Song Shusheng finally spoke. At this point, he knew that the matter was a foregone conclusion, and nothing more would change the outcome. As for why this happened, he didn't need to ask, and the real reason would spread in the small circle in a short time. Don't worry about the rest. The province will make its own arrangements. I have something else to do. So let's leave it at that. Beep beep. After a while, a busy tone came from the phone. At this time, the atmosphere in the office became unprecedentedly dead silent, and the sun outside the window seemed to be a little cold at this moment. Time flies, and it is already 8 o'clock in the evening. At the gate of a certain cooperative unit in Gyeongga City, Sun Chung, the former head of Ase County, just walked out of the unit gate and ran into a man in a gray short-sleeved shirt. After taking a closer look, Sun Chung stopped immediately. Old Jong, why are you here? It turned out that the man was none other than Bong Yu-hai, Sun Cheng's former partner. Leader, it's you? I have nothing to do today, so I came out for a walk. Seeing Sun Chung, Jong Yu-hai was also a little surprised and delighted. Oh, what are your plans next? Sell the house in the city and buy one in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. When Sun Chung spoke again, his eyes were full of envy. Buy in Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Why would I buy one there? After hearing this, Jong Yunhai was puzzled. Wait, you must know it. The news came out this afternoon that Ase County will soon be assigned to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It will definitely be more convenient for you to buy a house in the Economic Development Zone than in Gyeongga City. Sun Chung said again. What? Ase County is assigned to Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Jong Yunhai was stunned for a moment. Yes, a working group will be established soon, but the official announcement should be issued at the end of September. I have to say that you really caught the right time this time. Unlike me, who has to wait for a while for you to introduce me, I want to buy a house there. Sun Chung sighed. People are so contradictory. When I was in Ase County, I was afraid that Bingdu Economic Development Zone would take away Ase County's resources, but after coming to the city and not being in that position, I envied Bingdu Economic Development Zone a little, and even had the urge to buy a house in the Economic Development Zone. After all, there are many things there that Gyeongga City does not have. Hearing this, Jong Yunhai's face turned red. It turned out that half a month ago, Jong Yunhai received a transfer order from Ase County to the neighboring Jinlu County. He originally thought that he was promoted and skipped a grade, and was almost happy to death. He even treated his former colleagues to a big meal when he left, thinking that he could finally leave that damn place. So, the branch office postponed the reporting time and came to Gyeongga City to relax for a while, thinking that he would report in a few days. As a result, I heard this news out of the blue. How can I be calm and not feel disappointed? It is impossible. Now everyone knows that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has unknowingly reached another level. If I continue to stay in Ase County, it means that I have successfully entered the system of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Not only will my salary and bonus be greatly increased, but I will also have greater development potential, and no need to worry about the possibility of not being able to pay wages in the future. What's wrong with you? You still look unhappy? This is definitely a good thing for you. Sun Chung didn't understand at this time. Seeing Jong Yunhai's reaction, he was very puzzled. Leader, I was transferred half a month ago. Jong Yunhai replied hesitantly in a low voice. Transferred? Sun Cheng's eyes widened. Yes, transferred to Jinlu County. The transfer order was just issued half a month ago. For a while, the atmosphere fell into an unprecedented dead silence again. The tide rose and fell in the next few days, although the news that Ase County was transferred to Bingdu Economic Development Zone had begun to spread widely in the circle of Gyeongga City. It did not cause much movement. Just because the internet is full of news about the Provincial Universiade and the Blue Star Olympics, on September 10th, perhaps under pressure from the internet, at 10 o'clock in the morning of that day, the Dong City Olympic Committee and the International Olympic Committee jointly issued a statement on the Olympic Village. It was a long and eloquent article, but the core meaning was actually one. It is not a big deal if a province's Universiade village is well built. It's just that they are willing to invest money, and the truth will be revealed once the opening ceremony is performed. It is precisely because of this statement that the opening ceremony of the Suching Provincial Universiade has once again been sent to the top of the hot search. Some netizens who like to watch the fun even created a live broadcast software on the internet. Many foreign netizens can watch the opening ceremony of the Suching Provincial Universiade and the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games. On September 15th, various celebrities who came to participate in the performance began to arrive in the Economic Development Zone one after another. Since it is no longer a secret, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has prepared everything it can. Therefore, this time there is no cover-up, and a red carpet ceremony was held openly. For a while, the pedestrian street of Bingdu Economic Development Zone was really packed with people, and people were pushing each other forward. It was also on this day that the flame of the Provincial Universiade was successfully lit on the bank of the Yellow River in Lon City, and began to be passed on to more than 40 colleges and universities in Suching Province. The Suching Provincial TV station took the initiative to follow up and report the whole process, and even replayed it twice. On September 19th, there was only one day left before the Provincial Universiade. In the evening, the setting sun was slanting down, and in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Management Committee building, Su Hang took a deep breath and looked at Du Jianshan. Director Du, what is the situation of those media now? Have the reporters of Xiaogua Satellite TV News Channel and Xiaogua News Network been arranged? He asked. Chapter 471, Bingdu Integration. Director, all official media coming to our Economic Development Zone have been arranged to the Universiade Village. The interview team of Xiaogua News and the live broadcast team of the sports channel have been arranged together. Hearing this, Du Jianshan hurriedly reported the situation. Where is the news interview team of the provincial TV station? After a pause, Su Heng asked again. A few days ago, the head of the cultural department in Lan City called Bingdu Economic Development Zone and vaguely expressed the idea that the provincial TV station wanted to broadcast the opening ceremony of the Universiade. But Su Heng did not give face this time. Finally, they just said that if the news team only wanted to interview, Bingdu Economic Development Zone could receive them. Even the live interactive program with guests before the opening ceremony of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival last year could not be held, because this year's live interactive interview with guests at the opening ceremony had been handed over to Bingdu TV. We still have a lot of vacancies in the Universiade village, and they have all been arranged there. Du Jianshan nodded. They had said before that the Universiade village in Bingdu Economic Development Zone was definitely enough, because the number of guests that could be accommodated far exceeded the number of delegations participating in the provincial Universiade. As a result, after the provincial Universiade became popular, various media rushed in crazily, and a group of staff from Bingdu Culture and Tourism were temporarily arranged. Now, the huge Universiade village is almost full. That's good. Hearing this, Su Heng breathed a sigh of relief. So far, all preparations for this provincial Universiade have been completed, and the only thing left is the opening ceremony, where the audience will enter at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. By the way, how is the operation of the Ase County tourist line? After a pause, Su Heng asked again. In fact, Su Heng received a call from Fan Ti on the afternoon before about Ase County's upcoming merger into Bingdu Economic Development Zone. However, since the official document had not been issued, Bingdu Economic Development Zone did not officially announce this matter. In fact, Luo Yongxiu, the head of Ase County, had brought the leadership team there to Bingdu Economic Development Zone a few days ago to help coordinate various work. After the official announcement, Ase County will continue to use the current development model, but Bingdu Economic Development Zone will make adjustments based on its own development strategy, and then further narrow the distance between Bingdu Economic Development Zone and Ase County, and finally realize Bingsai integration. Now there is a special bus every 15 minutes, which is shorter than the interval between urban and rural buses in other cities. Du Jianshan replied. 15 minutes is fine. You can communicate with Secretary Luo later. After the provincial Universiade, we will operate at this pace, especially the route from Ase County to Bingdu East Station, which will make it much more convenient for the people in Ase County to travel. As for how to integrate Ase County into our economic development zone, we will make a detailed plan after the provincial Universiade. After a little thought, Su Heng arranged. Okay, Director. Du Jianshan nodded. In fact, he had already talked with Luo Yongxiu about the integration of Bingsai yesterday afternoon. It seems simple, but it is actually very difficult. Without relevant industries, it is really difficult to achieve true integration between the two regions. Okay, let's go to the temporary tent area later to see what's going on there. Su Heng raised his hand to check the time and said, since the Olympic Committee issued the public statement, the popularity of this provincial Universiade has surpassed many large-scale national-level events in Xia. Not only did domestic netizens flock to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but also many foreign tourists came. Finally, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone activated the backup tent area as expected. This time the tent area is not in the inner city, but is built next to the space capsule area. In addition to the 5,000 tents that have been built, there are also 5 heavy trucks parked around. The trucks are full of tents, which can be used at any time. Go to the tent area, the leaders from Lan City. Hearing this arrangement, Du Jianshan hesitated. Director Zhang and Director Zhua will be the leaders from Lanzhou. Su Heng waved his hand. Although the Universiade was getting bigger and bigger, the province still used the previous attendance plan after comprehensive consideration. First, it was necessary to speed up the implementation of the relevant procedures for the economic development zone to upgrade to a county-level city after taking over Ase County. Second, the main person in charge went to Yinshan to participate in the going out to see investment promotion mobilization meeting. The remaining leadership level was not much higher than the previous plan. In addition, the fewer leaders came, the more it could highlight that this was a normal provincial Universiade. So Lu Wenjian was still the leader of the economic development zone this time. Director, then I'll call my secretary. Du Jianshan immediately took out his cell phone. Yes. Here, Just when Su Heng was about to go to the tent area, at the entrance of the space capsule area, Zhong Ruofei took a bottle of Bingdu mineral water next to him and took a few gulps. Although the space capsule area was temporarily prepared to accommodate excess passengers, Bingdu Culture and Tourism did not complete the task by purchasing space capsules and placing them randomly. At present, zipper-type fences have been installed all around the huge space capsule area, and a solar street light is installed every 50 meters or so on the fence. The park is even more exquisite. In addition to the temporary gravel road, there is a small open space of about 5 square meters in front of each space capsule, and there is a tourist public toilet in the middle of every 30 space capsules. In addition, Bingdu Cultural Tourism has also done some greening in the space capsule park, and planted a lot of Sephora japonica and some landscape trees. Overall, the environment of the space capsule area is not inferior to those wild camping bases on the edge of the city. Even lying in the space capsule and looking up at the starry sky after nightfall is a special feeling. What's going on here? Just then, Shui Yutian and Luo Lin came over. It's all full. Zhong Ruofei casually picked up 2 bottles of mineral water and handed them to Shui Yutian and Luo Lin. What's the feedback? Do you need more staff? Looking back at the tourists coming and going in the park, Shui Yutian asked again. Except for the inconvenience of eating, the other feedback is great. Many tourists said that they would probably stay for 2 more days after the Universiade. Zhong Ruofei said. So it can continue to operate after the Universiade? Shui Yutian glanced at the snack and dining area that was temporarily expanded outside the stadium. The participating athletes and performers can eat in the Universiade village, but tourists cannot. In addition, there is no commercial area nearby. So, Bingdu Cultural Tourism has specially set up a temporary vendor area here. The biggest problem now is heating. As for the passenger flow, even if the Universiade is over, our Yadin landform is not open to the public. Once the excavation site in the core area is announced to the public, there will definitely be no shortage of tourists here. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Heating. This is really difficult to solve. Luo Lin, who was standing next to him, glanced in the direction of the tourist service center of Yadin scenic area. Although he could see the gate over there from here, the main attraction this time was the stadium. In addition, the road was also in a semi-closed state, so no one went there. These are all later. By the way, how is the situation over there? After a pause, Shui Yutian asked again. All the participating stars have arrived at the hotel now. They will start preparing after breakfast tomorrow morning. They will enter the venue at 2 o'clock. The audience may have to enter earlier. At 1 o'clock. Shui Yutian simply moved his body. 1. I hope the audience can hold on. The opening ceremony should be over by almost 10 p.m. Hearing the time, Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but say again. It should be no problem. Every audience member can get a souvenir when entering the venue, which contains snacks. Shui Yutian replied. I hope so. It's really the first time for more than 90,000 spectators in the audience. After taking a deep breath, Zhong Ruofei turned his head and looked at the 3 huge buildings not far away. I dare not say how it will perform in the entire Blue Star. In Xia country alone, it can at least be among the top 3. Luo Lin also sighed. So I have to be careful when chatting with Xiao Su in the future. His standards are really a bit outrageous. Shui Yutian smiled bitterly. I agree. I second. Originally, September 20th was just an ordinary day, but now it has become a topic of conversation because of the addition of the Blue Star Olympics and the Suqing Provincial Universiade. At 9 o'clock in the morning, whether it is the internet or other channels, it is basically news from both sides. Especially a forum on the external network, which has started double-sided video broadcasting since 9:30. One side is the on-site situation in East City, our country, and the other side is the on-site situation in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. At present, it seems that the Blue Star Olympics is temporarily better. After seeing the situation on both sides clearly, some foreign netizens expressed their opinions on the forum. Yes, although there are already media gathering in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone of Xia country, and the stadium is larger, there are more professional media from various countries on the our country side. From this aspect, the two sides are not of the same level. If you look closely, there are more network anchors in front of the stadium of the Suqing Province Universiade in Xia country, and the stadium was not cleared. It is also slightly inferior in terms of professionalism. In terms of security, it seems that the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is more than a little bit behind. There are many bodyguards and helicopters in the stadium on the East City side, and it seems that there are only some staff members of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Public Security Bureau and some security guards on the Economic Development Zone side. And just now, the media of both sides also showed the picture of the torch relay. The torch relay of the Suqing Province Universiade has just come out of Jogja City Vocational and Technical College and is on the way to Bingdu College, and the East City has already started the relay in the urban area. Comparing the two, whether it is popularity or other things during the torch relay, the East City Olympics is better. After a netizen expressed his opinion, the comments of many foreign netizens soon followed. At 10 a.m., the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Stadium and the Our Country Olympic Stadium both had new footage. The security personnel at the Bingdu Stadium had already put up circular iron bars at all the ticket entrances and exits. Our Country provided an aerial video, which showed Chapter 472 terrifying ratings. Why doesn't Our Country seem to have changed much except for the increase in security forces? Looking at the images shown on the Our Country video, some foreign netizens were puzzled and left messages. Our Country's Olympic Games opening ceremony did not have a large warm-up performance. And there were about 4 hours of celebrity warm-up performances before the opening ceremony of the Ice Lake Universiade, so the audience of the Sia Country Universiade must enter in advance. Seeing this, many informed netizens immediately replied, "Oh, doesn't that mean that the opening ceremony of the Olympics in our country has already begun, while the stars are still performing at the Provincial Universiade?" After a moment, a foreign netizen continued to comment, "That's for sure. Our country uses the time of the Eastern 9th District, and Sia Country uses the Eastern 8th District. So for Sia Country netizens, the opening ceremony of our country must be 1 hour earlier." The following comment quickly replied again, "It's early. For places like us with a big time difference, it doesn't make any difference. It's okay to watch the stars warm up the performances at the Universiade first." Yes. After netizens understood the procedures of both sides, many foreign netizens focused their attention on the Universiade. This made some netizens from our country a little unhappy. Our country netizens have been extremely frustrated for a while. They dared not show up on the internet at all. They were waiting to crush the Provincial Universiade today. How could they let it go? So many netizens from our country started the next wave of trampling. Why not start at the same time? Only by starting at the same time can those Sia people know what the gap is. But it's good this way. Our opening ceremony was moved up an hour. When the opening ceremony of the Provincial Universiade starts, there will probably be few spectators. All the focus will be on us. Maybe this was specially arranged by Sia Country, in order to divert time from us. Anyway, their current goal has been achieved. They have received a lot of media attention. Definitely. Time passed by, just when netizens from our country began to make various comments and praise themselves. Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the audience waiting to enter the stadium had lined up in long queues at several gates. "Xiao Wang, you are here too." Outside, a man in his 50s, who had just arrived, greeted a young woman in her 30s immediately after seeing her. "Leader, you too?" The young woman was stunned at first, and then hurriedly greeted him. "I have nothing to do today, so I came here to take a look." The man looked at the crowded crowd around him, and the various online anchors holding live broadcast stands, and then explained. But before the young woman could speak, the man suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, "Xiao Wang, I saw that the audience had started to enter. Why didn't you go to line up?" "Leader, I don't have a ticket," suddenly asked. The woman's face was instantly filled with embarrassment. "No tickets? I remember you graduated from Singji College. Didn't you? I heard that Bingdu College had sent invitations to you old alumni before, and the seats arranged in the invitations are all in the front and are worth about the same as the most expensive tickets for the opening ceremony. And you can register to visit Bingdu College with the invitation. I heard that Bingdu College is more beautiful than many 5A scenic spots in China." The man was a little surprised. They are from a government department in Wei City, and today is Saturday. It is difficult for the cities and counties around Bingdu Economic Development Zone not to be attracted by such a scene. And they all drove here by themselves. No need for accommodation. After watching the excitement, they can drive back at night. "Boss, I received the invitation letter at that time, but the courier was signed by my family. My grandmother thought it was a promotional scam, so she threw it away." Hearing the man say that, the woman became more and more embarrassed, and a deep regret flashed in her eyes. That's right. She actually threw away the invitation letter herself, and now she really regrets it, and every time she meets an acquaintance who knows her graduate school, they will ask similar questions, which is undoubtedly adding salt to the wound. But when he said that, he could only give the pot to his 80-year-old grandmother at home. Did your grandmother throw it away? That's a pity. It would be great if she kept it. Such a big scene. It will probably only happen once in a lifetime, the man said with regret. That's right. My grandmother regretted it after knowing it. But there was nothing she could do. After throwing it away, she called the Bingda College Alumni Association. But they said there were no more tickets. By the way, boss, why are you queuing here? Awkwardly, the woman asked back. Me? I don't have a ticket either. I came here today hoping to find a scalper, but after walking around for a while, I didn't seem to see any scalpers, the man said helplessly. Ah, you don't have a ticket? Isn't it that every time there is a large-scale event like this, the unit will have a portion of tickets? The woman was stunned. No, if it was Geauga City, it would definitely give some invitation tickets to neighboring brother cities. But Bingu Economic Development Zone is so arrogant that not only the government agencies and public institutions in our city, but even the government agencies and public institutions in Geauga City didn't get any tickets. When it comes to increasing the number of tickets, the man couldn't help but complain. Ah, if the Bingu Economic Development Zone does this, the surrounding cities will definitely ignore it if they also hold such large-scale events in the future. The woman hurriedly agreed. That's for sure. This time, the surrounding cities have completely seen through the Bingu Economic Development Zone. Leader, now, I'll go over there and take a look. If there are scalpers, I'll find a way to buy a ticket. If there are no scalpers, I'll go to the pedestrian street to eat and go home. Anyway, the Xiagua Sports Channel is broadcasting live. Watching it on TV is the same as watching it at home, the man said. Leader, then you go first. I'll take a look around here and then go back. I can't afford the scalper tickets. I plan to watch the live broadcast. The woman sighed and explained her plan. Okay. Unknowingly, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon in front of Bingda Stadium. Although many spectators who got tickets had entered the stadium, the number of tourists in front of the stadium increased instead of decreased. Looking around, it's not an exaggeration to describe it as a sea of people. Many people who couldn't buy tickets had the same idea as the man in front, thinking of spending more money to find a scalper. But the result was destined to disappoint them. Many people searched for a long time, but couldn't find a scalper. A scalper forum on the internet also helplessly posted a lot of statements. Just because the audience of the opening ceremony of the Universiade were real, and the tickets were sold internally, and real name admission was required, scalpers had no way to get tickets. But even so, these people were still unwilling to leave, trying to find the last chance to enter. At the same time, Lan City, the capital of Sucheng province, the originally bustling streets seemed to be much quieter. Only a lot of people gathered in front of a large display screen in a certain business, because the display screen was playing the Xiagua Sports Channel. The stadium in Bingu Economic Development Zone is really big. Even the Olympic Sports Center in Lanzhou can't compare to it. Looking at the live broadcast on the big screen, someone sighed. I must go to Bingu Economic Development Zone when I have time, although it's a remote place, but from the live broadcast, it's no worse than the provincial capital Lanzhou in some aspects. The citizen next to him said. Worse than us? It feels like it's already surpassing our Lanzhou, Bingu TV station, stadium. By the way, there's also Bingu College. If our launcher doesn't change, it will be surpassed by Bingu Economic Development Zone sooner or later. When a provincial capital cannot compare with an economic development zone, it will be a joke. Hearing this, someone followed up and complained. I admit that you said Bingu TV station, but Bingu College is not that bad. Right? At this time, an old citizen took over the conversation. Why not, this year? The average admission score of Bingu College in the college entrance examination has exceeded that of Launcher University. In addition, Bingu College has Nobel Prize winners. How can Launcher University compare? This? Okay, why talk about this? No one can guarantee how Bingu Economic Development Zone will develop in the future. I just want to know when this provincial universiade will start. When will the daily life start? The daily life is at 7 p.m., and the provincial universiade will start at 4 p.m. to warm up the scene. Raised his hand to look at the time. A citizen next to him said so. 4 o'clock in the afternoon? It's about to start. In a dozen minutes. Little did they know. While the citizens in the square were discussing various things, at the Sucheng provincial television station, the atmosphere was terribly depressing. In the director's office, Hao Juhai leaned back in his chair and kept rubbing his eyebrows. After a while, he spoke. What is the current rating of Xiagua Sports Channel? The current rating has exceeded 6. And it is estimated that the rating will be higher after 4 o'clock. Across the desk, the head of the data department whispered back. Breaking 6, then? What about Bingda TV? Hao Junhai took a deep breath. At this moment, the expression on his face was as wonderful as it could be. If the provincial TV station had chosen to broadcast live, it is estimated that this rating would be the provincial TV station. What does it mean to have a rating of over 6? Not to mention the Suching provincial TV station. Even the first-tier TV stations in Xia country have rarely reached such a level in their history. The rating of Bingda TV station is now 12. The person in charge whispered again. 12? Is Bingda TV's ratings higher than Xiagua Sports Channel? For a moment, Hao Junhai could no longer sit still. Maybe because the universiade is held in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, many people will subconsciously choose Bingdu TV, plus Bingdu Economic Development Zone is very good at leading public opinion. Preliminary estimates are that the ratings will reach around 20 by 8 p.m. The head of the data department replied immediately. After saying that, the head of the data department looked at Hao Junhai cautiously again. In fact, he didn't dare to finish the conclusion given by the data department. If there were no live broadcasts from the self-media and forums, the ratings would be even higher. Bingda TV and the sports channel combined would be more than 40. It is no exaggeration to say that the whole nation of Xia country is paying attention to it. And this is not even counting the attention from abroad. So in a sense, the universities and colleges in Suching province that advertised on Bingda TV this time really made a lot of money. Especially those schools that participated in the opening ceremony performances. They are destined to be paid attention to by many parents of children who will take the college entrance examination next year. The most disappointed one this time is Lanzhou University. This is because the focus of this provincial university games is no longer this 985 university, but Bingda College, and Lanzhou University has not participated in the opening ceremony performance. So the effect can be imagined. What about our station? After a long time, Hao Junhai sat back like a deflated ball. Our station is now 0.1. The voice of the head of the data department became smaller and smaller. Ah, leader, this data is normal at present. Today is basically the sports channel and Bingda satellite TV. Other TV stations are similar. It may be better at 7 o'clock in the evening. After all, the opening ceremony of the Olympics is at 7 o'clock, and the warm-up performance of the provincial university games has not ended at this time. The head of the data department hurriedly explained. 7 o'clock? I hope so. Looking at the time on the wall, Hao Junhai rubbed his brows again and again. Knock. Knock. But just when the data department staff wanted to say something else, the office door was suddenly knocked, and then the door was pushed open, and the secretary leaned out half of his body. Leader, the provincial propaganda department just called and asked you to come over. He said. Let me go over. What's the matter? Hearing this, Hao Junhai's heart skipped a beat. They didn't say anything. Just asked you to go right away. The secretary said again. Got it. Waving his hand, Hao Junhai indicated that the secretary could go out first. However, after the door was closed again, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became strangely quiet. The two of them not only stopped talking, but could even hear each other's breathing. 10 minutes is just enough time for many people to go to the bathroom. And it was already 4 o'clock in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the heat of Bingdu Economic Development Zone reached its peak. Whether it was the audience at the scene or sitting in front of the TV, they all stared at the center of the stadium. Although the focus of the opening ceremony of the provincial games this time is the process and performance after all the leaders present arrive at the venue after 8 o'clock. The warm-up performance in the front is just an appetizer. But at this moment, the people of Xia are really curious about what kind of warm-up performance Bingdu Economic Development Zone can come up with. After all, it gathers most of the entertainment industry in Xia. And it will definitely not be a concert mode. And it is also necessary to ensure that every star participates, which is not easy. For this reason, the huge stadium is much quieter. Dear audience friends in front of the TV, good afternoon. This is the live broadcast of the opening ceremony of the Suching Provincial Games. At about 4:01, a male and a female host came to the center of the stage, and after standing still, the two began to host as usual. However, the next moment, after seeing the appearance of the two hosts clearly on the big screen, the scene was quiet at first, and then subconsciously discussed with the people around. Damn. Why are they here? Is this still the Suching Provincial Games? Someone said so. Chapter 473. A Song Remembers a Place. Looking at the two hosts appearing in the center of the stadium, the audience was in an uproar. Nothing else, just because these two hosts are the pillars of Shiagwa satellite TV, and are the faces of the country in the minds of many Shiagwa people. If they don't appear during the traditional Spring Festival Gala of Shiagwa every year, the audience will definitely feel something is missing. As a result, these two people are standing on the stage of the Suching Provincial Universiade. Although the Suching Provincial Universiade has made a lot of noise, it is only a provincial one after all, and judging from the status of the two, it should have been arranged long ago, and it is definitely not because of the attention of this Universiade that they were invited temporarily. Let's not hold the Suching Provincial Universiade with this standard in the future. On one side of the stands, someone looked at each other and could not help but complain. This area is reserved for special tickets for various universities in Suching Province, 200 tickets for each university, and it is already full at this time. That's right. The two hosts in Bingdu Economic Development Zone alone are already the ceiling of our provincial universiade. No, it's not an exaggeration to say that it is the ceiling of the provincial games. After someone finished complaining, someone next to him quickly took over the conversation. Normal, have you forgotten the Frontier Tourism Festival? This year, Shiagwa City directly applied to the higher authorities to stop the event, because it lacks the strength of the Economic Development Zone, and is afraid that it will become a tourism festival with more staff than tourists. But this is definitely the most glorious event for our colleges and universities in Suching Province, said a short-haired woman in her 50s. It's a highlight, but it's really a headache. The man who spoke first and looked like a school leader couldn't help but say again, "Wow," just when several college teachers wanted to say something else, the scene suddenly burst into applause, just because the host announced the name of the first program. Ice Lake welcomes you, and the performer did not announce the specific name of the star, but just said the word stars. It started. Watch the show. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on the center of the venue. It's out! It's out! When the first batch of more than a dozen stars stood on the lifting platform and slowly revealed their true faces, the scene once again burst into cheers. Only because 3 of the dozen or so are superstars, and 7 or 8 are top singers. This lineup is just one word. I am impressed. Look at how excited the fans in front are. Now it is not just a matter of money to put together such a lineup. It is really impossible without the corresponding strength. This is the result of the strong combination of Bingdu TV and Bingdu culture. However, the next moment, when the singing began to float in the huge Bingdu stadium, the entire stadium suddenly became quiet. The voices discussing the star lineup and their idols have gradually disappeared, replaced by surprise and disbelief. Welcome another dawn and bring a new air. The breath changes, but the taste remains the same. The fragrance of tea fills the air with friendship. My door is always open, and I am waiting for you with open arms. After hugging you will have a tacit understanding, and you will fall in love with this place. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The stadium is getting quieter and quieter. Many people have begun to unconsciously immerse themselves in this song, especially when the phrase Ice Lake welcomes you was sung. My heart was inexplicably touched, and it made people remember this economic development zone in the hinterland of the Northwest. The scene was like this. The audience sitting in front of the TV and the online forums were also completely blown away. I really didn't expect that the first song at the beginning was the original song. And it fits the theme so well, and the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is perfectly integrated into it. The one who composed this song is definitely a super master. Someone commented before the first song was over. That's not all. Some professional folk music professionals also gave their own comments. This song Bingdu Welcomes You is written from the perspective of ordinary people in Bingdu. It adopts the form of folk songs. It not only expresses people's joy and welcome to the Suching Provincial Universiade with enthusiastic notes, but also coincides with the scale of Gong, Shang, Jiao, Hui and Yu in ancient Xia state. There is no other scale besides this. It also fits the characteristic ancient buildings of Bingdu Economic Development Zone invisibly. It doesn't sound very complicated, but it is indeed very advanced. The most important thing is that this melody is very magical. After listening to it, I will subconsciously hum Bingdu Welcome You in my mind. If this song is sung in the future, it feels better than any advertisement. I agree. On this side, domestic netizens gave a very high evaluation because of the first program. And at this time on the foreign internet, many netizens were also discussing this song. Although I don't understand Xiao language, the melody of this song is very interesting. Some netizens commented like this, and even some foreigners who have learned some Xiao language hummed along. After the first show, they only left one sentence in the comment area. After the song, I only remembered 5 words. Bingdu welcomes you. Unlike the audience and netizens who enjoyed it, the staff of Bingdu TV and Bingdu Culture in the backstage of the stadium were more nervous than each other, and they didn't dare to relax at all, for fear of any problems. Boss Shui, was this song created by an artist from your company, with this level? If there are any large-scale events in Xiagua in the future, he must be invited to participate. To be honest, many large-scale events in Xiagua before were not as good as this Suqing Provincial Universiade. At this time, in front of a monitor, Xing Jianping, the deputy leader of Xiagua Satellite TV, could not help but turn his head and look at Shui Yutian next to him. In addition to Shui Yutian, Xing Jianhai, the head of Bingdu TV station, was also there. Although Xing Jianping is Xing Jianhai's brother, he came to Bingdu Economic Development Zone this time not because of his brother, but because Xiagua's sports channel was going to broadcast live here, and he was leading the team personally. No! Shui Yutian shook his head. Ah? Xing Jianping paused, and his face was instantly filled with surprise. Director Su asked his friends to help create it, and our opening ceremony program and the final ignition method were also designed and finalized by Director Su's friends. Shui Yutian explained immediately. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Director Su to have such a circle. Xing Jianping couldn't help but sigh. Brother, you don't know. Several popular dramas broadcast by Bingdu TV were also written by our director's friends, so there are really many great gods hidden in his entertainment circle. Xing Jianhai on the side took over the conversation. Actually, this is normal. The great masters are often hidden among the people. Shui Yutian said again. In this case, I am really looking forward to the opening ceremony. Looking at Shui Yutian and Xing Jianhai, Xing Jianping stared at the monitor again. We will know in a while. Xing Jianhai smiled, and then looked at the monitor. Time passed by minute, just as the warm-up programs of the Ice Lake Universiade began to be performed one after another, causing huge cheers from time to time. There was also movement in the stadium of Country R. Audiences from all over the world also entered the inner field one after another. Where are the guests from various countries now? In the backstage command center of the Olympic Committee, Sheng Zai Shuxia held the intercom in one hand, while turning his head to look at the staff next to him. At this time, Matt, the head of the Blue Star International Olympic Committee, did not appear here, because Matt would appear in the heavyweight guest seats at the opening ceremony of the Olympics next. Mr. Minister, the guests from various countries have arrived at the rest area. A staff member said hurriedly. That's good. Hearing this, Sheng Zai Shuxia breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until a moment later that he looked at the staff again. Where is the Olympic torch relay? I have just communicated with the torch team, and they said that it will definitely be seamless and arrive at the main venue on time. The staff hurriedly said again. Security personnel must pay attention, and no problems can occur at such a critical moment. Sheng Zai Shuxia nodded and reminded. Understood. There was a silence, until a moment later, Sheng Zai Shuxia seemed to suddenly think of something. By the way, what is the current situation of the Provincial Universiade in Xiagua? It's still warming up over there. The staff replied. How is the reaction? Sheng Zai Shuxia raised his eyebrows. It's about the same as we expected. Since there are many Xiagua stars participating there, it has received a lot of attention. The opening song has been recognized by many people. The staff looked at Sheng Zai Shuxia cautiously and said, Humph. Sure enough. The next moment, Sheng Zai Shuxia's face suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand to look at the time, and said with disdain, There will be nothing for them to do in more than an hour. It turned out that the time had come to 5:40 in the afternoon without knowing it. There was only 1 hour and 20 minutes left before the opening of the Olympics, and more than 2 hours left before the opening of the Suqing Provincial Universiade. It is estimated that the attention will shift to us from 6:30. Hearing this, the staff also nodded in agreement. That's for sure. Sheng Zai Shuxia nodded very confidently. And the fact is just as Sheng Zai Shuxia and the staff expected. At about 6:30 in the afternoon, both the foreign forums and the domestic audiences began to pay attention to the Olympics. The reason is simple. Even if the warm-up performance of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is good, and it feels good, many people still want to see what the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games, which is held every 4 years, looks like. So, at 6:30 p.m., the ratings of Bingdu TV and Xiagua Sports Channel began to decline, and the ratings of all TV stations broadcasting the Dongshi Olympics began to rise. So that at around 6:50 p.m., the ratings of Bingdu TV and Xiagua Sports Channel had fallen below 1. And even the ratings of Suqing Province TV began to catch up. and it seemed that they would surpass Bingu TV. Chapter 474 Shocking the World. A dozen minutes is not very long. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, the ratings of all TV stations broadcasting the Olympics reached their peak. And the same was true for the internet. Especially those netizens, who began to swipe their screens like crazy. The big show has begun, just wait and see. For a while, they were extremely confident, and felt that had finally arrived at the time to completely crush the Suching Provincial Universiade. However, a moment later, when the lights of the main stadium of the Olympic Games began to light up, many people were a little distracted for a while. It was just because the color of the entire venue looked very strange. It did not have the kind of festivity and vitality that a large-scale event of the Blue Star should show. The overall color tone was rendered in white or gloomy. At first glance, there was an indescribable feeling. Half a minute. 1 minute, although the commentator was trying to convey the concept of the opening program to the world audience. The brows of the audience in front of the TV were getting deeper and deeper. Even some Japanese audiences showed incomprehensible expressions. Especially when some dancers appeared on the stage with red blood representing blood vessels. The audience's incomprehension reached a peak. What does this mean? According to convention, shouldn't it show the Olympic spirit? How did it become a blood-sucking laser show? I really don't understand it. And I don't understand it. Look at the expressions of those actors. Do they look like the expressions of family members at the funeral? Someone commented. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Huh? It's finally over. After waiting for the two programs to end, while many viewers were still waiting for the next opening program, the opening ceremony actually went straight to the second stage, where the leaders entered the venue and raised the national flag, played the national anthem, and raised the Olympic flag. No. It's over in just 2. This arrangement is a bit. However, despite the complaints, many people continued to watch it. In the eyes of many people, the attendance of politicians from various countries at the event is also a good attraction. However, after a long wait, the leaders entered the venue. The flag raising ended, and the next 2 programs once again dealt a fatal blow to the audience. It was because the new program was still in the same style as before, and it was hard to tell what they were trying to express. That was not all. After the 2 programs, the 5 rings were displayed again. As a result, looking at the 5 rings rising slowly, many people did not know what words to use to describe their feelings at that moment. Even though the host kept introducing that the 5 rings were made of seeds brought by athletes from various countries, symbolizing environmental protection and life. But the moment the wooden 5 rings rose, it did not seem to represent vitality at all. Instead, it looked like a vibrant tree was cut down to make the 5 rings. After the 5 rings are launched, the next step is the athlete's entrance ceremony. At this point, both the audience at the scene and the audience in front of the TV finally burst out, starting various comments and complaints. Just because there are more than 200 countries participating in the Blue Star Olympics, and the lighting ceremony can only begin after all the athletes enter the venue, which means that for a long time to come, there will be nothing to watch at the Olympic Games. Especially on the internet, various comments have begun to flood the screen. Shocked, really shocked. I really didn't expect that the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games that our country has been promoting would be like this. I was looking forward to it. But this is what I saw. I was really shocked. Is this really the opening ceremony made by Japan's top experts? 8 heavyweights directed this? The 8-minute performance at the end of the last Olympic Games deceived me. It was really disappointing. To put it bluntly, the opening song of the Shiagawa Provincial Games was far better than the Olympic Games in terms of atmosphere and meaning. Art can be down to earth, but it cannot be down to earth. Art can be fascinating, but it cannot be down to earth. Art can be given to the audience, but don't send the audience away. For a while, comments from netizens from various countries appeared one after another. Although the netizens' IDs came from different countries on the blue planet, the content was surprisingly consistent. They were shocked by the opening ceremony of the Our Country Olympic Games. What is even more unexpected is that the winner of the Venice Golden Lion Award, one of the highest honors in the world film industry from our country, and the big shot of the Japanese art world, Kitano Fumi, also quietly posted a comment, which clearly read, "That thing doesn't need a director at all. It's too embarrassing. I dare not go abroad in the future." In addition to these comments, many netizens from all over the world quickly turned their attention to the Suching Provincial Universiade. It's almost 8 o'clock. I have to go and see what the opening ceremony of the Suching Provincial Universiade in Xia country is like. I don't know why. At this moment, I am actually looking forward to the opening ceremony of the Suching Provincial Universiade. Although their actors are all ordinary college students. Same. To be honest, if I had known that the opening ceremony of the Olympics would be like this, I might as well continue to watch the warm-up program of the Suching Provincial Universiade just now. At this time, almost all the TV stations in Xia country that purchased the live broadcast rights of the opening ceremony of the our country Olympics chose to remain silent. And the faces of the heads of the TV stations were as ugly as they could be. Their move to buy the copyright is almost a perfect interpretation of what it means to spend a high price and end up buying a piece of shit. So much so that the ratings of Xiagua Sports Channel and Bingdu TV began to soar again, and when their TV station ratings began to drop wildly, a TV station manager couldn't help but mutter to himself. Did our sports channel know that the opening ceremony of our country would be like this, so they chose the Suching Provincial Universiade? It's really too damn wise. The atmosphere on the Suching Provincial TV station was even more terrifyingly quiet. Even the staff's breathing could be heard clearly. As for what these staff members were thinking at this moment, perhaps only they themselves knew. Time passed by minute, just when netizens from all over the world began to criticize the first half of the our Olympics. Some people were still unaware. Our country, Olympic Opening Ceremony Command Center. After watching the first delegation slowly entering the venue through the monitor under the tree, Sheng Zai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, these actors not only did not make mistakes, but entered the state, perfectly interpreted what we wanted to express. He said so. What time is it now? After a pause, Sheng Zai Shuxia turned around and asked. 7:45. A staff member said immediately. So the opening ceremony of the provincial games in Xia country is about to begin? Sheng Zai Shuxia raised his eyebrows. Yes. What are the current ratings of our Olympics? Sheng Zai Shuxia asked again confidently. Our ratings hit a new high at 710. In total, 3 out of 10 Blue Star people are watching our opening ceremony. As for the Universiade in Suching province of Xiagua, only their own TV station broadcasted it live. So the coverage rates of the two were not at the same level at all. It was just that the discussion on the internet was higher. The staff member said hurriedly. Hearing the numbers, Sheng Zai smiled with satisfaction under the tree. After taking a sip of the water bottle in front of the monitor, he asked again, what are the comments given by those netizens on the internet? Are those people in Xiagua who praise their provincial games completely dumbfounded? Chapter 475 High Energy Throughout. This. Hearing Sheng Zai Shuxia's question, a hint of hesitation flashed across the staff member's face, and then he whispered. The first half of our program has attracted a lot of discussion. Some people were surprised to see such a program. And some people did not understand. This is normal. It is impossible for any opening ceremony to satisfy all the audience. Sheng Zai Shuxia nodded, and then spoke again. It's like this. Please notify the logistics department later, and we will hold a celebration dinner tomorrow. By the way, please invite all the ordinary staff of the Blue Star Olympic Committee, and I will invite the leaders of the International Olympic Committee. After thinking for a while, Sheng Zai Shuxia reminded again. Okay. Just when Sheng Zai was about to hold a celebration banquet under the tree, the time had already come to 7:55. At this time, the cheerful music had sounded over the stadium of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and, at the same time, the relevant persons in charge and leaders attending this session of the Provincial University Games filed onto the rostrum. For a moment, the applause was thunderous and lasted for a long time. Especially when the audience heard the host say the 2 words Dingwen. The whole audience began to cheer. The Nobel Prize winner in physics is far more famous than the leaders of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Of course, this is also related to Su Heng's arrangement. It was he who asked the host to solemnly introduce Dingwen and other college leaders from Lanzhou and Dong Wenjian from the Provincial Education Department. As for the leaders of the Economic Development Zone, he simply mentioned their names, and even only gave a few overall shots. Close-up shots were basically all given to Dingwen and others. However, even so, those who often deal with Bingdu Economic Development Zone have already discovered that almost all of the dozen villagers in Bingdu village have appeared in the guest seats. Without exception, even Song Liwei is among them. Swish! A few minutes later, as the guests sat down, all the lights in the stadium suddenly went out. Looking again, a dazzling halo illuminated the ancient sundial. In the center of the stadium, with powerful hits, more than 2,000 ancient percussion instruments of the Xia dynasty made soul-stirring sounds, and the white lights on the drums flashed one by one, combining the countdown numbers. Oh my god! Such a shocking scene, instantly stunned the audience. To be honest, many audiences felt that their ticket price was worth it after watching the warm-up performances of most of the stars in the entertainment industry. As for the opening ceremony later, they actually did not hold much hope. As a result, their interest was directly raised at this moment. Subconsciously, they began to count down together amid the deafening sound of drums. 109832 at 20:00. 2,000 actors beat drums and sang again, reciting, "It is a great pleasure to have friends coming from afar," expressing their welcome to the colleges and universities in Suqing province, and the audience attending the opening ceremony. Schwa, at this moment, fireworks shot up around the stadium, and for a moment, the flames of the fireworks seemed to travel through time and space, and on the ancient land of the East, they burst out with great energy, and the ancient and the modern were closely linked. At this time, the audience watching the live broadcast in front of the TV and the netizens on the internet were even more shocked. The camera switched to the panoramic view of the entire Bingyu Economic Development Zone. A large footprint composed of colorful fireworks was slowly walking towards the stadium. First, it was Bingyu East Station, then Longcheng Village, Qixia Town, Pedestrian Street, Business District, followed by Luan Village, West Railway Station, and then ran towards the stadium along Qinglong North Road step by step. Originally, many viewers thought that the huge fireworks footprint would end at the stadium, but they saw the huge footprint turned into stars falling from the sky, and gathered into a glittering dreamy 5 rings. It was like a fairy floating down from the sky, like the east wind blowing thousands of flowers at night, and blowing down stars like rain. Oh my god, this... Oh, what a pity. At this point, both the audience at the scene and the audience in front of the TV seemed to have forgotten to breathe at this moment. Especially after the dazzling starlit 5 rings appeared in front of them, there were no words to describe the mood at the moment. Instant kill. No, to be precise. It should be a massacre. Compared with the dreamy 5 rings of the Universiade, the wooden ring of our country is really... Some foreign netizens couldn't help but comment. And the drum-beating segment at the beginning, both in terms of atmosphere and momentum, is more like the Olympics than the Our Country Olympics. I think reporters and live broadcast teams from all countries should come here instead of going to our country. I think this should be the most impressive opening ceremony of the Universiade in the entire blue planet. Comments soon began to flood the screen. But just as netizens from all over the world began to comment, the scene continued to be high energy. The flag of Xia country, escorted by the flag bearer and the guard, slowly entered the venue. After a chorus in which all the citizens of Xia country participated, the national flag was raised, and the opening ceremony once again entered the stage of artistic performances. Swish! The lights in the huge stadium went out again. After a while, a huge scroll appeared in the center of the stadium. When the huge scroll was slowly pulled open, both the audience and the audience in front of the TV could not take their eyes off the scroll. At this moment, they only had the opening ceremony of the Provincial University Games in Bingdu Economic Development Zone in their eyes. As for the Blue Star Olympics being staged on the other side, it had long been thrown out of the sky. And the following performance did not disappoint the audience. The scroll seemed to be a picture scroll of the history of the Xia Kingdom. In the melodious music, the caravans and maps of the Silk Road more than 2,000 years ago appeared on the long scroll. Thousands of sailors, holding huge yellow oars, formed a huge fleet, recreating the grand occasion of the ancients sailing to the west. There was thunderous applause. Then the scroll showed the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains of the Xia Kingdom. 10 minutes later, just when the audience thought that the performance on the scroll could not be surpassed, a more shocking scene came. First, the 3,000 disciples in ancient costumes held bamboo slips and chanted the famous sentence in the Analects of Confucius within the 4 seas, all are brothers. Under the long-range lens, the gray and white ancient costumes plus the scroll lighting, at this moment, the actors seemed to have really transformed into disciples kneeling in the clouds and listening to the saints, and the visual effect exploded to the sky. If this is a simple visual effect, the movable type printing that appeared the next moment made the audience on the internet rub their eyes. In a trance, they didn't know whether it was the college students who were performing or the animation effects projected. They only saw the ups and downs of the movable type templates, which kept interpreting the Xia dynasty's characters, as if thousands of years of civilization accumulation were blooming perfectly in the stadium of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. How did this happen? When the movable type printing performance ended, except for the relevant staff, the rest almost all had the same question. But before he could react, the next high-energy show began again. Yinching. The lights were bright, and the traffic on the street seemed to be much less than usual. In the second ring road, in a small building office, Ban Tianzheng and 3 or 4 men in their 60s, with extraordinary demeanor, were sitting in the conference room, looking at the big screen on the projector. Is this really performed by students from Suqing province? After a moment, a man in the middle couldn't help but look at Fan Tian. Yes, and it is said that it was the colleges and universities in Suqing province who took the initiative to request to perform at the opening ceremony. So Bingdu Economic Development Zone found a professional large-scale choreographer to design it. Fan Tian replied hurriedly. At this time, Fan Tian's face was full of a sense of accomplishment, and his expression seemed to say, "How is the place I recommended? Did it make Xiaogua proud again this time? It's really amazing. Our Xiaogua's previous large-scale international projects are not as good as this Suqing Provincial Universiade." After hearing this, in addition to being shocked, the man in the middle gave a very high evaluation again. It's not just our large-scale event. Even if it is placed in the entire Blue Star, it is top-notch. I really want to know what the leaders of our country and the International Olympic Committee think now. At this time, a man next to him laughed. I definitely don't have any ideas now, because the athletes over there are still waiting to enter the venue, and they will probably have some ideas after the opening ceremony is over. Raising his hand to check the time, Fan Tian said, "That's right, it's impolite not to reciprocate. When I communicated with them about the accommodation of the athletes before, I saw that they were so arrogant." The man said again. But then again, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has also made a lot of efforts for this universiade, especially after our national athletes were obviously targeted. They temporarily added a lot of things in order to win back a game. Of course, the publicity effect of this wave is also world-class, and it is completely worth such a large investment. After the provincial universiade is over, Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely welcome a wave of overseas tourists. At the same time, Bingdu College should also be able to attract some overseas students to apply for admission. Moreover, the enterprises affiliated with Bingdu Economic Development Zone can also make a lot of profit from it. For example, the overall sales volume of the brewery of Bingdu Beverage Group is likely to break through and enter the top 10 in Xiaogua. As long as it continues at this pace, under the leadership of various enterprises, Bingdu Economic Development Zone may really develop step by step into the regional center of the hinterland of the Northwest. At this time, Fan Tian sighed. The top 10 breweries? By the way, has the administrative division of Bingdu Economic Development Zone been determined? Hearing this, the man sitting in the middle suddenly thought of something and spoke immediately. The relevant applications submitted by Su Qing have been officially approved. A relevant working group has been established. It is estimated that all will be completed in early October. Fan Tian replied immediately. Early October? Okay, after the administrative division adjustment is completed, we will start the approval procedure for the upgrade of Bingdu Economic Development Zone to a county-level city, and strive to complete all the procedures around November. After a little thought, the man in the middle spoke again. Okay. Fan Tian was delighted and nodded quickly. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone will be upgraded to a county-level city, the situation there is quite special, plus there is a relatively remote county to lead, so I think we should give the leader some real say. At least he should have a say at the level of Suqing province. After a pause, the middle-aged man tapped the desk with his fingers and said, Chapter 476, Level Up. Real right to speak? Do you mean high-ranking position with low salary? Fan Tian's expression changed. Yes. The man in the middle nodded again. Leader, we actually discussed this matter in a meeting before, but now the age of the main person in charge of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not in compliance with the regulations, and his previous promotions were all exceptional. After a little thought, Fan Tian looked at the leader. Just because he had understood the meaning of his leader's words, if Su Heng could have a say in the province, his level would definitely be slightly higher than the real leaders of various cities. Now Su Heng is just an ordinary second-level patrol officer, which is equivalent to jumping 2 levels at a time. This kind of adjustment is no longer an ordinary adjustment, and it will involve many departments. What do you think of the ability of the person in charge of Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Hearing this, the man sitting in the middle did not answer Fan Tian, but looked at others. He can manage a Gobi Desert to what it is now in just 3 years. He is definitely a talent among talents. It can even be said that the person in charge of some places will never reach his level in his lifetime. A person next to him immediately took over the conversation. Need I say more? The other one pointed directly at the big screen. Isn't that settled? and giving him the corresponding level and treatment is not to transfer him to another place. He is still the person in charge of Bingu Economic Development Zone, isn't he? The man in the middle looked at Fan Tian. I understand. Leader. Then Fan Tian immediately asked tentatively. This seems to be assigned to a certain department of Xiagua organization. Right? The man said. Yes. In this way, I will communicate with the person in charge of the relevant department first. It just so happens that the relevant person in charge of Suqing province is also in Yanqing. Then we will meet tomorrow. Okay. There is one more thing. After a while, the man in the middle suddenly thought of something and said, let the person in charge of Bingu Economic Development Zone come to Yanqing in a while. When the time comes, we will talk to him and see if he has any needs. If we can solve them for him, we will solve them together. Then when you set the time, I will notify him. Fan Tian said immediately. Okay, at the same time. In the backstage of Bingu Economic Development Zone Stadium, Xing Jianping, the deputy leader of Xiagua TV, looked at the on-site monitor and didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. It was not until a long time that he looked at Shui Yutian next to him. Mr. Shui, I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. God-level work. At this time, Xing Jianping no longer paid attention to the ratings of Xiagua Sports Channel, because he knew very well that if such a scene was broadcast live, and there was no ratings, it could only mean that the people watching TV were blind. Xingtai, you are too kind. Actually, many works have not been performed well. Shui Yutian immediately waved his hand modestly. Is it not performed well yet? Upon hearing this, Xing Jianping's face flashed a strange look, and his eyes seemed to say, who did you learn this from? Do you want to let people live? Xingtai, I am telling the truth. If professional dancers perform, the effect will be better. Shui Yutian glanced at the monitor. There is nothing wrong with that. Hearing this, Xing Jianping did not refute again, but soon he looked at Shui Yutian again. Mr. Shui, what do you think of our Xiagua Spring Festival Gala in recent years? This. Shui Yutian paused for a moment, and chose to remain silent. Actually, I know this even if you don't tell me. Actually, our station has been working hard. But we always feel that we are not up to the mark in recent years. So this year we plan to adopt a new model. I wonder if you, Bingu Culture, are interested in hosting this year's Spring Festival Gala in Xiagua. I feel that with the level of your Bingu Culture, you can definitely host a Spring Festival Gala that will satisfy the people of the whole country. Seeing this, Xing Jianping smiled bitterly, and then said very seriously, in fact, when Xing Jianping saw the second program of the opening ceremony, he unconsciously had this idea in his mind, just because the Central Radio and Television station was about to start preparing for this year's Spring Festival Gala in Xiagua during this period. As a result, the director alone stumped many leaders. As for Shui Yutian's statement that all the programs of the opening ceremony were designed by Su Heng's friends, Xing Jianping didn't care, because Xing Jianping knew very well that, as long as Bingu Culture took over this matter, Su Heng would not ignore it. We Bingu Culture will host the Spring Festival Gala of Xiagua? Shui Yutian was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Xing Jianping to say that. Yes. Xingtai, let's forget about this. We Bingu Culture really don't have the strength, and we have to prepare several TV series next and don't have time. Confirmed, without even thinking about it, Shui Yutian chose to refuse. You don't have the ability? How could you not have the ability? And the model adopted by the headquarters this time is different from the past. Xing Jianping didn't expect Shui Yutian to refuse so quickly, and explained immediately. Xingtai, we really can't do it. Shui Yutian waved his hand. Mr. Shui, I think you can really consider it. Under the new model, your Bingu Culture can not only get a lot of money, but also bring a lot of benefits to the Bingu Economic Development Zone. Xing Jianping hurriedly said again. Can it bring benefits to the Bingu Economic Development Zone? Hearing this, Shui Yutian hesitated a little. It was this hesitation that gave Xing Jianping hope. He then quickly added, Mr. Shui, I can guarantee this with my character. How about we talk about it in detail tomorrow night? If I still think it's not possible after listening to it, I will definitely not mention it again. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's talk about it. Okay then. At the same time, just when Fan Tian and several leaders inadvertently determined the level of the next main person in charge of Bingu Economic Development Zone, the opening ceremony of the Suqing Provincial Universiade had entered the second half. In the scene of Starlight, the silver-white piano played a beautiful and romantic melody. The ancient scroll stretched out in the starlight. 1,000 performers in green rushed to the venue. And the modern performance began. That's not all. An unexpected scene appeared again. The green-clad people were surrounded by silver light, like thousands of stars, forming a dove of peace that was about to fly. Crystal clear, and full of brilliance. Then, the actors changed their shapes, green as before, and instantly built a huge bird's nest in the center of the venue, flashing green and silver interweaving light. This scene of the graceful changes of sound, light, and electricity on the human body was full of spirituality and magic. And once again, the audience exclaimed in amazement. At this moment, both the audience at the scene and the audience in front of the TV were completely immersed in the opening ceremony of the Universiade in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and had completely forgotten the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games that was being performed at the same time. Then, a blue planet began to be built, which kept changing colors and patterns. Many actors walked on the earth, and it seemed to be out of gravity, which was super dreamy. Then, a talented singer from Xia country slowly came on stage. And after the song You and I, Heart to Heart, You and I, Heart to Heart, Forever a Family ended. The opening ceremony officially entered the athletes' entrance. It was already around 9:10 in the evening. As for the domestic and foreign networks, there was no need to say more. The post that was specifically used to compare the Provincial Universiade and the Our Country Blue Star Olympics had become a one-sided page, so that no post related to the Our Country Olympics could be seen on the entire page. To quote a comment by a foreign netizen, even the Olympic Games post is not worthy of being on the same page as the topic of the Suching Provincial Universiade. That is an insult to the Provincial Universiade. That is not all. A large number of international netizens directly at the account of the International Olympic Committee, and some even went to the official account of the Olympic Committee to leave a message, posting a small video of the comparison that they edited, looking like they were going to zoom in on their faces. Our country, backstage of the Olympic Games opening ceremony, Sheng Zai Shuxia, who was originally staring at the monitor with a relaxed look on his face, frowned more and more after hearing a staff member whisper, "What did you say? The ratings are getting lower and lower, and it hasn't recovered yet." After a moment, Sheng Zai Shuxia finally couldn't help it, and directly interrupted the staff member. "Yes, Mr. Minister," the staff member hurriedly whispered back. "How is this possible?" He looked up at the time on the electronic display screen, and Sheng Zai Shu was full of disbelief. Although everyone knows that the entrance of athletes is the least attractive, the entrance of athletes in the Olympics is almost over, and the next step is the torch relay and the ignition time. This is the most powerful scene in the entire Olympics. Theoretically, the ratings and attention at this time should also be the highest. As a result, now I tell him that the ratings have not increased but decreased. Who can believe it? I asked someone to check it out. Now the entire external network's attention is on Xiagua, so the staff did not dare to look at Sheng Zaisha's eyes. In Xiagua? What stage is the Provincial Universiade now? Sheng Zaisha's face turned cold instantly. "It's the athletes' entrance," the staff replied. "No. What's so good about the athletes' entrance in a province of Xiagua? They are just ordinary college students. Can they be as exciting as the Olympic Games team's entrance?" Sheng Zaisha glared. In his opinion, athletes who can participate in the Olympics are basically international athletes and have the support of their own people. On the other hand, the participants of the Suching Provincial Universiade are all inconspicuous and unknown provincial colleges and universities, not to mention attracting the attention of international netizens. I am afraid that even the people of Xia will not have much interest. This after hesitating for a while. The staff member mustered up the courage to whisper, "Mr. Minister, it may be because the opening ceremony of the Suching Provincial Universiade in Xia was a bit exciting, which made those spectators unwilling to come back." "What did you say? The opening ceremony of that Provincial Universiade was a bit exciting?" It would have been better if he hadn't listened. Once he heard it, Sheng Zai's voice under the tree suddenly increased a lot. Chapter 477 Recall quickly. Are you sure that the artistic performance at the opening ceremony of the Universiade in a province of Xia country is so exciting that the audience no longer pays attention to the lighting ceremony of our Olympics? The next moment, Sheng Zai asked again under the tree. It was really hard for him to believe that a team of college students could perform better than those professional masters invited by the Olympics at a high price. Anyway, the netizens' evaluation is quite high. The staff member whispered again. "Do you have a live video over there?" Seeing this, frowning at the monitor and looking up at the time, Sheng Zai asked coldly under the tree. Yes, but now you can only see the live broadcast. The previous art performance probably needs to end normally. The staff hurriedly moved a laptop from the desk next to him, adjusted the sound after some operation, and handed the laptop to Sheng Zaisha. At this time, a voice just came from the laptop. The next team to enter is the Bingda College team of Suqing Province. Just in the past June, the students of Bingda College worked hard and made outstanding achievements in the Blue Star Science and Technology competition. At the same time, the screen showed a delegation of 100 athletes carrying the school flag into the huge venue. Wow! It was at this moment that the entire venue was filled with applause and cheers, like a tsunami. The atmosphere and other aspects were far better than the dullness of the Olympics. That's it? After just a glance, Sheng Zai Shuxiao couldn't help but start complaining. Although there are many spectators in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Stadium, you can see the performance of these athletes. They are so restrained, even their walking looks very unnatural. What's the point? And whether it's the flag bearer in front or the staff behind, there's not even a master-level athlete. Maybe these student athletes have never seen such a big scene before, and they are a little nervous. The staff hurriedly explained in a low voice. In fact, what he didn't tell Sheng Zai was that the audience cheered even harder because they saw these college students were nervous, restrained, and unnaturally suppressed by the momentum of the stadium. Even some vocational and technical colleges that people in Suqing Province had never heard of received great encouragement. Those sitting in front of the TV and netizens from all over the world were interested in finding those unnatural social phobia expressions in the live broadcast, and even left messages in the comment area. Which college's athletes in the row have cute expressions, and so on. As if they were getting more and more addicted to it. And it was more interesting than the athletes entering the opening ceremony of the Olympics. That's why I can't figure it out. Sheng Zai Shuxiao was about to return the laptop to the staff. But at this moment the live broadcast screen on the laptop flashed again. Dear audience, the sacred fire taken from the banks of our mother river of Xia country has been passed to the periphery of the stadium. The current torchbearer is from Lanzhou Jiadong University. What's going on? Why did the camera suddenly cut? Is the lighting ceremony going to take place over there? Seeing the turn, Sheng Zai Shuxiao looked at the computer screen again in confusion. Maybe, after all, the Xia country's event is just a provincial universiade. The participating teams are only universities in one province. And the athletes of each university are far less than those of the big countries participating in the Olympics. The staff also leaned over to take a look. The sports delegations of some big countries participating in the Olympics are often thousands of people. How can a province compare with them? Doesn't that mean that the lighting ceremony of the Bingda Province Universiade will be before us? Sheng Zai looked at the monitor again under the tree. At this time, only 180 teams entered the stadium. And there were nearly 40 teams to enter. It would take at least half an hour. It looks like it. The staff member glanced at Sheng Zai Shuxiao very carefully. This means that the ratings of the Olympics will definitely not rise in a short time. And everyone will definitely continue to pay attention to the Suqing Provincial Universiade. Good. Very good. In this case, I want to see what kind of lighting ceremony you can come up with. He stared at the screen for a while with a cold voice. And Sheng Zai Shuxiao actually pulled a chair from the side and sat directly in front of the laptop. Mr. Minister, then. Seeing this, the staff hesitated for a moment before speaking. There is no problem with the scene here. Let's watch the Xiagua Provincial Universiade first. Waving his hand, Sheng Zaisha's eyes were already fixed on the laptop, and he was unwilling to leave it for a moment. Sure enough, as Sheng Zaisha expected, the live broadcast of the Universiade at this time kept switching back and forth between the torchbearer, who was passing the torch, and the sports scene, even on the side of the main screen of the stadium. A camera was specially given to the torchbearer. A few minutes later, after the Bingda College team entered the designated position, the huge stadium became quiet again. Friends in the audience and in front of the TV. Now please invite the head of the Suqing Provincial Universiade Organizing Committee, Mr. Zhang Hancheng, the first deputy director of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone, to deliver the opening speech. The host's voice appeared above the stadium. Wow! Applause broke out. And then Zhang Hancheng appeared in front of the podium. Dear friends, on behalf of the Bingdu Universiade Organizing Committee, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the athletes, coaches, and guests from universities across the province. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the builders and workers who participated in the preparation of the Bingda Grand Canal, and to all friends who care about and support the Bingda Universiade. Our Bingu Economic Development Zone Management Committee sincerely hopes that the history and culture of Bingu and the hospitable people will leave you with good memories. If the audience was not very interested in the leadership team of the Bingu Economic Development Zone before the opening ceremony, it was a different feeling at this time. Can a provincial universiade of this level be a simple person? Obviously impossible. Some insiders paid more attention to the young man sitting in the main seat. Although he has not appeared on the screen much, he is the real core. This is the reality. Various comments have begun on the internet. Some netizens even directly revealed Zhang Hanqing's other identity in the forum. The person who gave the speech was the dean of the School of Population Relations of Yenching University. Later, I don't know how he came to Bingu Economic Development Zone to work. Dean of Yenching University? Oh my god. Is it surprising? Of course, who would have thought? I'll tell you quietly, the leadership team of Bingu Economic Development Zone is more awesome than the other, and they are not simple people. If you don't believe me, go and search them one by one. However, the netizens who were discussing it did not know that at this time. In an administrative office building of Yenching University, two men in their 50s looked at the computer screen and couldn't help but look at each other again. How long has he been working there? After a moment, the man on the left spoke. 2 years and 9 months. The man on the right replied immediately. That means his term of office will be over in 3 months? The man on the left seemed to be thinking. Yes. But in this situation, Dean Zhang is likely to have other ideas. Although Bingu Economic Development Zone is now a county-level economic development zone, you should also be aware of the situation there. In addition, there is now a Bingu College there. The man on the right sighed slightly. Once upon a time, the leadership of Yenching University did not have to worry about whether the leaders who were on secondment would come back. Many of them even applied to return to school in advance to end their secondment. Just because the status of Yenching University is there, but now there is a single uncertain variable, Bingu Economic Development Zone. Not coming back? He must come back. Next year is our school's big anniversary. Since he can preside over the work of the Suching Provincial Universiade Organizing Committee, it should not be difficult for him to prepare a big anniversary for his own school. And since he is the director of this Suching Provincial Universiade Organizing Committee, most of the projects should be designed by him personally. The man on the left said confidently. Well, apart from those celebrities, others are possible. Well, in 2 days, you call the office and ask the staff there to contact him and start the return to school procedures. To be honest, we have a lot of people working outside every year, which means that all the talents we have worked hard to cultivate have flowed out. We will focus on this aspect next. Don't let those who can stay and should go out. After a pause, the man on the left spoke again. Okay, I'll arrange it. Time passed, and Zhang Hanqing's speech was over when the two people from Yenching University were making plans for their colleges. Then the host's voice rang again. Next, please let Mr. Lu Wenjian, the head of the Education Department of Suching Province, announce the official opening of the Universiade. In fact, the Provincial Universiade was originally scheduled to let Su Hang, the head of Bingu, announce the opening of the Universiade. But Su Hang did not agree. In Su Hang's words, after the Provincial Universiade, Bingu Economic Development Zone will officially prepare for the establishment of the public Bingu Medical University. At that time, there will be many things to communicate with the provincial education departments. Therefore, this opportunity must be given to the relevant personnel in the province. It is respect and of course human relations. And the fact is just as Su Hang thought. At this time, Lu Wenjian was a little nervous, but it can be seen that he is also very happy with this unprecedented focus and attention. I declare the opening of the 30th Suching Provincial Universiade. 1 minute later, as Lu Wenjian's voice fell, the bright fireworks on the stadium bloomed in the night sky. The passionate melody resounded throughout the stadium. The colorful flags waved. The cheers lasted for a long time, and the atmosphere reached a high point again and again. Then, the flag of the Suching Provincial Universiade entered the inner field under the escort of 8 energetic college students. An athlete and a referee represented all the participating athletes respectively, and the referee solemnly swore in front of the flag. Just as the athletes finished their oaths, the torch of this provincial universiade arrived at the Bingu Stadium. At this point, both the audience at the scene and in front of the TV knew what would happen next. For a moment, the audience waved colored flashlights, like thousands of stars glittering. It's time to light the torch. I don't know what kind of lighting ceremony the universiade will adopt. This universiade is really high energy throughout. I hope the last one can give another surprise. It can really go down in history. Look! The torchbearers in the stadium have begun to take over the baton. Just as the audience was whispering, the lights in the huge stadium had all gone out, leaving only a spotlight to the inner field. All the attention was focused on the athletes, who were passing the torch. Chapter 478. What is she going to do? The first torchbearer is a contestant, who will participate in the esports event of this Universiade. What all the audience did not expect was that, just when the spotlight hit the torchbearer, the host actually introduced the torchbearer in detail. At the same time, the big screens around the stadium began to play some live clips related to the first torchbearer. However, it was this close-up and introduction that made the huge venue suddenly become extremely quiet, and no one whispered anymore, just because the esports player introduced by the host looked a little bit abnormal, and he shook his head subconsciously when greeting the audience around him. Although he was ill, he did not give up his dreams and pursuits because of the disease. With the introduction of the host, the audience gradually learned the specific situation of the first torchbearer. It turned out that the first torchbearer had polio when he was a child because his family did not pay attention to his fever, but he did not give up because of his own conditions. Later, he relied on perseverance to be admitted to Suching Agricultural University. That's not all, he also liked esports under the influence of his roommates, and this time he broke through the layers of selection and became one of the main players of the Suching Agricultural University esports team. Really amazing. I must watch his games. Yes, he is a person with limited innate conditions, but can represent the team, while I am a normal person, but often lose 10 times in a row. This may be the true spirit of sports. He was chosen as the first torchbearer for this reason. Really respectable. As long as you have a dream, you can create miracles. Wow. For a moment, looking at the college student in the spotlight, more and more audiences began to applaud spontaneously. About a minute later, the torch passed to the second runner. Unlike the last athlete, who was praised by many people, the second torchbearer was not a sports athlete, but he was definitely another representative of college students. He was excellent in both character and learning, and he received many scholarships and participated in many competitions on behalf of the school. He was definitely a college student from other families. Time passed by, and the torchbearers, who took over the torch one after another, were all representatives of various aspects of college students. There were college students who were brave enough to do good deeds, and there were also college students who had participated in the Cuba of Chihuahua, etc. Before long, the torch was passed to the last runner. Swish! Everyone thought that the last torchbearer would be a college student representative who had achieved higher achievements in some aspects, because the last torchbearer also had the important task of lighting the torch of this Universiade. If there were no relevant achievements in some aspects, it would be impossible to hold the last torchbearer. However, when the spotlight hit the last runner, the host began to introduce the situation. The scene instantly became quiet. Just because this torchbearer was not what the audience thought, such as how good his sports performance was, what sports games he had represented the school in, what records he had broken, what outstanding results he had achieved in what competitions, etc. She is just an ordinary college student. But as the audience continued to listen, their expressions began to change gradually. Although the last torchbearer was just an ordinary female college student, she came from a county with the most difficult conditions in Suching province, and her family had suffered many setbacks. Her father left home when she was a child, leaving her and her mother to depend on each other. And when she was in the 3rd year of junior high school, her mother lost her legs forever in a car accident. But these hardships did not defeat her. For years later, she was admitted to Northwest Normal University. She even carried her mother to school on her back to study, and worked part-time to take care of her family. Even under such conditions, her studies were not bad, and she received 2 national inspirational scholarships. This is not a movie, nor is it a trick deliberately posed by those network anchors for the sake of popularity. It is a real thing, because Bingdu Economic Development Zone has made such a big move. It is impossible, and will not cheat in such a matter. For a moment, looking at the thin figure under the spotlight, and the little girl waving to the audience while running, her face was filled with a confident smile. There was no sign of suffering from the hardships of life on the little girl's face, only the expectation for the future. Clap, clap, clap. 1, 2. Gradually, large groups of audiences began to applaud spontaneously. Even the audience on the rostrum was moistening, especially when the big screen showed the situation of the village where the little girl lived, and the scene of the little girl carrying firewood to cook on her way home during the holidays. It was even more heartbreaking. The older audience members thought of themselves when they were young, and some even wanted to donate money to the female college student. The younger ones could not understand why there are still such poor places today, and the audience sitting in front of the computer wrote down the following comments. Besides being shocked, I think what should be praised is the indomitable spirit of the torchbearer. The little girl was not defeated in the face of the hardships of life, and was so confident. Looking at myself again, maybe this is the real meaning of hosting the Universiade. Strive. Continuously strive for self-improvement. Fearless of difficulties. This may be the concept that the organizer wants to express. Modern college students should be like this. That's right. Although there are no high-level athletes in the provincial Universiade, there is no lack of fighting spirit. Even some foreign netizens saw the translated introduction of the host, and they all sat on the computer screen and gave the last torchbearer a thumbs up. However, just as the applause was getting more and more enthusiastic, the female college student, who was the last runner, had already trotted to a high platform and began to climb up the platform. Swish! The next moment, the spotlight slowly began to move upwards, following the footsteps of the female college student, until the little girl stood on the platform completely. The audience at the scene instantly came out of their just moved feelings, with nothing but confusion on their faces. In the center of the platform, there was a silver-white bow and arrow, coupled with the extremely bright spotlight. The silver-white bow and arrow actually felt like a glittering artifact in a fantasy novel. What is she going to do? Holding a torch, there is a bow and arrow in the middle of the platform. Could it be that the torch of the Suching Provincial Universiade is shaped like this bow and arrow? Isn't that a little too imaginative? Wait, no, such a large stadium cannot possibly have such a small torch. For a moment, the huge stadium became noisy, with many opinions and speculations. In fact, it was not only the audience at the Bingda Stadium who had doubts at this time, but also the netizens in front of the TV, and even Sheng Zai Shu from our country frowned. What is she going to do? Isn't she going to light the torch? Although Sheng Zai Shuxia also understood the experience of the last torchbearer of the Universiade, he didn't think it was a big deal, because the last torchbearer of his own Olympic Games had a more legendary experience than this Universiade in Suching Province. Moreover, the torchbearer of his own Universiade would walk steadily to the Olympic torch prepared in advance and light the torch, instead of doing such an incomprehensible process. Chapter 479, Our Country's Great Defense Broken. Are they going to let this female college student shoot arrows to light the fire? It shouldn't be. This female college student looks very thin, let alone whether she can draw the bow and arrow. Even if she draws the bow and arrow, if it goes off the target, wouldn't it be embarrassing? So, what are they going to do over there? Sheng Zai was puzzled under the tree, and so were the staff members nearby. They stared at the computer screen for fear of missing any details, just because these staff members knew very well that, no matter how they guessed now, the next step would definitely be the lighting ceremony, and they would never be wrong about it. Swish! Just as the Shingzai Tree team was having trouble understanding, the image on the computer screen changed again. When the little girl was about to reach the center of the platform, the large screens around the stadium began to show various school scene pictures of the 43rd University of Suching Province. The next moment, these school scene pictures seemed to have flown out of the light curtain and finally turned into light spots, like stars falling, and finally gathered in the center of the platform, turning into a digital boy. That's not all. The digital boy quickly stepped forward and picked up the bow and arrow in the center of the platform. At this time, the host's voice sounded again. Dear audience, the last torchbearer of this Suching Provincial Universiade is a digital teenager from 43 colleges and universities across the province. Xiao Su. It represents the students of all colleges and universities in our Suching province. The digital person who lit the torch? It represents all the college students in Suching province? And the silver bow and arrow. Wow! Both the audience in front of the TV and the audience at the scene were instantly shocked. They thought of all kinds of possibilities, and even wondered if the female college student would draw the bow and shoot the arrow in the end. As a result, Bingdu Economic Development Zone made a big reversal. The strong female college student who moved them not only didn't shoot arrows, but she wasn't even the last torchbearer. What they didn't expect was that the bow and arrow in the center of the platform that looked real was actually a digital virtual bow and arrow, otherwise Xiao Su couldn't lift it at all. Wait. This. Just when the audience in front of the TV and netizens from all over the world were about to say something, the digital Xiao Su first greeted the audience, then turned around and nodded to the female college student with a smile, and the female college student used the torch to light the arrow in Xiao Su's hand. Look again. After the arrow was lit, Xiao Su put the arrow on, pulled the bow, like a hero bending his bow to shoot an eagle, hit the top of the stadium. The whole action was smooth and done in one go. Whoosh! Without any hesitation or delay, Xiaosu released. The rocket left the string. The silver arrow left a flame arc in the dark night sky with the flame. Boom! When the rocket sank into the night sky, the torch above the stadium instantly ignited with a burst of flames. For a moment, the blazing Universiade torch illuminated the sky above the stadium brilliantly, like daylight. Fuck! After a short silence, the huge stadium suddenly erupted, and the whole stadium was boiling. At the same time, the gorgeous fireworks soared into the sky, reflecting a rainbow of 7 colors above the stadium, pushing the atmosphere to an unprecedented height at this moment. In the periphery, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone from the East Railway Station to the East City Gate, Qixia Town, the West Railway Station, etc. also set off fireworks. The colorful fireworks were like a ribbon under the starry sky, echoing the fireworks above the Bingdu Stadium. In this situation, the only way to describe the grand occasion of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is to say, singing and dancing to celebrate the event, fire trees, and silver flowers all night long. I really didn't expect it. Too shocking. Amazing, really amazing. Superb. Digital bows and arrows can actually light fires. How exactly do you do that? Letting digital people representing all the college students in Suqing province light the fire is not only very creative, but also very meaningful. Who came up with this idea? At this moment, all the college students in Suqing province should feel warm in their hearts. Even more amazing is the archery ignition. This idea is even more amazing. To put it bluntly, all the previous lighting ceremonies in the Blue Star Olympics cannot compare to this creativity. Change the name. Don't call it the Suqing Province Universiade. Just call it the Suqing Provincial Olympic Games. I will remember the opening ceremony of this provincial universiade forever. Same. Alas, brother, you still don't have ice lake mineral water in your handbag. I just shouted myself hoarse. No more. You can buy it at the service desk. Although the lighting ceremony is over. I guess there will be more performances next. Okay. At the scene, the excited audience began to discuss and speculate. And the audience sitting in front of the TV and the netizens on the internet were the same. Especially the audience sitting in front of the TV had their eyes wide open when the virtual light arrow lit the torch with a flame. Many words of praise flashed through my mind. But in the end, I could only say fuck. Awesome. Even those netizens from our country on the foreign website changed from silent after watching the performance of the Provincial University Games. And finally left a curse word silently and exited the forum. Any whitewashing at this time will attract endless abuse. More importantly, this place is really a bit difficult to clean. At the same time, in our country, the backstage of the Olympic Games opening ceremony was also dead silent. Sheng Zai Shuxia's face was so gloomy that it was no exaggeration to describe it as dripping water. Even if he was unwilling to admit it. The ignition ceremony just performed at the Suqing Provincial Games, whether in terms of creativity, technology, or the final meaning, felt far superior to the ignition ceremony prepared by his family. Even at the moment the torch was lit, he knew that there was no need to watch the previous artistic performances of the Bingdu Provincial Games. They planned such an ignition ceremony. How could the previous artistic performances be bad? Baga. Is this really a provincial university games? And not a carefully planned one by Xiaogua to sabotage the Olympics? After a long time, Sheng Zai Shuxia finally couldn't hold back any longer and broke his defense directly. In his opinion, this was just a showdown at the opening ceremony. But it had risen to the level of conspiracy. Undoubtedly, it was a foregone conclusion that our country would lose face internationally this time. Our country had never suffered such a loss before. It must be like this. I don't believe that a remote province in Xia country can hold such a high-level universiade. Good. Since you are breaking the rules and want to do this, don't blame me for being rude. If you have any activities in Xia country in the future, I will make you pay the same price. And I will report this matter truthfully to the relevant person in charge of the International Olympic Committee. Do other cities in your Xia country want to apply for international-level sports events again? Dream on. The more he thought about it, Sheng Zai Shuxia no longer had the arrogance before the opening ceremony, but subconsciously found various excuses and reasons. And his hatred for Bingdu Economic Development Zone reached its limit. In the past, he only knew the names of several first-tier cities in Xiaogua. But now, the 5 words Bingdu Economic Development Zone were like a brand that directly hit the depths of his mind. Because Sheng Zishu knew very well that even if the audience on the external network turned back to watch the opening ceremony of the Olympics now, it would be useless. At this moment, he even had a thought that it would be best if these audiences did not come back. The more audiences who came back, the greater the damage to this Olympics. Mr. Minister, after a moment, a staff member finally plucked up the courage to whisper, "What's wrong?" Sheng Zishu was already almost at the limit of holding back, and suddenly heard the voice. His eyes were almost cannibalistic. "Our athletes are almost all in the stadium, and the next step is our lighting ceremony," the staff reminded in a mosquito-like whisper. Are hearing this, Sheng Zishu finally retracted his anger, and said in a suppressed voice, "Notify all departments later. All staff members must not make any mistakes. If there is any, hi." At the same time, in the stands of Bingu Stadium, with a burst of melodious music, the opening ceremony of the Provincial Universiade officially came to an end. Director Su, how did you do the lighting ceremony at the end? I have a feeling that our Provincial Universiade will definitely go down in history this time. On the rostrum, Lu Wenjian, the head of the education department of Suqing province, asked the question that all the audience wanted to know. And what Lu Wenjian said about going down in history was not a deliberate exaggeration, but his true thoughts. If it was just a single practice in Bingu Economic Development Zone this time, it might only cause heated discussions in China and become a hot search, but this time, it happened to be set off by the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games in our country. It was destined that this opening ceremony would be hotly discussed by netizens all over the blue planet. Even the host city of the next Olympic Games will face considerable pressure. That's not all. After the Provincial Universiade, the brand awareness and popularity of Bingu beer and Bingu mineral water will also rise. If other domestic brands want to go the export route, the acceptance of foreign people will not be too high, and further promotion is needed. But if it is Bingu beer and Bingu mineral water, many foreign netizens will definitely be interested in this opening ceremony. At least they will not resist. It's nothing. Actually, it's just a combination of some light and shadow technology. The arrowhead actually has a burning point controlled by a shuttle. Su Hang waved his hand and explained. In fact, what others don't know is that Su Hang originally wanted to directly copy the most classic archery ignition ceremony on Earth. But the final ignition ceremony had extremely high requirements for the last torchbearer. Not to mention college students. Even professional athletes cannot guarantee that they can complete it without any mistakes. So finally, a flash of inspiration came to mind. And I thought of the digital human at the opening ceremony of a certain Winter Olympics on Earth. So I bought the 5D digital human technology from the Pawn system. Combined with lighting, zipline, the ignition ceremony just performed was designed. In general, the completion degree can reach 100%. Awesome, this idea is really amazing. Lu Wenjian suddenly realized and gave a thumbs up again. I didn't think so much at the time. I just wanted to do a good job in this universiade and not embarrass myself. Su Hang replied again with a serious face. For a moment, Lu Wenjian didn't know how to respond to this sentence. Until a moment later, he spoke again. Director Su, what are your plans for tomorrow? What's wrong? Is there anything on your side? Upon hearing this, Su Hang asked immediately. Director Su, it's like this. Just now, several university presidents in Lon City sent me a message saying that they want to visit Bingu College tomorrow. Can you arrange it? Lu Wenjian said hurriedly. Is that so? Su Hang frowned. Look, Lu, do you think this will work? Although the opening ceremony is over today, there is still a lot of follow-up work to be done in Bingu Economic Development Zone. In addition, the stadium will continue to play games, which requires constant attention. I don't think I have time. If they don't mind, how about letting the person in charge of the Bingu College office take them to visit? After a little thought, Su Hang said, That's great, as long as someone can take them to Bingu College. Lu Wenjian was delighted, and said hurriedly, Then I'll arrange it after the opening ceremony. Thank you. You're welcome. Time passed by minute, and as expected, half an hour later, when our country's ordinary ignition ceremony, which had been hyped up in advance, was shown to the entire Blue Star audience, all kinds of complaints and curses intertwined. So much so that netizens almost made the official Blue Star International Olympic Committee completely freeze. In the comment area below the official website, in addition to various comparison pictures of the Ice Lake Universiade and the opening ceremony of our country Olympics, Comments such as the next Olympics will be hosted by the Xia country's Ice Lake Economic Development Zone were also pushed to the top. This shows how much recognition the opening ceremony of Bingdu Economic Development Zone has received. It is precisely because of this movement that, as soon as the opening ceremony of the Olympics ended, just after returning to the hotel where he had settled down, the head of the International Olympic Committee, Matt, appeared in front of Xingzai under the tree. Xingzai, is this what you promised me? Now please take a look at the evaluation of the opening ceremony of the Olympics by the media and public opinion of various countries. I even think that your country needs to give an explanation and account to the politicians from various countries who came to participate in this Olympics. What would they think if they knew that the Blue Star Olympics they participated in were not as good as the Universiade of a province in Xia country? Before Shengzai Shuxia could speak, Matt coldly pushed a tablet in front of Shengzai Shuxia. Just now, he had already picked out the key points and watched all the classic moments of the Ice Lake Universiade. At this time, Matt and those netizens had almost the same idea. In contrast, the opening ceremony he just watched was really shit. And the friendly atmosphere between the two had long disappeared. Mr. Matt, there is really no problem with our preparations. Xia country is deliberately messing with us. Shengzai Shuxia hurriedly explained. Xia country? Matt frowned. Yes, just think about it. How can a remote province hold a universiade of this level? No one would believe it if it wasn't a national effort. I have just reported the relevant situation to the relevant leaders of our country, and I plan to formally negotiate and protest tomorrow, and will impose sanctions on the relevant areas involved in this universiade. Sheng Zaisha replied very seriously. Sanction the relevant areas? Are you talking about the Bingdu Economic Development Zone in Suqing province of Xia country? Just for this reason? Hearing this, Matt raised his eyebrows and looked at Sheng Zaisha. Chapter 480. Now that we are here, do you think we don't have the ability? Seeing Matt's expression, Sheng Zai immediately said under the tree. How do you sanction a county-level economic development zone? Frowning for a moment, Matt nodded gloomily. Although the netizens from various countries on Blue Star mainly targeted our country, the Blue Star Olympics, which only happens once every 4 years, was directly rubbed to the ground by a provincial university event in Xia country. The Blue Star International Olympic Committee couldn't raise its head. The most important thing is that after the Bingdu Economic Development Zone has been through this, the countries that will host the Olympics in the future will also be under tremendous pressure. In this way, Matt actually hated the Bingdu Economic Development Zone even more than Sheng Zai Shuxia. If sanctions can be imposed, although it will not be of any benefit to the Blue Star International Olympic Committee, at least it will make people feel much more comfortable. As for the suggestion of netizens from various countries that the next Blue Star Olympics should be held in the Bingdu Economic Development Zone, there is no possibility, because the venue for the Blue Star Olympics needs to be applied for 8 years in advance. Who knows what this place will look like 8 years later? Although our country cannot move against the giant Xia country, it is still no problem to sanction a county-level economic development zone in a remote province. Just now, my staff has given a detailed information of Xia Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After a quick look, it is actually supported by a few enterprises. As long as these enterprises are abolished, this so-called economic development zone will naturally be abolished. And the opening ceremony of the Universiade held there will eventually be labeled as a waste of resources and a face-saving project. Sheng Zai said again under the tree. Oh, if that's the case, it's possible. Hearing this, Matt nodded slightly. His face relieved a lot. Anyway, don't worry. We are not the kind of people who don't fight back after being beaten by others. This tone is determined by country or on behalf of the Blue Star International Olympic Committee. Sheng Zai said again under the tree, biting his back teeth, when he just looked at the detailed information of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone of Xia country. The appearance of the young first person in charge had been deeply engraved in his mind. Next, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone will wait to bear the wrath of country R. That's good. But what should we do now? Internet public opinion. Matt narrowed his eyes. Mr. Matt, don't worry about this. When the Olympic Games start tomorrow, the focus of each country will be refocused on their own athletes. As long as we create a little more topic here, who will pay attention to the provincial universiade, he can make trouble at the opening ceremony of a provincial universiade. But the athletes are really of a very low level. Waving his hand, Sheng Zai said immediately under the tree. You mean to deal with it coldly? Matt touched his chin. Yes. It will be fine after tonight. Sheng glanced at the reporters flashing by the door from time to time under the tree. At this time, Media from all over the world have heard the news and come here to interview them. But we have made preparations in advance. Not only will there be no press conference today and tomorrow, but there will be no relevant press conferences in the next few days. Okay. Then you arrange it. Then he looked back at the door, and Matt replied with a frown. Don't worry, please come this way. We have arranged a place for you to rest. Sheng Zaisha nodded heavily. Yes. More than 10 minutes later, Sheng Zaisha arranged for Matt, who was looking for trouble. And then he went around and finally came to a secret office. At this time, there were 5 or 6 middle-aged men in suits sitting in the office. They stared at the computer with as complicated expressions as possible until they saw Sheng Zaisha appear. They closed their notebooks. Public opinion is still the same? Sheng Zaisha said in a deep voice after sitting in his office chair after scanning the crowd. It's still the same. Even many people in our country also. The man sitting in the front whispered back after watching the opening ceremony performance of the Bingdu Province Universiade that was leaked online. In fact, he didn't dare to tell Sheng Zaisha the truth at present. The external network has completely exploded. Many international netizens have not only given bad reviews, but also made point-to-point comparisons between the opening ceremonies of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Universiade and the Blue Star Olympics. After a comparison, the number of visa applications for Xiaogua on the international network began to increase, because many people who were originally going to our country to watch the Olympics changed their route to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, just to see the scale there and the Universiade village, which is even more impressive than the Olympic village. Bang! Hearing this, Sheng Zai immediately slapped the desk hard under the tree. Good. Very good. They even arranged a lot of people to lead the rhythm. They are definitely well prepared. He cursed. Then the man who just spoke did not dare to say anything else. Since you are trying to mess with me, I will definitely not let you live. Jing Song, tomorrow morning. Please contact the president of our country's Chamber of Commerce in Xia Country, Mr. Shirkwan. After taking a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, Sheng Zai Shuxia spoke again. Are you looking for Mr. Shirkwan? Several people in the office looked up at Sheng Zai Shuxia. Mr. Shirkwan has invested in Xia Country for many years, and has a wide network of business contacts, and is very powerful. He can easily kill the pillar enterprises of Bingdu Economic Development Zone with just a flick of his finger, and can also impose sanctions on Bingdu Economic Development Zone in all directions. Sheng Zai Shuxia tapped the desk with his fingers. If Mr. Shirkwan is willing to make a move, there will be no problem. Investment in some technology industries is in an absolute monopoly state, and he is backed by. The man sitting in front nodded, but he stopped talking halfway. Although Sheng Zaisha is already a high-ranking person in Country R. But because of some institutional problems in Country R, even if Sheng Zaisha goes to Shirkwan, there is nothing he can do if they don't give him face. Mr. Shirkwan will definitely make a move this time, because many of his industries have invested huge amounts of advertising in this Olympics. Originally, he planned to use this Blue Star Olympics to promote 1 or 2 international brands, but now it has been disrupted by the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Do you think he is angry now? Sheng Zaisha laughed coldly. I understand. Hearing this, several people suddenly realized. Bingdu Economic Development Zone. I wonder how long you can be proud this time. Bang! After settling the things for the next day, Sheng Zai once again slammed his fist on the desk under the tree. At the same time, Yinqing, Sanhuan, a hotel, several men in their 60s did not look at each other until the live broadcast in front of the TV ended. Lao Gao, Bingdu Economic Development Zone, really made a big impression on Yisuching Province this time. This opening ceremony may become the sealing of your provincial universiade. A man on the side gave a thumbs up to another man in a shirt. The man in the shirt was none other than the relevant person in charge of Suching Province. It's more than just the provincial universiade. But these are just passing prosperity. Don't take it seriously. The relevant person in charge of Suching Province slowly leaned back in his chair. Although he could feel the man's pride when he was praised by others, there was still a lot of sadness between his brows. Lao Gao, what's wrong with you, this time? Bingdu Economic Development Zone can be said to have taught them a lesson. I heard that the relevant leaders are very happy. In addition, after this wave of explosive publicity, you should be able to apply for a lot of subsidy policies. Seemingly noticing that the man was a little emotional, the man next to him spoke with confusion. That's right, if this happened in our province, I would probably laugh for half a month. Another person next to him took over the conversation. Don't ask, Lao Gao must be worried about this going overseas to attract investment. Action. At this moment, another man stood up and walked towards the T-bar machine and said casually, "What's there to worry about? Won't the specific policy be announced at the briefing tomorrow?" The two were puzzled and looked at the main person in charge of Suching province. "Alas, I heard a rumor today, saying that if the relevant indicators are not met this time, the subsidies will be reduced accordingly. Do you think our province can survive if the reduction is reduced in the current situation?" The main person in charge of Suching province sighed and said what he was thinking. "Lao Gao, you have to think like this. What if the task is completed? The corresponding support policy this time will make those first-tier cities jealous, not to mention other places. Bingdu Economic Development Zone can also participate as long as it is upgraded to a county-level city. This place has created miracles for your Suching province." Soon, a cup of tea was placed in front of the main person in charge of Suching province. Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Alas, in the past, various evaluations were basically based on indicators. The average value of Bingdu Economic Development Zone has a lot of tricks. But this time it is real, and this time it is to compete with developed coastal cities, and there are many cities with a GDP of over 1 trillion, plus geographical conditions. What do you think we should do? We still have some self-awareness. The internet celebrity economy can't actually increase the GDP growth rate much. The main person in charge of Suching province shook his head again. But in fact, this sea operation was originally set up for developed cities in the east. We in the west should also know about it. So it may not be what you heard. The man next to him hesitated. Alas, that's what I said. But what if it's true? For a moment, as this sentence was finished, the room fell into silence. The night was deep, although it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. The cities of Xia country, big and small, had entered the second half of the night. But the Bingdu Economic Development Zone was still bustling. The tourists who just came back from the stadium, the audience all swarmed to the pedestrian street and started their second consumption. These tourists arrived at the stadium at 10 o'clock in the morning. Although they had some supplies during the journey, they were not as good as the main meal. For a while, all the restaurant chains and small shops were full again. It was even more lively than at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Especially Bingdu Barbecue, which was already full, and there was a long queue in front of the door. The tourists looked like they would not stop until they had the special Bingdu Barbecue. Great, really great. In the barbecue restaurant, at a table by the window, a man in a black short-sleeved shirt picked up a beer bottle and shook it a few times. After showing off, he ate a bunch of camel meat and couldn't help but sigh. More importantly, the opening ceremony of the Universiade is also exciting. Now that we are doing this, we can have fun until dawn. Across from him, the man in the same group also showed off and said, "I originally thought that the star concerts were the biggest attraction. But now it seems that the opening ceremony is the real highlight. We really came to the right place this time." The man said again, "That's not true. The supporting stars are actually pretty good. Just like the first song at the beginning, it's really magical. Now whenever I think of it, the tune of Ice Lake Welcomes You pops up in my mind for no reason." The companion waved his hand. "Haha, I can't refute this. It's really magical. I just saw a comment saying that many netizens on the internet have liked this song." The man laughed. "On the internet? By the way, we only watched the opening ceremony of the Universiade. How about the opening ceremony of the Olympics?" The companion suddenly remembered something and said again, "I don't know, but I read online reviews saying it's super bad, not even 1/10 as good as the opening ceremony of the Universiade. Anyway, I can search online when I get back to the hotel later." The man picked up another string of sizzling camel meat and spoke. "It's about what I expected. So what are your plans for tomorrow? Go home?" Nodding, the companion immediately asked, "Go home to what? Since you're here, have you been to the west gate and south gate of Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Have you been to Qixia Town and Tianxia Daizhuang? Have you seen the night view of Guanxua Tower? Have you seen the autumn colors of poplars in the north of the city?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately shook his head. "Ah, there are autumn colors of poplar trees?" A trace of surprise flashed across the companion's face. "I heard it's just to the north. Several bus routes go there, and it's not far from the largest breeding farm in the northwest. There are many healthcare courtyards around. Now it feels like it will take at least 2 days to visit Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Anyway, I want to go and see it. I have never seen such a beautiful poplar forest in my life." The man replied, 2 days? Then it's about the same as a 5th-tier tourist city." The companion subconsciously looked out the window at the exterior of Bingdu Pedestrian Street. "Yeah, And I heard there's an entertainment complex here that's pretty interesting, and many people go there to watch fishing. Then let's go together. When we get back, tell the front desk to renew our room. Okay. Tell the boss to bring us sheep's heads, the kind that Soul Juice taught us. Yeah, how could I have forgotten that? The scene that happened at Bingdu Barbecue Restaurant is not an isolated case, but is constantly happening in various places in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The front desks of Bingdu Hotel, Guanqiu Tower, and other places where you can register for accommodation have been ringing non-stop. Even the space capsule area. All the tourists have the same idea. Since they are here, they naturally have to take a good look around and feel the autumn in the northwest. At this time, the government office building of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is also brightly lit, and the relevant staff have not yet left work. Are there any tourists who need to be arranged? After taking a deep breath, Su Hang looked at Zhui Xuezhong. Although the opening ceremony has ended, the test for Bingdu Economic Development Zone has not ended. After the ceremony, Su Hang settled the guests and leaders of the opening ceremony and came to the office building of the management committee. We haven't received any calls for help since around 10 o'clock. There should be no problem, Zhui Xuezhong replied hurriedly. Just the day before yesterday, Bingdu Economic Development Zone opened a tourist service hotline. Any tourists who have no place to stay can call the service hotline and ask the relevant personnel of the Economic Development Zone to provide relevant help. Yesterday, there was even a crash. But, after a pause, Zhui Xuezhong actually spoke again. Chapter 481 The 8th District rises with the trend. Any other questions? Hearing this, Su Hang's expression changed, and he asked immediately. It's not the problem of the current tourists, but the tourists' secondary reservations. In the next few days, there may be more and more tourists in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Seeing Su Hang's misunderstanding, Zhui Xuezhong hurriedly explained. This provincial universiade has new events such as esports and real CS, but other traditional sports events are not much to watch due to the level of participating athletes. Therefore, the management committee of Bingdu Economic Development Zone thought that the Economic Development Zone would be much more relaxed from tomorrow, and tourists would leave one after another. Unexpectedly, the second wave of booking started after the opening ceremony of the universiade. At present, international tourists will come one after another, and Zhui Xuezhong can't help but worry. Few checkouts? Su Hang slowly leaned back in his chair. Very few. Those who left tonight are basically those from the surrounding cities and counties who came to join in the fun. And these people never thought of staying overnight with us. I feel that this wave of popularity and publicity can at least last until the end of the provincial universiade. Zhui Xuezhong nodded. After National Day? Su Hang silently calculated in his mind. Well, every year around National Day is the hottest time for traveling to the northwest of Xiagua. And now it coincides with our provincial universiade. Zhui Xuezhong looked at Su Hang. Well, I will notify Mr. Zhong tomorrow. The space capsule and the staff courtyard of the farm will not be closed for the time being, and tourists will continue to be accepted for reservations. As for the tent area, it will be determined according to the situation. After a little thought, Su Hang arranged. The space capsule will continue to be used, Director, although accommodation is not a problem for tourists living in the space capsule. They have some difficulties in eating. The temporary vendor area alone may not last long. Should we develop a new batch of long-lasting catering shops there? Su Hang glanced at the full map of the ice lake on the wall. Yes, tourists are very interested in our Gobi space capsules. They also say that it is the best choice to lie in the Gobi and watch the deep starry sky, even if there are not many tourists during the winter. And they can wait until next spring. Tourists will still come back. This wave of publicity for the universiade feels more effective than spending billions on advertising. Zhui Xuezhong hurriedly expressed his thoughts. Unconsciously, the stadium has become the 8th district of Bingdu Economic Development Zone after Bingdu East Station, Longcheng Village, Luan Village, Business District, Pedestrian Street, Bingdu West Station, Farm, Health and Nursing Courtyard. As expected, the next concert, Bingdu Economic Development Zone sports games, and other large-scale events will be held here, a popular area. No need for that. After the universiade is over, the entire universiade village will be open to the public. At that time, there will be no need to worry about tourists having no place to eat. Waving his hand, Su Hang replied, The universiade village will be open to the public? You mean the universiade village needs to continue to be renovated? Zhui Xuezhong then looked at the ice lake topographic map. The rooms where athletes live will need to be gradually converted into hotels, and the restaurants where they eat will also be converted into commercial restaurants to attract investment, and the entertainment venues currently used by athletes will also be converted into commercial properties. Esports training halls were converted into internet cafes. Restaurants were converted into bars. Entertainment rooms were converted into cinemas, billiard halls, etc. In short, this area will serve all tourists who come to visit the Jotunlandform or other tourists who come to see the concert. Su Heng explained the next plans and arrangements for the Universiade in detail. I see. If this is the case, the Universiade village can even serve the employees of Bingdu Beverage Group. In the future, the Universiade village will actually be the central area of this area. If some commercial real estate is developed in this area later, the maturity can even catch up with Longchun Street and Luan Street. The more he talked, the brighter Zhui Xuezhong's eyes became. This is the initial plan, but there is still a lot of work to be done. After the Jotunlandform scenic area is officially open to the public, there will be work to connect the two. For example, after staying in the Universiade village, whether tourists take the scenic area sightseeing bus to the ticket office or take the bus, etc., all need to be studied. Su Heng took a deep breath. Before, the staff of Bingdu Economic Development Zone thought that the work would be much easier after the provincial Universiade. But now it seems that all kinds of busyness have just begun. Don't worry about this. We will find a way to promote it. Seeing this, Zhui Xuezhong hurriedly assured. There's no rush. We'll talk about it after the meeting. But the matter of Ase County being assigned to the Economic Development Zone needs to be prepared in advance. I guess there will be a follow-up in the next few days. After a pause, Su Heng said again. Okay, Director. By the way, I'll meet with the person in charge of Zhonghai Plaza and Yida project tomorrow to ask about the specific operation time of their hotel projects. It's been so long. It should be about the same. At this time, Su Heng thought about it and said again, Director, I just discussed the operation time of Zhonghai Plaza and Yida Plaza with their person in charge the day before yesterday. It's basically until the end of the year. When mentioning these two projects, Zhui Xuezhong's face showed a little more helplessness. It's really hard to describe the progress of Zhonghai and Yida. If they work hard, this provincial university can relieve us of a lot of pressure. Su Heng rubbed his eyebrows. Actually, I can understand that. The overall environment this year is not very good. These two projects are more or less conservative. Zhui Xuezhong said again. Since they can't be relied on, we will communicate more with Bingdu Real Estate later. That's for sure. Little did they know that when Su Heng and Zhui Xuezhong talked about the next plan for the 8th District, Bingdu Beverage Group, the administrative office building, Lu Siming and a group of senior executives looked at the data displayed on the computer screen and were so excited that they didn't know what to say. Boss Lu, the promotion effect of this Universiade is much better than the efforts we made last year. After a while, a female sales director said with emotion, in the past few days, the sales of both Bingdu beer and Bingdu mineral water have soared exponentially, especially after the opening ceremony of the provincial Universiade. The sales department of Bingdu beer and Bingdu mineral water has never stopped calling. Those who want to place orders, those who want to be regional agents, those who want to be channel suppliers, come one after another. And the popularity of Bingdu Beverage Group's own live broadcast room has also reached the first 100,000 plus. The sales of Bingdu beer cans have directly exceeded 30 million, which shows its popularity. Boss Lu, this time our Bingdu beer brand has been officially recognized in Xiaogua. And it is no longer the small brand that the agents think it is. It's a pity that our sea buckthorn beverage flavor has just been developed and has not yet been put into full production. Otherwise, our Bingdu Beverage Group can have 3 sub-brands at once. Another vice president next to him also excitedly took over the conversation. Before this, although the employees of Bingdu Beverage Group felt that the sales of their products were not bad, they still thought of themselves as a small brand in their bones. But today, when the Bingdu beer advertisement appeared before the opening ceremony, that feeling completely disappeared. In fact, the real benefit of this Universiade for us is not the overall improvement of sales and brand power. Lu Saming spoke after looking at several people. The real benefit is not the brand improvement? Hearing this, several senior executives showed some confusion on their faces. They didn't know why their own president Lu said so. In fact, the real benefit for us this time is the commissioning of the Universiade village. Lu Siming spoke again. President Lu, do you mean our employee living circle? Several senior executives looked at each other subconsciously, and some understood what Lu Siming meant. That's right. It's the employee living circle. I heard from the senior leader some time ago that the Universiade Village will be further renovated and open to the public after the provincial Universiade. At that time, our employees will no longer have to spend a lot of time in the factory store to buy things. Nor will they have to take a bus for 30 or 40 kilometers to the core area. They can go directly to the Universiade Village to consume. And if there is a concert in the Universiade Village, it will be more convenient for our employees. Lu Siming breathed a long sigh of relief, as if a huge stone that had been on his heart for many years had been removed. Once upon a time, there was only one unit in this area, the Ice Lake Brewery, and there were no other buildings around. This led to a high turnover rate and difficulty in recruiting. Some technicians came and saw the environment here. There was a brewery standing on the bare Gobi Desert, and they turned around and left without saying a word. In their words, there was no point in making money in this place. In the end, the Ice Lake Brewery had to attract talents and workers with super high salaries. Although this move temporarily solved the problem of employees and talents, it also greatly increased the employment cost of the beverage group, and the net profit also dropped a lot. Moreover, the later it was, the less dared to recruit large-scale workers, and the more cautious it was in hiring. But it will be different if the Universiade Village is put into operation. The living conditions of employees will be greatly improved, and the beverage group will no longer have to worry about not being able to recruit talents and workers. Even in the later stage, the distance between Bingdu Beverage Group and Universiade Village can also develop corresponding commercial housing to meet the needs of employees of the beverage group to buy or rent houses. Mr. Lu, then do you know what the Universiade Village will be transformed into? Is it a pure commercial area or a small center with supporting facilities, like a school? At this time, the female sales director who spoke first suddenly thought of something and asked again. Preliminary estimates show that it is a purely commercial one. However, if our Bingdu Beverage Group has enough employees, and the number of employees who want to register as permanent residents in Bingdu Economic Development Zone exceeds a certain number, the senior leader will definitely make corresponding arrangements. And you should have learned the style of our senior leader this time. If he doesn't make a move, it's fine. But if he does, the standard will definitely not be low. Who knows what famous school will be introduced at that time? After thinking for a while, Lu Siming replied very seriously. Oh, then how many employees do we need? The factory is in great need of stable workers now. The female director asked again immediately. I think the total number of employees in our beverage group should exceed 5,000 employees. And the number of workers who intend to register for permanent residence should exceed 2,000. After all, 2,000 people reach the scale of an ordinary administrative village. Lu Siming said again. 2,000 people? So many. The female director subconsciously glanced at other colleagues. Although Bingdu Beverage Group has added 2 new production lines, the total number of employees has barely reached 1,000. Even if the production line continues to expand due to the increase in market share, it will take a long time to reach the number mentioned by Lu Siming. Bingdu Village is a special case, and it has no reference value at all. As if she had seen what the female director was thinking, Lu Siming immediately said, Okay. After a smile, the female director knew that she had just thought too much, and said nothing more. Anyway, the external conditions are becoming more and more friendly to our beverage group. As long as we work together, I dare not say that in the future, the leaders will set up a Bingdu Beverage Street for us. It is still very possible to set up a Bingdu Beverage Community or Bingdu Beverage Village. Lu Siming stood up and raised his hand to check the time. Boss Lu is right. If we catch this wave of east wind, we won't have to wait too long. Another vice president followed. Well, it's getting late today. Let's rest early. The next period of time will be very busy. Lu Siming nodded. Okay, Boss Lu. The noisy night finally passed. The next day, the sun rose. The relevant person in charge of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Management Committee and some leaders of Bingdu Group also came to their workstations early, just because the tourists got up earlier than the staff. Even Shui Yutian of Bingdu Culture is like this. Although some celebrities left Bingdu Economic Development Zone last night, many of them appeared in Bingdu Culture's office building today. Some of them were there to discuss future cooperation, while some simply wanted to establish a good relationship with Bingdu Culture and Bingdu TV. In addition, at the request of many netizens, Bingdu Culture's video website also needs to update the full content of the Universiade opening ceremony in the member area, so it can be said that it is very busy. At the same time, various news anchors on short video platforms also began to actively create, pulling the opening ceremony of the Suching Provincial Universiade and the Olympic Games of country are together to make various comments and comparisons. Overall, the popularity of the opening ceremony has decreased compared to last night, but is still in the hot search state. However, at this time, Yincheng, a conference room of an administrative building in the Second Ring Road, as a man in his 60s, who presided over the meeting read out the details of the document in his hand, the participants sitting in the audience took a breath of cold air, and even whispered. The main person in charge from Suching province suddenly looked very ugly. Gao, I really didn't expect the specific details to be more terrifying than what you said last night. What should we do? Many prefecture-level cities in our province will be severely punished if they don't die this time. Then, a man finally couldn't help it, and gently poked the main person in charge of Suching province, who was sitting next to him. Chapter 482 Basic Indicators That Cause Headaches? What should I do? The person in charge of Suching province looked up at the person in charge, who was still promoting the relevant rules. After a while, he turned to look at the man next to him. You may still be able to struggle. All prefecture-level cities in our province have to tighten their belts and live a hard life. Even the provincial capital Lan City is no exception. Ah, even Lan City. This is not the case. Hearing this, the man next to him was startled and full of surprise. Why not? Look at the details of this action. The basic indicator for ordinary prefecture-level cities is 3 billion foreign investment sign projects. The provincial capital city is 10 billion sign projects, and other separate regions are calculated separately. If you say ordinary investment projects of 10 billion are not too difficult for our provincial capital, a few large infrastructure projects are enough. But what is the concept of 10 billion pure foreign investment? The head of Suching province leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. Just 10 minutes ago, the details of the going abroad action were officially announced. From October 1st to the end of April of the following year, no more. No less, exactly 6 months. During this period, all types of enterprises registered locally by pure foreign capital can be included in the assessment scope. And the amount paid by the foreign-funded enterprises at the time of registration will be used for calculation. After 6 months, all cities that have completed the basic indicators and ranked in the top 3 will receive top-level support in terms of policies and various subsidies. If the corresponding basic indicators are not completed, the relevant departments will multiply the basic indicators by the corresponding coefficients to reduce the amount of various financial subsidies for the next year at the municipal level. Although the basic indicators of various prefecture-level cities in Suching province are far lower than those of various prefecture-level cities in the south, the contract value of 3 billion pure foreign-funded projects in each prefecture-level city is definitely not a small amount. Even some prefecture-level cities in the west have not introduced many pure foreign-funded enterprises in the past few years. It seems that the higher-ups are determined this time. Some financial subsidies will be difficult to get. After a moment of silence, the man next to him sighed. Who said it wasn't? In the future, if the prefecture-level cities in our province want to live a good life, they can only rely on themselves. The days of relying on grants can be said to be completely over. The person in charge of Suching province smiled bitterly. Then how many prefecture-level cities have received quotas this time? After a pause, the man next to him asked again. Look for yourself. The person in charge of Suching province opened the folder on the table, took out a detailed document form that the staff had handed to him not long ago, and handed it over. Let me see. Lanzhou has 10 billion. Shuizhou has 3 billion. And Jioga has 3 billion. The man took the document and started reading it. However, a moment later, he showed a hint of surprise on his face. Huh? Why is your province's Bingyu Economic Development Zone also on the schedule? Didn't you say that economic development zones below the provincial level would not participate in this seagoing operation? I can understand Lanzhou New District participating in the operation, after all. It is a national-level new district. But what about Bingyu Economic Development Zone? Is it because the Economic Development Zone hosted a provincial universiade that shocked the world? The last few columns on the investment amount schedule had the words Bingyu Economic Development Zone written on them, and above it was Lanzhou New District. But the amount behind the names of Bingyu Economic Development Zone and Lanzhou New District was not 3 billion like ordinary prefecture-level cities, but 1.5 billion. Do you think I want to? I hope that as few regions as possible will participate in this seagoing operation. Hearing this, the head of Suching province sighed again. What is that? The man next to him looked at the basic investment indicators behind the list again. The leaders above said that the relevant documents for Bingu Economic Development Zone to become a provincial county-level city have been officially approved. Although it has not been officially announced to the outside world, it is already an established fact. So it must be calculated and arranged according to the provincial county-level city. The basic investment indicators have finally been set at 1.5 billion. The head of Suching province took the document from the man next to him. "Oh," I said. The man next to him suddenly realized, paused, and added, "Lao Gao, I can't guarantee other prefecture-level cities in your province. But you can still look forward to Bingu Economic Development Zone. This place has created miracles for your Suching province, and the basic indicator of 1.5 billion does not seem high. If it is about culture and tourism, I will definitely not worry about it. But this time we are recruiting foreign investors. You are not unaware of the conditions of Bingu Economic Development Zone. It was just a few days ago that the railway was connected to the national grid. And there is no highway or airport in the area. It's not that I hurt my own morale. But which foreign businessmen would be interested in such conditions, when many international companies choose branches? The primary indicator is that they must have an international airport. So, the basic indicator of 1.5 billion is already a very high number for Bingu Economic Development Zone. Fortunately, Bingu Economic Development Zone has not yet received some financial subsidies from Xiagua. Even if the indicator is not met this time, the impact will not be great. The person in charge of Suching province sighed and shook his head. That's true. The man next to him hesitated for a while and didn't say anything again. It wasn't until a moment later that he spoke again. "Lao Gao, what are you going to do next? The documents have been issued. So we have to fight for it. We dare not say that we can compare with those developed cities in the south. But at least we have to find a way to let one or two cities meet the basic indicators. Apart from reducing the amount of financial subsidies, at least it will look better. First, find a way to increase pressure on each prefecture-level city. Try to get the heads of each prefecture-level city to lead a team out before the new year. There is hope only if you go out. If you stay in your office and want to attract foreign investment by making a few phone calls, it is basically impossible." The head of Suching province did not hide it, and then told his next arrangements. "Increase pressure?" The man next to him looked moved. "Yes, although the basic indicators for each prefecture-level city are 3 billion. You know some things." So when the document was issued, it was planned to increase the package of ordinary prefecture-level cities to 10 billion, and Lanzhou to 20 billion. The person in charge of Suching province said again, "I think the same as I do. After all, there is motivation only when there is pressure." Upon hearing this, the man nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will go back to Lanzhou tomorrow. Alas, I hope that all the provinces in the central and western regions can pass smoothly this time." Same. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Bingu Economic Development Zone. Su Heng didn't know what happened in Yanqing. At this time, he and Zhui Xuezhong, Du Jianshan, Zhang Hancheng appeared in Dayun village. "How are the athletes doing?" Looking at the bird's nest stadium in the distance, Su Heng asked. Perhaps because the opening ceremony of this universiade was too shocking, or because of the various short videos on the internet, although the level of the athletes participating in this provincial universiade is not very good. There are many tourists coming to the stadium today. Some people are standing outside the stadium and the water cube to check in and take pictures. Some are going to the real CS base to watch the game, etc. It seems that the stadium has become the most lively area in Bingu Economic Development Zone. Although the athletes were a little nervous, their overall performance was good, especially under the camera. Many events have broken the records of the provincial universiade. Zhui Xuezhong replied immediately. That's fine. The opening ceremony is the opening ceremony, and the competition is actually more important. Su Heng nodded. Don't worry about it. We are actually hosting the provincial universiade, and not just doing a face-saving project. I will follow the next competition days, until the end of the provincial universiade. Zhui Xuezhong said again. There is an opening ceremony, and a closing ceremony. Bingu Economic Development Zone has actually prepared a closing ceremony. But the prefecture-level city that will host the next provincial universiade has not yet been determined. So there is no plan to broadcast the closing ceremony live. Okay. Looking at the time, Su Heng turned to look at Zhang Hancheng. Director Zhang, just leave the affairs of the provincial universiade to Director Zhua and Director Du. Let's go to Bingu College now. Go to Bingu College? Zhang Hancheng paused. Well, Director Liu is visiting there now, and it's almost time for the visit. Let's go and talk to him about applying to establish Bingdu Medical University. Su Hang took a deep breath. I thought I could have a good rest and relax after the opening ceremony of the Provincial Universiade, but in fact there are still many things to deal with, and I can't stop at all. In addition to the medical university, the opening of the Yadin Landform core area and the Bingdu Museum to the public will also become the focus of the next promotion. In order to increase the permanent population of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone more quickly. Only when the permanent population of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone reaches 500,000. It can be considered to have truly established a foothold in Suqing province and have the same voice as other prefecture-level cities. Otherwise, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone will inevitably be criticized by some brother cities. Okay. Hearing that it was about the Bingdu Medical University, Zhang Hancheng replied immediately. After a pause, Zhang Hancheng spoke again. Director, has the document for our Economic Development Zone to become a county-level city been officially issued? The provincial staff has called me and said it should be in the next few days. So we should prepare in advance. Su Hang replied. In the next few days? Zui Xuezhong and Du Jianshan looked at each other subconsciously, their faces unable to hide their joy. Once the official document is issued, the sign of the office building of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Management Committee will be changed to the sign of Bingdu City, and their respective identities will be transferred accordingly. Then I will organize a meeting with the heads of various units tonight. Zhang Hancheng followed up. We can put the internal unit transfer on hold for now. The main thing is to coordinate the overall acceptance of Ase County. Ase County used to belong to Jioga City, but now it has suddenly been assigned to our Bingdu City. The original people will be more or less confused. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, Director, I have asked Secretary Luo to contact the heads of various units in Ase County in advance. Ding-ling-a-ling. Just when Zhang Hancheng wanted to explain to Su Hang again, his cell phone rang suddenly. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. When he saw the name on the caller ID, Zhang Hancheng frowned slightly. Chapter 483 Bingdu Medical University starts construction. Director, I'll go take a call first. After a pause, Zhang Hancheng looked at Su Hang a little embarrassed. Hurry up and take your call. Director do, and I will confirm other projects. Hearing this, Su Hang immediately waved his hand. Okay, Director. Nodding to a few people, Zhang Hancheng then walked away with his phone. 1 minute, 2 minutes. And until 10 minutes later, Zhang Hancheng came to Su Hang and others again. Director, please continue to arrange it, he said. Although Zhang Hancheng looked exactly the same as before, the attentive Zui Xuezhong noticed something unusual. But after frowning slightly, Zui Xuezhong did not ask any more questions. We have almost arranged everything here. Let's go to see Director Lu now. Seeing this, Su Hang nodded to Zhang Hancheng. Okay. I'll call the secretary now. Zhang Hancheng took out his mobile phone again. After a while, when Su Hang and Zhang Hancheng left by car, Du Jianshan and Zui Xuezhong walked side by side to the Universiade Event Command Center. Director Du, did you feel that Director Zhang seemed a little off after receiving a call? Did something happen? Looking back at the direction where the special car left, Zui Xuezhong said casually. Hey, it's probably a call from Yanqing University. Du Jianshan sighed and said with a wry smile. Yanqing University? Zui Xuezhong stopped. Yeah, Director Zhang told me some time ago that his term of office in Bingdu Economic Development Zone will be over in December this year. Du Jianshan replied. So that's how it is. Zui Xuezhong suddenly realized. After a pause, Zui Xuezhong asked again. How did Director Zhang decide? Our Bingdu Economic Development Zone will soon be upgraded to a county-level city. It would be a pity if he just went back like this. This depends on personal choice. Director Zhang's ability is beyond doubt. As expected, if Director Zhang returns to Yanqing University this time, Yanqing University will probably arrange a vice president position for him. So, it can't be said to be a pity. Du Jianshan said again. That's true. Yanqing University is the top university in our Xia country after all. The position of vice president is not much worse than the deputy leader of a county-level city in our remote northwest region. It even has a higher social status. After listening to the explanation, Zui Xuezhong said nothing more, but finally nodded. Although the development momentum of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is good, and it has just held a provincial universiade that shocked the entire Blue Star, Zui Xuezhong still understands in his heart how big the gap is between Bingdu Economic Development Zone and those first and second tier cities, not to mention Yanqing. the capital of Xia country. So no matter what decision Director Zhang makes, we can understand and respect his choice. Du Jianshan took a deep breath and then walked towards the command center. The weather in late September was already a little chilly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a breeze blew, and some yellowing leaves on the branches of the landscape trees on both sides of the road of Bingge College fluttered in the wind, which was very beautiful. At this time, in the school cafeteria, Su Hang and Lu Wenjian and others had just experienced the food level of Bingge College, and were sitting on chairs chatting. Director Su, Bingge College's hardware is absolutely top-notch in the country, nothing else. Turns his head and glances out the window. Lu Wenjian sighs. Before, Lu Wenjian's knowledge of Bingge College was limited to the international talents introduced by Bingge College and the achievements made in the Blue Star College Student Science and Technology competition, and he had only heard about the hardware. However, after a personal visit today, I realized that the various statements about Bingge College were not exaggerated, but rather somewhat conservative. Director Lu, you are too kind. Bingge College just wants to solve the students' living problems, so that they can focus on their professional studies. Hearing this, Su Hang immediately waved his hand. Just solve the living problem? Lu Wenjian was accompanied by many leaders of other colleges and universities in Suqing province. At this time, they subconsciously looked at each other after hearing Su Hang's words. The expressions were as weird as they could be. But when they turned their heads and thought about the standards of the provincial university games hosted by Bingge Economic Development Zone, they finally didn't say anything. This year, the number of freshmen at Bingge College has reached the level of ordinary 985 universities in Xiagua. In addition to the hardware of the school, in the next few years, Bingge College's ranking in Xiagua will definitely rise sharply. By then, our Suqing province will have 2 universities ranked in the top 50 in Xiagua. Lu Wenjian was different from those university presidents. He seemed to have gotten used to Su Hang's standards. After listening, he immediately followed up. This shouldn't be difficult. Currently, Launcher University ranks around 40th in the country, and I feel that Bingge College can be even higher, looking at the entire Xia country, except for Shanxi Province, Yanqing, High City, and other provinces with strong education. There are really few provinces that can have 2 universities ranked in the top 50 at the same time. So, the rise of Bingge College is of great significance to our Suqing province. Next to him, another deputy leader of the Suqing Province Education Department also sighed. So, Director Su, is there any problem that Bingge College needs to solve now? Please raise it directly on the spot. No matter how difficult it is, the province will find a way to solve it for Bingge College. Before Su Hang spoke again, Lu Wenjian looked at Su Hang. Is there any problem that needs to be solved? Su Hang subconsciously glanced at Zhang Hancheng next to him. Director Su, just raise it directly. Seeing Su Hang's expression, Lu Wenjian thought that Bingge College really encountered a problem, and hurriedly said again, Director Lu, it's like this. Bingge College doesn't have any problems at the moment. Su Hang looked at Lu Wenjian. Is Bingge College okay? Yes. Then Lu Wenjian looked a little puzzled. Director Lu, to be honest, we have another matter to see if the province can support us. After a pause, Su Hang stopped beating around the bush and spoke immediately. You tell me. Lu Wenjian and his deputy leaders looked at Su Hang curiously. Director Lu, it's like this. Doesn't our Bingge Economic Development Zone have a clinic? Its scale is okay at the moment. In addition, 2 new community health service centers have been built in several villages in our economic development zone. This has greatly increased the demand for health professionals. Originally, we wanted to open a medical major directly in Bingge College, but due to various conditions and restrictions, the approval was not passed. So Su Hang said slowly, Director Su, do you want to try again? Lu Wenjian touched his chin, thinking. In fact, when Bingge College applied to open a medical major, the province directly approved it. But it was rejected after being submitted to the Education Department of Xiagua. In this way, the province could only stare blankly. It's not likely that we'll have much hope of trying again. So we're thinking of letting the Economic Development Zone Management Committee take the lead in directly establishing a public medical university. But the specific application process and documents are not very clear. I wonder if you can give us some guidance? Su Hang waved his hand. Bingge Economic Development Zone wants to establish another medical university? It would have been better if Su Hang hadn't said it. But once he did, Lu Wenjian and his deputy were stunned. And the other university leaders around him also widened their eyes. Especially the president of Xi'a Medical University in Suqing Province had a complicated expression. And he became nervous as if he was facing a great enemy. Well, we are thinking of setting up a comprehensive modern medical university. And if possible, we will apply for some traditional medicine majors in Xi'a country. Su Hang nodded. This is a good thing. And we must fully support it. Confirmed. Lu Wenjian and the deputy could not hide their joy. And hurriedly nodded. The strength of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is obvious to all. Bingdu College, which is backed by Bingdu Group, has become what it is now in just over a year. If there is another public medical university backed by the Economic Development Zone, you can imagine it. It is hard to say about the software at present. But the hardware will definitely not be much worse than Bingdu College. As the head of the education department of Suqing Province, he naturally hopes that there will be more and stronger colleges and universities in Suqing Province, now that it is funded by Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Although it is not directly under the provincial government, it is definitely a local college. Then what do you think? Su Hang said again. Director Su. This is it. Do we have a corresponding working group? After a little thought, Lu Wenjian said. There is no special working group yet. I want to consult with Lu Hall about the relevant procedures first. Su Hang shook his head. Is this okay? You take the lead in setting up a working group, and then let the working group contact me directly. You don't have to worry about the rest. I will explain to the working group the precautions for setting up a medical university, etc. Lu Wenjian said immediately. That's great, thank you so much. Su Hang was delighted. Since Lu Wenjian said so and wanted to contact and guide in person, it means that this matter is already 80% stable. You're welcome. This is actually what we should do, however. We are limited in hardware, and may not be able to help much. It depends on your economic development zone. Lu Wenjian smiled and said. That's for sure. By the way, Director Lu, how long will it take to complete all the approval procedures? Can it catch up with the summer enrollment next year? At this time, Su Hang suddenly thought of something and spoke again. How long? This depends on the construction time of the campus. As for other applications and approvals, they will definitely be completed before May next year. By the way, I wonder where Director Su plans to build this medical university. After thinking for a moment, Lu Wenjian replied. We plan to put Bingdu Medical University opposite Bingdu College. At this time, Zhang Hancheng, who had not spoken much, took over the conversation, and at the same time took out a playing map from the briefcase next to him and handed it over. Opposite Bingdu College? Lu Wenjian and his deputy were stunned again. At the same time, just when Lu Wenjian agreed to help Bingdu Economic Development Zone to establish Bingdu Medical University, the office building of the management committee, the office, a rapid telephone ring suddenly rang. Chapter 484. A place that is as beautiful as the Summer Palace? Hello, Bingdu Economic Development Zone Management Committee Office. Xiang Hongzhong, the office manager who was processing documents, picked up the phone and said, Are you Director Xiang? The next moment, a voice came from the phone. I am Xiang Hongzhong, who are you? Xiang Hongzhong's expression changed slightly, and then he put down the pen in his hand and answered the phone attentively. I am a staff member of the Provincial Commerce Department. On September 30th, the relevant responsible leaders will hold a special publicity meeting on Xiagua's going to see in Lon City. Now I will notify your unit. When the time comes, please ask the relevant responsible leaders to attend the meeting. In principle, no leave is allowed, delay. Soon, the voice on the phone came again. Going overseas? Xiang Hongzhong's expression changed. This operation is a new round of key foreign investment projects deployed at the Xi'a state level. The staff on the phone introduced it. Okay, does our Director Su need to go in person? After a little thought, Xiang Hongzhong asked. Hearing Xiang Hongzhong's question, the other end of the phone paused, until a moment later. The voice came again. There is no rule for this, only the leader responsible for investment promotion is needed. Obviously, the staff on the other end of the phone should have asked his superiors for instructions. I understand. Xiang Hongzhong immediately picked up a pen and wrote it down in his notepad. Then the other end of the phone simply exchanged a few polite words and hung up the phone. Going overseas? Are you going overseas to attract investment? Looking at the notepad and muttering to himself. Xiang Hongzhong's eyes showed a little more interest, but soon returned to the original state. Forget it. It depends on how the leader arranges it. Muttering to himself, Xiang Hongzhong then devoted himself to work again. Time flies, and the sun sets in the blink of an eye. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the roofs of the ancient buildings on Binggu Pedestrian Street and the east side of the Guanchua Tower, which looks particularly artistic. Did Director Liu and the others send them off? The office building of the Economic Development Zone Management Committee. Su Heng stepped into the office building and turned to look at Zhang Hancheng, who followed him. After talking with Liu Wenjian and others about Binggu Medical University at noon, he went to Binggu Museum first. Zhang Hancheng stayed and accompanied the group to visit other areas of Binggu Economic Development Zone again. He just came back at this time. Send him off. Zhang Hancheng nodded. Although Binggu Economic Development Zone now has high-speed rail and conventional rail, Liu Wenjian and his party did not take them, but took their own exclusive official minibus to rush back to Lanzhou overnight. Director, in the afternoon, in addition to Binggu Medical University, we talked a lot about Binggu College. This year, the province will give key support to scientific research projects and scientific research funds. It will not be treated differently from other provincial colleges just because Binggu College is a private college. As he went upstairs, Zhang Hancheng said, as long as the scientific research projects are approved normally, Dean Ding and Vice Dean Feng will handle the rest. Su Heng nodded. Binggu College already has the financial backing of Binggu Group, and now it has been incorporated into the scientific research system of Xia Country. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the college will produce a lot of scientific research results and various papers in the next 1 or 2 years. And Binggu College will also be eligible to officially participate in the comprehensive strength ranking of Xia Country universities. Although Ding Wen, the Nobel Prize winner in physics, has been blessed and has performed well in the Blue Star Science and Technology competition, even the source of new freshmen can be compared with some of the bottom 985 universities in Xia Country. Binggu College has not yet obtained an official ranking, nor has it appeared in the official list. Su Heng's goal is not high. As long as Binggu College can rank among the top 40 in Xiagua in terms of comprehensive strength when the new freshmen graduate. Well, Dean Ding and Vice Dean Feng also said that, as long as there are projects, they will give priority to the backbone professors and young leading talents in the college. Zhang Hancheng nodded. Zhang Hancheng is from an academic background. He knows very well how terrible it will be for Binggu College to improve with policy support for practical people like Dingwen. Any famous school needs time to accumulate foundation, and the foundation is not a few academicians or Nobel Prize winners, but the endless young leading talents and backbones. At present, the resources of many top universities in China are concentrated in the hands of academicians. In a sense, it is not conducive to the development of the school. Binggu College is now officially on track, and the next step is Binggu Medical University. As they were talking, the two had already arrived at the door of Su Heng's office. Well, the strength of Medical University in software is actually not inferior to Binggu College. But I don't know what you think about hardware. After entering the door, Su Heng made a cup of tea for Zhang Hancheng. And after the two sat down, Zhang Hancheng asked, do you have any ideas? If you have any ideas, just mention them directly. After a little thought, Su Heng did not answer directly, but looked at Zhang Hancheng. Leader, this is what I think. As the first public university in our city, Binggu Medical University must not be vague in terms of hardware. If possible, it would be better to trouble your design friend to see if he can design a campus for us that can be comparable to Binggu College. If Binggu Medical University can also succeed in the future, it will bring us not only 30,000 to 40,000 permanent college students, but also various long-term benefits. When it comes to hardware construction, Zhang Hancheng's tone clearly has a lot more expectations. Can it be compared with Binggu College? After hearing this, Su Heng couldn't help rubbing his brows, and slowly leaned back on the chair. To be honest, Binggu College was built with reference to the summer palace on Earth, but some details, and student dormitories, and teaching buildings were adjusted. And the summer palace is already the ceiling of classical gardens on Earth. It's really difficult to find another one like this. Leader, we don't have much financial pressure now, and we have repaid a lot of bank loans. As long as we can stabilize the tourism market, continue to develop the tertiary industry, and introduce enterprises, we don't have to worry about the construction funds of the medical university. Last night, I chatted with Director Du and Director Zhua. There is no upper limit for the construction of the campus of the medical university. Seeing Su Heng's expression, Zhang Hancheng thought that Su Heng was worried about the construction funds, and hurriedly added, it's not about the funds. Su Hang shook his head slightly and tapped the desk with his fingers. What is that? Zhang Hancheng asked again. It's mainly because it takes more energy to design a similar university. I don't know if my friend has time, Su Hang replied. Oh, so that's how it is. Then you can try him first. If it doesn't work, we can settle for the next best, as long as it's not too bad as Bingdu College. Your friend is a master among masters, and his moves must be extraordinary. After hearing the reason, Zhang Hancheng was a little disappointed and hurriedly said, Okay then, I'll contact him tonight. Having said that, Su Hang would naturally not refuse again. As for how to design the campus of the medical university, I can only think about it carefully in the evening. Great, then I'll wait for your news. I really hope to see the full picture of Bingdu Medical University before I return to Yanqing. Zhang Hancheng couldn't help rubbing his hands. Return to Yanqing? Are you sure? Hearing this, Su Hang looked at Zhang Hancheng again. Chapter 485 2 Parks in 1. When I left, the terms of the temporary position agreement I signed with the school were quite harsh. So, Zhang Hancheng sighed slightly. Unknowingly, 3 years have passed in a flash. Bingdu Economic Development Zone has been upgraded from an abandoned town to a formal provincial county-level city, and anyone can feel the potential of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. As long as it is given another 3 to 5 years, a powerful deputy leader here may not be lower in status than the vice president of Yanqing University, and the upper limit may be higher. However, he had promised too much to the school in order to improve himself during the temporary position, so he could only return to Yanda. Well, you can come back anytime if you want. Su Hang nodded and said nothing more. Su Hang was not too entangled about Zhang Hancheng's return to Yanqing. He came here for a temporary position, so it was reasonable for him to go back now. More importantly, Bingdu Economic Development Zone is currently far from being able to compete with first-tier cities such as Yanqing and Haisher. And it is even inferior to third- and fourth-tier cities. It is not qualified to retain top talents like Zhang Hancheng forever. Don't worry. I won't slack off on my work here. Even if I return to Yanda, I will definitely do my best if there is anything that needs help in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Zhang Hancheng took a deep breath and said, That's for sure. Su Hang smiled. Yeah. Time passed in a flash. At 11 o'clock in the evening, after Zhang Hancheng left, Su Hang did not return to Yuan, but directly opened the pawn system in the office. Since I have promised Zhang Hancheng to build Bingdu Medical University as soon as possible, I will not break my promise. This can be regarded as an explanation for this promise before Zhang Hancheng leaves Bingdu. The size is about the same as Bingdu College. After a moment, looking at the large and colorful design plan of ancient buildings on the earth on the pawn system, Su Hang couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. It's really difficult to pick a classical building complex comparable to the Summer Palace. After a long silence, just when Su Hang was about to take a look at some of the top foreign buildings on the earth, he glanced at a building in the middle of the panel and suddenly had an idea. Yes, it should be possible this way. The campus of Bingdu Medical University may not be worse than Bingdu College. After staring at the classical gardens on the system panel for a few minutes, Su Hang felt that his idea was more and more feasible. He immediately set a thought to the system. System. Buy me the design drawings of Beihai Park and Temple of Heaven Park first. Although Beihai Park and Temple of Heaven alone cannot compare with the Summer Palace, they are also very distinctive if combined. More importantly, the area is large enough. And with the antique teaching buildings and student dormitories, the volume can definitely support a top university. Swish. The system responded quickly. In a moment, 2 boxes of design drawings of Beihai Park and Temple of Heaven Park and ancient building design drawings appeared in front of Su Hang. The night was deep. Some people had already fallen asleep, while others were still sitting at their desks. Our country. A high-end hotel. 3 middle-aged men were sitting in a living room chatting about something. Their eyes were dark. One of them was none other than Sheng Zai Shuxia, who was in charge of the Blue Star Olympics. What did Mr. Shirquan say? After a moment, Sheng Zai Shuxia took a deep sip from his wine glass and looked at the man next to him. Mr. Shirquan has sent us detailed information about the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The man replied. Just sending the information? What do we need the information for, this time? The Bingdu Economic Development Zone made us lose face in front of so many Blue Star spectators, and we must make them pay the corresponding price. Sheng Zai Shuxia raised his eyebrows. Don't worry. Mr. Shirquan said that we should study the information there first, and he will start to take action in the next few days. It is not that complicated to restrict a northwest region that has not yet developed. Seeing that Shang Zai Shuxiao was a little dissatisfied, the man hurriedly explained, "Oh, take action in the next few days?" Hearing this, Shang Zai Shuxiao's face was slightly relieved. "Yes." The man nodded. "Do you have any specific plans?" Shang Zai Shuxiao leaned slightly. Mr. Shirkwan did not tell me the specific policies in detail, but he just mentioned that he would find a way to get the distribution rights of our country car brand in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and the existing 4S stores will withdraw from Bingdu Economic Development Zone in the shortest possible time. And Mr. Shirkwan also said that, in addition to the relevant car brands, other wholly owned brands or joint venture brands will also gradually adopt corresponding policies. After thinking for a while, the man replied, "Restrict the sale of our car brand in Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Good. This is good. Our country car brand has a strong influence there, and is the most recognized brand by many people. No doubt, if Bingdu Economic Development Zone cannot sell our brand, it will be a broken market, and it will not work at all." Pa, hearing what the man said, Shingzai immediately slapped the table under the tree, and his face immediately showed a look of revenge. Our country's automobile industry is one of the best in the world, and its voice is too strong. That's what Mr. Shirkwan is planning now. And you know Mr. Shirchuan's character. In addition to this policy, he will definitely use his connections and contacts in Xia country. This Bingdu Economic Development Zone is destined to go bankrupt and become an abandoned town again. At this time, another man took over and added, "I understand this." Sheng nodded under the tree. But at this moment, the man who spoke first spoke again. "Mr. Shuxia." But Mr. Shirkwan also reminded him that the tourism industry accounts for a large proportion of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It will take some time to restrict the Bingdu Economic Development Zone in this regard. Tourism? It doesn't matter. First of all, the tourism industry is not an irreversible pillar industry, and it can be abolished with a little thought. I'll find a way to do this. After hearing this, Sheng Zai Shushu immediately waved his hand, with a little more disdain on his face. "What are you going to do?" The two people next to him showed some interest. "You will know after the Olympics." Sheng Zai curled his lips under the tree, revealing a sinister smile, and his eyes showed an expression that Bingdu Economic Development Zone was doomed. The next day, the sun rose. The topic and heat brought by the opening ceremony of the Suqing Provincial University had begun to dissipate, but Bingdu Stadium was still crowded. Especially the Bird's Nest. Many tourists came and wanted to experience the inside of the stadium in person. That's not all. Many of Xiaoguo's celebrity management teams also quietly appeared inside the stadium. They came to the stadium not to watch college students' games, but to survey the venue in advance for future concerts. It's no exaggeration to say that Bingdu Bird's Nest Stadium is the largest in the country. Being able to hold a concert in such a stadium, not to mention the atmosphere on the scene, this point alone is a publicity point. "Leader, when will our Yaden landform be open to the public?" At this time, Du Jianshan appeared in the government office building, in Su Hang's office. Did any tourists ask? Su Hang put down the documents in his hand, and looked up at Du Jianshan. Although the design drawings of Bingdu Medical University were completed last night, Su Hang did not give them to Zhui Shuezhong. It was because the address of Bingdu Medical University was finalized the day before. If the relevant design drawings and plans were produced the next day, it would be a bit difficult to explain. At least we have to wait for a while. Yes. Whether it is the tourists living in the space capsule or the tourists going to the stadium, they have noticed our Yaden landform scenic area. In addition to asking the staff, many people have also made a lot of phone calls. Many tourists even came directly to the gate of the scenic area. If it weren't for our security personnel's dissuasion, they would have quietly climbed over the door and entered. Du Jianshan's face showed a little helplessness. Are they so interested? Su Hang slowly leaned back in his chair. There's nothing we can do. The gate of the Yaden landform scenic area was originally diagonally opposite the live CS base, and this large natural landscape has a strong visual impact. So it's inevitable that tourists are interested. Du Jianshan said again. But if it is open to the public now, the ruins inside will be officially open to the public. I'm worried that if it causes a sensation, and it's at this critical juncture of the provincial university, if tourists from all over the country flock in, our reception will definitely be a problem. Su Hang tapped the desk with his fingers. Leader. How about? After a brief thought, just when Du Jianshan wanted to say something else, Su Hang's office door was suddenly knocked. And at the same time, a voice came. Leader. It's me, Xiang Hongjong. Director Xiang? Upon hearing this, Su Heng nodded to Du Jianshan and then spoke. It's okay now. What's wrong? Leader. A notice was sent from Lon City yesterday afternoon, saying that there is a nationwide going overseas investment promotion campaign, and we need to send a main person in charge to Lon City to hold a briefing. After entering the door, Xiang Hongjong first nodded to Du Jianshan politely, and then placed a document in his hand on Su Heng's desk. Going abroad to attract investment? Su Heng and Du Jianshan glanced at each other subconsciously. Yes, according to Lon City, this investment promotion campaign is a major policy formulated by the higher authorities, mainly to attract investment from abroad, and it is very likely that the local person in charge will personally lead the team abroad. And each province and city has a target, and if it is completed, there will be a big reward. If it is not completed, it seems that you will need to bear a lot of responsibilities. Xiang Hongjong hurriedly explained. No, shouldn't this national-level investment promotion campaign be at the provincial, municipal and city levels? A county-level city that has not yet been officially announced, also want to participate? Du Jianshan, who was sitting on the reception sofa, couldn't help asking. Lon City didn't say this when communicating with the staff. They confirmed that we were included. Xiang Hongjong replied. After a pause, Xiang Hongjong asked again in a low voice. Leader, then you see us. Chapter 486, this is most likely a test from your leader. Su Heng leaned back in his chair and thought for a moment before speaking. What did Lon City say? Does the first person in charge have to lead the team personally? No, it's just that the level of this overseas investment promotion campaign is very high. The first person in charge must attend if he can. If he really can't attend, the local deputy leader in charge of investment promotion and economy will need to attend the meeting. Xiang Hongjong replied hurriedly. I definitely don't have time for this project. Su Heng picked up the document he had just put down and started looking through it. That's right, and it's not that our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is complacent. We are too busy with all kinds of large commercial projects at the moment. There is no need or necessity to attract investment for the time being. On the side, Du Jianshan couldn't help but take over the conversation. This time, the authorities are mainly targeting foreign companies, and our companies are purely foreign funded. The most important thing is that this action has been ordered to be carried out, and the pressure on all provinces is very high. Xiang Hongjong hesitated, and finally didn't say the second half of the sentence. In addition to building Bingdu Medical University, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is also queuing up for internal road projects and headquarters of various functional departments. Theoretically, the projects that can boost GDP have exceeded the carrying capacity of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. However, this time the requirements are purely foreign investment. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone is still a serious zero at present. It is true that we have introduced purely foreign-funded enterprises, but the current conditions of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone are here. The high-speed rail has just been opened, and there is not even an airport or a highway. How can we recruit? Du Jianshan said immediately. Yes. Xiang Hongjong couldn't help but look at Su Heng. Well, Director Xiang, why don't you arrange the work you have and go to Lon City? You can arrange whatever is required there. If you need accompanying personnel, you can temporarily transfer some from other departments. Looking at the two people, Su Heng immediately arranged. Me? Hearing this, Xiang Hongjong was stunned. On the way to Su Heng's office, he thought of all kinds of possibilities, but he didn't expect Su Heng to arrange it this way. Yes. Su Heng confirmed again. Leader. But this time, the minimum requirement is to be an administrative deputy. I am in charge of an office. Xiang Hongjong hurriedly replied after coming to his senses. Director Zhang will return to Yanda at the end of the year. There are a lot of things to arrange and coordinate. Director Du and Director Zhua are also very busy. They can't spare any time. Su Heng turned his head and glanced at Du Jianshan before saying again. In addition, you also heard what Director Du said. The current conditions of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone are actually unable to meet the investment requirements of those foreign companies. Lon City is also aware of this. Even if there are various tasks, it is Lon City and Lon City New District that stand up to fight. So they called the Management Committee office directly. Otherwise, the call must have been made directly by the relevant person in charge of the province. This after listening to Su Heng's analysis. Xiang Hongjong didn't know how to reply for a while. After thinking carefully, it seems to be true. If the provincial level really values Bingdu Economic Development Zone or needs Bingdu Economic Development Zone as the main force, the leaders of our company would have arrived in Lan City long ago. Besides, you were mainly responsible for the relevant investment promotion work in Shenzhen before, and you have experience in this area. Others may not be as comfortable as you. In addition, there will be no pressure on you to go to the Economic Development Zone this time, and you don't have to worry about the relevant indicators. If Lan City blames me, I will be fully responsible. At this time, Su Heng added again with great seriousness. Well, then, having said that, Xiang Hongzhong could no longer refuse, and could only nod and agree. Also, you don't have to worry about the requirement that at least one deputy leader attend the meeting. I will communicate with Lanzhou City after things are settled here, Su Heng said again. Okay. Just like that, Su Heng and Xiang Hongzhong talked about some office-related matters. And Xiang Hongzhong left Su Heng's office. And Su Heng and Du Jianshan did not take the sea operation too seriously, and continued to talk about the relevant matters of the opening of the Yaden landform. Especially Su Heng. In Su Heng's opinion, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has not yet reached the stage of introducing foreign-funded enterprises. To put it bluntly, the protagonists of this overseas investment promotion conference, with extremely high rules, are the first and second-tier cities in China. As for other remote areas, to put it bluntly, they are just runners-up. And even Lanzhou is no exception. Therefore, there is no need to make a big fuss and affect the existing projects in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Director Du, what did you just want to say? After taking a sip of the teacup, Su Heng asked. Leader, I mean that since tourists have noticed our Yaden landform scenic area, and our museum and related tourist service center have been completed, it is better to take this opportunity to directly announce it to the public and officially open the door to welcome guests. From a certain perspective, it can be regarded as a disguised use of the existing popularity to run a free advertisement. Du Jianshan hurriedly replied. But our current reception capacity after hearing this. Su Heng pondered for a moment, and was still a little hesitant. Leader, this is actually not complicated. At present, those popular scenic spots across the country are implementing a reservation system. Only by making an appointment in advance can you enter the scenic spot. As long as we control the total number of tourists entering the Yaden landform every day in combination with the existing reception capacity, the Yaden landform will not be overcrowded, Du Jianshan said. Reservation? Su Heng pinched his brows. To be honest, he hated the reservation system when he went out for travel before, especially when he went to Yanqing. It felt like reservations were required for everything, especially for those key scenic spots. You need to wait and grab tickets, otherwise you will be idle even if you go to Yanqing. But at this time, implementing a reservation system in the Yaden landform seems to be the most practical solution to the problem. Director Du, how about this? You can communicate with the person in charge of the scenic spot again. First determine the ticket price and the number of tickets that can be reserved every day after the provincial universiade. If the reception capacity is improved, you can cancel the reservation system. After a moment, Su Heng made arrangements. As for the time to develop the Yaden landform reservation app, Su Heng didn't consider it at all. Just because this kind of thing is very childish in front of Bingdu technology at present, it's no problem to develop it overnight for testing. Okay, I'll contact them later. Hearing Su Heng's promise, Du Jianshan was delighted and said hurriedly. Okay. Time flies, and it's 10:30 in the morning. On the third floor of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Management Committee building, Xiang Hongzhong appeared in Zhui Xuezhong's office. Ah, you are going to lead a team to Lan City to hold an investment promotion briefing? After hearing what Xiang Hongzhong said, Zhui Xuezhong's face was full of surprise. It is estimated that the province will officially issue a document to announce the upgrade of Bingdu Economic Development Zone to a county-level city directly under the province in the next few days. By then, the office will have too much work to coordinate, and the renaming of various institutions, which is a big project to file. Add to that the overall incorporation of Ase County, you can imagine how much work there will be. Xiang Hongzhong took a deep breath. But last night, I heard from my former colleagues in Jioga City that the Overseas Investment Conference this time was unprecedentedly high profile. The first person in charge of Jioga City went to Lan City overnight after receiving the call. How come we? Coming back to his senses, Zhui Xuezhong's face was a little more puzzled. The leader said that our Bingdu Economic Development Zone does not yet have the conditions to introduce foreign investment, so we don't need to pay too much attention to this conference. He even told me not to consider the relevant task indicators at all. At this point, I can only agree, Xiang Hongzhong said again. Since Zhu Xuezhong had taken over part of the work of the office director before, the two of them had a lot of interactions, and their personalities were compatible. So they were basically friends and colleagues now. If there were any ideas, Xiang Hongzhong would not hide them from Zhu Xuezhong as long as he could say them. Did you really say that? However, it was Xiang Hongzhong's casual remark that made Zhu Xuezhong straighten up. Well, it can be seen that the leader does not seem to care about this overseas investment promotion conference. He also repeatedly emphasized that as long as our Bingdu Economic Development Zone does a good job in the existing projects, it is enough. Sometimes spreading too much stall will affect efficiency. So I thought that even if I went to Lan City, I would still find a way to handle our affairs online. However, some things need to be signed on the spot, and I may need your help to coordinate and handle them. Xiang Hongzhong nodded and repeated the relevant details of this overseas investment conference. However, when Xiang Hongzhong wanted to continue, Zhu Xuezhong waved his hand and interrupted him. No! You may be wrong about this. I feel that the leader does not care about this investment conference. Think about our leader's work style. Do you think he will not care about such a high-level investment conference? I am wrong? Xiang Hongzhong was stunned. Yes. Zhu Xuezhong nodded heavily and stared at Xiang Hongzhong. The leader asked you to take full charge of this overseas investment promotion campaign this time. It is probably a test for you. Think about it. Lan City clearly required at least a deputy leader to be sent over. But the leader sent you. In addition, you should have heard that Director Zhang will return to Yanda at the end of the year. By then, there will be a deputy leader position vacant in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If you make achievements in the overseas investment promotion campaign this time. Of course, if there are no achievements, the leader will definitely not say anything. But you want to go further later. I am afraid that anyway, if I were you, I would definitely mobilize all the available resources to carry out this overseas operation. Having said this, Zhu Xuezhong stopped and did not continue. Director Zhu, you really mean thank you. At this point, Xiang Hongzhong's eyes instantly had a little more enlightenment, and he nodded in agreement. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. I just said it, and you just listened to it. Zhu Xuezhong looked at Xiang Hongzhong again. Chapter 487. Can this still be called a county-level city? Director Zhu, what are you talking about? I really want to thank you for your reminder, but now I have to trouble you with the office affairs. While waving his hands repeatedly, Xiang Hongzhong hurriedly said, Don't worry about the office affairs. Next, we will focus on attracting investment. You have rich experience in this area before. Try to get more large foreign-funded enterprises in our economic development zone to bring honor. You know that the surrounding cities, counties, and districts are still very dissatisfied with our upgrade to a county-level city. Zhu Xuezhong's eyes were full of support. Don't worry about that. I will definitely go all out this time. I will go and study the details of the investment promotion for Xiaoguo's overseas expansion. After taking a deep breath, Xiang Hongzhong gave Zhu Xuezhong a look that said don't worry. Okay, anyway. Let's talk anytime. Then you're busy. A few minutes later, Xiang Hongzhong returned to his office to study the relevant policies, and also called other staff members in the office. He looked like he was ready to do something big. On the other side, Su Hang didn't know Xiang Hongzhong's idea, but appeared at the construction site of Bingda Cultural Tourism Headquarters building. Has the construction progress been affected in the past few days? Looking at the Bingda Cultural Office building headquarters not far away, Su Hang asked. Although his time and energy in the past 6 months have basically been spent on projects such as the stadium and the water cube, Su Hang has actually been quietly paying attention to the construction progress of the Bingda Cultural Tourism Headquarters building and Su's Medical Headquarters building. In addition to being their own projects, these two buildings are actually more urgent than other projects, especially the Bingda Culture and Tourism Headquarters building. At present, some employees of Bingda Group are still borrowing the office of Bingda Culture. There is really no place. Although there are many fans who come to Bingda Culture to wait for stars, there are security personnel who are dedicated to maintaining order. Our construction progress has not been affected. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Before the end of the year, the Bingda Culture and Tourism Headquarters building can enter the interior decoration stage, and the Su's Medical Group Headquarters building should be able to apply for fire inspection. Hearing this, Zhong Ruofei glanced at the Su's Medical Headquarters building in the distance, where the glass curtain wall was almost finished. So Sue's medical will be able to move in before the end of the year? Su Heng looked around again and said, almost. Zhong Ruofei nodded. What about the Taikuli project? After a pause, Su Heng walked towards the parking lot in the business district. Unlike other large business district parking lots in Xiagua, the Binggu Business District parking lot has a large automated three-dimensional parking garage in addition to the underground and ground parts. From a distance, it looks like the buildings of Binggu culture, and it looks very modern. The person in charge of the Taikuli project found me this morning and said that it will open before March next year. Zhong Ruofei replied as he walked. March next year? How come it's much earlier than the previous plan? Su Heng showed a little surprise on his face. It should be stimulated by the passenger flow of this provincial university games. In addition, the construction progress of the Binggu real estate residential project is very fast. And they have also started a super high-intensity 3-shift work. Zhong Ruofei replied with a smile. People persuade people, but they can't persuade them. Things persuade people, and it never fails. Since the provincial University aid went viral and caused a sensation internationally, it's not just the Taikuli project that regrets it to death, but also the Zhonghai Plaza project received by Longcheng in the east, and the Yida Plaza project near the West Railway Station. At present, the three families are afraid that the Binggu Economic Development Zone will suddenly do something big again, so that they can't enjoy the traffic dividend, and they have been working hard these days. I said, but once Taikuli is built, there should be no shortage of passenger flow here. Su Heng looked back at the Binggu Real Estate Residential Community Project next to the primary school affiliated to Yenching University. The residential area and Yenching Elementary School are to the west. And across the road from Taikuli, Binggu Cultural Tourism Headquarters Building, and Xiatia Construction Northwest Headquarters Building. Once the residential area begins to be delivered, the ground floor shops in the area can't bear much consumption by residents, and they will most likely go to Taikuli across the road. Yeah. Zhong Ruofei nodded in agreement. But at this moment, Zhong Ruofei hesitated for a moment and spoke again. Xiao Su. Is Uncle Lu busy with work recently? What's wrong? Is there something going on here? Hearing this, Su Heng stopped immediately. It's like this, our business district has gradually formed a scale, and the volume is getting bigger and bigger. I'm thinking whether we should build the south gate that was planned before, otherwise, the business district is likely to further affect the ancient building experience of tourists in the city. Zhong Ruofei said. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei added, this provincial university aid has brought us a lot of benefits for Binggu culture and tourism, and there is no problem with funding. Brother Zhong, are you worried about our Binggu Group headquarters building? After a little thought, Su Heng immediately understood Zhong Ruofei's concerns. Recently, the enclosure of the Binggu Group headquarters building has been completed, and the underground construction phase has begun. Although the headquarters building is a scaled-down version of the Dubai Tower on Earth, even a scaled-down version is more than 400 meters, which is definitely the tallest building in the northwest. Without the city wall, the sense of separation will become stronger and stronger. Yes, it is true that the construction period of the headquarters building is 3 years. But in fact, in the first year, the height of the building may catch up with the existing office building. It is good to have the city gate and the city wall to block it. Zhong Ruofei nodded immediately. That's it, you can find Uncle Lu tomorrow. Anyway, the design drawings of the 4 city gates are the same. After thinking for a while, Su Heng made arrangements. Okay, by the way, Uncle Lu doesn't have any other projects. If he does, it's okay to arrange other projects first. Didn't he faint a while ago? Zhong Ruofei was delighted and replied immediately. Nothing, we may build Binggu Medical University in a few days. While talking, the two had already arrived in front of the car. Binggu Medical University? Approved? Zhong Ruofei was stunned, and then said with a happy face. Almost certainly. That's great. If this university is established, our Binggu Economic Development Zone will have a much larger permanent population. That's what I thought. I wonder what the final result will be. It should be fine. Okay, if there's anything else at Binggu Group, please feel free to contact me. I have to go to Binggu Museum and Yaden Landform Scenic Area now. Yeah. At the same time, just when Su Heng and Zhong Ruofei discussed and planned to build the south gate first, a notice had appeared on the government website of Suqing Province. At the same time, the Jioga City Office, Binggu Economic Development Zone Office, and some relevant units in the province received the notice. This announcement immediately caused a lot of discussion. In Jilu County, in front of a shop on the county street, A group of old men who were playing chess stopped arguing immediately after hearing the news from a middle-aged man who was looking at his phone. The chess in their hands didn't feel so good anymore. What? Bingu Economic Development Zone has been upgraded to a county-level city? It will be renamed Bingu City in the future? And Ase County has also been assigned to Bingu Economic Development Zone? After finally coming back to his senses, a man in his 50s couldn't help but confirm again. That's right, the announcement posted on the Suching Province website was nothing else. It was the announcement that Bingu Economic Development Zone was upgraded to a county-level city. Although this matter was no longer a secret among the leadership of Bingu Economic Development Zone, the ordinary people were not aware of it, and had not even heard a single word of it. Now that it happened out of the blue, you can imagine how shocked they were. Yes. The man holding the phone replied. Your news is fake. I can understand that Bingu Economic Development Zone was upgraded to a county-level city, after all. The medical and educational resources there are there. But how could Ase County be assigned to Bingu Economic Development Zone? The expression on the face of the 50-year-old man became more and more complicated. After the commotion caused by the Provincial Universiade, people in several counties and districts around Bingu Economic Development Zone and prefecture-level cities have gradually accepted the strength of Bingu Economic Development Zone. In addition to the strong performance of Bingu College this year and several well-known elementary schools, junior high schools, and high schools there, Bingu Economic Development Zone has been raised to a higher level than Geoga City. However, in the eyes of Geoga people, Ase County is still the bottom poverty-stricken county, with only more than 10,000 permanent residents. It is just a little closer to Bingu Economic Development Zone. The people of Ase County are just like the people of the surrounding counties. They can only stare and envy the Bingu Economic Development Zone. There was even a period of time when they mocked the residents of Ase County. But now Ase County is merged into the Bingu Economic Development Zone. How can they accept the registered population of Geoga City? Because everyone knows what kind of benefits the Bingu Economic Development Zone has now. What kind of benefits can be obtained by becoming a permanent resident of the Bingu Economic Development Zone? I don't believe it either. Is the person in charge of the Bingu Economic Development Zone a fool? Would he want a poor county that is a hindrance? The most important thing is that the Bingu Economic Development Zone was promoted to a county-level city by exception. This is the first time in so many years that I have heard that a county-level city can take over a county with full administrative power. If this is true, then can it still be called a county-level city? Just call it a prefecture-level city. Someone questioned on the side. Once this questioning voice came out, it immediately attracted the echo of others. Who said it wasn't? This news is really fake at first glance. How can a county-level city take over an administrative county? This does not comply with relevant regulations. Also, although Ase County has a small population and is extremely poor, the county area is not small. If Bingu Economic Development Zone is added to Ase County, the overall area is almost catching up with most of the southern provinces. In short, everyone was skeptical about this news. However, at this time, the man who first broke the news made everyone shut up instantly with a move. The man directly placed his mobile phone in front of everyone. The official website bulletin board of Suching Province was clearly displayed on the mobile phone screen. Chapter 488. What? He's not leading the team? This is. After everyone confirmed the source of the announcement again and again, some people even took out their mobile phones to check it, the scene suddenly became quiet. Ase County was actually merged into Bingu Economic Development Zone. After a short period of silence, the dead silence exploded again, and one could clearly feel a strong sense of resentment and dissatisfaction. Why? Ase County has nothing. Even if Bingu Economic Development Zone needs an administrative area, it should consider our Jinlu County as a priority. That's right. Ase County is to the east of Bingu Economic Development Zone, but our Jinlu County is to the north of Bingu Economic Development Zone. There's not much difference, and our transportation is more convenient. Some people even pull their necks when expressing their opinions, completely looking jealous. I hate your poverty, but I'm afraid you're rich. All this is because the conditions in Bingu Economic Development Zone far exceed those in Geoga City. Whether it is Bingu Village Clinic, Renin University High School, Bingu Cultural Tourism School, Bingu College, etc. They are all things that cannot be obtained. The people of Ase County have such resources overnight. How can they not be jealous, however? When everyone was about to continue to criticize why the person in charge of Jinlu County did not fight for such a thing, a man passing by gave a different opinion. Isn't it just that Ase County was merged into Bingu Economic Development Zone? To put it bluntly, it is just a simple administrative affiliation. Ase County is still the original Ase County. The benefits of Bingu Economic Development Zone cannot be enjoyed by Ase County residents at all. As soon as this sentence came out, the scene became quiet again. Can't enjoy it? How is that possible? After coming back to their senses, someone immediately questioned. What's impossible about this? Let's talk about education first. The housing prices in the core area of Bingu have exceeded those in Geoga City. Even if the residents of Ase County are eligible to participate in the lottery for school, can they afford to buy a house there? Let's talk about transportation. Bingu East Station is nearly 100 kilometers away from Ase County. There is not even a highway between the two places. If the residents of Ase County go to other places, it is more convenient to go to the neighboring Jinong County to take a bus. As for medical care, the Bingu Village Clinic is open to the whole society. Not only residents of Ase County can go there and use medical insurance. We can go there too. A bespectacled man passing by analyzed confidently. It makes sense to hear you say that. Everyone looked at each other, the excitement just now dissipated a lot, and they felt much more comfortable. They felt that the merger of Ase County into Bingu Economic Development Zone was not as difficult to accept as before. Of course, after Ase County was merged into Bingu Economic Development Zone, if the children of residents wanted to take the entrance exam for Bingu College, it might be easier than for candidates from outside. But don't forget that Bingu Economic Development Zone is a county-level city under the jurisdiction of the province. This kind of preferential policy can be enjoyed by the whole province. And we are no exception, unless Bingu Economic Development Zone can become a municipality directly under the central government or a separately planned city in Sia State one day, but this is almost impossible. The bespectacled man said again. I don't think there's anything wrong with the university. There is only one Bingu College in Bingu Economic Development Zone. It's a private college. Even if my child goes there, I still have to think about it carefully. When he took over the conversation, everyone felt more and more comfortable, and had completely accepted this matter. So we should just treat this matter normally, and the residents of Ase County shouldn't be too happy. Life will probably be the same as before. The man with glasses said again. Come on. Let's continue playing chess. Play chess. Ordinary people don't know much, and they don't know that the disadvantages that the man with glasses just analyzed actually have a professional term in academia called county district integration. At this time, in the government building of Jinlu County, Meng Yang, the person in charge, was also chatting with Sun Chung, the former person in charge of Ase County. There must be a big quarrel outside, Sun Chung said, picking up the teacup and taking a sip, while glancing out the window. It's normal for ordinary people to envy the residents of Ase County. After a while, they will find that Ase County is still the same Ase County. Meng Yang smiled and said, to put it bluntly, Bingu Economic Development Zone still has many shortcomings. It has not yet developed itself, and it is impossible to achieve the integration of Bingu and Ase in a short time. Sun Chung said again, Bingu I integration? Just shout slogans and promote it. The first and second tier cities in the south have been developing for many years, but no city has been able to integrate places hundreds of kilometers away. Meng Yang followed and picked up the teacup. That's right. So, let's just wait and see. Maybe Bingu Economic Development Zone will be dragged down by Ase County. The bigger the stall, the harder it is to clean up. Yes. By the way, I heard that the overseas investment promotion campaign held by the province this time is of high standard. If the net target is achieved, it may receive strong support from the national level. Do you think Bingu Economic Development Zone will make some noise, like the Northwest 5 Provinces Investment Promotion Conference a few years ago? Su Hang from Bingu is really not a quiet person. At this time, Sun Chung suddenly thought of something and said it casually. Impossible. The last Northwest 5 Provinces Investment Promotion Conference was actually for the purpose of support. This time, all the first and second tier cities in the country will go overseas. And they are all registered with pure foreign capital. Can Bingu compare with the 4 first tier cities? And this time Su Hang seems to be more self-aware, and he didn't lead the team himself. I heard that the one sent was a newly recruited office director. Meng Yang waved his hand. Let the office director go to attract investment. Sun Cheng's face suddenly showed a lot of surprise. Yeah. Meng Yang nodded. Think about it. A person who specializes in administration going to attract investment is just doing his job. Isn't it? In addition, Bingu has just been upgraded to a county-level city, and the office is very busy, How can he have the mind to go overseas to attract investment? No wonder, from this point of view, Su Heng gave up this overseas operation. Sun Chung suddenly realized. In fact, I sometimes admire Su Heng. He will go all out when he encounters an opportunity to stand out. He will give up completely when he knows he can't do it. He knows how to give up. At this time, Ming Yang curled his lips. And his mood was a little complicated. That's why the abandoned oil town was able to rise in a short time. If someone else were to change, the ruins would probably still be ruins. Sun Chung sighed. Just say it. Time passed, and it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the province was hotly discussing Binggu becoming a provincial county-level city. Some people were excited, some were disdainful, and many people didn't think about this at all. Lan City, in a meeting room of a government building, a gray-haired man in his 50s frowned deeply after reading the document in his hand, and looked at another man next to him. No, isn't the investment amount too high? Who said it's not? What's more terrible is the assessment of this investment promotion action. In addition to the separate assessment tasks of each prefecture-level city, the entire Suqing province will also conduct an assessment of the overall investment amount, which means that if your city completes the investment promotion task, if the entire province fails to complete it, it will still need to reduce or cancel various financial subsidies. Hearing this, the man next to him nodded in agreement. This is really a life-threatening situation. Our city is already struggling to make ends meet. If we cancel all kinds of subsidies for civil servants, it's hard to say whether the salaries of employees in public institutions can be paid. At this time, the man who spoke first was worried again. Our city is similar. This time, we will probably have to tighten our belts to make ends meet. Now we just hope that a dark horse will emerge and exceed the investment promotion task. Then we can help the entire province complete the task. In this way, other prefecture-level cities can also benefit from it. The man next to him smiled bitterly. Dark horse? Looking at the entire Suqing province, there is nothing else except Lan City. Hearing this, the gray-haired man smiled helplessly. Isn't there a Binggu? The man in Binggu has connections and abilities. He has shown his face to Suqing province several times before. This time it is at the national level. I believe he will not miss this opportunity. The man next to him said. After the previous incidents, the situation of Bingdu Economic Development Zone has been known to everyone in the circle of leaders in Suqing province. And it has even been spread with a lot of mystery. Therefore, when many city leaders got the details of the going-to-sea operation, their first reaction was that their city was finished. And their second reaction was that the man in Bingdu was likely to make trouble again. Previously, they thought that Bingdu Economic Development Zone's actions were indeed a bit eye-catching. But this time, they really hope that Su Heng can do it properly. The bigger the movement, the better. And the more registered capital of pure foreign-funded enterprises introduced, the better. Only in this way, the pressure on other cities can be reduced. Bingdu? Don't think about it. I just got the news that the person who will report tomorrow is not Su Heng, but Bingdu's office director, Xiang Hongzhong. Hearing these words, the gray-haired man curled his lips. Obviously, he must have been secretly following Su Heng's movements before. Otherwise, he would not have known so much. What? Su Heng is not leading the team. Can an office director attract investment? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. Once he heard it, the man was stunned, his face full of surprise. His eyes flashed with deep disappointment and confusion. Yeah, the gray-haired man nodded. Why? This time, many leaders hope that Su Heng can stand up and share the pressure of the whole province. Even when we were chatting yesterday, the leader of Lan City also hoped that Bingdu Economic Development Zone could come up with a big one this time. The man was a little anxious, and his tone was a little different from before. Someone asked around, and it was said that it was because Bingdu Economic Development Zone had just been upgraded to a county-level city and took over Ase County. There was a lot of work to do, and they couldn't leave. Besides this, it was probably related to the provincial universiade. Now the provincial universiade has not ended yet, and the provincial universiade has received a lot of attention. So it is normal for them not to lead the team. After all, Bingdu has not assigned many tasks this time, and reducing various national subsidies has almost no impact on Bingdu. The gray-haired man spread his hands. If even Bingdu is out of the game, what should we do? For a moment, the man next to him was actually a little dazed. Chapter 489, The First Internal Highway. What should we do? Who knows? The gray-haired man sighed. Is there no hope at all? The leaders should also know how important this sea operation is, so they didn't tell Su Hang about it. After a moment of silence, the man next to him was still unwilling to give up. How can the leaders talk about such things? It's not like Bingdu Economic Development Zone didn't send people here, and the merger of Ase County into Bingdu seems to have improved Bingdu's status and expanded Bingdu's administrative territory, but in fact, it is equivalent to dumping the heavy burden of Geoga City on Bingdu. The leaders are actually very clear about this. Bingdu's ability to successfully take over Ase County is already a huge contribution to Suqing Province. The gray-haired man said again. That's right. Giving it to a county that ranks last in everything will definitely affect Bingdu's current rhythm. Hearing this, the man next to him finally nodded and said nothing more. When Bingdu City took over the administrative area of Ase County, it also took over Ase County's existing debts. Although Ase County is very remote and has a small permanent population, the short-term and long-term debts added up are really not small. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. This time, it's definitely not just our Suqing province that is unlucky. No matter how bad the investment promotion data is, it won't be singled out. After simply packing up the documents, the gray-haired man stood up. Alas, the official start time of the overseas operation has been calculated from October 1st. It's less than 5 days. I really hope that after the National Day, there will be a few foreign-funded enterprises. The man next to him also packed up his materials. Pure foreign-funded enterprises? Don't even think about it. It's not necessarily fruitful to lead a team abroad to attract investment and promotion, let alone sitting at home, after the meeting the day after tomorrow. Let's think about which country to go to. This is the most important thing to do right now. While the gray-haired man spoke, he was the first to walk out of the meeting room. Okay. Although some people think that Bingdu is unlikely to boost Ase County in a short period of time, this does not affect the excitement of the people in Ase County after hearing the news. At this time, people chatting on the streets of Ase County gathered in front of the shops to chat about something, and some shop owners even began to dismantle their shop signs. The boss's idea is very simple. Before the sun sets tomorrow, the word Bingdu must be added to the front of the sign, as if only in this way can Ase County's current identity be highlighted. There are even many people talking about changing their ID cards and license plates. In the eyes of ordinary people, ID cards and license plates are hard currency. Other things are not so important for the time being. However, the fact that the people of Ase County don't care doesn't mean that some people don't care. As the sun sets, Bingdu government building, Su Hang just returned to the office. Zhu Xuezhong appeared at the door of the office, along with Zhu Xuezhong. There was also Liu Yongxiu, the head of Ase County. Sit down first. Let the two sit in the reception area first. Su Hang picked up a document and signed it, and handed it to the secretary, then looked at the two. How is the handover going? Leader, the handover with Geoga City has been clear. Liu Yongxiu hurriedly took out a stack of information from the briefcase he carried with him, and handed it to Su Hang. Just make the handover clear. We will slowly solve the rest of the problems through internal coordination. Now, tell us what kind of help or support Ase County needs from Bingdu. After briefly flipping through the documents, Su Hang looked at Liu Yongxiu. As early as when Liu Yongxiu left Bingdu for Ase County, the two had a conversation. Later, according to internal news, Liu Yongxiu talked with Su Hang many times about the future development of Ase County and how to integrate with Bingdu. In the last chat, Liu Yongxiu made a promise to Su Hang, saying that as long as he was given enough support, he could make Ase County a satellite city with a permanent population of 200,000 within 5 years, and achieve the county-level district within 10 years, so that Ase County could truly integrate into Bingdu City. At that time, Su Hang also told Liu Yongxiu that he supported it, as long as it was beneficial to the development of Ase County. And Liu Yongxiu could do it without violating the Bingdu policy. He would definitely support it unconditionally. Now Su Hang asked this question, which was to fulfill the previous conversation. Leader, I currently have a difficulty and 2 requests. After a little thought, Liu Yongxiu was not polite, and directly stated the existing problems. Just say it directly. Su Hang nodded. The most pressing difficulty to be solved right now is that Ase County has a debt of about 2 billion to repay before the end of the year. You know the current situation of Ase County. It simply has no ability. Liu Yongxiu took a deep breath and said, 2 billion short-term debt? Hearing this number, Su Hang and Zhu Xuezhong looked at each other subconsciously, with helplessness on their faces. How much is Ase County's GDP per year? This debt is at least the sum of several years' GDP. Apart from this, are there any other debts? After a moment of silence, Su Heng asked. In addition to this, there is about 3 billion in debt. However, as long as the end of your period is repaid, the credit granted by the relevant banks to Ase County will be restored, and our county can slowly solve it. Liu Yongxiu took a deep breath. It can be seen that Liu Yongxiu is under a lot of pressure. 3 billion fiscal revenue is not a big problem for Bingu City, but it is really difficult for Ase County, which has almost no modern industry now. Okay, the city will solve the 2 billion debt for you at the end of the year. Su Heng picked up a pen and wrote it down in his work notes. After he finished writing, he asked again, what are the other 2 requests? Leader, one request is whether we can start building a highway between Bingu and Ase County before June next year. Ase County was delayed by the previous person in charge and failed to catch up with the bonus of the railway station. It is still not very convenient for people to travel now. If there is a highway connecting Ase County and Bingu, it can greatly alleviate this situation. And it can also ensure that the people of Ase County can reach Bingu East Station in about 50 minutes. While expressing his request, Liu Yongxiu took out a detailed design drawing from his briefcase. Obviously, this request was not a spur-of-the-moment idea but a long-term plan. Bingu Expressway? After leaning back in his chair and thinking for a long time, Su Heng finally did not refuse and nodded again. Okay, I will push this matter forward. What about the second one? Su Heng had actually thought about the construction of expressways before. If the expressway from Bingu to Ase County can be built, and then extended to the east and west when conditions are ripe, it can be incorporated into the expressway network of Xia Country. In addition, Ase County also has this demand now, so it is natural that it cannot be refused. The second is that if our Bingu city wants to build an airport one day, can we put the airport between Ase County and Bingu? When he mentioned this request, Liu Yongxiu's face flashed with embarrassment. Sure enough, as soon as Liu Yongxiu finished speaking, Su Heng and Zui Xuezhong paused. Airport? Let's not talk about the fact that our Bingu city is currently only a county-level city. Even if it has the opportunity to become a prefecture-level city in the future, the permanent population must exceed 1 million to be eligible to apply for the construction of a civil aviation airport. Isn't it too early to mention the airport site selection now? You know, our Bingu has barely reached 100,000 permanent residents so far, including the college students of Bingu College, and the more than 10,000 in Ase County, which is only 110,000. Coming back to his senses, Zui Xuezhong couldn't help but say, Leader, although Bingu City is still far from meeting the standards, I believe that sooner or later there will be such a day, so. Liu Yongxiu smiled. Apart from this, there is nothing else? Su Heng first glanced at Liu Yongxiu, and then glanced at the notebook. No more. Okay, I can guarantee this for you. Next, please tell me about the progress of the connection between the existing institutions in Ase County and Bingu. There are still many units in Bingu that have not been established yet, which is quite difficult. Su Heng was very straightforward and agreed directly. Okay, leader. 1 minute. 2 minutes. It was not until half an hour later that Liu Yongxiu left Su Heng's office. At this time, only Su Heng and Zui Xuezhong were left in the office. Leader, will there be pressure to start the construction of Bingu Expressway in June next year? After all, we have to pay a debt of 2 billion yuan to that place by the end of the year. After sitting down again, Zui Xuezhong's face flashed with a trace of worry. Zui Xuezhong thought, it is definitely okay for Bingu to support Ase County. But there is a premise that it cannot affect Bingu's own rhythm. It doesn't matter. This morning, Director Du, Director Zhang, and I have already confirmed that our Yaden landform will be open to the public with a ticket price of 200 yuan per person. Except for the operating costs of Bingu cultural tourism, it should be able to provide Bingu with a lot of continuous fiscal revenue. Waving his hand, Su Heng indicated that Zui Xuezhong did not need to worry about the funds. 200 for the ticket? That's not expensive. Hearing that the Yaden landform would be open to the public in the next few days, Zui Xuezhong was slightly relieved. As for the ticket price, Zui Xuezhong did not think it was expensive. He even thought that the price was very reasonable compared to other scenic spots in Xia Country. It was only because the ruins in the Yaden landform were definitely worth more than this price. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Zui Xuezhong wanted to say something else, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. He picked it up and took a look. Su Heng gestured to Zui Xuezhong before answering the call. The next moment, a slightly anxious voice came from his hand. Xiao Su. It's not good. Chapter 490. Our brand has no shortage of customers. What's wrong? Hearing the voice, Su Hang's brows instantly frowned. The call was from Zhong Ruofei. Zhong Ruofei is always calm. It must be no small matter to make him lose his composure like this. Just now, some agents of our series car companies called and said they wanted to close the store. And Bingdu Supermarket also received calls from many regional sales managers of our series products, saying they wanted to close the counters. Zhong Ruofei's voice came quickly. Withdraw the counter? Why? Su Hang's brows knitted up instantly. Although he had no good feelings towards Country R, he had to admit that this country still had some strength in some areas. Automobiles, daily chemicals, and other fields should not be underestimated. No specific reason was given, just saying that they received a notice from the regional director above. Zhong Ruofei said again. Withdraw the counter without giving a reason? Su Hang narrowed his eyes. That's interesting. What should we do now? Should we communicate with these regional sales managers again? Our parallel cars have just started to show some improvement, and have begun to attract car buyers in surrounding cities. Once all the 4S stores of the R series withdraw, the richness of our car market will be greatly reduced. It will even affect our Bingdu consumers, who have already purchased cars. After hesitating for a while, Zhong Ruofei's voice came again. How about this? First, count how many brands are determined to withdraw. And then you make an appointment with these regional managers. And I and several leaders of Bingdu will go and talk to them in person. After thinking for a moment, Su Hang made arrangements. You go to meet in person? That's fine. I'll arrange the time and place. Hearing Su Hang say this, Zhong Ruofei on the phone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Well, if you have any questions, please feel free to communicate. Leader, is there something wrong? Or seeing Su Hang's face was not right. After Su Hang put down his phone, Zui Xuezhong couldn't help but whispered. Although the popularity of the opening ceremony of the Provincial Universiade has passed in the past few days, because there are still various situations in the Blue Star Olympics every day, many media are still paying attention to the Suqing Provincial Universiade. In addition, the official just announced that Bingdu was upgraded to a county-level city. If there is any problem at this juncture, the impact on Bingdu will definitely be significant. Many brands in country are leaving Bingdu. Su Hang did not hide it, and then simply explained the matter. Why? The same expression and the same confusion appeared on Zui Xuezhong's face. It's not clear yet. Su Hang slowly leaned back in his chair. Leader, should I go and find out the details first? The national-level overseas investment promotion campaign will be officially launched in the next 2 days. Our focus in the future is not on foreign investment promotion, so don't let it happen that we don't attract much foreign investment, but instead withdraw a lot of investment. Zui Xuezhong couldn't help but straighten himself up. Hearing that the brand from Country R was going to withdraw, Zui Xuezhong's first thought was the impact on the overseas operations. I have asked Mr. Zhong to arrange a time, and we will go together to discuss it then. Waving his hand, Su Hang indicated that Zui Xuezhong did not need to worry too much. Okay. Since the ticket price for the Yaden landform has been set, it will be officially open to the public after the mobile reservation app is launched. We can't disrupt our plans because of the brand from Country R. After a pause, Su Hang said again. Well, I will follow up on the opening of the Yaden landform, and there will definitely be no delay. Zui Xuezhong looked at the documents on the desk again. Time flies, and it's the next day. The sun sets. Bingdu Industrial Park, in front of a 4S store of a pure imported car brand from our country. Zhong Ruofei looked at the staff, who had already started to pack up in the store. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper, until a moment later, he spoke to a middle-aged man in a white shirt. Mr. Wang, you should know the market potential of our Bingdu, and it has become a county-level city, and the permanent population is constantly pouring in. If you leave now, it's equivalent to giving up a large market. Mr. Zhong, I can't do anything about it. This is the notice from above. Turning his head, the middle-aged man glanced at Zhong Ruofei and spread his hands. The man is the person in charge of this direct-operated 4S store. Is there really no reason? Or do you want to fight for some policies on taxation? After a moment of silence, Zhong Ruofei said again, Mr. Zhong, I have told you many times, we have received a notice from the headquarters. Perhaps because Zhong Ruofei asked too many times, the man in the white shirt had a little more impatience on his face. Seeing this, Zhong Ruofei frowned suddenly, but soon endured it. Mr. Wang, how about this? Our Bingdu city leaders want to talk to you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you have any demands or reasons, you can directly raise them to the big leader. As long as he comes forward, he will definitely help you solve the problem. Mr. Zhong, am I not clear enough? It's the notice from the headquarters. Let alone the person in charge of a county-level city, even if you are the person in charge of a prefecture-level city. It won't work. After the middle-aged man said this, he turned around and walked into the store first at the same time. He shouted to the clerks who were working. Hurry up, the transport truck will be here tomorrow. Mr. Wang, I think you should not rush to close the store. You can first report the situation in Binga City to your headquarters. Our leader's style of doing things is different from other leaders. Once our brand withdraws from the Binga market without giving a reason, it will be difficult to come in again in the future, and there will be no more preferential conditions for investment promotion before. After taking a deep breath, Zhong Ruofei continued to persuade. Mr. Zhong, don't worry about this. We know very well what kind of influence our brand has, since the higher-ups have decided to leave. I never plan to come back. In addition, let me say something unpleasant. Our brand does not lack sales and users at all. So, after saying that, the man in the white shirt did not give Zhong Ruofei another chance to speak. That's not all. He immediately made a gesture of invitation, and his intention to send him away was obvious. Okay then, you go ahead. Zhong Ruofei is the president of a group with tens of billions of assets after all, and he has all the manners he should have. Even though the man in the white shirt said this, he still politely said hello before leaving the 4S store. A few minutes later, Zhong Ruofei appeared in front of another 4S store of a joint venture brand with our country. As expected, it was almost the same scene and the same conversation. Looking at the confused car buyers in the car dealership, Zhong Ruofei picked up the phone again and dialed a number. Hello, Xiao Wang, how is the situation over there? He asked. Mr. Zhong, the situation here is not optimistic. Our series cosmetics brands are to be withdrawn from our Bingu. In the future, not only will our Bingu supermarket no longer be able to sell, even Taikoo Li, Zhonghai Plaza, Yida City, and other commercial complexes will no longer be able to obtain sales rights. The next moment, a slightly anxious female voice came from the phone. Even Taikoo Li is not allowed? Zhong Ruofei pinched his brows. Hearing this, he actually had a vague guess in his heart. This is definitely the business of our country deliberately targeting Bingu City. Otherwise, these three comprehensive supermarkets are domestic first-line chains, and even some international brands will not easily reject them. Mr. Zhong, what should we do now? The female voice asked. Well, we will find a way to communicate tomorrow. If it is still the same tomorrow afternoon, we will report all the situations to the leaders. After pacing back and forth for more than a dozen times, Zhong Ruofei finally started to make arrangements. Okay, Mr. Zhong, are you going back to the office now? I'll give you a detailed report on the situation at the supermarket. The other end of the phone said. Not yet. I have to go to Binga Real Estate. The elevators used there were all from our country. I don't know what the situation is now. Zhong Ruofei glanced back at the business district. In the past 2 days, Binga Real Estate has been selling well because of the hot sales of its properties. In addition to the surge in the number of staff in the sales department, the number of employees at the company headquarters has also increased sharply. In addition, there will be more and more residential building projects handed over to Binga Real Estate in Binga City. After discussion, Binga Real Estate will also build its own high-quality office building headquarters in the business district. In this way, if there is a problem with the elevator procurement, the trouble it brings may be greater than that of the car brand. Mr. Zhong, I will report to you in the evening. Yes, humans are not the same in terms of joy and sorrow. Unlike Zhong Ruofei's anxiety, tourists who come to Binga City do not think there is any problem. Instead, they are getting more and more addicted. They felt that every place in Binga City was actually worth savoring. At this time, in addition to the full-scale leisure places such as the employee entertainment complex, a large number of tourists actually rushed to the bus stop to the stadium. What's going on? Why are so many people going there to take the bus? Is there any large-scale event at the stadium? Looking at the long queue at the number 6 bus stop, a tourist who had just come out of the Bingu Employee Entertainment Center to fish couldn't help but wonder. I heard that the Yaden landform is going to be open to the public. Those people should be going to the Yaden landform. An insider replied. What? The Yaden landform is open to the public? Upon hearing this, the fisherman's face lit up, and he asked hurriedly. Yes, but I heard that the tickets are quite expensive. At this time, the insider added again.